Chapter 1. The Summoning of the Renowned Lu Bu. In the Sanctuary of the Mind, wisdom accumulates daily. Dear foster fathers, there is no need for concealment. Speak your minds freely. Pure joy is sufficient that I end the soul martial continent. Within the Li family of the Crimson Maple Empire, the entire Li household is draped in white silk, shrouded in profound sorrow. Wu Qing, why did you leave us so soon? How shall I live now? Wu, a woman, her eyes swollen and darkened with grief, trembles as she shakes the lifeless form of a young man lying in the morning hall. Beside her stand a middle-aged man, his hands clenched tightly, his expression cold and somber, eyes filled with deep resentment and sorrow. This man, Li Xiantian, is the patriarch of the Li family. Confronted by the anguish of losing his son, he opens his mouth to speak, yet words elude him for a long moment. Eventually, he gently pats the woman's back, his voice hoarse as he implores, "My dear, let Qinger rest in peace." "You coward! How can I marry a coward like you? A dignified soul Douluo who cannot even protect his own son. Get out!" The woman rises, her voice shrill and frantic, resembling a madwoman. Li Zuanshan's expression darkens further. His heart twisted in agony, a faint creaking sound breaks the tension, drawing their gazes to the youth lying still. The woman dashes forward. "Qing, oh, you frightened your mother to death." Li Changqing's eyes flutter, his mind clouded. He mumbles, "What?" Tears well in Li Zuanshan's eyes as he raises a hand in anger, but it halts midair, retracting swiftly. "You rascal, what do you mean? Get up at once." "Fu Lao, quickly gather these items. No, burn them. They bring ill fortune." An elderly man scurries in, hastily collecting the items, calling out that the young master has awakened. In a daze, Li Changqing is led by the middle-aged couple into a lavish, ancient room. "Look at what you've done to your mother. She hasn't slept properly in days." As Li Xiantian speaks, tears overflow, and he collapses into the woman's embrace, both weeping for their family's fallen heir. Wait. Li Changqing observes the woman who claims to be his mother and the man who identifies as his father, realizing that he has encountered a significant situation. Indeed, in the next moment, a torrent of memories floods his mind. Soul Martial Continent, Crimson Maple Empire, and this man before him is his father, a formidable soul Douluo of level 89. The woman, his mother, is a soul saint of level 72. Li Changqing steadies himself. A true traveler does not wallow in shock at being transported to another world. The strong never lament their circumstances. Since I am here, I shall make the most of it. The immediate priority is to clarify my thoughts. This place lacks the spirit hall, the likes of Qian Rengshu, and certainly the presence of Tang San. The Hao-Ian sect exists, as do the divine temples. There are many beautiful soul masters, perhaps as a reason for my arrival, or the cause of my incarnation in this individual. I was rejected by the third princess of the Crimson Maple Empire. The predecessor did not bring shame upon himself, a man of stature and iron will, standing tall at 7 feet. Time ebbs and flows, and one must not underestimate the youth in their struggles. The brazen act of tearing up a marriage contract and subsequently issuing a letter of divorce left the onlookers in shock. Little did he know, the envoy from the Red Maple Empire, who accompanied the third princess, was incensed and demanded his life on the spot, leaving behind a scornful remark. "Eh? Toad wishes to feast upon swan meat, ding. System binding successful." Li Changqing chuckled, unsure how to critique his predecessor. The illustrious Emperor, Xiao, had the support of the revered Yao, Lao. What did he possess? Merely a fervent spirit? Alas, it had cost him his life. This system boasts two functions. First, it allows the host to summon illustrious warriors from Huaxia, bestowing them with corresponding ranks, soul power, soul bones, and soul rings. The host is not included in this. The minimum provided is a 10th Sandier soul ring, emphasizing a comprehensive service. Summoning occurs once a month. Second, the host can earn slaughter points through their subordinates themselves by eliminating foes. Killing soul beasts does not count, or else one might inadvertently exploit a glitch, and these points can be used to enhance the host's soul power, soul ring, and soul bone longevity. System, your functions seem rather lackluster, don't you think? Yet, I must admit, I find this setup rather amusing. Heh. Dear host, you are unaware of the darkness that lurks in daylight. Every profession faces challenges. Furthermore, the comprehensive service I provide is indeed substantial. So let us keep things simple. Just tell me whether it is useful or not. Qing, are you all right? What are you murmuring about? After a brief moment of weeping, Lu Xingyue stepped forward, grasping Li Changqing's hand with concern. "I'm fine, mother. Oh no. This is terrible." Li Xiantian suddenly stood up, panic etched on his face. "This troublesome boy is fine for now, but if the Red Maple royal family finds out, our Li family will be in peril. Quickly, you troublesome child, go hide." "Oh no. Quickly conceal yourself. Li Xiantian hurriedly exited, whispering to old Fu that if you cannot speak wisely, then remain silent. Patriarch, if you believe this is bad luck, I've already burned it. I will purchase a new. Li Chanking's lips twitched. Although his father, the old Contra, was formidable, he paled in comparison to the 4 level 90 envoys of the Red Maple Empire. As for his only family, they once boasted a title Daw, his grandfather, the dragon soaring Daw, with an impressive soul power of 94. Regrettably, he had perished in battle 5 years prior, and the royal family, seeking to make a statement, had arranged the marriage, given that his father was not far from reaching level 90. Who could have anticipated that the other party would ascend to greater heights, casting him aside, while he remained alive? Out of concern for royal dignity and that wretched woman's reputation, they would undoubtedly seek to annihilate the Leaf family. Qing'er, rest assured, with your mother here, I shall ensure you suffer not a shred of harm. Unless I perish, Lu Xingyue declared fiercely. In response, Li Xiantian furrowed his brow, admonishing, can we not exercise some rationality? Your arm cannot outmatch a leg of the strong. A soul saint holds no weight before the royal family. Lu Xingyue was acutely aware, pacing back and forth, her expression fraught with anxiety. Should we leave the Red Maple Empire? As Qing'er suggested, time ebbs and flows. We can wait until we both cultivate to level 90 before seeking revenge. Li Changqing quietly murmured, system, activate. Let me witness what unfolds. In the midst of summoning, congratulations to the host for summoning Lu Bu, a formidable level 97 assault type titled Douluo, holds the title of God and demon. His martial soul is the celestial demon halberd, and his soul core, akin to a golden core, is the greedy wolf soul core. His mental prowess resides within the realm of Tian Yuan, comprising human Yuan, Earth Yuan, Tian Yuan, and Divine Yuan. His soul rings consist of 7 black and 2 red. He possesses 7 soul bones encompassing the left and right arms, legs, chest front and back, and head which, when united, can form the divine demon armor. His first soul skill is the celestial slash of destruction, followed by the universal sweep, the peerless breakthrough, the sweeping of thousands, the divine demon cut, the reversal of the evil dragon slash, the true body of divine demon, the descent of divine demon, and the celestial demon chaos dance. His domain, the demon god domain, diminishes the combat strength of enemies within its reach by 30% while enhancing his own by 30%, showcasing its potential for growth. With the summoned soul bones and soul rings meticulously arranged, the host simply exclaims, "Isn't it exhilarating? Exhilarating! Ha ha ha!" Li Changqing instantly sprang to his feet. So, the 3rd princess of Red Maple. Is it? Let me show you how to meet your end. Chapter 2. The Law of Unexpected Joy. What are you making such a fuss about? As a man, one must remain composed, even when the sky falls. Is it such a big deal to be rejected? If anything, it clears the way for you to take your sister. Alas, Li Xiantian scolded his startled son, his expression soon shifting to one of concern. He continued, for now, we have no choice but to accept this. I am but a fish on the chopping block. However, once I reach level 90, I shall return for vengeance. Clenching his fist, he gritted his teeth. Li Changqing, however, was taken aback. Did he hear that correctly? Cautiously, he inquired, Father, what did you just say? Leave? Depart from the Red Maple Empire, the sooner the better. Xingyue, you must prepare, swiftly. Li Xiantian surveyed his surroundings with a reluctant gaze. Who would choose to leave, if not for dire necessity? No, the previous statement, Li Changqing insisted earnestly. Li Zuanshan's expression darkened. At this moment, his son was still fixated on that matter. He felt hopeless. Yet, being his son, he pondered that if anything were to happen to him, he should leave a legacy for the Li family. Take your sister. Should anything happen to your mother and me, it would ensure the continuation of the Li lineage. Indeed, Linger has suffered over the years, Lu Xingyue murmured, expressing her support for her husband's perspective. Li Changqing's mouth dropped open this time. He had not misheard. But could this truly be acceptable? He found it utterly inconceivable. He strongly believed there was a significant issue with the Li family's values, a grave problem indeed. He swiftly searched his mind for memories of this sister. Master, madam, the young lady has returned. At that moment, Uncle Fu rushed in, cradling a white silk. Father, mother, where's Changqing? A melodious voice rang out as a young woman in a blue robe rushed in. Though she appeared travel-worn, her visage retained an air of elegance and grace. Her delicate, oval face betrayed an unmistakable weariness, accentuated by her swollen eyes, evoking a deep sense of compassion. Changqing, woo-woo. The woman took 2 swift steps and enveloped Li Changqing in her embrace. holding him ever tighter, as if fearing she might never hold him again. Li Chongqing, utterly bewildered, felt his head buzzing. As he inhaled the softness of her chest, he gasped, "Sister, I can hardly breathe." Only then did the woman release him, glancing left and right as she appraised him from head to toe. I heard. At that moment, Li Chongqing recalled the identity of the person before him, Li Linger, who had awakened the supreme fire phoenix martial spirit and was specially recruited by the temple's alchemist. Most importantly, she was someone the old man had taken in, not by blood, yet they had grown up together, truly childhood sweethearts. However, before the arranged marriage decreed by the Red Maple royal family, the Li family had no grounds to object and had to kneel in gratitude. "Father, mother, I will abide by your arrangements," Li Chongqing resolved, realizing that as a son, he should heed his parents' wishes. "Ah, dear host, you were not thinking this way just moments ago. Ah, how delightful. Linger, why have you returned? Our Li family is in dire straits." Lu Xingyue approached. "Mother, I already know. I initially intended to surprise you both with my return, but I unexpectedly learned about Changqing's predicament." This, Li Linger's face darkened with anger, yet a flicker of joy danced in her eyes. She continued, "Do not worry, father and mother. I have passed the temple alchemist assessment and am now a level 1 alchemist. Surely, the Red Maple royal family would not dare to act against our Li family." "What? A level 1 alchemist?" The couple was taken aback, for alchemists were far rarer and more precious than soul masters, truly a 9 million occurrence. There were two critical factors. First, one must awaken a fire-type martial spirit, which alone eliminated the majority of soul masters. Even if one possessed a fire-type martial spirit, it did not guarantee becoming an alchemist. The second and most stringent requirement was that one's mental prowess must reach a certain level. If it were insufficient, one could not control the martial spirit and would only produce inferior concoctions, a matter of talent indeed. This rarity made the profession of alchemist highly esteemed. The influence of an alchemist at the same level far surpassed that of a soul master, though attaining higher levels as an alchemist was exponentially more challenging, with the aspect of heritage playing a crucial role. Linger, you do not understand. You are still too young. While I am proud that you have become a level 1 alchemist, this matter concerning Qing'er is a disgrace to the royal family, as evidenced by the actions of that esteemed individual at the time. Unless you reach level 4 or 5 as an alchemist or gain the favor of a notable figure in the temple, the Red Maple family will not take heed. Li Xintian patted Li Linger on the shoulder, as if imparting a final instruction that in any case, Qing'er cannot rest easy until she is safe, and both your mother and I are high-level soul masters, especially being an 89th level soul. The Red Maple royal family will not allow any threat to their power to persist, so you must leave quickly, while the news is yet to spread, and depart from the Red Maple Empire. Xintian, could it really be that serious? Lu Xingyue abruptly stood up, unable to fathom that the Hongfeng royal family could be so ruthless. Not to mention that her Li family had contributed significantly to Hongfeng, but simply the fact that Li Linger held the title of a first-tier pharmacist should warrant consideration. In response, Li Xintian gently shook his head. If that wretched woman had aligned herself with someone else, it might not have been so grave. However, she has attached herself to a disciple of the Haotian sect, which speaks volumes. Now do you understand why I refrained from acting at that time? Yet, having hesitated once, I shall not allow a second instance. For he is my son. Li Xintian appeared to have made a resolute decision. Since Bibi Dong ascended to the position of Pope, certain individuals have harbored discontent and secrecy, notably led by the elder Z. Today, he has even seized upon a personal weakness and openly expressed his dissatisfaction before the assembly. How could Bibi Dong be unaware of the elder's intentions? Stopping her steps, she bowed respectfully to the gathered elders. Esteemed elders, the sudden notice has its own purpose, and I hope you will understand my position. The elder Z immediately expressed his displeasure, retorting sharply, "Is this martial soul hall solely under your dominion, Bibi Dong?" Behind her, Yanling was so frightened that he scarcely dared to breathe. His own power remained in its infancy. Although formidable, he was no match for the might of these great beings. It appeared that beneath her seemingly impressive facade, there were indeed those who opposed her. "Whether I am the sole arbiter shall be made clear to all today," Bibi Dong replied defiantly, then turned to Yanling. As the gaze of all the elders and the assembly converged upon him, in an instant, Yanling found himself in the eye of the storm. "What the heck? You've thrown me under the bus, Bibi Dong. What is the meaning of this?" Chapter 5. Some of the other elders could no longer tolerate the situation and stepped forward to voice their objections. "Is it merely for this young child?" Elder Z clearly struggled to accept Bibi Dong's absurd reasoning. Yin Ling recognized this elder. His martial soul was a six-winged angel, an extraordinarily formidable existence. Among all the elders present, the weakest possessed at least level 90 soul power, far beyond what Yin Ling could contend with. Faced with the elder's scrutiny, Yin Ling offered an apologetic smile and shrugged, indicating that he was not significantly involved. There was no choice. Even a traveler from another world must show deference when the moment calls for it. Elder Z's ire intensified at Yin Ling's demeanor, glaring at Bibi Dong. Ah. Elder Qian Douluo, there is no need for haste. Let us take a moment to discern the Pope's rationale. An elder clad in white stepped in to mediate. Esteemed elders, as the Pope, I, Bibi Dong, am fully aware of my responsibilities. With that, she continued her stride toward the center of the square. I shall see what tricks she has up her sleeve. In the square, the youth arriving to awaken their martial souls appeared distant. The content of their conversations remained unclear, yet one could observe the negotiation between the parties. The resplendent black robes of the Pope accentuated the slender figure of Bibi Dong, creating a striking contrast between the heavy black fabric and her delicate visage. Yet, this juxtaposition bore no sense of incongruity. Each step she took emanated confidence and strength, as if each stride were destined to be taken precisely that way, neither more nor less, perfectly aligned with aesthetic grace. The youths seeking to awaken their martial souls were all profoundly moved by her aura. Following closely behind was the somewhat awkward Yin Ling. The surrounding crowd instinctively parted to grant passage to Bibi Dong and Yin Ling. It was no wonder that this young lady could ascend to the position of Pope. Clad in her garments, she resembled a regal incarnation of the renowned Empress Xinhuan. Yin Ling, still feeling somewhat out of place under the scrutiny of many eyes, found some solace in trailing behind this queenly figure. Bibi Dong turned her head to usher Yin Ling into the throng, while she herself took her place upon the Pope's seat, preparing to proceed with the sequential testing of martial soul awakenings at the magical stone tablet. It was then that Yin Ling fully beheld the magnificent sight of the stone tablet at the center of the square. The grandeur was astonishing. The attire of the youths here was far from ordinary, and the stone tablet itself was a spectacle to behold. Towering at 3 meters, the tablet presented an ancient, deep black hue, its surface adorned with intricate and arcane runes. Under the sunlight, it reflected a profound radiance, as if it were an artifact from antiquity. At its center, a palm-shaped indentation allowed the awakeners to place their hands with ease. It was far superior to anything depicted in the original work, a testament to the formidable prowess of the martial soul hall. Before the magical stone tablet, an elderly man with sharp brows and bright eyes began to announce, "Young ones who have traveled from afar, I am Zhong Liang, an elder of the Martial Soul Hall's Law Enforcement Hall. You may call me Shadowblade. Today, we are fortunate to witness the early activation of the magical stone tablet. Those whose names are called may step forward to test and awaken their martial souls." A ripple of excitement coursed through the crowd. Li Yunfei, amidst the throng, a robust youth radiated excitement, likely astonished to find himself in the lead. He strode confidently towards the magic stone monument, casting a glance at the crowd below. Taking a deep breath, he placed his palm upon the stone, closed his eyes, and began to sense the fluctuations of his spiritual energy. The runes on the monument began to rotate slowly, and a visible surge of black energy enveloped Li Yunfei's arm up to his shoulder. The magic stone monument of the Martial Spirit Hall was indeed formidable, capable of channeling energy to one's arm. Remarkable. Yin Ling marveled at the initial prowess of the Martial Spirit Hall, pondering how such a promising hand could be played so poorly. Chapter 6. Elder Shadowblade surveying the surroundings, the youths in the square fixated on the stage. At that moment, a faint yellow glow emanated from Li Yunfei's body, flowing along his arm towards the magic stone monument. The runes on the monument began to rotate with increasing speed, their velocity hastening noticeably. Li Yunfei's eyes remained tightly shut, seemingly focused on controlling the flow of that energy. Minutes later, he called out, "Awaken, thunderous lion." As his voice resounded, a yellow radiance illuminated the surrounding platform, revealing a grand lion's head above him, resplendent in yellow and exuding an air of majesty. A stir arose from the crowd below. The first to awaken such a powerful attack-type martial spirit. How impressive. I recognize Li Yunfei. He hails from a renowned martial spirit lineage, with ancestors boasting remarkable prowess. Awakening the thunderous lion is but a trivial feat for him. Li Yunfei felt a sense of satisfaction with his martial spirit and attempted to maneuver the thunderous lion. He expressed his gratitude to Elder Shadowblade, bowing respectfully to Elder Zhong Liang. "Congratulations. Proceed." Elder Shadowblade responded nonchalantly, having assisted many awakenings over the year. Although this level of martial spirit was formidable, it was not uncommon. Next, Lin Wanner. A young girl stepped forward, her striking crimson gown capturing attention. Lin Wanner stood quietly before the magic stone monument, calming her emotions before placing her hand in the center of the palm-shaped recess. Initially, the monument remained unresponsive, leading to murmurs among the crowd. Some began to speculate whether this girl possessed a martial spirit at all. Logically, those who reached the martial god hall for awakening were unlikely to have weak martial spirits. The foundation was evident. However, Yanling held a different perspective. Unusual occurrences often herald deeper mysteries. Did not novels often convey this notion? Yet, who exactly was this Lin Wanner? Such a character had not been mentioned in the original tale. As anticipated by Yanling, the girl remained utterly unperturbed, seemingly oblivious to any external distractions. She gradually closed her eyes, beginning to attune to her inner strength. Slowly, a surge of power emanated from her being, expanding until it erupted forth, enveloping her entire form. Simultaneously, under the embrace of this force, Lin Wanner's body began to emanate a soft crimson glow. As the radiance intensified, the red light became increasingly dazzling. The onlookers held their breath, feeling a palpable tension in the air, as this brilliance surpassed even that of Li Yunfei moments prior. Suddenly, with a resounding burst, a magnificent fire-red phoenix, trailing a long tail, ascended majestically behind Lin Wanner. It let out a piercing cry that echoed throughout the square. Bibi Dong, seated in the position of the Pope, slightly opened her eyes. The phoenix spirit was indeed a rare occurrence. Even several elders displayed expressions of admiration, nodding in approval. The youths in the audience were utterly astonished, their eyes wide as they gazed at the fiery spectacle above. Feeling the immense power of the phoenix behind her, Lin Wanner joyfully leapt into the air, her face alight with happiness. As if sensing her elation, the phoenix circled around her a few times before vanishing into her being. "Thank you, Elder Shadowblade," she exclaimed gleefully, bounding off the stage. Next up, Yanling. Bibi Dong's lips curled into a slight smile. Could this treasure she had discovered bring her unexpected delight? Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, Yanling ascended to the platform. "Hello, Yanling." Elder Shadowblade greeted him with an unexpected smile. "I have met Elder Shadowblade," Yanling replied politely, acknowledging the greeting. Chapter 7. The Power of the Divine. Chapter 8. Twin Spirits. Chapter 9. Unlikely Friends. As for Lin Wanner, her affection towards Yanling stemmed from his formidable dual spirit powers. Perhaps, in the future, he could evolve into a supreme sovereign. In the past, the Battle Emperor Tang San was merely at the initial stage of possessing dual spirits. Yet now, Yanling exhibited signs of a much higher level spirit. Such an extraordinary spirit, when bestowed upon anyone, could elevate them to great heights in mere moments. The emergence of such a figure undoubtedly stirred the emotions of those present. Upon hearing Li Yunfei speak, a companion beside him could not help but glance over at Yanling, muttering, "I heard his name is Yanling, but I wonder where this little brat came from." Now he has caught Bibi Dong's attention. Li Yunfei is not one to be trifled with. He has cultivated a considerable entourage of underlings, numbering nearly a few hundred young rascals. Observing Yanling basking in the limelight today, he concocts a scheme to have his subordinates teach him a lesson. Li Yunfei, a typical figure among the offspring of officials, is surrounded by these so-called second-generation elites, who possess an overwhelming sense of superiority. They seem to think that by belittling others, they can reclaim their own dignity, finding satisfaction in the misfortune of others. These circumstances are indeed beyond their comprehension, governed by fate and destiny. The so-called second-generation youths often perceive themselves as formidable, wielding their familial influence to engage in unscrupulous acts, bullying the weak. Upon hearing Yanling's name from one of his subordinates, Li Yunfei clenches his teeth in anger. This individual has awakened a martial spirit even more potent than his own. It is unacceptable for someone so impressive to exist in the Douluo continent, especially when he appears at the same event as Li Yunfei. Had he shown up at a different gathering, Li Yunfei could have pretended not to recognize him. However, now that they have collided, he is determined to scrutinize this rival closely. Yet, as Li Yunfei expresses these sentiments, his subordinates are taken aback. They wonder what he is thinking. Yanling has awakened a formidable martial spirit, and here Li Yunfei is, consumed by jealousy and plotting to corner him. Does he truly believe that others can be so easily intimidated? Moreover, Yanling is under the protection of the formidable Bibi Dong, the Grand Pope. Does Li Yunfei genuinely think he can contend with such power? If he seeks his own demise, he must ensure that it does not drag his followers down with him. Consequently, Li Yunfei's subordinates voiced their concern, urging him to reconsider. Master, please refrain from stirring up trouble. Can't you see that he has Bibi Dong watching over him? If you confront him head-on, we might not emerge unscathed. The subordinates of Li Yunfei are, without exception, individuals who fear for their lives. To put it more delicately, they are his loyal followers, yet, with a harsher perspective, they are merely his sycophants. Chapter 10, on the same front. Their deference towards him stems solely from his wealth. It is the allure of money that captivates them. Frequently indulging with this group, they regard it as a trifling matter. The rationale is simple. These sycophants are nothing more than fair-weather friends, relishing the pleasures of feasting and drinking together. However, when faced with more serious circumstances, their loyalty dissipates. Thus, upon hearing that Li Yunfei dared to set his sights on Yin Ling, his subordinates were engulfed by fear. There is little they can do. Li Yunfei hails from a powerful family background, whereas they possess no such advantageous connections. This stark contrast highlights the disparity between influential families and those without power. One individual boasts a formidable lineage, while the other is utterly inconsequential. Is it not rather amusing to present such matters before others, allowing them to witness the spectacle? It is akin to an egg colliding with a stone, destined to shatter into countless fragments in an instant, utterly unable to withstand the impact. Why bother with the details? After all, I, Li Yunfei, will not change my name nor my lineage. There is scarcely anyone who dares to confront me head-on. Only this individual has captured my attention, and I must administer a fitting lesson to him. Yet, at this moment, Li Yunfei remains remarkably unconcerned, even dismissing the significance of this Bibi Dong. Although, in the realm of Douluo continent, Bibi Dong holds a status akin to that of a pontiff. Li Yunfei believes that should the power of the Li family be truly assessed in a direct confrontation, thus, the matter concerning Bibi Dong is entirely beyond dispute. And the reason is exceedingly simple. Who is to say that these circumstances are not firmly within one's grasp? If one cannot clearly convey even these facts to others, then what hope is there? There is no need to further elucidate these peculiar behaviors, as it would only lend an air of credibility to them. Indeed, the Li family holds a certain status within the entirety of Douluo continent. However, they have yet to attain the level of absolute power. It is conceivable that Li Yunfei could achieve a measure of success, yet he currently overestimates his own capabilities. To provoke the Grand Pope is tantamount to courting death, for it would be a mere moment before his head could be severed from his shoulders. How can such a person, who is both untrustworthy and selfish, aspire to ascend to greatness? It is utterly laughable. You must tread carefully, for this individual is not to be trifled with. Have you not noticed how much care Bibi Dong extends towards him? Meanwhile, his subordinates are left feeling utterly despondent. Does Li Yunfei truly wish for his own demise by instigating Bibi Dong? Then you may go. Here, there is but one life, and I am the sole child at home. If one were to lose their life in this place, that is something no one could bear. Thus, when confronted with such a dire choice between life and death, these subordinates have all chosen to no longer align themselves with Li Yunfei. The implication in their words is clear. They no longer wish to engage with you, Li Yunfei. Some individuals insist on courting danger. Let them handle their own affairs. As for the rest, he has no interest in their matters. In truth, what Li Yunfei's subordinates fail to comprehend is why he persistently opts for self-destructive behavior. Today, the outcome is painfully clear, laid bare before them. Chapter 11. Is this a joke? What more do you wish to demonstrate with these circumstances? If only one could formally liberate the elements that allow for such transformations. Perhaps, in the next moment, they might even lose their lives in the face of such formidable circumstances. To formally address these situations, it is better not to take them too seriously. Upon hearing these words, Li Yunfei's countenance immediately darkened. His face flushed with anger as he pointed at the subordinates behind him, exclaiming, "Where did you filthy lackeys come from? How dare you speak to me in such a manner? Truly, I have shown you too much respect, Haven Ti." Li Yunfei was infuriated, for he had never anticipated that the more he regarded these subordinates as significant, the more they would hurl disparaging remarks at him. The outcome was glaringly evident. What did they expect him to do? Could they truly wish to abandon him here? Fate is an entity beyond one's control. To hope for the enemy's might to grow stronger is nothing short of absurdity. Li Yunfei's arrogance elicited derision from all present, yet they dared not voice their indignation. Suppressing their fury within, Despite the existence of stronger adversaries in this world, certain situations require careful handling, and it is unnecessary to further validate such facts. Perhaps it would be wiser to release the pent-up grievances within. However, for someone like Li Yunfei, such sentiments were utterly meaningless. They would rather stifle their anger than allow it to manifest. Very well, young master. Since you insist on playing this way, then by all means, do as you please. One subordinate remarked with a resigned smile. Having exhausted all efforts to counsel their master against being so impulsive, lest he invite disaster upon himself, they were astonished that Li, the young master of the Li family, would have the audacity to insult them. Despite being in a subordinate role, they too possessed dignity. If he treated them in such a manner, it only demonstrated how seriously he took the situation. At this moment, Li Yunfei's subordinates began to reconsider their allegiance, contemplating a definitive severance from him. After all, associating with someone like him posed a constant threat to their very lives. In order to avoid entangling himself in the ramifications of the situation, he sought to erase it more effectively. Among the myriad strategies, the most prudent course of action was to withdraw. In truth, this group of followers had not been with Li Yunfei for an extended period. One might say they had been together for a year and a half, but that was a stretch. Most had congregated around him due to a shared motivation, observing that he possessed a modicum of disposable wealth. Only when one's family fortune amounted to a modest sum would they dare to associate so closely with him. Otherwise, who would deign to associate with such a man? He was prone to fits of anger, disregarding the loyalty of his subordinates, treating them as mere pawns. What could one expect from such a character? At that moment, while the audience below engaged in fervent speculation about Li Yunfei and his cohorts plotting against Yan Ling, Bibi Dong on stage remained blissfully unaware of the unfolding drama. Chapter 12. Instruction. Chapter 13. A Destruction of Worldviews. Chapter 14. Illegitimate Child. The disparity in their ages was too great. It was implausible to claim they were relatives. Bibi Dong, as a pope, had no kin whatsoever. From the moment of his birth, he had been destined for the role of successor, thereby precluding any notion of distant familial ties. What, then, is the nature of this relationship? The audience below revealed an air of confusion, unsure of how to articulate their thoughts. Their circumstances were beyond verbal expression, leaving them to silently observe the performance, amplifying their questions without knowing how to resolve them. The world of Douluo continent is indeed quite extraordinary. Certain familial ties may suggest a striking resemblance between two individuals. In reality, however, these two may share no blood relation whatsoever. This is due to a remarkable soul-level technique within Douluo continent that can alter one's appearance to mirror another closely. Thus, the boundary between truth and illusion becomes blurred, leaving one perplexed and unable to comprehend the essence of the situation. Those feelings that overflow yet remain unexpressed are denied to others. Hence, the realm of Douluo continent is fundamentally distinct from our reality, where the ethereal essence seems to unfurl yet remains elusive. It is precisely this understanding that evokes clarity. Yet the truth is undeniably evident. In the midst of circumstances that others cannot fully grasp, the outcome becomes strikingly apparent. Ordinary individuals are certainly unable to move. Yet for the audience present on stage, they initially aspired to showcase their abilities at this conference, to ascertain their formidable prowess. However, from the current perspective, it appears that the situation is not quite as they anticipated, particularly given the profound regard the Pope holds for this Yan Ling. Consequently, it seems exceedingly challenging for them to attain a prestigious position within the higher echelons. Indeed, neither their offspring nor themselves harbor aspirations of being esteemed by the Pope to such a degree. How then shall you formally transition through the cycles of this world? It seems utterly impossible. One cannot help but wonder what Bibi Dong sees in Yan Ling. From whence did this young man emerge? At this moment, someone in the audience could no longer restrain themselves and began to address the Pope on stage. The tone of his pointed remarks unmistakably hinted at gossip. It appears he has made these circumstances quite evident, as if the established truth were not already clear. Let us observe how this transformation does not alter the original intent, and what cyclical transitions may ensue. If it can be articulated in a manner that is easily comprehensible, it ought to resemble a narrative that is devoid of integrity. When one individual speaks, there inevitably follows the voice of another. Such is the nature of our world. Once a matter is brought to light, it becomes a topic of discourse. Many individuals will gradually begin to mention these matters, and only after everything has been thoroughly scrutinized will others perceive the consequences of neglect. Once the first person has expressed such sentiments, the subsequent speaker becomes increasingly audacious. At this moment, he gestures animatedly, his words conveying notions that are utterly incomprehensible to bystanders. It appears he is even more adept at weaving tales than the initial speaker. Indeed, I have never heard this fellow before, yet he emerges out of nowhere, leaving me utterly astonished. Could he be a secret offspring of Bibi Dong? After the second person utters these words, a covert laughter ensues among the listeners. For he is aware that the Pope is, after all, a respectable woman. If it were to be said that she had clandestine meetings with any man, one might speculate that she indeed bore the illegitimate child, Yinling. Consider this. Why has Yinling suddenly garnered the Pope's favor? Surely, there is an unspeakable story behind it. Perhaps he is her illegitimate son, or maybe even her clandestine lover, which is now being revealed in an astonishingly credible manner. Once these words were spoken, all present assumed a spectator's demeanor. Is it terrifying? Quite so. The Pope is the most venerable figure across the entire Douluo continent. Yet, unexpectedly, this very Pope is rumored to have a lover outside, or perhaps this youth is her illegitimate child. Regardless of the truth, such a worldview-shattering event has officially unfolded before them. It is profoundly shocking, causing all who hear this tale to scoff in disbelief. Some view these occurrences as mere entertainment, while others rise to defend the Pope's dignity. Among them, one individual steps forward, fervently rebuking the second speaker's claims. You must not speak such nonsense. Bibi Dong is the Pope of our Douluo continent. If you dare spread such slander, I shall break your legs. Indeed, the Pope holds significant authority throughout the Douluo continent. How could one even contemplate trampling upon her dignity? Without the Pope, there would be no assurance of safety in this world. The Pope governs humanity's beliefs and faith. If even these foundations were to crumble, such figures as the Pope seem destined to become relics of a bygone era. The capacity to articulate truth and clarity is a privilege seldom granted to ordinary individuals. Consider a towering figure. Have you ever encountered any shadowy past associated with him? No. For those who stand tall and majestic have always embodied positivity, gradually evolving into principles that others cannot articulate. Reflect upon this, the facts that remain unspoken. Even in circumstances where expression is achievable, to onlookers, the reality cannot be simplified into mere arithmetic. The Pope embodies the faith and conviction of the entire Douluo continent. If even this essence cannot be formally articulated, what remains? In this world, there exists nothing that can be formally articulated, and the outcome is painfully evident. The Pope cannot be cast down from his exalted position. Even if he were to be shattered beyond recognition, he would still not meet a favorable end. Thus, despite their apparent amusement, all present do not wish for the Pope to vanish from this world, for they must contend with the beliefs that underpin the faith of the entire world and the convictions of the Douluo continent. Should these beliefs and faiths collapse, they would cease to exist in this realm. The foundation of a nation rests entirely upon the faith of its common people. If the very knowledge and tenets initially accepted were to be obliterated, the populace would undoubtedly revolt. This is a tactic employed by the elite to safeguard the interests of the lower classes and to master the hearts of the masses. Chapter 16. Shadow Blade, the second individual, upon hearing his own words, felt the derision of those around him. He began to question his own statements, realizing that if the outcome was as such, there was little left to articulate. Unable to alter the fundamental intentions behind it all, he thought it wise to simply concede his error. Indeed, the Pope is a figure of unparalleled sanctity, and her close association with Yinling suggests that he is destined to inherit her position. How could he dare to utter such words? After much contemplation, the second speaker acknowledged his mistake. Let us speak of this privately. I would not presume to voice such sentiments openly. He sheepishly scratched the back of his head, recognizing the clarity of the situation. It was evident that he had misspoken, and correcting himself was the prudent course of action. In this world, the Pope remains supremely sacred. No one can alter the intentions of another, and all matters are handled with finesse. Given that the outcome lies within grasp, one must ponder how many can truly navigate the path correctly. The atmosphere below had descended into chaos, primarily due to Bibidong's treatment of Yinling, which resembled a mother's care for her son. Consequently, the onlookers began to murmur amongst themselves, an inevitable reaction. However, at this moment, Shadowblade found himself increasingly unsettled, for he was the host of this assembly. Many had yet to undergo their trials, and unexpectedly, the event had not concluded. The crowd began to engage in a cacophony of meaningless chatter, leaving Shadowblade perplexed. What in the world is going on here? He mused. bewildered by the audacity of this group, who seemed to believe that the Douluo continent was devoid of order. The Shadow Blade, after all, is the Shadow Blade, possessing the strength of a venerable elder. With his acute perception, he discerned the commotion below, and his brows furrowed in concern. He hurriedly made his way towards the source of the idle chatter, delivering a resounding slap to the offender. A cacophony of sounds ensued as the individual was sent flying nearly 3 meters, crashing heavily onto the cement surface of the lime platform, resulting in a bone-crushing impact that shattered his palm to pieces. I urge both of you to speak with respect. This soul-awakening experiment has already revealed that Yin Ling possesses extraordinary talent. The Shadow Blade's expression was one of deep displeasure. It was evident that he was incensed by the ongoing debate below. The Pope is an individual of unparalleled sanctity, regardless of whether he treats others kindly or harshly. It is beyond the grasp of mere commoners to pass judgment. What does it matter if he is benevolent or malevolent? Without him, who would champion the faith that underpins the entire world? Yet now, this group of individuals dares to mock him, to kick a man when he is down? The Shadow Blade could no longer remain passive. Though he does not count himself among the Pope's followers, he possesses a divine power that is of the same caliber. That is to maintain the safety of the entire Douluo continent. Since this established security cannot articulate any peculiar circumstances, let us observe how to adeptly unravel these facts. The expression on Ing Rin's face was decidedly grim, for he was the central figure of this assembly, and many others had yet to complete their trials. Chapter 17, A Warning Through Example. Little did he expect that such trivial matters would elude control. The fragmented issue of 37 and 21 laid before him was indeed repugnant. He clearly wished to dissociate himself from this group, yet they incessantly indulged in idle chatter, much to his dismay. Indeed, it is quite evident that if one among you is not made an example of today, the matter would remain unresolved. This is precisely why the Shadow Blade initially delivered a resounding slap to that individual, sending him flying several meters away, thereby making the situation abundantly clear. Human nature often inclines individuals to embrace rumors over reality, especially when confronted with the unfamiliar. Take, for instance, a beggar who merely survives through almsgiving. Yet, some members of the public are quick to assume he is immensely wealthy, perhaps a hidden heir to a fortune, choosing to beg out of sheer laziness. If such a notion holds true, expressing these matters becomes rather challenging. The circumstances that appear to be guided by fate are, in reality, made difficult by the whims of destiny. They would rather cling to unfounded rumors than accept the harshness of reality, for they perceive the truth as too brutal and too stark. They prefer to dwell within their fantasies rather than confront the authentic situation. This exemplifies the typical demeanor of onlookers who revel in chaos, adopting an attitude of indifference, as if to say, "Your struggles do not concern me. Your life or death bears no significance to my existence." They believe that merely uttering a word could drive you to despair. It is indeed your own fault. They do not feel any joy or sorrow. From this perspective, the quality and baseness of the Chinese people are remarkably evident. Yes, my Lord Shadowblade. We were wrong. We shall no longer speak carelessly. Our sincerest apologies. We acknowledge our mistakes. Very well. At this moment, witnessing the first individual struck down to the point of being unable to stand, his body riddled with shattering fractures, the others who had been gossiping hastily silenced themselves, for they understood that this Shadowblade was no trifling opponent. He belonged to a level akin to a Grand Elder. Should he unleash his wrath, his capabilities would rival even that of a pope. Consider, if you were an ant and your adversary an elephant, a mere flick of its tail could obliterate you. In such a vast disparity of power, how could you ever contend against him? These few individuals possessed keen insight, comprehending the intricacies of the situation. Since they could not hope to prevail, they could only kneel and beg for mercy. Even if they lay down, what of it? As long as they could preserve their lives, everything else could be negotiated. Observing the crowd, all casting pleading gazes toward him, Shadowblade remained silent. The Pope's actions surely bore his own intentions, despite his usual reticence and cold demeanor, should he choose to wield his power. Even he might not be a match for it. Indeed, your opponent seeks to eliminate you. Yet you must ultimately realize that these manifest facts do not reveal themselves until the moment is ripe. Chapter 18, A Great Scandal. How can it be possessed by others? The circumstances that cannot be articulated are indeed absurd behaviors worth discussing. Shadowblade, unwilling to waste further words with this group of gossip-mongers, had completed his mission. Now, he would see how best to clarify this reality. At the same time, He began to ponder indeed. Who exactly is this Yinling? I have never heard of this child, and his age is far too young. In comparison to the Pope, he appears vastly inferior. Should there be any connection between them? The Shadow Blade found himself grappling with unimaginable notions. Could it truly be as the gossipmonger suggested, that this individual was the illegitimate son of the Pope? If that were the case, it would indeed be a scandal of epic proportions throughout the Douluo continent. A scandal of such magnitude. The most exalted Pope, now tarnished as someone with an illegitimate child? If this were to spread, would there be any standing left for him on the entire Douluo continent? What exactly is the background of this Yinling? Why had he never heard of this person before? Did he simply materialize from nowhere? Astonishingly, he had even caught the attention of the Pope, Bibi Dong, who had taken him as her disciple. Could it truly be as others had claimed? At that moment, Shadow Blade could not help but feel a swirl of doubts. Although he held the esteemed position of a Grand Elder, he was still human, possessing thoughts and meanings that others might not comprehend. He understood the unspeakable truths that lay beneath the surface. Yet he found himself in a position where such matters remained unutterable. Both Shadow Blade and the Pope occupied the same echelon, existing as entities beyond discourse. However, the mere presence of these two distinct classes of individuals within the same realm necessitated the safeguarding of their dignity. Among the exalted, there has always been a mutual support. One aids the other, ultimately culminating in a shared success. Conversely, those of lower status tend to engage in a cycle of harm, each seeking to undermine the other, a phenomenon easily understood. The assistance among the eminent yields profound results, while the clashes among the lower tiers remain perplexing and difficult to articulate. Why dwell on such matters? In truth, I find myself utterly disinterested in these trivial affairs. Let them unfold as they may. Shadow Blade, unable to fathom the situation, decided not to ponder further. With a dismissive gesture, he prepared to depart. Recognizing the evident truth of the matter, there was little left to discuss. Whatever was to be said next would simply require a clear expression of understanding regarding the circumstances at hand. Let us observe how the manifestly advantageous truth can be thoroughly dismantled. Shadow Blade has no interest in the trivial musings of this pontiff, for they exist on entirely disparate planes. If one were to claim that excessive meddling is a concern, it would merely indicate that this realm is rife with trivialities and abundant in misfortunes. He, who ought to remain exalted, should not be ensnared by such circumstances that render him immobile. The undeniable truth lies before us, since it cannot be altered. It is perhaps wiser to embrace the entirety of it. At this moment, the conference persists on stage, yet Li Yunfei and his entourage remain in a state of unrest. Their thoughts are unclear, as they begin to muster all their subordinates. They prepare to launch a predatory assault on Yinling. For this incident has escalated into a full-blown conflict. Li Yunfei, it seems, has grown overly complacent. After all, Yinling bears him no grudge from the past, nor any animosity in the present. Chapter 19. Absurdity. To his astonishment, he now intends to carry out a devastating strike, merely because his prominence has been overshadowed. How could a well-to-do second-generation scion harbor such a vendetta against an ordinary individual? Li Yunfei's pettiness is truly remarkable. What on earth is he thinking? He is an extraordinary fool. Come, my two subordinates, we must seize an opportunity to teach a lesson to that pompous individual from the conference. Li Yunfei, unrelenting, rallies his underlings, who begin to prance about, their voices a cacophony, as if he were a quintessential paragon of talent. Yet, this fellow has yet to grasp a crucial reality. After the revelation of his schemes, how could Bai Dong possibly let him off the hook? The situation is abundantly clear to Bai Dong. Yinling is of greater significance than his own flesh and blood. Should he truly contemplate a confrontation, would Bai Dong show him mercy? Even if the Li family possesses considerable backing, it is inconceivable that they would recklessly cast aside their lives. Boss, that Yinling wields a dual martial soul. We may not be able to best him. At this juncture, the previously vocal subordinate falls silent, while the one who had remained quiet finally speaks. He realizes that since Li Yunfei is intent on crossing swords with Yinling, they too are prepared to fight to the bitter end. With their leader charging ahead, what hesitation remains for them? They should simply proceed. However, among the subordinates, there are those of keen intellect. After all, Yinling, being a dual martial soul wielder, is not to be trifled with. If provoked, he may unleash his full capabilities upon them. How, then, can they engage in a battle of strength with him? Would it not be utterly ludicrous? Indeed, Your Holiness, Bibi Dong has taken him as her disciple. What more could transpire in this matter? Another subordinate has also stepped forward, asserting that even if Bibi Dong were to withhold her assistance from Yin Ling, the latter's innate capabilities are remarkably formidable. With two such exalted individuals, how could one dare to engage in trivialities? Let us refrain from such nonsense. It is true that Yin Ling possesses a twin martial soul. The previous protagonist, known as Tang San, has already ascended to the rank of Do Emperor. Subsequently, he transcended to the cosmos, achieving divine status. What if Yin Ling were to transform into such a formidable figure? How could they hope to establish themselves in the world? Perhaps in the next moment, even their lives would be at risk. Consequently, when confronted with such a precarious situation, the majority often opts for retreat. Indeed, life is undeniably precious. How could these two imbeciles utter such words? Are they attempting to bolster another's reputation while undermining their own aspirations? Li Yunfei was infuriated, nearly on the brink of hemorrhaging with rage, regretting his decision to associate with these two fools. It was utterly absurd. Was he truly so weak? The more he pondered, the more he felt something was amiss. Damn it, they say that indulging in food and drink can foster camaraderie. Yet Li Yunfei now realized it was not so simple. Boss, we clearly do not have to face death, so why must we court disaster? Chapter 20. The ever-present reality. One of Li Yunfei's subordinates bore an expression akin to one who had consumed 2 pounds of excrement. Indeed, his elder brother had approached him with some rather disparaging remarks, leaving him feeling quite humiliated in front of others. Just imagine, while being mocked and ridiculed by those around them, even the most good-natured individual would eventually become incensed. After all, they are human beings, not beasts. How could they endure Li Yunfei's temperament in such a situation? Thus, in light of this predicament, the younger brother began to confront Li Yunfei directly, hoping he might comprehend the difficulties they faced. If one were to lose their life here, it would be an unbearable sacrifice. The saying that life is paramount rings true. Without life, what is there to discuss? Indeed, we are clearly outmatched. Why must we confront him head-on? Moreover, there is no deep-seated enmity. Why pursue a lesson for him? Another subordinate stepped forward at this juncture to counsel Li Yunfei, urging him to remain calm. After all, Bibi Dong and Yin Ling were not to be trifled with. One possessed twin martial souls, while the other was a supreme pope. If these two were truly apprehended by others, wouldn't they be swiftly killed? Yin Ling owed him nothing. Why should he treat him in such a manner? People should strive for magnanimity and avoid such chaotic behavior. The saying, "He who acts arrogantly will eventually face retribution," has always held true and remains ever present. Why concern oneself with so much? My intention is simple. I do not wish for such formidable individuals to exist in the entire Douluo continent. Despite the clarity of the two subordinates' words, Li Yunfei remained oblivious. How could they provoke such high-caliber individuals? It is sufficient that your life is not at stake. Why must one engage in such frivolous antics with them? Such a spectacle is reminiscent of a farcical performance, leaving one feeling utterly embarrassed at the outcome. It is as if one is adrift, lacking any sense of direction, for life is but a singular journey. Li Yunfei, indeed, exemplifies the archetype of a privileged offspring, fortunate enough to possess a considerable fortune within his family. His endeavors resemble roasted sweet potatoes, charred on the outside, yet tender within, as he fixates solely on the faults of others, never reflecting upon his own missteps. Indeed, under normal circumstances, a person of his stature should effortlessly ascend the social ladder, propelled by his familial connections. Yet, here he finds himself, plummeting into an abyss of his own making, a sight both tragic and absurd. One might argue that he is, in fact, quite fortunate, endowed with a formidable family background. However, he fails to leverage this advantage to illuminate his own path, instead choosing to challenge those of remarkable ability without just cause, particularly against Yin Ling, with whom he bears no real animosity. Why must he engage in such futile conflict? Typically, a scion of wealth is expected to harness all available resources and connections to elevate his standing. The principles of finance dictate that wealth begets wealth, and influence begets influence. Thus, any venture should be navigable with clarity and purpose. Yet, Li Yunfei defies this logic, determined to oppose Yin Ling rather than seek harmony. He appears to prefer the facade of pride, enduring hardship rather than clarifying the circumstances surrounding him, leading to this dismal outcome. Chapter 21. Resignation. Very well. If that is your stance, we shall gladly follow your lead into this turmoil, remarked the two subordinates, resigned to Li Yunfei's unwavering determination. They found themselves at a loss for words, witnessing their elder brother's descent into such disgraceful behavior. Their position left them powerless. After all, Li Yunfei is a figure of considerable influence. To provoke him could very well threaten their lives. Thus, in a bid to safeguard their existence and establish their footing in the Douluo continent, they would sooner offend Yanling than cross Li Yunfei. For it is through their association with him that they aspire to rise. The plight of the underprivileged is starkly illustrated here. For a single word from a person of significant standing can crush one's aspirations. Most of Li Yunfei's subordinates hail from humble beginnings, struggling to afford the tuition fees at the Douluo Continent Academy. The disparities between the high achievers and the underperformers have only exacerbated the sense of injustice. Nonetheless, as long as they can align themselves with Li Yunfei's ambitions, they shall acquiesce to any moral transgressions required of them. The family circumstances are inherently challenging, and the financial support provided by their parents is barely sufficient, leaving them with little choice but to accept their fate. The eldest brother made it clear from the outset that if their lives were ever in jeopardy, they would undoubtedly choose to walk away. Although he agreed to Li Yunfei's demands, the younger brother established some ground rules in advance. Should they encounter any life-threatening situations, they would simply turn back without hesitation. Life is precious, there is but one, and if one's existence is at stake, then what else truly matters? Rest assured, you too. We are merely executing our tasks without the need to bear any undue responsibility. It is as simple as that. Li Yunfei nodded gravely in agreement, affirming his stance on the matter. Indeed, when enlisting the assistance of his subordinates, it is crucial that their lives are not squandered. Each life is valuable, a child of their parents, just as his own life is. Li Yunfei promised to safeguard the lives of his group, ensuring that everything would proceed smoothly. Follow me. Let us get to work, he declared, then turned and charged towards Yanling without a backward glance. At that moment, nearly a dozen subordinates trailed closely behind him. This motley crew encompassed all types of individuals, both good and bad, including rascals and scoundrels. Nevertheless, many felt a sense of helplessness, as their aspirations hinged upon Li Yunfei. Without him, they would struggle to ascend. While bullying others may not be their usual inclination, they were willing to partake in the occasional mischief as long as it promised enjoyment. Despite the presence of many who harbored a sense of morality, they grappled with their conscience but, under the circumstances, had no choice but to overlook the situation. After all, they relied on that scoundrel Li Yunfei. Such is the predicament they found themselves in. In Yinling's vicinity, he was not far from Bibi Dong's gaze. Although he had completed his trial, the event was far from over, with numerous participants still to face their own challenges. Thus, he found himself seated beside Bibi Dong, merely spectating. Unbeknownst to him, peril was silently encroaching upon him. Li Yunfei and his mischievous companions harbored nefarious intentions. From a short distance, they produced a slingshot, gripping stones in their hands, intending to strike Yanling on the head. These individuals were indeed exceedingly malicious, blending into the crowd while feigning innocence. It appeared they had meticulously planned this treacherous act. Subsequently, Li Yunfei began to prepare for his main event. With a swift motion, he drew back the slingshot, readying it for use. In the blink of an eye, one of his underlings drew the bowstring and released the stone with a swift flick of his wrist. The act was deliberate and measured, as he had no desire to bear the repercussions of their actions. Despite Li Yunfei's claims of taking responsibility for any fallout, the underling was skeptical. Presently, Yanling was not to be trifled with. Under his twin martial spirits, provoking him might lead to dire consequences, even the loss of life. Thus, in a bid for self-preservation, the underling devised a strategy. He resolved to maintain control over the situation, ensuring that his actions remained within the bounds of safety. The slingshot was an instrument of relatively minor power, hardly formidable against the denizens of Douluo continent. It was akin to an ant challenging an elephant. The impact on a human would be negligible, almost laughable. This was merely a prank, a manifestation of idle mischief. It was evident that Li Yunfei was nothing more than a petty individual, his heart steeped in malice, his thoughts perplexing. He harbored an incessant desire to chastise Yanling, while simultaneously wishing to inflict no substantial harm. Such a character is indeed repugnant. While individuals of this ilk may cause disruption, they are wholly unfit to shoulder significant responsibility for their actions. A scion of wealth, he seemed unwilling to amplify his authority, instead choosing to repeatedly articulate grievances that served nothing but to undermine his standing. Doesn't this make others perceive him as a rather contemptible presence? As a second-generation scion, how can he exhibit such disgraceful behavior? Instead, he incessantly hurls insults at ordinary individuals, leaving one to ponder his thought process. Suddenly, a cacophony ensued as a stone was indeed hurled from the hands of Li Yunfei's subordinate. Accurately, it struck Yanling squarely on the forehead. Of course, given that Yanling is a dual-born warrior, he is enveloped by a formidable energy shield that provides him with substantial protective measures. This is precisely why certain chosen individuals are destined for a life replete with splendor from the moment they are born. Such a powerful protective mechanism guides the chosen ones along a path that is both perilous and relatively secure. The emergence of a chosen individual inevitably evokes envy among others. Should they face the peril of losing their life, such a chosen being would scarcely be able to exist in this world. Their survival is fundamentally attributed to the existence of a protective mechanism. With such formidable safeguards in place, Yanling was spared from any significant harm. Chapter 23, no longer in existence. The small stone, when it was nearly 50 centimeters away, was instantly propelled away, shattering into countless fragments. Such a protective mechanism is indeed rare in the Douluo continent. For someone like Bibi Dong, who was designated as the successor to the Pope from a young age, this was nothing out of the ordinary. However, for the average person, such occurrences are exceedingly rare. They have never encountered such phenomena and are unaware of the potential implications. This illustrates the stark contrast between the protagonist and the mere background characters. The protagonist is forever enveloped in an aura of destiny, capable of transforming peril into safety, regardless of the circumstances. In contrast, the extras remain ordinary individuals, and their current display is quite vivid. The shattered stones erupted near Yanling, dispersing into a cloud of mist that enveloped the surroundings like ethereal powder. Where did that stone come from? How did it fly over my head? Yanling was startled. Although he understood that he possessed the protective mechanism of the Chosen One, he was nonetheless taken aback by the sudden spectacle. He maintained a composed demeanor. Yet an invisible flower seemed to bloom around him, releasing an array of smoke that appeared one after another. Were an ordinary person to witness this, they might deem it a supernatural event. However, for Yanling, it merely served to give him a momentary fright without any substantial effect. Even so, it seemed inconsequential. Thankfully, the stone had disintegrated completely, vanishing like sand, and thus posed no harm to Yanling. He concluded that it was likely just an ordinary pebble that had tumbled down from the mountainside. After all, this was a venue for a grand tournament, surrounded by towering mountains, and if the winds were particularly strong, soon, it is likely that these pebbles and stones will be dislodged. In truth, Yanling's thoughts are somewhat excessive. Within the aura of the Douluo continent, there exists no external force, despite the towering mountains and peaks surrounding him. These formations cannot simply fall due to a mere breeze. Were an ordinary person to be struck by such stones, they would surely be crushed into a pulp. Consequently, the Douluo continent has developed a corresponding robust mechanism whereby no matter how fierce the winds or any natural calamity, they exert no influence on humanity. Thus, even in this perilous otherworld, ordinary individuals remain unscathed. However, compared to the protective mechanism surrounding the protagonist, this is somewhat lacking. What happened? Is everything all right? Did a stone hit your head? Does it hurt? The scattered dust from the stones billowed around like smoke. To the common folk, it was hardly a matter of concern. Yet at that moment, Bibi Dong noticed a peculiar expression on Yanling's face. After all, he was her disciple, and she could not allow him to be harmed. Thus, she gazed at Yanling with a look of apprehension, only to discover that the danger had completely dissipated, no longer present. A wave of doubt washed over Bibi Dong, pondering the situation atop the mountains. Although it was said that stones and pebbles might fall, it was inconceivable that they could claim a person's life so casually. Moreover, if such debris were to scatter around, it would inevitably impact those nearby. It could not simply fall in isolated patches. Much like a landslide, if it were to occur, it would certainly involve large chunks tumbling down. Yet now, only a small stone had fallen. What could be the explanation for this? Understanding Bibi Dong's concern, Yanling felt it was of little consequence. After all, it was merely a small stone, and he was enveloped in a protective mechanism, rendering it insignificant. Yanling was not one to be overly sentimental. Though he had traversed realms and possessed a formidable protagonist's aura, he believed himself merely a person who should practice humility. Even the Grand Pope Bibi Dong had accepted him as her chief disciple. What remains for one to be discontented with? Life is already quite satisfactory as it is. One must learn to find joy in contentment. Otherwise, if misfortune were to befall, one might indeed plunge into an abyss from which there is no return, shattering into irreparable fragments. As someone who has traversed time, Yinling is acutely aware that most individuals cannot bear to witness another's prosperity. Their intentions are rather simplistic. They mock your poverty and resent your wealth, perpetually fearing that you may surpass them. It is inconsequential. Perhaps it is merely a whisper carried from a distant place. Regarding Bibidong's concern, Yinling paid it little heed. Instead, he spoke with nonchalance, dismissing it entirely. All present were watching. One cannot afford to appear overly sentimental. Although Bibidong is his mentor, it is essential to maintain a semblance of decorum. And the outcome was glaringly evident. Should envy arise among those gathered, it could very well invite calamity. Unbeknownst to Yinling, his earlier entrance had already captured the attention of Li Yunfei and his companions, who were plotting their retaliation. As the first attack was launched, the stone seemed to inflict no significant harm upon Yinling. The miscreants present were left in a state of shock. Indeed, their astonishment was palpable. In their eyes, the stone detonated near Yinling as if it were a firecracker, ultimately shattering into countless pieces. Alas, it appeared that the stone had wrought no damage upon that young man. At this moment, the subordinates of Li Yunfei were in a state of disarray, having genuinely felt the overwhelming power of Yinling. Without even lifting a finger, Yinling was capable of obliterating all threats in an instant, leaving no trace behind. Such a scenario unfolded before them, leaving them utterly astonished. Although Li Yunfei's martial soul was not particularly exceptional, Yinling possessed the remarkable dual martial soul. Those present were acutely aware of their own limitations and understood that they stood no chance of victory. Li Yunfei's martial soul could only be deemed a notch above that of an ordinary individual, while Yinling's martial soul was akin to that of a supreme ruler. In the past, Tang San had arrived in this world as a mere underdog, yet he gradually ascended to the pinnacle of power. Chapter 25, The Art of Political Maneuvering. Although he no longer existed in this realm, having transcended to the cosmos and attained an immortal-like status, Li Yunfei found himself gritting his teeth in frustration upon witnessing the ineffectiveness of their initial attack. In that moment, he harbored no animosity toward anyone but himself and lamented the incompetence of his subordinates, who dared not exert the considerable force they possessed. It was perplexing how they managed to survive in this world. Indeed, it was disheartening to consider that while he had nurtured a group of subordinates, others engaged in deceitful antics. It was utterly nauseating, as their thoughts seemed to be muddled with nonsensical ideas. If they could not even acknowledge these basic truths, how could they possibly endure in this world? Such realizations would inevitably lead to a profound sense of disgust. There are advantages to cultivating subordinates, yet it is imperative that they remain loyal. If they cannot even achieve that, their survival in this world would surely be jeopardized. With a tone of exasperation, Li Yunfei admonished his subordinates, "You youngsters exerted far too little effort just now. Hurry and use your full strength to strike that fellow's forehead." His frustration mounted as he perceived their ineptitude. It was bewildering that they could engage in such foolishness. Having invested so much in their training, he found the outcome utterly comical. In truth, Li Yunfei had shown considerable leniency toward his subordinates, understanding that he was a scion of a wealthy family, thus providing for their needs without concern. Thus, he indulges in meat while his subordinates partake in the broth, ensuring they do not suffer any loss. This illustrates why Li Yunfei's followers are so eager to align themselves with him. Historically, there has never been a leader who incessantly berates his subordinates. Such a situation is indeed laughable in the extreme. The art of winning hearts and mastering the human psyche, these so-called sophisticated strategies of power, are exceedingly transparent among the scions of illustrious families like Li Yunfei. The concepts of camaraderie, connections, and interpersonal relationships are vividly illustrated in this context. If one cannot grasp even this fundamental aspect, leaving others bewildered, it speaks volumes. In such a world, survival is indeed rather absurd, from ancient times to the present. Throughout history, formidable individuals have always surrounded powerful leaders. It is through the support of these individuals that one can attain the status of a leader. Presently, Li Yunfei finds himself in a similar predicament. He requires the assistance of his subordinates to truly take flight, enabling him to gradually tread upon the correct path. Otherwise, like a solitary commander without troops, he is unlikely to achieve any meaningful accomplishments. Li Yunfei feels a deep sense of frustration towards his underlings, lamenting their lack of progress. However, he refrains from expressing such harsh sentiments openly. Should he frequently resort to reprimanding his subordinates, his position as their leader would undoubtedly become precarious. Chapter 26. A most awkward situation. Observing the helplessness of his subordinates, Li Yunfei found little to say. He encouraged them to swiftly grasp the situation at hand, cautioning them against allowing matters to devolve into an embarrassing spectacle. At this juncture, one of his subordinates began to voice his concerns, sensing a palpable tension in the air. Although Yinling had not exhibited overt resistance, it was evident that Bibi Dong had grown increasingly suspicious. It seemed that Bibi Dong had noticed their presence, prompting the subordinate to suggest a change of location. His tone was laced with trepidation. The outcome was clear. Although Yinling remained unaware of the true nature of the situation, Bibi Dong was a top-tier archbishop with an uncanny ability to sense danger in his surroundings. His esteemed position was a testament to his keen perceptive skills, allowing him to navigate perilous circumstances. Thus, in addition to his formidable abilities, his acute awareness of threats enabled him to avert disaster. Should he ascertain that this location posed significant danger to him, the implications would be dire. Thus, Bibi Dong can effortlessly retreat at any moment. A notion that is both clear and comprehensible. After all, many depend on him, while just as many wish for his demise. Given that he occupies such a lofty position, he must see it through to its conclusion. Otherwise, even if he were to plunge into an abyss of despair, rising again would be a formidable challenge. The position of Pope is coveted by many, yet only those with formidable strength can attain it. Now that Bibi Dong has secured this role, he must live each day in trepidation. However, despite his formidable abilities, he still requires a cadre of trustworthy aides. Bodyguards and personal attendants must all be loyal to him to ensure his safety from any existential threats. The reluctance of his subordinate has left Li Yunfei in a state of vexation. Nonetheless, he stubbornly hopes for compliance from his junior. Why concern oneself with trivialities? The reality is laid bare before us. A decisive strike to that fellow's forehead would suffice. Li Yunfei is on the verge of tears, having invested considerable resources in cultivating a legion of individuals, only to find them reduced to mere sycophants, reveling in feasting and merriment. The stark truth is that they are nothing more than fair-weather friends. While they boast and brag over a banquet, when it comes to actual combat, they reveal themselves to be utterly inept, much like Li Yunfei's current predicament. It is infuriating to have fostered a cadre of incompetence, and he wonders how they will ever grasp the gravity of the situation. To simply retreat now would be utterly ludicrous. Li Yunfei feels exasperated by these individuals, yet he has no choice but to press forward, as the course has already been set in motion. To withdraw now would be far from easy. Thus, Li Yunfei can afford to entertain no thoughts other than to charge ahead, determined to fight to the bitter end. Chapter 27. Abyss. Chapter 28. Unfairness. I sense that there may be someone deliberately sowing discord. Perhaps your dual martial souls have drawn the attention of nefarious individuals. Bibi Dong has fully articulated her concerns, particularly regarding Yinling. Indeed, her disciple possesses the dual martial souls, reminiscent of Tang San in his prime. A person of exceptional talent is bound to evoke jealousy, and Yinling finds himself in such a position now. The human heart is inscrutable, and one cannot discern the presence of any troublesome figures in this arena. What shall we do, master? Upon reflection, how should this matter be resolved? Should I withdraw for the time being? Yinling was taken aback, fully aware that his recent performance had been excessively remarkable. If it were to incite considerable unrest, it would undoubtedly lead to a series of irrevocable consequences. At this moment, he felt that being the first to draw attention could prove perilous. Should any irreversible actions occur, he would find it exceedingly difficult to accept the established reality. As a transmigrator, Yinling ought to have been able to ascend effortlessly with the aid of his advantages. However, he ultimately overlooked a fundamental truth: the nature of humanity. Most individuals can hardly bear to witness another's prosperity. They mock the poor and resent the affluent. This sentiment was starkly evident, as even though the examination had yet to reach its peak, such peculiarities emerged, leaving one feeling quite repulsed. Thus, Yinling had no choice but to opt for withdrawal, uncertain of who among the crowd might harbor ill intentions. To formally reverse the situation, perhaps the wisest course would be to retreat strategically. This was Yinling's foremost desire. Very well, you should withdraw for now. I have my own plans, he stated. Bibi Dong nodded solemnly, expressing her agreement regarding Yinling's predicament, and chose to withdraw for her own protection. Since the examination had not yet concluded, Yinling felt compelled to step back, as he could not allow Bibi Dong to safeguard him at this moment. It was quite simple. Bibi Dong played a role akin to that of a host in this event. If she were to withdraw, it would undoubtedly cause turmoil within the assembly. Despite her profound care for her disciple, she could not afford to act out of personal interest in such a setting. Such actions will undoubtedly render the situation exceedingly unjust for those present. Thus, it is imperative that he remains here to maintain order, otherwise, we may witness a truly chaotic scenario unfold. Seizing the opportunity amidst the throng, Yinling hastily sought refuge within the crowd, attempting to escape in a state of panic. Boss, it seems that fellow is reconsidering his options and preparing to distance himself from this place. How should we address this matter? One of Li Yunfei's subordinates promptly discerned Yinling's intentions to flee and hurriedly informed Li Yunfei of the situation. Attempt to escape? I find his aspirations utterly delusional. He must be weary of life itself. Just wait. I shall ensure his demise without delay. Li Yunfei's brow furrowed in anticipation. His spirits lifted at the prospect of Yinling opting for flight. One can only say that the peril he faced earlier had rendered him incapable of self-preservation, compelling him to choose the path of escape. However, this was not due to fear of those ruffians. Rather, Yinling simply wished to avoid unnecessary trouble. At present, Bai Dong is the presiding host of this assembly. Chapter 29, Unfathomable. Without his presence to maintain order, chaos would undoubtedly ensue, exacerbated by the envy directed toward him. Yinling, in an effort to spare his master any inconvenience, opted to withdraw. Little did he anticipate that this very retreat would bring immense satisfaction to Li Yunfei and his ilk, a quintessential case of the petty gaining an advantage. In truth, Yinling was not afraid. He merely preferred to evade further conflict. With so many individuals in the crowd, the prospect of inadvertently harming an innocent was simply too disgraceful. Yet, in the eyes of Li Yunfei and his cohorts, this situation was entirely perceived as a display of weakness from Yinling. Thus, they hastened to pursue him, eager to deliver a thorough reprimand. Although Li Yunfei was keen to chase after him, one of his subordinates counseled against impulsiveness, reminding him that even Bai Dong was protective of Yinling. The latter's choice to withdraw clearly indicated a desire to gracefully exit the situation. It was evident that the matter was settled. After all, having already failed to harm Yinling with 2 attempts, did they truly wish to escalate this into a fatal confrontation? Perhaps it would be best to refrain from pursuing him, as he did not seem an easy opponent. The subordinate furrowed his brow, seemingly harboring dissent toward his elder brother. Indeed, it was unexpected that the one he followed would be such a fool. Initially, they should have engaged in amicable discourse and storytelling. Yet now they found themselves with an impetuous hothead, leading to an entirely absurd situation. Among these subordinates, most did not hail from affluent backgrounds. For many, even the tuition fees for studying here posed a significant challenge. Thus, their demeanor had always been one of caution, striving to avoid trouble. Yet, following Li Yunfei had led to a series of irreparable oddities. All manner of nonsense had emerged. What are you so anxious about? I merely suggested you pursue him. Furthermore, Bai Dong has not yet left. The Pope must maintain order at this assembly. Li Yunfei was enraged, as he had thought he had articulated his point clearly, yet here they were, engaging in such chaotic nonsense. The more he pondered, the more he felt something was amiss. Encountering such a hindrance, Li Yunfei could hardly suppress his desire to thrash them mercilessly. Yet, he endeavored to maintain his composure. Donning a faade of a benevolent elder brother, Li Yunfei felt an unwavering confidence, for Bai Dong was the host of this grand assembly. It was evident that they could not easily distance themselves from this place. Otherwise, Yinling would become their easy prey, ripe for annihilation before they even had a chance to flourish. However, despite Li Yunfei's fervent declarations, his subordinates remained unmoved. It appeared they had lost faith in their elder brother. With no one willing to take action, Li Yunfei seized the nearest subordinate by the arm and, with a vigorous shake, exclaimed, "Charge! Let us hasten to pursue that scoundrel. We must teach him a proper lesson." With Yinling left to his own devices, any further delay would squander an invaluable opportunity. Li Yunfei's resolute demeanor instilled a sense of considerable pressure among his subordinates. Reluctantly, they steeled themselves for the confrontation, their hearts filled with a sense of trepidation, yet understanding the gravity of the situation. Chapter 30. The charge awaits if there were indeed a waste of life. They would turn away without a moment's hesitation, leaving no room for retreat. At this moment, Yanling had distanced himself from the crowd and found refuge in an alley beside the academy. He intended to return to his own modest domain, but unexpectedly, just a few steps into this place, he was startled by the sound of footsteps behind him. Yanling decisively turned around and, to his dismay, discovered a large group of people trailing him. Damn it! Now I finally understand what has been amiss today. The reason for my misfortunes is that someone has been scheming behind my back. Anger surged within Yanling as he recognized where things had gone awry. It all began with a pebble that fell during the assembly, a revelation that there were indeed instigators at play. A tide of righteous indignation rose within Yanling's mind. Indeed, if these scoundrels wished to play such games, they would find him ready to confront them. He must treat this group of individuals with utmost care, for being the object of envy is indeed a matter of great prestige. Yanling occupies a lofty position, while those who harbor jealousy towards him are, in truth, unable to reach his heights, which is precisely the root of their envy. Reflecting on Bai Dong's words brings a smile to Yanling's face. It is truly amusing to realize that exceptional individuals often endure a series of irreversible tribulations in this world. Indeed, despite having done nothing wrong, they find themselves repeatedly slandered and framed. Even the most exalted individuals inevitably squander opportunities due to their tempers. Suffering and torment ultimately lead to the downfall of those who should ascend to greatness, a lamentable and disheartening spectacle. Boss, that fellow has halted his steps. Let us devise a strategy to confront him. Offer your counsel, and we shall charge forth. As Yanling came to a stop, Li Yunfei's entourage also paused in a flurry. They anxiously exchanged words, reiterating their sentiments to Li Yunfei. In truth, this group of subordinates felt a pang of fear at Yanling's cessation. After all, a twin martial soul is not easily vanquished. Years ago, Tang San was but a wastrel, yet upon acquiring a twin martial soul, he soared in fury. Such a formidable character commands respect. Who would dare to confront him? Good lad, since he has chosen to stop, let us proceed to teach him a lesson. Li Yunfei was elated. Witnessing Yanling's pause brought him no concern for retaliation. Fueled by a growing courage, he yearned to charge forth and extinguish this adversary's life. It seemed he remained oblivious to the vast chasm of disparity in power and truth that lay before him. Li Yunfei's excitement resembled that of a child. As he urged his subordinates to advance quickly, time was of the essence. Failure to seize this opportunity would be foolish. Slow down, boss, I must caution you. That individual possesses a twin martial soul. Can we truly contend with him? Yet at this moment, the subordinate who had earlier urged Li Yunfei was still cautioning him, warning that Yanling was not a mere commoner to be trifled with using such deceptive tactics. Chapter 31. The Pope's bottom line. How many times must I repeat myself? Just let me bear the responsibility. You need not concern yourself. Just charge ahead. Li Yunfei was so incensed he felt he might spew blood. If one mention sufficed, two would be tolerable. Yet your incessant reiteration begs the question, what does it signify? Does the Li family truly fear this so-called worthless individual, Yanling? Li Yunfei's audacity in confronting Yanling stemmed from the latter's formidable background, coupled with the fact that he had never heard of Yanling before. Yet why does the Pope hold him in such high regard? Perhaps there are unspoken truths lurking beneath the surface. But what might those truths be? Li Yunfei remained oblivious. Yet the prospect of enlightening Yanling appeared enticing. It would indeed be quite remarkable to bring the dignity of the Pope to the ground, casting it aside. To put it plainly, Li Yunfei epitomized the archetype of a bully, intimidating the weak while shying away from the strong, daring to challenge the Pope's limits. Otherwise, why would he persistently oppose Yanling's mission? A person of ordinary disposition would have simply turned away, sparing no thought for Yanling's predicament. However, after listening to his subordinate's account, he seemed increasingly resolute, repeatedly choosing to confront the matter head-on. This merely indicates that this individual harbors grievances not solely against Yanling. Helplessly, with no recourse, Li Yunfei's underlings observed the situation had already unfolded in such a manner. There was little left to say. They swiftly advanced in unison, forming a tight circle around Yanling. Hey, kid, today you overshadowed our boss. We must teach you a lesson, a scar-faced subordinate spat, pointing accusingly at Yanling. Clearly, this loyal minion was fervently devoted to Li Yunfei. Yet, Yanling remained unperturbed, displaying neither fear nor concern. He recognized that wealthy young scions often surrounded themselves with sycophants. In truth, this group lacked any real capability. However, Engaging them in a direct confrontation would prove exceedingly troublesome due to the formidable influence they wielded. Yin Ling merely smirked disdainfully, favoring discretion over confrontation. I bear you no grudge, nor have I wronged you in any way. What is the meaning of this? Yin Ling's icy gaze met Li Yunfei's, aware that the leader of this entourage was likely the one standing at the center. It remained to be seen if this individual would step forward to negotiate. Should the discussion prove amicable, all would dissolve into mere clouds. If not, then force would be the only recourse. There's no animosity here. I merely wish to understand your brazen arrogance. You have monopolized the attention of this gathering. Leaving no regard for my dignity, Li Yunfei sneered, his confidence palpable. He perceived Yin Ling as nothing more than an insignificant adversary, unworthy of negotiation. Had he been faced with someone truly formidable, perhaps a mild provocation would have elicited a ferocious response. Chapter 32, not worth mentioning to his surprise. Yin Ling maintained an air of calm, suggesting that this individual was indeed of little consequence. In Li Yunfei's eyes, the ability to engage in a composed dialogue indicated weakness. Attempting to clarify matters through mere words was, to him, utterly repugnant. Negotiation required a balance of power, otherwise, meaningful discourse was impossible. Li Yunfei, a truly contemptible character, believed that Yin Ling's desire for a simple conversation stemmed from fear. This notion amused Yin Ling, as it revealed the absurdity of the situation. Upon reflection, Yin Ling concluded that there was nothing substantial to resolve. Was he really expected to grovel to restore his own dignity? In the vicinity of Yin Ling, such despicable behavior is utterly inconceivable. Resolutely, he clenched his fist and menacingly pointed towards Li Yunfei in the distance. Very well, if you wish to educate me, I am more than willing to oblige. Speak up, what do you intend to do? Shall we engage in a battle of wits or one of strength? Upon hearing these words, Li Yunfei was taken aback. He had not anticipated that Yin Ling would dare to accept the challenge. Initially, he believed that at the very least, he would manage to humiliate him thoroughly. Yet, to his surprise, as soon as the negotiations commenced, Yin Ling chose to take action without hesitation. If that is the case, the situation indeed becomes rather complicated. However, this is not entirely true. From the outset, Li Yunfei's excessive behavior has made Yin Ling realize that there is no hope for negotiation. He certainly cannot stoop to kneeling before Li Yunfei. Boss, look at this fellow's tempestuous temperament. It seems we must employ some unconventional tactics moving forward. As a fiercely loyal subordinate of Li Yunfei, Scarface was taken aback by Yin Ling's audacity to speak so arrogantly to their leader. He quickly donned a servile demeanor, suggesting that this matter was far from resolved. Li Yunfei nodded affirmatively, and Scarface, as if commanded, cast a gaze filled with terror toward Yin Ling. He could not suppress his incessant chatter. Aren't you Yin Ling? What is so remarkable about that? Why must you act so recklessly? Do you not realize that such a formidable presence cannot exist throughout the continent? Scarface was, in fact, twisting the narrative. It was their group that sought to bully others, yet he attempted to portray Yin Ling as the villain. This exemplifies the typical rogue, utterly lacking self-awareness, yet insistent on being the first to cry foul. Earlier, Yin Ling had garnered attention in the venue due to his formidable martial prowess. It was unexpected that such trivial matters could draw the attention of Li Yunfei and his cohorts. Who is to blame for this? What does my audacity have to do with you? Why do you insist on disturbing me? Yin Ling found the situation absurd and was quite vexed. After all, he had no connection to these individuals. Why must they make things so humiliating? In Yin Ling's eyes, Li Yunfei and his entourage were nothing but antiquated refuse, unworthy of consideration. They should not have been taken seriously, yet they audaciously pressed on. Enough of your nonsensical chatter. Have the courage to stand still, and allow us to take you on collectively. Li Yunfei remained indifferent, unwilling to waste further words with Yin Ling. He recognized that reasoning with him was a futile endeavor. Thus, to avoid further convoluted discussions, it was better to cut to the chase. Those who are capable should act. Those who are not should depart. The reality was clear. So why engage in idle prattle? To put it bluntly, Li Yunfei was determined to confront Yin Ling directly. It was now a matter of whose resolve was more steadfast. By what right do you presume to command me? Do you possess 3 heads and 6 arms, or are you deities? Why should I remain still at your behest? Yin Ling was on the verge of being amused by the absurdity of it all. You think I will simply stand idle? Am I a mere wooden puppet? Wouldn't that be laughable if someone were to witness it? Come, do what you will. I am prepared for anything, so spare me your hesitations. As the situation unfolded, A sense of urgency loomed. Observing Yin Ling's apparent hesitation, Li Yunfei was momentarily elated, as if fortune had smiled upon him. He candidly articulated his demands. A truce could be brokered, provided Yin Ling would promptly kneel and bow in submission. Upon hearing this, Yin Ling offered a resigned smile, acknowledging the futility of further explanations. Very well, he said, I see no point in prolonging this. I shall face you all alone, with little left to discuss. He recognized the absurdity of the scenario. Since this group seemed intent on theatrics, he resolved not to be intimidated by their antics. Having traversed this path, there was no need for idle chatter. It was time to witness whether they could amalgamate the chaos into something coherent. Li Yunfei, filled with astonishment and excitement, gazed with wide eyes, as if fireworks had erupted before him. Splendid. This fellow is daring to such an extent. Let us seize the moment and swiftly resolve this matter. His exuberance resembled that of a child indulging in an excessive amount of honey. The lively scene, akin to a dazzling performance, revealed that he was no ordinary individual. Observing that Yinling audaciously dared to initiate an attack, Li Yunfei swiftly summoned all his subordinates to surround and assault them. It appeared that this time, he sought to achieve victory without shedding blood. Boss, are you absolutely certain? Don't forget. At that moment, the subordinate who had been consistently advising Li Yunfei spoke up once again. What the hell do you mean by that? I've already stated that I will take responsibility for any mishap, yet you persistently bring this up. Li Yunfei erupted in fury, all the pent-up rage boiling over in his mind. He had not anticipated that this subordinate would continue to speak out, time and again. This infuriated him. He treated them with fine wine and sumptuous meals daily, only to discover that they were betraying him from within. With a sweeping gesture, Li Yunfei angrily pointed at the talkative subordinate and declared, You either contribute or get lost. I will say this one last time. If you dare to bolster your own power at the expense of my ambitions, do not blame me for being ruthless. He was truly incensed. Li Yunfei had thought he was providing a safety net for them. No matter what, this subordinate should not have made the situation so humiliating. Yet, to his dismay, this group of ingrates insisted on dragging up irrelevant issues repeatedly. In Chapter 34, Get Lost, and Chapter 35, Formidable Opponent, he had not anticipated that Li Yunfei would place such value on his own enmity. Did he truly wish to endanger his own life? If that were the case, it was imperative to thoroughly discuss the matter. No, you've misunderstood. I have no intention of using a knife against you. I am merely conveying a fact. If my entourage cannot handle you, then I must take matters into my own hands. Li Yunfei remained unconvinced, believing he had done nothing more than wield a blade himself. His purpose for this confrontation was quite straightforward, to intimidate Yinling, to make him aware of his own limitations. It was only with the cold weapon grasped firmly in his hand that Li Yunfei felt a profound sense of security. Indeed, possessing such an exalted instrument of self-defense instilled a clear understanding of what true security entails. Enough with the idle chatter. I am well aware that you and your unruly ilk are merely the perpetrators of schoolyard bullying. Yinling, listening to Li Yunfei's increasingly nonsensical remarks, felt an overwhelming sense of helplessness. Why squander time on trivialities? Let us dispense with the pretense and engage directly. In this academy, one must inevitably confront a plethora of unsavory characters and experiences, and since we have embarked upon this path, we might as well proceed. Let us formally comprehend this situation, for it is inevitable that we must face these trials sooner or later. The facts lie before us. Now, we shall see how to adeptly dismantle this predicament. Yinling is prepared to confront the challenge, feeling no need to harbor fear any longer, though revealing the truth may wound others. It seems that such consequences are not of significant concern. Li Yunfei's subordinates rushed forward in a frenzy. Naturally, they did not charge ahead wielding cold weapons as Li Yunfei did. Instead, they aimed to integrate and consolidate a series of facts with apparent ease. In essence, they intended to employ their skills to pursue Yinling. The first subordinate charged forward but inflicted no tangible harm upon Yinling. The second followed suit, also achieving nothing. As more subordinates surged ahead, one after another, they failed to make any substantial impact. Boss, this guy seems to be protected by some sort of barrier. What should we do? We can't break through. At that moment, the most loyal subordinate, Scarface, grew anxious as he realized the futility of breaching Yinling's protective shield. Damn it. Now I understand why this fellow is so stubborn. He possesses genuine prowess. Li Yunfei finally grasped why Yanling had such confidence to confront them head-on. It was evident that Yanling was not merely an ordinary person. He was safeguarded by formidable energies, a testament to his status as the Chosen One. This situation suggested that he was indeed a formidable opponent. Chapter 36. A bit timidly, Yunfei let out an uncontrollable sigh, the sounds of conflict echoing around them, akin to an indestructible spell that rendered them incapable of separation. At last, Li Yunfei understood the meaning of helplessness. What should we do, boss? We cannot approach him. How can we effectively dismantle this fellow? His subordinates felt equally powerless, observing their leader's furrowed brow with growing concern. Before them stood an adversary whose nature remained an enigma. If one could not even approach his physical form, how could they possibly hope to unravel the complexities at play? Should this power fall into the hands of another, it would undoubtedly spell disaster. What else could be done but to charge forward with unwavering resolve? I question your hesitance. There is no alternative. Li Yunfei could only express his profound fury at the present circumstances. The outcome was already manifest. The answer lay before them, no matter the discourse. One could not afford to sacrifice their life in this moment. With no turning back, the path ahead was devoid of retreat. They must advance. For hesitation would only intensify the looming threat. With your words, I find solace. Now, hand me the blade. Upon receiving Li Yunfei's command, the scar-faced man wasted no time. Swiftly seizing the weapon, with the cold steel in hand, Li Yunfei surged towards Yanling, determined to seize control of the situation, hoping to showcase a performance worthy of recognition. In the not-so-distant future, Li Yunfei would undoubtedly find himself astonished. This scarred face truly embodied the essence of earnestness. However, as the scarred man lunged towards Yanling with his cold weapon, he had yet to fully comprehend the force he wielded. It was as if he were met with an unyielding wave of impact, instantly repelling him. In a fleeting moment, the blade executed a complete 360-degree spin, only to pierce his own abdomen. The sound of a sharp thrust pierced the air, resulting in a gaping wound in his belly. In truth, Yanling had not even lifted a finger. It was merely the repelling force of the energy shield that led to this self-inflicted injury, an outcome entirely of his own making. In an instant, the scarred man lay on the ground, wailing as blood poured forth from his wound. It was evident that his injuries were grave, and this spectacle left everyone present, except for Yanling, utterly astonished. One might ponder the sheer folly of this group. Their collective assault had proven ineffective, and their reckless abandon was pitifully misguided. What were they thinking? Yanling regarded Li Yunfei and his entourage with a contemptuous gaze, bemused by their sheer arrogance. Was their performance in such a collective attack truly so abysmal? Now, witnessing one of their own injured, blood spilling forth in vivid crimson, they were suddenly gripped by fear? How utterly pathetic. Li Yunfei's expression darkened considerably. After all, the scarred man was a loyal subordinate. The sight of his comrade in such dire straits could hardly allow him to maintain his dignity. He rushed to the scarred man's side. Assessing his wounds and discovering that they were not as severe as initially feared, it was merely a superficial injury. The blood was nothing more than a mere abrasion. Chapter 37. A matter of life and death. After a swift examination, Li Yunfei quickly gestured for his other subordinates to assist in carrying the scarred man away for treatment. Reflecting on Yanling's disdainful gaze and words from earlier, Li Yunfei could hardly contain a laugh. He cast an incredulous look at Yanling, questioning how someone like him had managed to ascend to such heights, associating with the likes of Bibi Dong. Was she truly his mother? If his previous anger had merely stemmed from pride, this time it was fueled by the fury of seeing his subordinate injured. Li Yunfei cast aside all restraint, even cursing the Pope Bibi Dong in his ire. Desperation consumed him. Indeed, lives were at stake, and the scarred man was in a perilous condition. How could so many focus their efforts on Yanling while he remained unscathed? Li Yunfei, despite being as impassive as a wooden figure, could not help but feel urgency. Such insolence! How could the most revered pope of the Douluo continent be subjected to such indignity? Yanling, with a fierce glare, pointed an accusing finger at Li Yunfei. Indeed, Bibi Dong is the supreme pope of the Douluo continent. For ordinary individuals, even the mere opportunity to establish a connection with her is a rare treasure. Yet, astonishingly, Li Yunfei dares to unleash foul words against her. Yanling believed that as a disciple, it was his duty to uphold his master's dignity. Moreover, it was utterly absurd that the one daring to speak against Bibi Dong was none other than the debauched scion, Li Yunfei. Such audacity was simply incomprehensible. Yinling thought to himself, what right does Li Yunfei have to utter such insolence, claiming his master to be inferior to Bibi Dong? Truly, he must be seeking death. Just moments ago, Yinling had merely been focused on defense, refraining from any offensive actions. For he wished to avoid tarnishing his master's reputation and did not desire to embroil himself in a fatal dispute. What are you so anxious about? Could Bibi Dong possibly be your mother? Otherwise, why would you be so agitated? Seeing that he could not best Yinling in combat, Li Yunfei resorted to verbal sparring. Indeed, why was Yinling so perturbed by Li Yunfei's claims about Bibi Dong? Could it be that she is truly his mother? Otherwise, what compels such fervent defense? Thus, Li Yunfei had become a quintessential rogue, unable to win in battle, yet attempting to gain an advantage through words. However, Yinling paid no heed to his antics, feeling instead that Li Yunfei was disrespecting the esteemed Bibi Dong. You did not come here to seek a quarrel with me. Rather, you seem to have grievances with the Pope. Bibi Dong. At that moment, Yinling finally grasped the situation at hand. If one were to put it this way, it seems that Li Yunfei's intentions are not directed towards Yinling, but rather towards his esteemed master, Bibi Dong. Otherwise, how could a mere disciple find himself in such a predicament? What? Does this Li Yunfei feel compelled to engage in a hunt? To put it plainly, it is evident that Li Yunfei harbors resentment towards the Pope. Otherwise, how could he have chosen such a treacherous path? Indeed, you speak with a degree of accuracy. For my ire is not solely directed at you. That Pope is, in my eyes, nothing more than a worthless being. At last, Li Yunfei speaks truthfully. He does not harbor any genuine hatred for Yinling, rather. His grievances are aimed squarely at Bibi Dong. Chapter 38. Natural Disasters and Man-Made Calamities in Truth. This tale is rather lengthy. Li Yunfei's family bears no direct connection to the Pope. However, this individual possesses an obstinate inclination, questioning why the Pope would choose the obscure Yinling as his disciple. Why does the Pope disregard the progeny of a prominent family such as his own? At this moment, Li Yunfei's heart is merely tinged with jealousy. This individual, having been pampered since childhood, eventually developed an inexplicable sense of superiority, believing that others ought to regard him highly. Yet, upon entering society, he discovered that, despite the Li family's wealth and influence, it does not entitle him to universal deference. He is neither a creator nor a deity deserving such reverence. Consequently, he often finds himself facing numerous obstacles. Truly, this young lad's words evoke a profound irritation. Yinling's fury threatens to erupt from his very eyes. Indeed, the Pope is a figure of unparalleled sanctity, and it is astonishing that he has now become the subject of ridicule in the mouths of Li Yunfei and his companions. If one were to assert such a notion, could it be said that fairness and justice are utterly non-existent in this world? Much like the ethereal presence of spirits, one may choose not to believe in such entities. Yet one cannot dismiss the respect owed to Li Yunfei. It is perplexing, even if disbelief is acceptable. The incessant barrage of disparaging remarks directed at the Pope is utterly bewildering. Such individuals are utterly incapable of surviving in this world. Since you are intent on courting disaster, I have nothing further to elucidate. Come, let us wager our lives. In an instant, Yinling unleashed a fiery torrent of fury from his lips. He was truly desperate. For the Pope, a figure of unparalleled sanctity, had been reduced to mere detritus by the words of Li Yunfei. If this is the case, what semblance of fairness can possibly exist in this world? Fate, which is inherently governed by divine will, is now being twisted into calamity and misfortune due to Li Yunfei's meddling. The horrifying spectacle unfolded before him, vividly etching itself into his memory. Fueled by rage, Yinling transformed from an ordinary man into a being engulfed in flames. A scent reminiscent of gasoline surrounded him, or perhaps it was blood boiling at 100 degrees Celsius. At that moment, his eyes turned an eerie white, obscured by the intensifying blaze, rendering him blind to the filth of the world. Ignorance seemed preferable. Li Yunfei and his companions were utterly terrified. They had initially thought Yinling merely possessed defensive skills. But now, witnessing his transformation into a figure akin to a human cannonball, they realized he was poised to explode. With his wrath, an elliptical barrier formed around Yinling, radiating peculiar waves of light. Each pulse that struck those nearby left them feeling as though their very insides were shattering. What on earth is happening to him? Has he gone mad? Why do I sense a powerful shockwave pressing against my face? It was only then that Li Yunfei began to feel genuine fear. He had never encountered a technique so devastating. A sense of dread unfurled within his mind. Chapter 39. Unimaginable Consequences. Li Yunfei, after all, was a sheltered flower, having never experienced such horrors in his life. The scene before him was utterly terrifying. Indeed, the power of an atomic bomb is formidable, yet now, a figure like Yanling had emerged, intent on transforming into a human bomb, threatening to obliterate everyone around him into mere atomic fragments. In an instant, a wave of intense nausea surged within Li Yunfei's stomach. Upon reflection, he recalled that he had indulged in French escargot for lunch. The urge to vomit struck him immediately. And to put it bluntly, it seemed that Li Yunfei harbored a rather pretentious admiration for foreign cultures. He could not fathom why he believed that foreign delicacies were far superior to those available domestically. He often indulged in red wine and steak, which, in reality, were utterly commonplace in his homeland and hardly worth mentioning. Oh no, boss, it seems he's in a hurry. At that moment, the younger subordinate who had been previously advising Li Yunfei to avoid unnecessary conflict stepped forward, having finally come to the realization that his initial perspective had been correct. Meanwhile, Li Yunfei continued to tread further down a path of misguided choices. The subordinate, having spoken his piece, looked to gauge Li Yunfei's reaction. To his astonishment, he found Li Yunfei wearing a dazed expression. I told you from the beginning, we cannot contend with him. He possesses a dual martial spirit, while you are merely a step above an ordinary martial spirit. The disparity is insurmountable, so why must you persist in this confrontation? The subordinate lamented, reiterating his earlier warning against engaging in battle. Now, Yanling had transformed into a human bomb of sorts. Should such a being truly explode, the repercussions would be unimaginable. Are you still intent on bolstering his confidence while undermining my resolve? Are you truly frightened by such trivial consequences? Hurry and merge your powers, and channel all your strength to me. Li Yunfei, confronted by his subordinate's words, quickly withdrew from his state of panic. Indeed, his earlier demeanor had been utterly disgraceful. Yanling was merely in a desperate state, which was hardly a cause for fear. Thus, Li Yunfei promptly redirected his focus, preparing to articulate his thoughts clearly once more. In the realm of Douluo continent, if one's power is not substantial, he intended to harness external forces to launch an assault. At this moment, Li Yunfei planned to employ this strategy. With numerous subordinates at his disposal, his solitary strength would undoubtedly be inadequate against a multitude. Currently, the only feasible option was to amalgamate the collective power of his subordinates, skillfully unleashing it all in a decisive strike. However, merging the strengths of several individuals was no simple feat. The challenges faced would inevitably demand a formidable price, and any misstep could lead to a descent into an irretrievable abyss. Now, as Li Yunfei contemplated this audacious maneuver, it startled his few subordinates. Indeed, they had never encountered such a situation. Should he risk his life here, it would be utterly unacceptable. Each person cherishes their life, and valuing one's existence is a fundamental principle. Yet now, with life hanging by a thread, concerns over trivial matters seemed futile. Boss, what do you mean by this? We've only just completed our trial and possess only ordinary martial souls. If you ask us to relinquish our power to you, what if we fail? At this moment, the subordinates felt bewildered. They had merely followed their leader for sustenance, but now they were being asked to entrust all their strength to him. If success were to be achieved, everything would revert to its rightful owner, and they would gain nothing. Conversely, should they fail, dispersing their martial soul energy would erase all their cultivation within the academy. Thus, fearing the worst was a natural inclination, and the subordinates were quite reluctant. Enough of this nonsense. This is no longer merely a matter of whether we can prevail. It is primarily about maintaining our dignity. My family, the Li clan, is not a minor player in the Douluo continent. How could we allow Yanling to dismantle us? Li Yunfei dismissed their concerns, believing the situation had escalated to a point where he could do no less. Surely he could not permit the loss of face over such trivialities. If that were the case, he would have no reason to exist in this world. Li Yunfei, at this juncture, sought nothing but to stake his life in this gambit, intending to confront Yanling with equal stakes. His motives were straightforward, not for any other reason, but to strike a blow against the arrogant spirit that this individual exuded. Having audaciously usurped his spotlight, he deserved it. Li Yunfei's selfishness has led his subordinates to perceive him as a leader who solely contemplates his own interests. He never considers the well-being of others. The power of a martial spirit is a singular occurrence, while it may seem effortless to lend it out and retrieve it. If it is dispersed in battle, it may be lost forever. The individuals present are not fools, and there is no need to engage in frivolous discussions. If that is the case, then I see no reason to continue following the leader. Take care of yourself, I shall take my leave. One subordinate, observing Li Yunfei's obstinate behavior, concluded that given the circumstances, it would be best to sever ties with him entirely. With the situation so glaringly evident, there was no point in complicating matters further. At that moment, another subordinate stepped forward, expressing, I find life to be immensely precious. I have come here to study, and I cannot risk losing my life in the end. That simply cannot be. Thus, these two subordinates, arm in arm, departed from Li Yunfei's sight. Indeed, the outcome had become painfully clear, as even the leader showed no regard for their feelings. They could hardly be expected to squander their lives for this so-called false big brother. More and more lackeys gathered, reaching a total of 7 or 8. Yet in the end, only one remained, the very first. He attempted to dissuade Li Yunfei's timid subordinate, who genuinely felt fortunate at that moment. At least he had not engaged in the inhumane assault on Yanling like those other fellows. However, as the crowd continued to swell around him, he found himself increasingly isolated. This subordinate sensed that if he did not leave soon, he might very well be in jeopardy. Surely, Li Yunfei wouldn't wish to confiscate his martial soul, for that would be utterly unacceptable. Chapter 41. Surrender and admit defeat since they have all departed. What reason do I have to remain here? I must leave as well. After all, I am the only child in my family. Having said that, this subordinate hurriedly fled, realizing that if he didn't escape soon, he, with his fragile strength, would likely be captured by Li Yunfei, who might very well force his head into his own belly. Thus, the best strategy was to retreat, swiftly integrating these facts and circumstances. Otherwise, losing one's life would be quite absurd. You bunch of scoundrels, I provided for your indulgence, and yet you dare to treat me this way? With all the lackeys gone, Li Yunfei's once lofty demeanor plummeted to that of a mere captive. Indeed, he had once been a figure of unparalleled glory. Yet now he stood utterly alone, bereft of followers or allies. Such an occurrence before him was indeed a source of great embarrassment. Li Yunfei, accustomed to a life of indulgence, was used to having everything handed to him, with meals prepared at his beck and call. Consequently, this led to a significant chain reaction, the outcome of which was all too apparent. There is little left to say. The original intent remains unalterable, and further discourse seems futile. Li Yunfei has suffered a complete defeat, akin to a grand pumpkin, reduced to mere ingredients for pumpkin soup, pumpkin cakes, and pumpkin dumplings. His underlings are rather unimpressive as well, each one exhibiting a rather cowardly disposition. It is indeed quite amusing, witnessing Li Yunfei's isolation and abandonment. Yanling could not help but laugh. He had not anticipated such a turn of events. Not only was Li Yunfei unable to overcome him, but he also sought to leverage the strength of his subordinates for a desperate fusion against him. Fortunately, these subordinates displayed a degree of rationality. Had they truly fought to the death, the outcome might have been dire. With his current prowess, he could swiftly consume the entire group before him. Yanling, having shed the guise of a human bomb, now appeared as an ordinary individual. Observing one after another of Li Yunfei's companions depart, he deemed it unnecessary to harbor such anger. His fury no longer surged like a cannonball, simmering instead beneath the surface. Damn it, I concede today. You must be Yanling, correct? Fine, just wait. You'll soon regret this. Upon uttering these words, Li Yunfei turned to leave. Indeed, he had surrendered, admitted defeat, and recognized his limitations. There was nothing he could do. He simply could not prevail. Despite the multitude of his underlings, none had inflicted any substantial harm on Yanling. In fact, one of his subordinates, a scar-faced man, had been slain in retaliation. Should news of this spread, it would surely tarnish Li Yunfei's reputation throughout the academy. The illustrious scion of the Li family now reduced to a mere captive among the common folk. It was almost comical. Very well, I await your next move. I am truly eager to see how you intend to dismantle me. Yanling couldn't help but chuckle at this. It dawned on him that Li Yunfei was merely a stubborn figure, devoid of any real strength, as even his own subordinates showed him such blatant disrespect. Such a person truly seems to live in a rather amusing manner in this world. Indeed, Li Yunfei invests heavily in friendships, often indulging in extravagant feasts and lavish gatherings with these so-called friends and companions. However, with the recent developments, those individuals have gradually distanced themselves from him. Chapter 42. Quite remarkable. Chapter 43. Exceptionally rare. Chapter 44. No need for modesty. Morong Yunxua smiled as she addressed Yanling. One cannot speak in such a manner. Remember, during the trials of the Dou Emperor Tang San, He too possessed twin martial souls, and look where he has ascended to now. Indeed, Tang San, who once was merely a wielder of twin martial souls, achieved such lofty heights in the blink of an eye. Now, with the emergence of Yanling, the future undoubtedly holds great promise. Such actions are utterly incomprehensible to behold. Thus, Morong Yunxue believes that Yanling should not maintain such modesty. Rather, he ought to embrace a more prominent stance. His abilities are evident, and being so youthful, it would be unreasonable for him not to exhibit a sense of pride. Haha, you truly flatter me. I cannot possibly be compared to the Dou Emperor Tang San. He is an emperor, while I am but a mere insignificant character. Yanling chuckled. Surprised at how adept Morong Yunxue was at conversation, he realized that he was still at the very beginning of his journey. Unable to be compared to someone like Tang San, who had long since soared beyond the cosmos to become a figure of immense stature, while he remained a mere ant in comparison. Morong Yunxue's praise did make Yanling feel somewhat elated. Yes, most individuals in this world delight in hearing sweet words, while harsh truths often leave one in a poor mood. The reality laid before him is not something that others can easily compare to. How can you say such a thing? He undoubtedly possesses his own means of progress, and you too should have your own methods of advancement. Just wait. Soon you shall surpass Tang San, Morong Yunxue insisted, seizing the opportunity to further commend Yanling as he chose to remain low-key. Indeed, such a remarkable individual could not simply relinquish his potential. Ultimately, he should strive for even greater heights. Morong Yunxue intensified her encouragement, hoping that by the time Yanling reached her age, he would possess such formidable prowess and thoroughly integrate his abilities, never to remain modest. To put it plainly, if such formidable capabilities were to be placed in Morong Yunxue's hands, this fellow undoubtedly becomes flustered in an instant, soaring like an owl taking flight. His disposition is such that when he is brimming with arrogance, few can truly contend with him. It is amusing how those with a modicum of talent tend to be ostentatious, only to later realize the absurdity of their circumstances. Very well. I shall take your words as a good omen. Should I indeed ascend to greater heights in the future, I will be most grateful to you. Yanling finds himself at a loss for words, as he had not anticipated this. Morong Yunxue, with every utterance, only seems to invigorate herself further. If he insists on speaking this way, so be it. Yanling felt that there was no need to engage in further debate with him. It was best to leave things as they were. Indeed, given that the person before him was so intent on undermining him, there was little point in continuing the argument. One should internalize these truths and regard them as a source of amusement. Consider this: a person frequently praises you, while you continually speak ill of them. Over time, even the most amiable individual is bound to develop a series of unfavorable attitudes. Such is human nature. While one may be receptive to kind words, disparagement is intolerable. Chapter 45. Not worth mentioning. Well, since we are roommates, let us dispense with formalities. I have brought some Mingyo yogurt. Would you care for some? Observing Yanling accept her flattery, Morong Yunxue hastily reached into her bag, intending to present him with 2 bottles of yogurt, so he might savor the taste of home. Indeed, Morong Yunxue, akin to the ethereal clouds, has a penchant for consuming pure and wholesome delights. This reveals that she has wholeheartedly embraced the established reality, yearning to steadfastly accompany Yanling in pursuing what she deems righteous endeavors. The outcome is markedly evident. Should he rise to prominence, he would undoubtedly take her along. The influential figure has yet to complete his ascent, thus Morong Yunxue seizes this opportunity, preparing to implement her ambitious designs. No, I have little interest in such beverages. Yanling firmly declined Morong Yunxue's kind offer. Indeed, he harbored no inclination towards carbonated drinks, and as for yogurt, he knew it would wreak havoc within his stomach. Therefore, disregarding Morong Yunxue's potential disappointment, he resolutely refused to partake. Very well, since we share a dormitory, we can look out for one another. Morong Yunxue's expression reflected her discontent. As she felt slighted, her good intentions had been met with rejection, which she had not anticipated. In such circumstances, it indeed seems rather dismissive of his dignity. However, Yanling's prowess is undeniably formidable, and one cannot afford to provoke him. Morong Yunxue, being a person of great discernment, swiftly opted for compromise. There was no other choice. After all, one could not contend against the dual spirit martial souls alone. Should a battle of wits and courage ensue, one might find their very life at stake in the next moment. Throughout the entirety of Douluo continent, it is inherently a realm governed by the principle of survival of the fittest. Yet, within this world, there also circulate certain underhanded tactics of oppression. Very well. It ultimately depends on whose background and prowess are more formidable. The one who ascends to the pinnacle of power shall possess absolute authority. Currently, Yanling is the truly formidable individual, while the others are mere oddities, utterly unworthy of mention. Murong Yunxue has come to a profound realization in her heart that Yanling's future is boundless. If one could simply rise to great heights through mere fortune, then he too would find this spectacle exceedingly pleasing. This exemplifies the behavior of a sycophant who seeks to envelop Yanling in a predatory embrace, aspiring to seize control of his future entirely. After suffering a significant defeat at Yanling's hands, Li Yunfei hastily returned home, blood trickling from his mouth, his cheeks swollen, and his face marred with bruises, even his eyes resembling those of a raccoon. Thus, he appeared as if summoned by some command, swiftly rushing home to lodge a complaint. However, to his dismay, his elder brother was absent. Only his second brother remained at home, tending to some trivial tools, which caused him considerable distress, as his relationship with the second brother was far from cordial. Yet, Li Xiaofei could not fathom that for Li Yunfei. Simply not bullying others at school was already a remarkable feat. Who would dare to bully him? He was usually surrounded by a cadre of dubious friends, who summoned storms at a whim, resulting in nothing short of a tragedy. Do not even mention them. That group was entirely ungrateful, consuming my resources and forgetting me entirely, vanishing the moment I turned my back. It would be better not to speak of his band of underlings. Just the thought of them ignited a greater fury within him. Now, upon hearing their names, Li Yunfei felt as if he might vomit blood. Indeed, he believed he was spending an exorbitant sum each month to treat these companions to meals and drinks, hoping to forge friendships, only to find their indifference when he truly needed them. Their absence was incomprehensible. Li Xiaofei, upon hearing this, became alarmed. He had not anticipated his third brother's precarious situation. It is true that the Li family's background and influence were more than sufficient. Yet, it was shocking that such individuals could exhibit such ingratitude, betraying their benefactor. Truly, these ungrateful wretches. Fear not, for your second brother shall surely avenge you. Li Xiaofei was infuriated. Initially, he had no intention of assisting Li Yunfei any further. After all, Li Yunfei often exploited his reputation to engage in unscrupulous behavior, which he found utterly distasteful. Li Xiaofei was a person of great courtesy, and his academic performance was commendable. Thus, it was fundamentally inconceivable for him to align himself with Li Yunfei. However, to his astonishment, he now found Li Yunfei in a position of utter humiliation, as if someone were riding on his back and treating him with disdain. Nevertheless, it is imperative for me, as the second elder brother, not to casually forget this matter. Given the circumstances, Li Xiaofei believes it is time to avenge this grievance on behalf of the so-called foolish third brother. Thank you, second brother. I truly appreciate your support. If you manage to teach this rascal a lesson, I will certainly treat you to a grand feast, Li Yunfei exclaimed, elated, resembling a jubilant monkey as he leaped with joy. Indeed, how could one not be elated? He had initially intended to seek the help of his eldest brother, Li Dafei, to resolve the issue. However, he was pleasantly surprised to find that his second brother, Li Xiaofei, had stepped forward instead. This was a welcome turn of events, especially when compared to the irritable temperament of their eldest brother. Li Xiaofei had always maintained a gentle demeanor, but it was unexpected that he would become so incensed on account of Li Yunfei's plight. It could only be said that despite his second brother's seemingly indifferent attitude, when it truly mattered, he would rise to the occasion like a true brother in arms. Li Xiaofei nodded earnestly, indicating that he would take the lead in addressing the situation. However, at that moment, a sudden realization struck him. Wait a moment. What type of martial soul does the person who bullied you possess? A dual martial soul? I cannot contend with that. Suddenly, a look of terror washed over Li Xiaofei's face. A dual martial soul? In the past, such a formidable martial soul was possessed only by Tang San. And now it seemed that the one tormenting Li Yunfei also wielded a dual martial soul. In that case, relying solely on Li Xiaofei might not suffice to contend with him. Therefore, at this moment, Li Xiaofei gazed at Li Yunfei with an expression of incredulity, pondering how it was that Li Yunfei had managed to provoke a being of dual martial souls. After all, dual martial souls are not the sort to bully others indiscriminately. Oh dear brother, dual martial souls are merely of the initial level, not of the elite caliber like Tang San. He is yet to rise. If you act swiftly to extinguish him in his cradle, it would be a simple matter. Li Yunfei, on the other hand, was greatly alarmed. He had not anticipated that his elder brother, Li Xiaofei, would begin to retreat at the mention of dual martial souls. If this were the case, would his brother not support him? This was unacceptable. The die had already been cast, and there was no turning back. Thus, Li Yunfei hastily reassured Li Xiaofei, insisting that he need not fear. What of dual martial souls? They are merely at the initial level and not particularly remarkable. Yanling has yet to awaken. If only he could be swiftly subdued, ensuring he never takes flight, everything would be manageable. Li Xiaofei felt an acute headache. Indeed, the outcome was painfully evident. Even though Yanling had not yet risen and was merely in the preliminary stages, he was no ordinary individual that could be easily vanquished. The essence of life for one endowed with dual martial souls is akin to possessing 9 lives, much like a cat with 9 lives. Li Xiaofei, despite his usual demeanor of gentleness, understood far more than Li Yunfei. He knew that should this individual truly take flight in the next instant, no one would be able to hold him tightly in their grasp. Li Xiaofei possessed a keen self-awareness. He understood his own strengths and weaknesses. Unlike Li Yunfei, who acted impulsively, relying solely on his temper, causing chaos that repulsed onlookers, Li Xiaofei was far more discerning. The stubbornness of Li Yunfei only added to Li Xiaofei's frustration, and with a pained expression, he remarked, however, most individuals with dual martial souls are the chosen ones. This is common knowledge throughout the Douluo continent. You are placing me in a most difficult position. Indeed, on the entire Douluo continent, should a protagonist find themselves in peril, it is imperative that such potential does not perish in its infancy. Perhaps there exists a formidable force backing it. However, for others, initiating such matters with ease and speed is simply unattainable. Li Xiaofei now finds himself gripped by fear, fully aware of his own limitations. He understands that any misstep could render him incomprehensible to others. The situation is on the brink of a turning point. He could find himself unable to soar again in mere moments. Should he falter, it would be akin to an insurmountable obstacle. I don't care. You promised me earlier. If you refuse, I'll inform our father. Li Yunfei resorted to childish tactics, never anticipating such a daily ordeal. It seems that every matter is fraught with trouble, leaving him utterly perplexed. Li Xiaofei had previously acquiesced to his demands. Should he retract his promise, it would be utterly repulsive to Li Yunfei. Thus, he invoked their father to exert pressure on Li Xiaofei. After all, they share the same lineage, and as the favored younger son, he would undoubtedly receive his father's indulgence. In contrast, Li Xiaofei, the second son, endures a lack of parental affection, which is where his advantage lies. Chapter 49. Just an ordinary person, he is acutely aware of his favored status at home, thus intending to leverage this situation. Pressuring Li Xiaofei is warranted, for he has defied his wishes, making promises yet failing to fulfill them. What a vexation. All right, you little rascal love to complain, do you? Very well, I shall assist you. If true danger arises, I will simply walk away. Li Xiaofei felt utterly despondent. He never imagined his younger brother could be such a consummate rogue. With a few choice words, he found himself ensnared in a predicament akin to being placed on a scorching furnace, a most distasteful experience. Having no desire to assist, he now finds himself compelled to do so. Yet, Li Xiaofei is no fool. He knows that Yanling possesses a dual martial soul. If a confrontation were to ensue, and if it were to endanger his life, he would turn and leave. Although Li Yunfei is his younger brother, he is not willing to risk his life for the sake of indulgence. If one cannot even manage their own life, how can they concern themselves with the trivialities of brotherhood? Thus, Li Xiaofei established his own principles in advance. Should his life be in jeopardy, he would promptly choose to walk away. Rest assured that Yanling is still merely a novice, easily dispatched, thereby eliminating future threats. Li Yunfei regards the matter with indifference, holding Yanling in contempt. He considers it absurd that someone without a formidable family background dares to assume a position of authority over him, as if to issue commands from the exalted throne of power. If we were to speak in such terms, then he must indeed be a worthless individual. Li Yunfei has already unleashed a torrent of insults upon Yanling, driven solely by the desire to vent the pent-up frustration that weighs heavily upon his chest. Otherwise, if left unchecked, it could lead to dire consequences in the future. On the following day, both Yanling and Murong Yunxue entered the academy, only to be halted in their tracks by the watchful security guard. Are you the pair with the dual martial souls from yesterday's assembly? I must say, for one so young, you possess quite an impressive demeanor. The guard's face radiated warmth as he looked upon Yanling, his affection growing as he discerned the uncertainty about the future reflected in Yanling's eyes. In truth, This level of security personnel possesses formidable capabilities, far beyond merely guarding the entrance. They are tasked with ensuring the safety of the entire academy, and should any external threat arise, they would undoubtedly be able to counter it with ease. Thus, this security guard is not just a mere custodian, but rather a formidable expert, whose prowess is so profound that ordinary folk may perceive him as just another commoner, highlighting the depths of his concealed strength. This is precisely why the guard's demeanor towards Yanling is so sincere. He appears to believe that Yanling's future is promising, perhaps even envisioning him as a successor. Such is the perspective of a master observing another still in the throes of growth. His gaze is imbued with kindness and tranquility, evoking a sense of boundless potential. "Oh no, dear sir, I am merely an ordinary person," Yanling replied, his face beaming with joy from the praise, yet he maintained a facade of composure. Indeed, even if his future holds the promise of greatness, he is currently but an average individual. Since he is an ordinary person, there is no need to engage in pretentious or lofty endeavors. Hence, maintaining a low profile has always been Yanling's principle. After all, what does it matter if the mountain crumbles before him? As long as he has breath in his body, he should act with humility to avoid inciting others' resentment. While life is safeguarded, everything else is but ephemeral. Essentially, it is Yanling's belief that as long as this group of individuals does not threaten his existence, all else can be negotiated. Oh dear, one cannot speak in such a manner. How remarkable it is that you can remain so humble. However, the security guard appeared to be quite accustomed to the situation, showering Yanling with an array of compliments. It seemed he had been relentlessly pursuing this individual, much like Murong Yunshue's adulation of Yanling within the dormitory. Clearly, he believed this young man possessed boundless potential, perhaps even a future reliance on him. Thus, he sought to give him a gentle reminder to remember his own worth. "Quickly make your way to the classroom, Yanling. The class is about to commence. Today marks the first day, and the teacher will certainly take attendance," Murong Yunshue exclaimed, observing the guard's ability to engage in idle chatter. She promptly conveyed the facts to Yanling. Indeed, there was no time to squander. The class was imminent, and lingering any longer might result in losing their seats. Without hesitation, Murong Yunshue took Yanling by the arm and urged him onward. "All right, dear sir, I shall not linger here with idle conversation. Please tend to your duties," Yanling remarked, hastily turning to leave. It was only then he realized that today marked the inaugural day of classes. The entire academy was likely to host a welcoming ceremony for the new students, a truly significant and unique gathering, to leave a favorable impression on his mentor. Yanling made a concerted effort to be aware of these circumstances. "Let us hasten our departure. There will be ample opportunity for conversation in the future," he added. The security guard nodded sagely in agreement, acknowledging the reality of the situation. There is little to be said, as he observed Yanling's departing figure. The elderly security guard felt an immense sense of satisfaction. In a tone laden with significance, he remarked, "A twin martial soul, indeed. If only an ordinary person could attain such a realm. In mere moments, one can ascend to great heights. This young man's future is indeed promising, filled with boundless potential." The security guard, speaking with profound eyes, reminisced about his own humble beginnings as a mere underling. Now, he stands as a vital protector of the academy, a testament to his formidable abilities. Such remarkable feats evoke awe and admiration. Throughout the academy, there are numerous security guards like him stationed at every entrance, each embodying the hope of the institution. After all, possessing a twin martial soul is exceedingly rare. If one can harness such power effectively, they may emerge as a distinguished talent, undeniably remarkable. Upon arriving at the classroom, before Yanling could settle into his seat, he spotted a very familiar figure, Li Yunfei, who simultaneously recognized him. Chapter 51. The waste Li Yunfei erupted in fury, pointing at Yanling and exclaiming, "I can't believe we ended up in the same class. What are you doing here with me?" The anger radiating from Li Yunfei was palpable, indicating the profound psychological impact Yanling had inflicted upon him. Not only had Yanling embarrassed him, but he had also inflicted significant emotional distress. Once a privileged second-generation heir, Li Yunfei now found himself reduced to a mere captive of circumstance. Such a sight would undoubtedly evoke a sense of desolation in anyone who beheld it, and whispers of the incident circulated throughout the academy. Just yesterday, Yanling had decisively dealt with Li Yunfei and his entourage, who sought to gang up on him but were single-handedly thwarted. The sheer absurdity of their failure was astonishing. Upon arriving at class early, Li Yunfei was met with the shocking news, leaving him feeling utterly humiliated. After all, Li Yunfei was a man of considerable charm, not to mention his wealth. How else could he have embarked on such a tumultuous path? Yet, following the debacle of the previous day, it seemed his reputation had plummeted to an all-time low, rendering him a mere shadow of his former self, trapped in a state of disgrace that was truly unfathomable. I advise you not to provoke me, Yinling warned, his voice dripping with disdain. You were already taught a lesson yesterday, and if you dare to embarrass me again today, I shall ensure you learn once more. Do you doubt me? Yinling recognized Li Yunfei immediately, and upon hearing his insolent words, felt no obligation to extend even a modicum of courtesy. The undeniable truth lay before them. In this shared classroom, it would soon be revealed who could truly alter the dynamics at play, especially upon hearing Li Yunfei's audacity to insult him. Yinling understood that the situation had escalated beyond simple resolution. Given the embarrassment this has caused, let us see how we can rearrange the pieces at hand, he mused. Yinling's vehement tirade startled Li Yunfei, leaving him speechless. The reality was that he could not contend with Yinling's strength. He could only swallow his pride and concede for the moment. Fine, I shall not stoop to your level, for you are indeed formidable. But do not think you can leave after school without consequence. Li Yunfei, recognizing his inability to best Yinling, resolved to enlist the help of his elder brother. Li Xiaofei had promised to teach Yinling a lesson after school, ensuring he understood his own limitations. Stay or go, it matters not. I fear no one. Yinling found the situation rather amusing. How audacious of Li Yunfei to speak to him in such a manner, as if he were some trifling adversary. The facts were laid bare, and there was no need for further discussion. With a simple stretch, Yinling prepared himself, having gleaned a rough understanding of the unfolding drama. Some truths were self-evident, and now he awaited to see who might dare to instigate change amidst this tumultuous landscape. For Yinling, the multitude of enemies is not daunting. What truly unsettles him is the treachery that lurks beneath the surface. Yet, the audacity of Li Yunfei to confront him head-on presents an opportunity for resolution. Chapter 52, utterly amusing. The situation laid bare before them is quite evident. A direct confrontation is indeed warranted. How do you two know each other? What connection do you share? At that moment, Murong Yunxue approached, having observed the unfolding drama. Witnessing Yinling's growing ire, he felt compelled to intervene, lest the situation spiral beyond control. Both individuals possess stubborn tempers, each vying to outdo the other. In such a serious circumstance, Murong Yunxue believed that it should not be a matter of friction between classmates, even though he held no position of authority. However, maintaining order within the class is a responsibility that falls upon every student. Thus, in an effort to dissolve the tension, he reluctantly stepped forward. No, it was during the martial spirit testing conference yesterday. After it concluded, that spoiled rich brat fixated on me, intent on making my life difficult. To my surprise, I managed to retaliate. Yinling recounted the events of the previous day with clarity and confidence. Indeed, he bore no culpability for the incident. Yet the ensuing chaos seemed to thrust him into the eye of the storm, a truly disheartening reality. Feeling no remorse, Yinling remained unperturbed. Upon hearing that Yinling had actually dealt a blow to Li Yunfei, Murong Yunxue was taken aback with delight. He had not anticipated that the arrogant scion of wealth would face such a reprimand. It appears that there are always those stronger than oneself. Li Yunfei had indeed encountered a formidable opponent, and Murong Yunxue could hardly contain his joy. He had long harbored disdain for Li Yunfei, and the fact that someone had taken it upon themselves to correct him was simply poetic justice. Well done. Absolutely splendid. That scoundrel Li Yunfei deserves every bit of it. Murong Yunxue exclaimed, nearly bursting with exuberance. He had suffered greatly under Li Yunfei's antics in the past, and now, witnessing Yinling's act of retribution brought immense satisfaction. Murong Yunxue, mind your words. I have no quarrel with you, so do not align yourself with Yinling and make my life difficult. If you doubt my resolve, let us settle this one-on-one. Li Yunfei was infuriated. He had thought that dealing with Yinling was more than enough, yet unexpectedly, another adversary, Murong Yunxue, had emerged. Previously, he had never seen eye to eye with Murong Yunxue, but now, to his astonishment, these two antagonistic figures stood united against him. The more he pondered the situation, the angrier he became. Helplessly, he recognized the undeniable facts before him. It was imperative for others to comprehend the gravity of his stance, which was resolutely firm. He pointed accusingly at Murong Yunxue, unleashing a barrage of vehement insults, his intent unmistakable. No matter the circumstances, he felt compelled to lay bare these so-called truths, believing that exacting a severe toll from her was entirely justified. Li Yunfei boldly declared his desire for a one-on-one confrontation, yet Morong Yunxue found his bravado utterly ludicrous. She considered herself to be in an entirely different league than Li Yunfei. How could she possibly traverse such a treacherous path? They were not even on the same journey. Yet she found herself ensnared in this peculiar predicament due to a triviality. It is truly incomparable to others. Chapter 53, The Mad Dog. You are utterly unworthy. Just a single Yanling has subdued you completely. How dare you think you can confront me? Morong Yunxue holds Li Yunfei in contempt. Although the Li family possesses considerable influence, the Morong family's power is by no means insignificant. To put it plainly, the Li family is more engaged in commerce, while the Morong family leans toward politics. The two families are not even on the same path. Ideally, they could coexist peacefully in their respective pursuits. Yet, to their dismay, the current situation reflects otherwise. In previous encounters, Li Yunfei had relied on his gang of followers at the academy to humiliate Morong Yunxue. Had it not been for her magnanimity, choosing not to stoop to his level, he would have long been disgraced. Yet now, without lifting a finger, she learns from Yanling that he failed to take revenge yesterday, which is quite amusing. The enemy of my enemy is my friend. Morong Yunxue's relationship with Yanling was never particularly strained. This development has only served to draw them closer, leading them to stand together on the same stage, ready to confront Li Yunfei in battle. Just wait, you two. After school today, I will have my second brother teach you both a severe lesson. Li Yunfei has truly met with a setback, not expecting that Morong Yunxue would not even provide him with a reason to attack. This is indeed rather humorous. Helplessly, in front of so many classmates, he attempts to save face by once again issuing threats, but in reality, this is merely bluster. They do not regard him as a serious threat, and he can only blame himself for his predicament. Today, this fool appears to have taken leave of his senses. Why engage with him at all? It would be a waste of our time. Yanling finds this amusing, as he cannot fathom Li Yunfei's current line of thought. Not wanting to treat him as a serious matter, he is astonished that Li continues to spout empty threats repeatedly, proving himself utterly pathetic. Consequently, Yanling has lost interest in Li Yunfei. He is merely a piece of refuse. Day after day, he fixates on trivial matters, lacking the breadth of character and dignity expected of someone in his position. Yet he still seeks to engage in petty antics, truly, a provincial fool. Yanling has resolved to distance himself from Li Yunfei, opting to withdraw whenever possible. If withdrawal is not an option, he fears the consequences may be dire. Currently, Yanling's stance is to avoid trouble whenever possible. Li Yunfei is a mad dog. One should not stoop to the level of a rabid dog, for such encounters may lead to a grievous fate, infecting others with their madness. Indeed, it becomes evident that this individual is nothing but refuse. Morong Yunxue nodded emphatically, expressing her concurrence with Yanling's sentiments. Why engage with such a worthless person? If he seeks to end his existence, he may as well do so without dragging others into his turmoil. The world is vast, teeming with individuals. Why must one hang themselves upon a single tree? Much like the despair one feels when life loses its meaning. Chapter 54, The Hunt. He could simply consume poison and meet his end without prolonging the agony. It is truly maddening how he wastes time. Following Yanling's remarks, Morong Yunxue's gaze towards Li Yunfei had shifted, losing the respect it once held. Indeed, how could the illustrious grandson of the Li family, once so formidable, now find himself a captive? Observers might perceive him as a mere thug. What purpose does such a life serve? Is it not a waste of existence? The Li family, grand and powerful, has somehow produced such a fool. What could they have been thinking? Unable to grasp even the simplest of situations, he aspires to rise with distinction. It's utterly pathetic. You two need not be so obstinate. Your words hold no weight in my mind. Await the end of school. Li Yunfei felt his frustration mounting, nearly reaching the brink of a heart attack. Morong Yunxue and Yanling were in a constant back and forth, making his heart churn with discomfort. Li Yunfei considered himself a human being, not an animal. How could they so brazenly insult him? Did they truly believe him to be a soulless automaton? The more he pondered, the angrier he grew, sensing an unsettling injustice. In a fit of rage, he nearly lashed out, yet reason prevailed, halting his advance. For he understood he was no match for this group. Even a single Yanling was more than he could handle, and when faced with life and death, Li Yunfei chose to survive. At that moment, Yanling found humor in Li Yunfei's words. Regaining his composure, he turned to Morong Yunxue and asked, "Is he implying that someone will assist him in hunting us after school?" Yanling's concerns were not unfounded. particularly since Li Yunfei had reiterated several times the notion of after school. It appears that after school, there might be an impending hunt against this group of individuals. If such is the case, it would indeed be quite challenging for him to navigate the situation with clarity. One must consider that the Li family holds a certain influence within the academy. However, Yinling currently stands alone and vulnerable, relying solely on the protection of Bibi Dong, which hardly allows him to dismiss these circumstances lightly. On the surface, Murong Yunxue professes to support Yinling, yet should calamity truly strike, one cannot be certain that she would not abandon him. Thus, Yinling's stance is one of cautious stability. If trouble can be avoided, then it shall be. Why concern himself with matters beyond his control? The reality is evident. Survival for another day is paramount. Will the power of the Li family truly launch an all-out assault against them? Yet, Murong Yunxue seems unperturbed, believing that regardless of what Li Yunfei proclaims, it is his actions that will reveal his true capabilities. If he cannot even adhere to legitimate conduct, then what purpose does it serve to engage in idle threats? It is indeed laughable. From the very beginning, Murong Yunxue has held Li Yunfei in contempt, considering them mere offspring of affluent families, with neither party fearing the other. If one possesses strength, so too must the other. It ultimately becomes a matter of whose prowess prevails. Murong Yunxue enjoys the backing of governmental support, while Li Yunfei is merely a businessman with wealth. The clash between these two disparate forces is hardly surprising, further explaining why Murong Yunxue dismisses Li Yunfei entirely. Given the vast disparity between them, how can refuse be elevated to anything extraordinary? Despite Murong Yunshue's words, Yinling's expression remains taut, for he is not devoid of understanding regarding joy, sorrow, and melancholy. Should Li Yunfei truly aim to strike at him with lethal intent, he might find it difficult to maintain control over the unfolding events. No need for concern. The influence of the Li family may not surpass that of the Murong clan. Let us see if this individual can effectively mobilize his resources. Murong Yunxue promptly patted Yinling on the shoulder, urging him not to take it to heart. The facts are clear. Even if it comes to life and death, he is prepared to stand alongside Yinling. Death is but a triviality. Moreover, Murong Yunxue believes that safeguarding a person should not prove overly complicated. If he cannot protect Yinling, then the Murong family truly has no place in the entirety of Douluo continent. That would be utterly disgraceful. No, that cannot be. My status is not significant enough to attract the attention of the Li family. What am I, after all? Yinling waved his hands repeatedly, feeling that despite his ongoing rivalry with Li Yunfei, it was improbable that the esteemed Li family would embark on a relentless pursuit against him. After all, he was merely a minor character in this grand narrative. The Li family, with its vast wealth and influence, would hardly expend such effort to hunt down an ordinary individual like himself. There were no profound grievances between them, merely minor skirmishes typical among classmates. Furthermore, it was Li Yunfei who had instigated the bullying, and Yinling's previous actions were merely a means of self-preservation. If protection was unattainable, then there was no need to further concoct any so-called peculiarities. Murong Yunxue stood in stunned silence, taken aback by Yinling's unexpected clarity. Indeed, there were no deep-seated animosities. Given this reality, what more could be said? Murong Yunxue felt that Yinling was partially correct. The situation was indeed as he described, and there was no need to make it so awkward. You, my friend, are rather excessively modest. Murong Yunxue patted Yinling on the shoulder, believing that this young man was somewhat timid. Indeed, as a proud possessor of a twin martial soul, he had already awakened. How could he be intimidated by the foolish Li Yunfei, a mere second-generation wealthy heir? Such a person was hardly remarkable, and any association with him was an affront to one's own life. Murong Yunxue thought herself fortunate that Li Yunfei had not directed any outrageous behavior towards her. Otherwise, given her current temperament, she would certainly make him regret it. No one had yet been born who dared to trample on her dignity. Enough, enough. Let us not dwell on this. The outcome is already apparent, and there is no need for further expression. So be it, Yinling said, waving his hand in impatience. The situation was what it was, and there was little more to discuss. Since it was unavoidable to offend Li Yunfei, they might as well see how things unfold and address them formally. In truth, Yinling felt quite troubled. Yes, fundamentally speaking, Li Yunfei was a nuisance. Chapter 56. The Pinnacle of Talent. Chapter 57. The Useful Ones. Chapter 58. The Blessing of the System. Recalling Tang San from years past, regardless of his current realm, Shrek felt immense pride from the depths of his heart. Indeed, that young man was once an obscure figure, Yet, in the ensuing years, he soared to remarkable heights, leaving Shrek with a smile whenever Tang San's name crossed his mind. Yes, that once seemingly useless individual had been molded into an exceptionally capable character under his guidance. And now, Yin Ling had emerged as a twin martial soul. With a little refinement, he could potentially surpass even Tang San. No, you three are my students. I cannot simply forget you. Shrek's expression was as calm as still water as he regarded Yin Ling and his companions. His speech was measured, showing no sign of urgency. He believed that since they were all classmates, there was no need to make the situation unnecessarily ugly or to engage in chaotic behavior. That would be entirely unacceptable. Shrek was a responsible teacher, and his role required him to understand that losing his temper indiscriminately was unwarranted. Thus, despite Yin Ling's harsh words, he suppressed his inner frustration. For an unwise outburst could lead to dire consequences. It is indeed likely that a fall could lead to a shattering of bones. To put it more plainly, Shrek does not wish for his students to be deemed worthless. If he can extend a helping hand, he would do so. And this should serve as a revelation for many. Shrek values his students considerably. He is not the type who merely completes the curriculum and departs without a second thought. Very well, teacher. Since you have expressed your thoughts, how do you propose we achieve fairness? Yin Ling could not help but chuckle at the intensity of anger and resentment harbored by the three of them. Their feelings could not be adequately articulated with mere words. After all, they could not possibly escalate matters to the point of causing a fatality, could they? This confrontation was necessary, for merely relying on Li Yunfei's arrogance would not suffice. After suffering such profound humiliation yesterday, would he allow himself to be overlooked? Yin Ling believed that if Li Yunfei were to exhibit magnanimity, the sun would rise from the west. Who in the academy is unaware that Li Yunfei is the archetype of a spoiled rich heir, leveraging his family background to create trouble? Countless diligent students have been bullied by him, and it was fortunate that he encountered me yesterday, receiving a lesson in humility. Otherwise, anyone else would have surely borne the brunt of his tyranny. Thus, Yin Ling's disdain for Li Yunfei is fully justified. It is truly laughable for him to flaunt his ancestral privileges in front of me. Although I may be devoid of wealth and support, I possess the strength to carve out my own destiny. In this world, Yin Ling is an orphan, bereft of parents. Yet, endowed with the protagonist's aura, he has already garnered recognition from Bibi Dong from the outset. Coupled with the advantages of a system, the future promises to be smooth sailing. There may not be a straightforward path ahead, but perhaps his achievements will surpass even those of Tang San. Chapter 59. Intriguing revelations. Step outside with me first. It is inappropriate for you to be causing a disturbance in the classroom. Shrek's expression darkened further, as he had not anticipated that his words would go unacknowledged and instead provoke a retort from Yin Ling. Very well. Since you insist on handling matters in such an ungracious manner, Shrek believed that as a teacher, it was his duty to impart valuable lessons to his students, ensuring they understood the complexities of life. Although he considered himself a good educator, that did not imply he was devoid of temperament. The prospect of stepping outside held no fear for him. It was those who hesitated to venture forth who truly embodied cowardice. Before Yin Ling could utter a word, Li Yunfei sprang into action, leaping from his seat like a rocket and making his way toward the door. As he walked, he boldly declared that those who were afraid to step outside were indeed weaklings, which incited Yin Ling's ire. With a wry smile, Yin Ling replied, "Very well. Since you have chosen to say that, what do I have to lose? In this academy, we will undoubtedly cross paths again. So let us see who can truly provoke whom after school today." Li Yunfei's earlier mention of a significant crisis after classes struck Yin Ling as quite amusing. Since the situation had escalated to such embarrassing heights, he felt it was of little consequence. It was audacious for someone to speak such disparaging words in front of a teacher. Yin Ling believed that this crisis was indeed a blessing rather than a calamity. If misfortune was inevitable, then why not confront it head-on? Observing Li Yunfei's aggressive stance, Yin Ling rose and strode towards the door. If a confrontation could occur in the corridor outside the academy, he was willing to bear the consequences, even if it meant forsaking his studies. Miruang Yunqiue, noticing that both individuals had exited, felt compelled to follow suit. Remaining behind would surely invite scrutiny from Shrek's faction. Reluctantly, he stood and made his way outside, muttering curses under his breath, predominantly aimed at Li Yunfei. Their shared history held a substantial grudge, exacerbated by the previous day's altercation where Yin Ling had bested Li Yunfei, leaving Miruang Yunqiue with no choice but to align himself with Yin Ling against Li Yunfei. Unlike Li Yunfei, who was the favored third son of his family, Miruang Yunxue was merely one of many inconspicuous grandsons, his existence scarcely acknowledged by the Miruang clan. As long as he drew breath, the family would not pursue retribution against those who bullied him. What is the matter with the three of you? Why have you caused such a disgrace on the very first day of classes? In the corridor, Shrek's expression was grave, wielding a ruler in hand. Addressing the trio before him, his tone oscillated between agitation and sorrow, tinged with a sense of reproach. It was indeed perplexing to witness such a debacle on the inaugural day of the term. As a teacher of considerable authority within the academy, Shrek had not anticipated anyone daring to defy him in a public setting. What respect would he command from his students thereafter? Chapter 60, Unyielding. The thought tightened Shrek's jaw. Yet he endeavored to maintain the dignity of his role as an educator, stifling the frustration that threatened to escape his lips. It's nothing, merely yesterday's written examination. It was just an introduction, after all. Faced with the inquiry, Yinling felt there was nothing to conceal and spoke candidly. Indeed, had it not been for yesterday's written examination event, they would not have crossed paths today, nor would it have incited the jealousy of Li Yunfei, who clearly perceived Yinling's abilities as superior to his own. This jealousy stemmed from the fear that one day, Yinling might occupy a position even higher than that of Tang San. Such a series of unfortunate circumstances arose from Li Yunfei's envy. He had brought this upon himself and bore no blame from Yinling's perspective. Yinling believed that he was justified in his stance. This was a school, a classroom, a place for education and nurturing, and how could they allow such unruly behavior as fighting? After listening to Yinling's account, Shylek's expression darkened further. He pointed at the three individuals before him, brandishing the ruler he held high, seemingly poised to strike one of them. However, it appeared more as a threat. Even if raised, it would ultimately not descend. Li Yunfei was terrified, convinced that the ruler would soon come crashing down upon him. For he was merely a few centimeters away from Shylek, the ruler now almost within reach. He genuinely feared Shylek, should he apply even a modicum of force. It would undoubtedly leave him battered and bruised. Thus, Li Yunfei surrendered, confessing the truth. There's no other way. Teacher, it's human nature to harbor jealousy, which has led to this predicament. He spoke earnestly, trembling all over with fear. Indeed, he was overwhelmed by terror, dreading that Shylek might unleash the ruler upon him. Everyone in the academy knew that the ruler in Shylek's hands was no ordinary implement. It was akin to a cleaver capable of slicing through the entire Douluo continent. With a mere swing, anything before it could be obliterated into a million pieces. Such a formidable weapon, if wielded against a person, could surely lead to their demise in an instant. I care not for the reasons behind your requests, but I implore you to focus on your studies in my class. The knowledge I impart will undoubtedly surpass that of any other instructor. Ultimately, Shylek did not let the ruler fall. He understood the gravity of his actions. He was not a butcher, nor were these individuals mere piglets to be slaughtered at whim, and it was hardly the season for such brutality. Thus, Shrek could merely raise his hand to intimidate them momentarily, before resuming his earnest counsel to the three individuals before him, urging them to commit themselves to their studies. He envisioned a future where they would contribute positively to the entire Douluo continent upon leaving the academy, rather than endangering its peace. After all, Shrek was a teacher. Observing his students was akin to watching over his own children, allowing for their gradual and safe development. He did not wish for them to graduate only to engage in a series of chaotic behaviors that would reflect poorly on them. Shrek exemplified the benevolence of a teacher, nurturing his students as a parent would care for their offspring. This is precisely why he garnered the affection of the majority of students within the academy. He was inherently a person of deep loyalty and sentiment. Yinling, through Shrek's heartfelt words, discerned his genuine concern. He felt a sense of obligation not to disappoint the teacher before him. Despite the considerable animosity among the three of them, it was unrelated to their instructor. The teacher was earnestly encouraging them to focus on their studies, and Yinling believed it was even more inappropriate to respond with harsh words. Consequently, he began to speak more gently. We have always held you in great respect, teacher. Are you not Shrek, the well-known figure within the academy? Yinling said, casting a bashful glance at Shrek. Initially, he had assumed that their teacher would impose punishment upon them, but to his surprise, Shrek had instead chosen to offer them sincere guidance. The hope that they might one day become individuals who contribute to the Douluo continent made it even more imperative not to oppose such a commendable teacher. Yes, we know your name, teacher, Miruang Yunxue chimed in, nodding earnestly, while Li Yunfei also silently acknowledged in agreement. Despite being a bully and a rogue, he could discern that Shrek was indeed a good teacher. It is rare in life to encounter a benefactor, let alone to find such an exceptional instructor within a school setting. So, you are aware of my value as a teacher. Why then do you show me so little respect? Shrek sighed deeply, contemplating that although these three students spoke rather harshly, his attempts to counsel them should not lead them astray. Observing their emotions begin to soften brought him quiet solace. Indeed, the sea of suffering is boundless. Turning back is the shore. If a student possesses the desire to learn, even if they have been a troublesome pupil, he believed it was best to extend a helping hand. However, upon hearing this, Li Yunfei burst into laughter and candidly replied, "Didn't you say so, teacher? Jealousy is a sentiment inherent to all humanity. I am undoubtedly apprehensive that he might perceive himself as superior, which has led me down this path. Otherwise, how could I possibly find myself in such an embarrassing predicament?" Li Yunfei openly expressed the tumult of emotions within him. He was indeed envious of Yinling. Why? At the initial written examination, did Yinling possess such a formidable martial spirit? What right did he have to be merely an elevated version of an ordinary martial spirit? How could such an inequitable circumstance befall him? Yinling, a person of destitution, had somehow attracted the attention of Bibi Dong. What was truly happening? The more Li Yunfei pondered, the more he sensed something amiss. This was precisely what is deemed jealousy, a notion that elucidates the desire for retribution. Li Yunfei was a quintessential scion of wealth, accustomed to arrogance and dominance, yet he had not anticipated being overshadowed at the conference. His jealousy towards Yinling was justified. However, he had never considered that the world operates on a principle of fairness. Li Yunfei hailed from a prosperous family, while Yinling possessed nothing. Yet, Yinling excelled in the trials of martial spirits, achieving a level far beyond that of his peers. What Li Yunfei had, Yinling lacked, and what Yinling possessed, Li Yunfei did not. This was inherently equitable. Yet, Li Yunfei felt as though he had suffered a severe affront to his pride, which was a trivial grievance. Oh, I now grasp the situation. You merely wish to witness your own efforts culminate in the attainment of an extraordinary realm. That is entirely feasible. Shrek nodded emphatically, finally comprehending Li Yunfei's agitation. He recognized that this individual was a conceited heir, spoiled by his upbringing, and had assumed that society would indulge him. However, as his teacher, Shrek could not show favoritism. It would be unjust to side with Yinling and suggest that Li Yunfei's plight was a consequence of his own inadequacy. Thus, with a sense of equilibrium in his heart, Shrek articulated the reality. Indeed, while Li Yunfei might not have exhibited exceptional prowess at the competitions, he could gradually improve through diligent effort. In contrast, Yinling's abilities were innate, an immutable fact. Each individual possesses a unique constitution, differing bloodlines, and inherently diverse martial spirits. How could one fail to comprehend this? Upon hearing Shrek's words, Li Yunfei bowed his head in contemplation. Yes, Yinling possessed what he did not, and he had what Yinling lacked. Why did he continually perceive this as unjust? After enduring such a heartfelt admonition, Li Yunfei felt an intense sting on his face. The inadequacy of innate effort can be compensated for through subsequent diligence, yet a lack of effort thereafter can only be described as just deserts. Thus, Shilek has made it abundantly clear that Li Yunfei must not harbor any sense of injustice in his heart. Yinling possesses advantages that are inherently his, just as Li Yunfei, born into a wealthy family, has his own predetermined fortunes. After some time had passed, Li Yunfei remained silent, pondering the series of statements made by Shilek. Well, the three of us would not have become acquainted without conflict. I find both of them unpleasant, and they regard me with equal disdain. Let us see how this matter can be resolved. After a considerable pause, Li Yunfei finally articulated his thoughts once more. Indeed, the outcome is already quite apparent. The altercation from yesterday has transpired. The situation has escalated to an irretrievable point, were it not for the mediation of teacher Shilek today. Li Yunfei believes that this matter is far from over. However, given the embarrassment it has already caused, it is time to find a way to ease the situation. Chapter 62, Providing a Way Out. It cannot simply conclude in such a hasty manner. After all, we must find a way to gracefully extricate ourselves from this situation. Therefore, I implore you to mediate amongst yourselves and determine an appropriate resolution. I wish to avoid further embarrassment, as you are all, after all, my students. Shrek nodded heavily, observing that Li Yunfei's anger had dissipated. He felt that this matter could indeed be resolved amicably. Simultaneously, Shrek felt a sense of satisfaction. If a student could be effectively guided under his mentorship, it would signify an opportunity to amend some of their more troublesome behaviors. Thus, the matter has circulated quite smoothly. no longer resembling refuse cast into an abyss. In truth, Shrek harbors a heart that yearns to save lives, akin to the merit of constructing a grand pagoda. Indeed, he could not simply stand by and watch as his students strayed from the righteous path. He is a teacher, a genuine educator dedicated to nurturing minds. He aspires for the pillars of his academy to engage in meaningful endeavors that benefit the entire continent in the future, rather than being embroiled in trivial disputes that lead to chaos. Observing today how Li Yunfei has managed to temper his temper, he too felt that the situation could be resolved. Very well, since the teacher has spoken thus, is there any need for further contention? Let us each take a step back and disperse the lingering resentment in our hearts, shall we? Can we agree on that? Yinling, observing Li Yunfei's puffed cheeks now resembling a withered raisin, believed this matter could indeed be settled, and so he decisively offered a way out. For the teacher had already facilitated their reconciliation. Let us extend a modicum of respect to our teacher. There is another matter to consider. Should we choose not to honor this teacher, the ruler in Shrek's hand could swiftly reduce a person to mere fragments. In such a grave situation, how could one allow the facts to be manipulated? It is imperative that we do not. Thus, the reason the three of them have managed to navigate today's circumstances so seamlessly is due to the teacher's formidable reputation and skill, which have precipitated this series of remarkable developments. Otherwise, the matter would be moot. Had they been under the guidance of a feeble instructor devoid of personal strength, the trio might have continued to brawl, even in the teacher's presence. Now, you two ought to apologize to me. That is not too much to ask, is it? Yesterday, I was left battered and bruised. Though I may have instigated the situation, it hardly justifies the extent of my humiliation. As the situation reached such an impasse, with the teacher making his stance known, Yinling sought to offer a way out, and Li Yunfei began to temper his anger. However, the incident from yesterday cannot simply be brushed aside. Li Yunfei desires nothing more than for Yinling to issue an apology to everyone present, and then let it be. Morong Yinxue, how do you propose we resolve this matter? Yinling silently concurs with Li Yunfei's sentiments, but now wishes to seek the opinion of Morong Yinxue, who has remained silent since Shrek began the mediation. His countenance was as grim as that of a decayed winter melon. Thus, when confronted with this reality, Yinling began to comprehend the situation. This young man was certainly not to be trifled with. The resentment he harbored towards Li Yunfei remained unyielding, and despite Shrek's attempts at mediation, it proved utterly futile. Consequently, Yinling found himself in urgent need of discerning the sentiments of Morong Yinxue. What was her stance? If she were to consent to the mediation, the matter could be resolved amicably. However, should Yinling endeavor to mediate unilaterally, and Morong Yinxue oppose his efforts, the situation would become considerably more complicated. In the future, their friendship is bound to be severed. Having just met a friend yesterday, today they are parting ways. Yinling is not such a person. He believes that such an embarrassing situation should not be escalated. Given the circumstances, I think it is you who should apologize to us, rather than the other way around. You must comprehend this situation. As for the contest, Morong Yinxue feels that Li Yunfei truly has a talent for sophistry. Despite our side having said nothing, he not only demands an apology, but seems to be in a position to offer one himself. This matter is indeed quite intriguing. Could it be that one truly considers oneself to be a target for bullying? Let us not forget that the animosity between the two was never trivial. Morong Yinxue's intent is remarkably straightforward. She seeks resolution. If Li Yunfei is to offer an apology, it should first be directed towards himself, rather than expecting her to apologize. Moreover, Morong Yinxue believes that Li Yunfei is not the kind of person who could clarify the situation with merely a few words of contrition. According to Morong Yinxue's speculation, if her assumptions hold true, then Li Yunfei is merely enduring humiliation for the time being. Following this, he may very well launch further assaults on their characters. Consider the anger that has been bottled up here. How could mere platitudes suffice to elucidate the situation? It is utterly implausible. Why say this? Since we both bear culpability, we are equally at fault. Li Yunfei, however, remains indifferent, believing that the situation is already beyond repair. There is little to articulate regarding this series of circumstances, and it is even less appropriate to present these fragmented truths with undue precision. He believes that the current situation cannot be attributed to a single individual's fault. Rather, it is the result of a collective involvement of many. Since the fault belongs to everyone, all should share in the mutual responsibility. When Shrek witnessed this scene, he could hardly suppress his laughter. He never anticipated that this young man would resort to such absurd tricks. All right, the two of you should cease your bickering here. Yinling has already stated that if the matter can be resolved, let it be resolved. Why must it be made so awkward? What is truly going on? Shrek resumed his mediating role, for he was, after all, a teacher. He was not an entirely oblivious individual, given that the situation had reached this point. There is no need to engage in such an unseemly dispute, nor to utter nonsensical chatter, since he, as a teacher, has failed to comprehensively integrate these matters. What purpose do these chaotic facts serve? Is it merely for amusement? Observing Shrek's expression, one would think he had just consumed 2 pounds of dung. Li Yunfei felt compelled to preserve his teacher's dignity, despite the circumstances. Very well, teacher, since you have spoken thus. There is no need for me to linger on the matter. Chapter 63. Forgiveness of the Past? Li Yunfei felt a sense of helplessness. He had never anticipated that Shrek could not only manifest the art of reconciliation so vividly, but also present undeniable truths for others to witness. If such is the case, it truly invites laughter from those around. At this moment, Li Yunfei decided to grant Shrek a modicum of respect, given the situation had already unfolded in this manner. There is little to articulate, nothing can alter the situation, so it is best to relinquish it all. Moving forward, despite the immense hatred that lingers in the heart, it does not warrant chaos or disorder. Well then, from this day forth, you shall disperse like clouds, and we must simply navigate through life, understood? Shrek finally revealed a joyful expression, casting a look of approval towards Li Yunfei. It appeared that he was exceedingly pleased with Li Yunfei's demeanor this time. Indeed, a once flamboyant young master, now able to endure humiliation and rise above the circumstances, is truly commendable. All right, since the teacher has expressed such sentiments, we ought to offer him some dignity in this matter. It would be inappropriate to create an atmosphere of discomfort. Yinling felt indifferent if Shrek had stated it thus. He had no further explanation to provide. It would be unreasonable to confront Li Yunfei in his presence, even though he was more than capable of doing so. Nonetheless, he chose to bury these thoughts within, for the teacher is still the teacher, and in the future, they must rely upon him within the entire academy. Yinling, you are indeed an exemplary student of the teacher. Since you have agreed so readily, I have nothing further to say. Shrek was overjoyed, his features radiating a profound seriousness. He had not anticipated that amongst his students, Yinling would prove to be the most understanding. Regarding this young man, he did not harbor a significant impression. He only knew that Yinling was a transfer student from afar, taken under the wing of Bibi Dong as her disciple. As a teacher, he ought to show him due care. Yet in order to avoid complications stemming from past affiliations, he refrained from creating any unnecessary disturbances. However, upon observing Yinling today, he was surprised to discover such a formidable maturity in one so young, leaving Shrek with newfound respect. Indeed, it is remarkable that a mere youth possesses such a magnanimous spirit. This indicates that in the future, his potential is boundless. Perhaps his next step will lead him to ascend to the esteemed position of the 9-5 sovereign, achieving a meteoric rise. Observing that matters have been largely resolved by him, Shylek decided to seize further difficulties for his 3 students. He promptly dismissed them, as he himself was required to attend to roll call for the other students. Today's tumult was merely a minor interlude, having little significant impact on him. It was just that. Just wait, after school, the 2 of you will face the consequences. As Shylek departed, Li Yunfei finally revealed his true colors. Undoubtedly, he was unwilling to relent, his eyes brimmed with fury. He gazed at Yinling and Murong Yunxue, both appearing as though they were ready to tear apart the animosity he harbored towards them, which had merely been suppressed for a moment. The only reason it had not erupted was due to Shylek leading the charge. He was not one to provoke lightly, but the situation had changed. Shylek was gone, and now he was eager to see who would stand by him. Yinling, witnessing this scene, could hardly contain his laughter. He knew that Li Yunfei would certainly not yield easily. Just imagine. How could a flamboyant young nobleman of such high standing possibly exhibit such a rigorous demeanor and submission to them? If we were to proceed in this manner, it would undoubtedly evoke a sense of amusement. How could one expect an individual who indulges in a life of luxury to stand on the same battlefield as an ordinary commoner? Thus, Yinling never harbored the hope that Li Yunfei would forgive them from the outset. It was clear that he intended to settle scores at a later time, which explains Li Yunfei's current demeanor filled with animosity. Yinling was, after all, accustomed to such behavior, and similarly, Murong Yunxue shared his sentiments. Believing that this young man would certainly not submit to them, Murong Yunxue shot a disdainful glance at Li Yunfei, stating, "I can only surmise that this fellow will not let things rest." Earlier, he refrained from expressing his anger only because Shylek was present. Morong Yunxue was nearly overwhelmed with laughter, astonished by Li Yunfei's attitude. If Shilek's presence restrained his fury, then what would occur once Shilek departed? The teacher had advised against making things so awkward among classmates. Why resort to such theatrics? Yet, it seemed to Morong Yunxue that Li Yunfei was indeed intent on leaving matters unresolved, wasn't he? Very well, since he insists on making things so awkward. Morong Yunxue believes that these matters have become even more difficult to handle. If he is determined to play his games, then she shall indulge him in this charade. One cannot simply retreat and seek to kneel in apology, can one? Morong Yunxue believed that her esteemed Morong family would never yield to the Li family. It was simply inconceivable. She would wait, for what was it but a matter of time until school ended. Then, they would see who would ultimately prevail. On the other hand, Yanling remained indifferent. He thought that since Li Yunfei insisted on this game of wits and courage, so be it. In this esteemed institution, time is abundant. One can merely observe what unfolds next. Who possesses the leisure to thoroughly comprehend these so-called subtle stratagems and master them? Perhaps in the next moment. One might even lose their life, yet it would matter little to Yanling. He perceives himself as an individual who has traversed realms, endowed with a metaphorical golden key upon arriving in this world. It is merely a matter of grasping these realities firmly within one's control. If one does not shine brilliantly in this realm, what purpose does it serve? There is no necessity to exist in this world, after all. I am merely a character who has traversed realms. Yanling believes that he should possess a certain degree of confidence to fortify these truths. It is insufficient to be constrained by mere words, for such limitations cannot lead to greatness. In that case, it is utterly within one's capabilities to feel a sense of disgust. After Yanling spoke, he noticed that the eyes of Morong Yunxue were filled with a profound rage. With a hint of curiosity, he inquired, "Are you truly unafraid?" Li Yunfei is no ordinary individual. Chapter 64. Who fears whom indeed? A singular question loomed in Yanling's mind. Could it be that the Li family is significantly weaker than the Morong family? From Morong Yunshue's demeanor, it was evident that he harbored a deep-seated contempt for Li Yunfei, as if he were poised to crush this fellow like an insignificant insect. Just how formidable is such a person? Is it conceivable that the Morong family could effortlessly obliterate the Li family with minimal effort? And what if there were fear? Surely, one cannot simply succumb to despair at the thought of fear. Morong Yunxue found the situation to be amusing. The facts were laid bare before him, and no amount of words could adequately express the chaos that ensued. Everything predetermined had unfolded right before his eyes, prompting him to observe how many individuals would manage to assimilate these circumstances. Morong Yunxue believed that his own strength and backing could stand toe-to-toe with the Li family. He was unafraid, completely unafraid, and what he desired most was for Yanling to stand alongside him on the same front. He aimed to formally elevate the series of events and deliver a significant blow to Li Yunfei. In truth, the animosity between Morong Yunxue and Li Yunfei was not born of a day or two. Previously, Morong Yunxue had approached their interactions with a teacher-student mindset. He had no intention of stooping to Li Yunfei's level within the academy, while Li Yunfei, in turn, perceived Morong Yunxue as a mere impoverished student lacking any substantial background. Consequently, he repeatedly bullied and insulted him. However, following an unexpected turn of events, Morong Yunxue unleashed the full force of his family's influence against Li Yunfei. It was then that Li Yunfei realized Morong Yunxue was, in fact, a member of the esteemed Morong clan, albeit not the eldest son. Nevertheless, he possessed the privilege of being sheltered by the clan. From that moment onward, Morong Yunxue harbored a profound hatred for Li Yunfei. Convinced he had not committed any egregious offense, he attended school regularly and cheerfully engaged in activities he deemed his own, completing his studies satisfactorily. Yet, to his bewilderment, he had somehow provoked Li Yunfei, who subjected him to repeated assaults on his character. The grievances remained unavenged, and the bitterness festered within Morong Yunxue. An indignation he could not swallow. Thus, he resolved to ensure that one day he would impose proper retribution upon Li Yunfei, reclaiming the dignity he had lost, not for any other reason, but to release the pent-up resentment that lingered within him. At that moment, Yanling regarded Morong Yunxue with incredulity. He had not anticipated that Morong Yunxue was indeed a formidable character, truly surprising. Despite his seemingly scholarly demeanor, Morong Yunxue possessed a fierceness that could easily overwhelm others. Yet, at that juncture, he cast a different gaze upon Yanling, marveling at his audacity to confront such a formidable opponent without any background or strength. This boldness evoked a deep admiration within him. Indeed, regardless of his own circumstances, Morong Yunxue acknowledged that Yanling, devoid of connections or power, dared to challenge someone like Li Yunfei, relying solely on his formidable martial spirit to engage in a battle of wits and courage against them. This spectacle is truly astonishing to onlookers. Indeed, Yin Ling, a quintessential embodiment of poverty, dares to confront someone like Li Yunfei, a scion of privilege, head-on. If this is the case, then surely this matter cannot simply be brushed aside. At this moment, Morong Yunxue finds herself filled with admiration and envy for Yin Ling. She believes that she should be the one envious of Yin Ling, a person who possesses nothing yet has ascended to such a lofty and magnificent position. The potential for his future is simply limitless. After hearing Morong Yunxue commend him so, Yin Ling could not help but give her a thumbs up. Simultaneously, a thought crossed his mind that if Morong Yunxue could indeed topple Li Yunfei, it would signify a substantial diminishment of the Li family's standing within the entire Douluo continent. Why has the Li family been able to wield such power and influence within the academy? Like a fierce tiger, they command respect. The reason is quite simple. The three sons of the Li family, Li Dafei, Li Xiaofei, and Li Yunfei, are all genuine brothers. Although they do not belong to the same class, they possess a keen understanding of how to garner support and cultivate connections. This has resulted in a formidable advantage, with many individuals across various classes receiving assistance from the Li family. Then Yin Ling continued, "What are you saying? Your formidable family background is something I should envy." Indeed, the current state of Morong Yunxue is what Yin Ling longs for, a perfect family and an impeccable background. It is striking that she can stand toe-to-toe with Li Yunfei. In the case of an ordinary person, such audacity would be unthinkable. Yin Ling harbors a lingering question. Why did Morong Yunxue not reveal her trump card from the outset to confront Li Yunfei? He has already placed himself in a position of dominance, uttering such harsh words. Why must she endure this humiliation? Chapter 65. An undeniable truth initially. Yin Ling believed that no matter the circumstances, Morong Yunxue ought to unveil her true strength and directly articulate the unspoken truths. Yet, to his surprise, Morong Yunxue chose to endure, suppressing the fury that simmered within her. Could it be that she intends to play the role of a pig to eat the tiger? Thus, it can be said that this matter is indeed quite comprehensible. However, at this moment, Morong Yunxue scratched his ear, feeling rather weary of the sweet talk. It was becoming quite tiresome, so he decisively declared, "All right, let us refrain from this mutual flattery in business. Instead, let us consider how to effectively advance these matters." Morong Yunxue believed that Yin Ling was a person deserving of trust, and thus there was no need to engage in superficialities. Indeed, mutual flattery is a practice often found among merchants, and since there were no real interests at stake between them, such trivialities were unnecessary. It was far better to present their most sincere selves. What is destined to happen will inevitably come to pass. What is not meant to be cannot be forced. Fate, after all, is immutable. Yin Ling sighed helplessly, aware that he could not measure up to Morong Yunxue. Although he had the support of a formidable backing, it hardly mattered. Who could truly engage in this so-called head-on confrontation with him? Thus, Yin Ling was acutely aware of the undeniable truth. The situation was laid bare before them. The two of them entered the classroom simultaneously, only to encounter the disdainful gaze of Li Yunfei. Naturally, they too harbored disdain for him. Knowing that a confrontation would eventually occur, it was uncertain who would ultimately prevail, but it was clear that the conflict would not be resolved easily. "You two better be prepared after school. My brother will make sure you regret it," Li Yunfei declared, revealing the thought simmering within him. He could no longer contain his frustration. After all, he was not a coward, and could hardly tolerate such grave indignities. Once more, he recounted his brother's intentions to confront Morong Yunxue and Yin Ling after school, curious to see if they would exhibit any signs of fear. If they did, it would indeed be quite satisfying. "How many times have you said this today? I'm already tired of hearing it." "I know, so stop." Yin Ling couldn't even be bothered to glance in his direction. What is the point of dwelling on such trivial matters? Life after school will unfold as it will. Discussing these issues now is utterly unreasonable. Yin Ling's attitude was resolute. He had come to believe that since Li Yunfei wished to engage in confrontation, he had nothing to fear. The established facts were already evident, and there was no need to delve into further absurdities. Morong Yunxue, too, was disinclined to regard Li Yunfei. Yet he could not resist adding a touch of mockery. "Exactly. You have been repeating yourself. Could it be that you are feeling insecure? Is your second brother not Li Xiaofei? What is so remarkable about that?" Morong Yunxue is well aware that Li Yunfei is merely relying on his second brother, Li Xiaofei. His elder brother, Li Dafei, seems to have performed rather poorly throughout the training for the competition. It is rumored that upon returning home, He was severely beaten by his father, leaving him with grievous injuries, and he is now likely recuperating at home. At present, the only ally Li Yunfei can rely on is none other than Li Xiaofei, whose demeanor as a frail scholar hardly inspires much confidence. Indeed, Li Xiaofei's reputation within the academy is far from negligible. The three brothers of the Li family wield considerable influence, instilling fear in others who dare not voice their grievances. Yet, amidst this atmosphere of intimidation, a figure like Yanling emerges, willing to confront them head-on. Furthermore, with the staunch support of Murong Yunxue, a formidable alliance forms, presenting a scenario where the two can challenge the three, potentially altering the dynamics of this intricate game. Li Yunfei is taken aback, astonished to discover that Murong Yunxue is aware of his elder brother's name. The realization that his brother might soon arrive at his location adds a layer of intrigue to the unfolding events. This development promises to be quite entertaining. For although Li Xiaofei typically presents as a meek and unassuming individual, when provoked, his temper can be quite formidable, often overwhelming those around him. It is well known that the wrath of an honest man can yield disastrous consequences, and Li Xiaofei now finds himself in a precarious position. Very well. Let the two of you wait and see. Since you are aware of my brother's name, you will inevitably come to know of his formidable prowess. Li Yunfei feels a sense of assuredness, convinced that, given Murong Yunxue's apparent acceptance of these realities, they may indeed face a reckoning. He felt that there was no need to elaborate on the chaotic circumstances any further, since you have all resigned yourselves to fate. Engaging in futile discussions would be of little significance. What Li Yunfei yearned to witness most was whether Li Xiaofei could manage to subdue both Yanling and Murong Yunxue. If it were indeed possible, it is uncertain whether he can still bask in the glow of fortune. How infuriating! It is truly astonishing that a scion like Li Yunfei possesses the audacity to confront us. Murong Yunxue is utterly perplexed. She cannot fathom what grievances she might have with Li Yunfei. Why, time and again, does he seem intent on provoking her? Does she owe him some debt? Yet, after much contemplation, Murong Yunxue realizes that there seems to be no animosity between them. The more she thinks, the more her mind becomes entangled in confusion, unable to comprehend the situation. Nevertheless, the reality remains evident, leaving Murong Yunxue at a loss as to how to address this predicament. Indeed, encountering such a ruffian, one cannot simply charge ahead recklessly. Murong Yunxue has her own considerations, believing that the matter has already reached this point. There is no necessity to alter anything. If one cannot even manage these trivial matters, it is indeed self-evident. However, Yanling's perspective stands in stark contrast. He perceives that Li Yunfei possesses no formidable abilities. If his actions are merely petty and inconsequential, they should not weigh heavily on one's mind. How can a person, driven by such intense jealousy, find joy in this world? The thought amuses Yanling greatly. Chapter 66. Flourishes. Why concern oneself with so much? This world is inherently unfair, given the current state of affairs. What more can be said? Yanling maintains a rather open-minded outlook, as he understands that Li Yunfei has no intention of engaging with him. After all, a flamboyant young master, accustomed to arrogance, is not likely to exhibit restraint. Furthermore, being the favored third son in his family, he enjoys the utmost affection from his parents. This stark reality is indeed quite distasteful. Nevertheless, Yanling still feels a profound discomfort, and he openly expresses his thoughts. Why is it that the children of ordinary people are deemed less deserving? Are the offspring of wealthy merchants the only ones entitled to a childhood? Should the children of common folk be condemned to suffering? Yanling wonders if ordinary individuals are truly incapable of harboring aspirations for their own destinies. Indeed, we are all inhabitants of this world. Why, then, do we find ourselves in such an unjust predicament? Where has the error occurred? It is truly perplexing. Is it truly the case that arrogant second-generation scions like Li Yunfei have inherited a sense of superiority that has existed since time immemorial? Should he be so presumptuous? It ought not to be. This world belongs to the people. Yet, why are the children of the populace not afforded protection? While such individuals trample upon the heads of the common folk, such a group of individuals truly evokes a sense of absurdity. At this moment, Yanling perceives the world as profoundly unjust, whether in reality or within the realm of Douluo continent. It is undeniably thought-provoking. This sentiment should not be directed at me, for I too hail from a prominent family. Speaking to me is akin to playing a lute to a cow. I could never betray the hegemony of my lineage for the sake of fleeting gain. Upon hearing these words, Murong Yunxue's expression darkened considerably, akin to having ingested 2 pounds of cow dung. After all, he was also involved in the fray to prevent conflict. Yet, He was taken aback by Yinling's utter disdain for the esteemed family. Although Murong Yunxue felt displeased, he recognized the undeniable truths laid bare before them. The outcome was all too apparent. That, however, does not alter the circumstances. Murong Yunxue is indeed a scion of a prominent family. Thus, he fundamentally rejected Yinling's words. I merely find it exceedingly unfair. There is no need for you to be upset, as I do not direct my sentiments towards you. At this moment, Yinling discerned the embarrassment etched upon Murong Yunxue's visage. He felt that, with these shattered truths laid bare, there was no necessity to subject him to further humiliation. Indeed, Murong belongs to an esteemed lineage, now accompanied by a grandson under his command. To find himself standing alongside an ordinary individual like Yinling is, in a sense, a boost to his own reputation. Given these circumstances, there is nothing amiss in sharing this reality. Thus, it shall be. Consequently, Yinling resolved to grant Murong Yunxue a way out, as it would be best for both parties to avoid further awkwardness. In truth, there was no enmity between them. Their paths converged merely as a matter of mutual benefit. Well, after school, let us observe how this unfolds. I have not had the pleasure of meeting Li Xiaofei, but I have heard he possesses a gentle demeanor. However, should Li Dafei arrive, it would pose a significant challenge. Murong Yunxue promptly shifted the topic, sensing that, since Yinling opted to speak to him with an apologetic tone, it was prudent to redirect the conversation. There is no need to create a situation that is relatively embarrassing. The circumstances are already as they are, leaving little to be said. Moreover, their common adversary is Li Yunfei, and there is no necessity to render the situation so awkward. Thus, Murong Yunxue has genuinely accepted Yinling's words. What is the true background of the three brothers from the Li family? Why do they dare to flaunt their power within the academy, seemingly unchallenged by the principal or the instructors? At this moment, Yinling furrows his brow, evidently displeased, primarily due to the formidable reputation of the Li brothers. He cannot fathom why these three individuals are immune to any disciplinary measures within the academy, freely bullying others. What could be the reason behind this? It is a perplexing conundrum for Yinling. Conversely, Murong Yunxue possesses a clear understanding of the situation. She explains to Yinling, how can they be managed? Are you not aware of the substantial donations the Li family contributes to the academy each year? With such a prominent financial backing, how could the principal possibly forego their influence? Murong Yunxue comprehends this dynamic because her own family also contributes significantly to the institution annually, and the Li family does likewise. The reasoning is straightforward. As scions of affluent families, they require preferential treatment from the upper echelons of the academy in pursuit of knowledge. The mutual support among the elite is invariably facilitated by financial exchanges. This exemplifies a progressive relationship wherein benefits are exchanged for fair treatment. Without such reciprocity, discussions become moot. And it is rare to witness self-sacrificing acts in this world. Without vested interests, all discourse is rendered trivial. If this holds true, it appears that the realm belongs to the affluent. Mark my words, a transformation in this era is inevitable. Yinling acknowledges this reality with a solemn nod. Accepting the situation as it stands, there is little more to say. Sooner or later, these matters will be formally dismantled. Yinling harbors a dream within his heart. He believes that if the previous Tangsan, possessing dual martial souls, could ascend to a high position, then he too can achieve such meticulousness. Yinling is both cautious and meticulous, yet he possesses a willingness to champion justice, not for any other reason, but to decisively release the pent-up frustrations that weigh upon his chest. Upon hearing Yinling's words, Murong Yunxue was left utterly astonished. She had not anticipated that such a formidable ideal resided within Yinling's heart. If we were to put it this way, the youth of comparable age harbors grand aspirations within his heart. Could that not allow one to ascend to great heights in an instant? Could they not regard those individuals as mere insignificant pawns beneath their notice? One can only hope. However, I sincerely wish that when you truly reach the level of someone like Tang San, you will show mercy to our humble family. The tone in Murong Yunxue's words now carries a hint of supplication. Indeed, fundamentally, he is merely an inconspicuous figure within a prominent family. Chapter 67. In name only Chapter 68. Enough with the nonsense. Although Yinling is merely a fledgling, he is, after all, the protagonist. If it comes to a head-to-head confrontation, Yinling could very well find himself soaring to great heights in no time. The facts are laid bare. How could he not grasp such a situation? That is entirely implausible. This illustrates the distinction between the protagonist and the background actors. Even if the protagonist finds themselves in despair and disarray, their significance remains. One day, the protagonist shall soar effortlessly, and this is vividly demonstrated here. However, Li Yunfei, who cannot even grasp this simple reality, still wishes to assert dominance over Yanling, which is truly amusing. When Li Xiaofei encounters Li Yunfei, he is far from cordial. Instead, he speaks rather rudely, stating that he has merely come to see whether this fellow is alive and to ascertain Yanling's true nature. Li Xiaofei's intent is unmistakable. The outcome is already glaringly evident. No matter how he phrases it, he cannot afford to descend into such a dismal predicament. Li Xiaofei is acutely aware that his younger brother is far from an easy opponent. Although Li Yunfei claims that Yanling has bullied him, Li Xiaofei knows better. It is quite possible that Li Yunfei's peculiar actions provoked Yanling's displeasure, leading to this chaotic situation after both parties were severely injured. Upon hearing his second brother's ungracious remarks, Li Yunfei's previously buoyant demeanor instantly darkens, his face transforming into a long, sour expression akin to that of a disgruntled donkey. What further evidence is needed? Let us just act. Since this fellow has yet to rise, it would be best to extinguish him in his cradle. Everything would then be manageable. Li Yunfei is truly incensed. He had not anticipated such harsh words from his second brother. To question whether he is dead or alive, how absurd for blood brothers. Li Yunfei can hardly contain his impatience. He yearns to swiftly eliminate Yanling. He wishes to suppress this dual-soul warrior before he reaches a higher level. In truth, Li Yunfei is driven by jealousy, fearing Yanling's ascent might lead to an irreversible retaliation against him. It is indeed comical that he, who is barely surviving, fears the potential repercussions from someone else's success. The youth you mentioned is Yanling, correct? He appears honest and does not seem like a villain. How did you manage to offend him? Li Xiaofei's gaze wanders among the crowd, finally landing on the striking young man with refined features. Instantly, he recognizes him as Yanling. Upon seeing Yanling for the first time, Li Xiaofei also perceives him as a good-natured youth, his bright eyes radiating kindness. In stark contrast to his third brother, the portly Li Yunfei, it is as if a plump pig is compared to a handsome lad. There is simply no comparison to be made. At this moment, Li Xiaofei had developed a certain understanding within himself, recognizing that the animosity between Li Yunfei and Yanling was largely attributable to Li Yunfei's own faults. Li Xiaofei, being a person of reason, was well aware of his younger brother's questionable character. Nevertheless, the bond of blood compelled him to act, albeit reluctantly. Although he did not desire to confront Yanling, he intended to administer a lesson, if only to preserve Li Yunfei's dignity, lest this so-called younger brother return home to complain to their parents. As the second son, feeling neglected by both father and mother, he would ultimately bear the brunt of any repercussions. Thus, Li Xiaofei resolved to merely issue a warning to Yanling, which he deemed the best course of action. I say, second brother, why do you prattle on so? Just do as I instruct without question. Why can't you be like elder brother? While I am being bullied, you stand there explaining everything. Unexpectedly, while Li Xiaofei scrutinized Yanling, Li Yunfei became increasingly agitated. He leaped about, howling in frustration, for the situation undeniably incensed him. His own second brother, rather than supporting him, had the audacity to praise Yanling's looks and commend his seemingly honest demeanor. Upon hearing this, the third brother was utterly bewildered, as his own blood brother had the audacity to label his adversary as an exemplary youth. The implication was painfully evident. It was an affront to his dignity, casting him as a rogue. Li Yunfei was no fool. He certainly perceived the underlying sentiments. Li Xiaofei, observing Li Yunfei's frantic antics akin to a monkey, found the situation exceedingly ludicrous. Assisting him was a gamble. There was no guarantee that matters would unfold favorably, should they falter against Yanling. His own reputation as the elder brother would be irrevocably tarnished. Conversely, if he chose not to aid Li Yunfei and the latter reported back, it would render him equally disreputable. In a moment of resignation, Li Xiaofei pointed towards the distant schoolyard and declared, "Have them both come to the playground at the academy. I shall attempt to utilize my martial spirit to restrain them. Meanwhile, you may take decisive action, but refrain from causing any fatal harm, understood?" Li Xiaofei was genuinely exasperated with Li Yunfei. However, if it was a matter of restoring his own honor, he would indeed reveal these unspoken truths. A mere warning to Yanling was straightforward enough. The schoolyard harbored no unusual figures. Let the confrontation unfold there. Fear not, dear brother. I shall maintain my discretion and ensure they do not vanish from this realm. Li Yunfei was elated, astonished that what he had casually suggested was being taken seriously by Li Xiaofei. He believed that this matter would surely allow him to swiftly regain his lost dignity. Indeed, despite being a frail scholar, His ability to truly stand tall and make a mark was undeniable. Certainly, it is imperative to seize control over all matters at hand. The issue of appearances has become increasingly uncertain, and now we shall observe who can adeptly navigate through this chaotic situation. At this moment, in the classroom, Yanling noticed an individual resembling Li Yunfei standing at the entrance. Without a doubt, he recognized who this person was. Chapter 69, The Outbreak of War. Chapter 70, Unmatched Resolve. Without further ado, it is time to utilize whatever resources are at hand. Let us not squander any more moments. Yanling took 2 steps back, seemingly dismissing the situation he held in his hands. Given this, there was no need for further dialogue. Action was the only recourse. Whoever hesitates is indeed a coward. Moreover, Yanling felt confident that he was more than capable of confronting Li Xiaofei. If it came down to it, subduing him with just a few words would be quite effortless. Ah, what a remarkable individual you are. I initially perceived your demeanor as rather mild. Yet it seems you possess an underlying volatility. Li Xiaofei was indeed taken aback by Yanling's attitude. He never anticipated that this individual would dare to accept the challenge. If that is the case, there is no further need to engage in trivial discussions. The myriad of absurdities has already taken root in the mind, rendering any further discourse on petty matters unnecessary. He originally believed that Yanling would not allow him to lose face too embarrassingly. However, upon closer inspection, he realized that the reality was far different. In light of such a grave threat, Li Xiaofei felt compelled to confront his fears rather than succumb to them. He clenched his fists tightly, preparing to take control of the convoluted truths that had eluded him. Since he was at the forefront of this path, it was imperative to integrate and understand the complexities rather than squander time, which would only prove detrimental for both parties involved. Enough with the idle chatter. Do not be like Li Yunfei, who only knows how to engage in empty rhetoric. It's quite distasteful, you know? Yanling could no longer wait. He was acutely aware that all the information at hand was firmly within his grasp. The question now was how many individuals could alter these unfounded realities. What irked Yanling the most was Li Xiaofei's incessant back-and-forth dialogue. He perceived this as a waste of time, which was unfavorable for everyone involved, especially since neither side could ascertain these matters with certainty. In that case, let us resolve these peculiarities through force. Then you shall wager your life. Li Xiaofei, feeling increasingly anxious, could hardly believe that Yanling persistently chose to throw himself against the barrel of his gun time and again. These facts are evidently laid bare before us, inviting our collective scrutiny. In terms of martial prowess, it is clear that Li Xiaofei stands no chance against Yanling. After all, this chosen one has been destined for greatness since the very moment of his birth. However, to our astonishment, Li Xiaofei intends to allow Yanling to face humiliation in the name of brotherhood. Little does he realize, should a true contest of strength ensue, the outcome may not favor him. That would only result in his own detriment, while Yanling would suffer no loss whatsoever. The two individuals engaged in a fierce struggle, creating a substantial vortex at the very center of the playground. Surrounding them was a figure reminiscent of a Tai Chi symbol, navigating the situation with unexpected twists and turns. Waves of shock rippled through the atmosphere, staining the entire sky a vivid crimson. Most students, initially eager to leave school, found themselves captivated by the unfolding spectacle, their curiosity compelling them to linger. Indeed, the two formidable martial spirits before them exhibited remarkable prowess, one resembling an iron lion of the heavens, embodying Li Xiaofei's essence, and the other a deep blue dragon, representing Yanling's spirit. The two great essences clashed and intertwined in the sky, culminating in a breathtaking tableau of teal hues. With a thunderous bang, the collision of these mighty spirits rent the sky asunder, revealing the celestial cosmos beyond. To Li Yunfei's astonishment, his typically reticent elder brother, Li Xiaofei, had revealed an extraordinary strength, managing to hold his own against Yanling. Just moments ago, the sky had been bathed in daylight. Now it was engulfed in the inky darkness of night, adorned with the vibrant patterns of the two great essences, which unfolded like a majestic phoenix across the firmament. The spectacle was so awe-inspiring that it left onlookers speechless, their eyes drawn upward in sheer wonder. In Li Yunfei's eyes, his elder brother, usually so unassuming before their parents and relatives, had transformed into an enigma of unfathomable might. In the blink of an eye, he had laid bare undeniable truths that left everyone in shock, rendering them momentarily voiceless. Li Xiaofei, now indifferent to Li Yunfei's presence, would not have unleashed his full force against Yanling were it not for the desire to restore dignity to his naive younger brother. Simultaneously, he did not anticipate that Yanling, despite his seemingly gentle demeanor, possessed considerable strength of his own. Well, Li Xiaofei mused. I did not realize you were so formidable. No wonder you managed to best my brother. It was evident that many had struggled to contend with this one individual, highlighting Yanling's true prowess. As Li Xiaofei regarded Yanling, the initial condescension in his gaze had dissipated, replaced by a newfound respect for this remarkable talent, who, despite being of similar age to his younger brother, displayed such exceptional skill. The realization was indeed staggering. Nevertheless, even as he acknowledged Yanling's abilities, Li Xiaofei's resolve and intensity remained undiminished. In the blink of an eye, all the power was consolidated within his palm, and he painted a blue flower of the other shore across the vast sky. There is no need for you to extol my virtues. I shall show no mercy in return. Unleash your full strength with haste. Yanling couldn't help but almost burst into laughter. He was astonished that the individual before him, Li Xiaofei, actually believed his own abilities to be formidable. Indeed, it is rather amusing. However, this does not even touch upon any so-called serious matters. One wonders if it is possible to resolve these issues at all. It seems that such a notion may be entirely unfounded. To extol the virtues of one's opponent only serves to undermine one's own morale, a truth that even Yanling is aware of. Yet, surprisingly, Li Xiaofei continues to shift every matter in his favor time and again, which is truly entertaining to witness. Chapter 71. Asai Li Xiaofei smirked slightly, realizing that this situation might indeed require a life-and-death contest to determine a victor. Initially, he merely intended to issue a warning to Yanling, only to discover that his opponent's prowess surpassed his own. This revelation left Li Xiaofei feeling quite embarrassed. It would have sufficed had he not had to showcase his younger brother's talents. However, if he were to further tarnish his own reputation, it would undoubtedly appear utterly ridiculous. The atmosphere and energy around them intensified, prompting gasps of astonishment from all present. Imagine, in a quiet place suddenly filled with the rumble of thunder. The sky above erupted into a dazzling display of fireworks. Regardless of who stands before it, the spectacle is undeniably shocking, even in the brilliance of a bright day. Yet, the emergence of such an unbearable situation is truly reminiscent of an explosive horror. Astonishingly, I never anticipated witnessing two such incandescent displays after school today. It appears that our academy indeed harbors extraordinary talent, truly remarkable in every sense. Once they complete their written examinations, we might approach them for an autograph or something similar. However, judging by the intensity of today's events, it seems unlikely that the day will conclude without at least one casualty. At this moment, the academy was teeming with people, and the majority of the audience emitted gasps of astonishment. Indeed, they had not anticipated that such an event would unfold before their eyes. The vibrant waves of light danced before the spectators, dazzling them intermittently and plunging them into darkness, creating an effect more vivid than mere three-dimensionality. Simultaneously, other students expressed their surprise, eagerly awaiting the conclusion to witness the true forms of Li Xiaofei and Yanling. However, this group was acutely aware of the gravity of the situation. They understood that these undeniable realities had been laid bare before them, and it seemed inevitable that today's battle would result in fatalities. Yet, as the teachers remained silent, the students felt compelled to refrain from any excessive actions. The academy was populated by teachers, the principal, and various other individuals, and the students possessed a keen sense of self-awareness, choosing not to meddle in such chaotic affairs. Meanwhile, Shrek was observing the tumultuous scene from the top of the teaching building. He recognized that the animosity between these two students was beyond his capacity as an educator to mediate. Since such an uncomfortable situation had already arisen, there was no need to exacerbate it further. In truth, Shrek felt a sense of satisfaction at the sight of students engaging in combat, as it indicated progress among them. A quiet evolution that had been taking place day by day. A genuine silence would only be evident if not even a single dead frog could be found within the academy. Just then, as Shrek was momentarily lost in thought, Sister Bibi Dong quietly approached from behind him, observing the brilliant display of light as the two powerful martial spirits clashed. He couldn't help but feel that this spectacle was indeed quite disconcerting. Bibidong's arrival did not astonish Shrek. After all, they both belonged to the ranks of the administration and faculty. In theory, they were equals, yet in terms of hierarchical status, Bibi Dong held a level above Shrek. Nevertheless, Shrek's role as an educator granted him a certain moral ascendancy. Thus, there was no necessity for the two to exchange pleasantries. A knowing nod and a smile sufficed. At that moment, however, Bibi Dong could no longer contain herself and remarked, "Remarkable. I never imagined that our academy harbored such formidable martial spirits. It truly brings me great comfort. Bibiong was filled with joy, for among them was a disciple he had taken under his wing just yesterday. The other, Li Xiaofei, was also the second son of the Li family, both of whom were regarded as individuals of considerable standing. Yet, in that fleeting moment of combat, a series of fierce assaults unfolded, leaving onlookers utterly astonished. It had been quite some time since the academy had witnessed such a spectacle of conflict in a public forum. Now, with this occurrence, Bibidong felt a profound tremor erupting from within. Of course, my discerning eye has never faltered. I believe such matters should follow a proper course. At that moment, Shailik smiled with satisfaction, realizing he had indeed not misjudged. If Yanling was Bibidong's disciple, it signified that the academy would surely have capable successors in the future. Such a delightful prospect caused Shailik's lips to curl upward ever so slightly. Indeed, it is a glaring truth that a commendable disciple could navigate through these so-called upheavals, potentially unifying the world in due time. After all, Tang San was merely an obscure apprentice in his day, yet he ascended to such exalted heights. Who could have anticipated the emergence of another like Yanling, who undoubtedly grasped the principles with precision? As they continued to clash, could it truly be without peril? Why did it seem that Li Xiaofei had no intention of relenting? Observing the relentless force, Bibidong's expression shifted to one of concern, his brow furrowed. When he glanced at Shailik, there was an undertone of reproach in his gaze. He wondered why a teacher would not intervene in the fight between two students. Was it merely to allow them to hone their skills? However, the outcome was already glaringly apparent. One could not simply dismiss the chaos that ensued. A teacher should uphold the stability of the entire academy, rather than stand idly by a student's risked life and limb. Would that not lead to reproach towards them? Bibidong's complaints have scarcely registered with Shrek. He believes that as a teacher, he can not only command the respect of his students, but also ensure their safety. Rest assured, I possess the discernment necessary. Should they truly intend to stir up trouble, I will certainly take prompt measures to avert any losses. Shrek has paid little heed to Bibidong's words. He perceives the phrase to be a model teacher as embodying a profound reality, one that suggests that despite having done nothing, one ought not to abandon one's students to their own devices. With the situation laid before him, he must consider how to better instill order amid the chaos. A crucial point is that Shrek possesses the remarkable ability of time reversal. If Li Xiaofei and Yanling were to cause any calamity, he could certainly navigate the tides and reverse a series of unnecessary events. When circumstances slip beyond his control, Shrek activates his abilities, journeying back to a time when nothing had transpired, nothing more than that. Ah, how delightful! Not only is he a teacher, but he also adeptly navigates the currents of human relations. Upon hearing Shrek's words, Bibidong nearly burst into laughter. He had not anticipated, nor could he have imagined, that Shrek could so astutely comprehend the subtleties of human interactions. Indeed, should he find himself in an irretrievable situation, he could swiftly employ his time reversal ability to present all matters before him and simply forget them. Such an undertaking seems quite straightforward. However, Shrek remains unimpressed. He perceives Bibidong's remarks as a jest directed at him. Thus, he promptly articulates his thoughts. Are you not the same? In this position of the Grand Pope, you hold a rank higher than the director of this academy. How could I not feel envious? Shrek felt that Bibidong's current position surpassed his own by a considerable margin. However, despite this undeniable reality, they found themselves on the same starting line to witness this contest. Indeed, among the spectators was one of his disciples. Yet that did not imply any bias on his part. Shrek firmly believed that when the stakes reached a point of no return, fairness must prevail. At that moment, on the sidelines of the competition, Li Xiaofei sensed a profound disparity between his intentions and his capabilities. He had not anticipated the formidable strength of Yanling's twin martial souls. Even more astonishing was the revelation that Yanling's martial soul manifested as a blue dragon, while he himself possessed merely an ordinary pattern. To his surprise, Li Xiaofei recognized the impressive prowess of his opponent. He had assumed that exerting 70% of his strength would compel Yanling to retreat, yet here he was, still steadfast in his resolve. Li Xiaofei was left astounded. He had nearly exhausted all his energy, but had failed to make even a slight dent in Yanling's defenses. He had hoped to inflict some hardship upon Yanling, leading him to kneel and apologize, but instead, he faced repeated displays of Yanling's escalating power. Of course, while Yanling was capable of amplifying his strength, Li Xiaofei could do the same, yet he distinctly felt a decline in his own capabilities. This situation resembled two opposing shockwaves. The one with greater force would ultimately prevail in propelling the wave forward. In response to Li Xiaofei's taunts, Yanling was nearly overcome with laughter. He had expected his stamina to wane shortly, yet it was Li Xiaofei who appeared to be faltering. If this continued, the situation would indeed prove to be more challenging than anticipated. How could one not persevere? Without persistence, one risks being forgotten, Yanling jested, his words laced with a hint of exhaustion. Indeed, he had nearly depleted all his strength, swinging wildly yet producing what some might deem peculiar results. Should these efforts be scrutinized, they might seem rather unworthy to others. Yes, Yanling too sensed that he was nearing his limits. However, he had not foreseen that Li Xiaofei was, in fact, on the verge of collapse. If one were to speak in such a manner, it would indeed seem that this matter is not so easily resolved. Observing that Li Xiaofei is nearing the brink of exhaustion, Yanling believes it is time to let go. There are no profound grievances at play, so why endure such overwhelming distress and embarrassment? There exists no deep-seated animosity between us, and there is no need for you to exert yourself so vigorously in your dealings with me. On that day, it was evidently your brother who was at fault, and thus, it is unjust for me to bear the entirety of the burden. Do you comprehend? Yanling concluded his statement with a vigilant gaze directed towards Li Xiaofei. He had already retracted 30% of his power, observing whether Li Xiaofei would reciprocate. Should Li Xiaofei continue to hold back, Yanling would unleash his full strength against him. The consequences would undoubtedly be dire, potentially leading to Li Xiaofei's demise, which was an uncertain prospect. Furthermore, the transgressions of the previous day were clearly not attributable to him. Yanling believed he was not in the wrong and thus saw no reason to entangle himself further with Li Xiaofei. His animosity lay with Li Yunfei, and he held no grievances against Li Xiaofei. Therefore, it was unwarranted to fabricate such meaningless gossip. As Yanling's intensity diminished, Li Xiaofei, too, understood the gravity of the situation. He felt that since the other party had afforded him such a significant concession, it was clear they did not wish for his life. He believed there was no need for such humiliation. Li Xiaofei spoke candidly. All right, let us each find our own way forward. I accept my defeat. I did not anticipate that I would be unable to surpass you. Very well, let us turn the page on this matter, and I will explain the situation to my family. At this moment, Li Xiaofei's state of mind was one of resignation. He felt that since the matter had unfolded in this manner, there was little left to be done. There is no need to elaborate further. It is evident that I cannot possibly contend with Yanling today. Moreover, I have noticed the two figures standing on the rooftop. It is clear that Li Xiaofei has become aware of the presence of Shrek and Bibi Dong. At that moment, Li Xiaofei was nearly paralyzed with fear. And for good reason. He knew that Bibi Dong was Yanling's mentor. Today, Shrek has shown remarkable respect for Yanling from the podium. And these two formidable and illustrious individuals have granted Yanling a measure of deference. As a mere apprentice, I certainly should not engage in a reckless confrontation with Yanling. Chapter 73. Descending the Steps and Dispersing. Chapter 74. Fleeting moments. Li Xiaofei candidly expressed that he had no desire to witness even a fragment of Li Yunfei's expression. Assisting him in seeking vengeance had yielded no advantage and had nearly cost him his life at Yanling's hands. Gazing at the wisps of cloud drifting in the sky, it felt as if he were on the verge of his own memorial service. If he did not choose to concede, he might very well lose his life here. Seeing his elder brother utterly despondent, Li Yunfei did not engage in any peculiar antics. He believed that since the situation had unfolded this way, there was no point in uttering any further nonsense. Very well, if you cannot surpass him, then it is clear that the elder brother is equally inept. The trial assembly, which he failed to attend, is indeed lamentable. Li Yunfei's attitude conveyed a sense of resignation. After all, if his elder brother was useless, then it was certain that the elder sibling was equally so. Thus, today's duel would conclude in temporary defeat. It was unexpected for the old Li family to produce a failure, and he was indeed the first in line. As Li Yunfei walked back, he continued to grumble. He could not swallow his indignation, realizing that his elder brother's intervention had proven futile. From the very beginning, Li Yunfei had sensed the impending defeat. However, he had not anticipated its arrival would be so swift. He had thought that his elder brother could withstand at least one or two exchanges, yet it turned out otherwise. After several rounds of power struggles, his elder brother had been swiftly vanquished. Had he himself stepped into the fray, he would have undoubtedly faced the same fate at Yanling's hands, perhaps even suffering a shattered skull. The swiftness of the defeat left Li Yunfei momentarily stunned. He was still lost in the fantasy that his elder brother could triumph over Yanling, but reality proved too bewildering and humiliating. Could you refrain from speaking? What can I do? I simply cannot win. Li Xiaofei was on the verge of tears, for he had clearly sensed that Yin Ling had shown him mercy. Had Yin Ling not been so lenient moments ago, he would now be nothing more than a lifeless corpse sprawled upon the ground. The formidable presence of a dual martial soul wielded such an immense power that, with mere words, it vividly revealed the undeniable truths before him. How astonishing this technique was, coupled with an equally formidable heart that allowed him to spare Li Xiaofei. In this moment, Li Xiaofei felt immensely grateful to have encountered a benevolent soul. Had his opponent been a nefarious villain, endowed with overwhelming strength, his head would have surely been severed without hesitation, leaving him bereft of any semblance of justice. Indeed, it is quite chilling to contemplate the scenario had Yin Ling possessed supernatural abilities, along with a notoriously irascible temperament. Thus, the current Li Xiaofei has metaphorically perished nearly countless times, for one possesses but a single life. This is indeed a truth. Very well, if you cannot prevail, I shall summon my elder brother. On the other hand, Li Yunfei has adopted a reckless attitude, convinced that his second brother has not committed any misdeeds against Yinling. Perhaps his elder brother could surpass Yinling, yet he tends to overthink matters. His brother has not even reached a significant level in the trial of martial spirits, easily subdued by others as if he were a mere puppet. Currently, he is at home enduring the lash of his parents. How could he possibly assist in advancing the path of vengeance? Regardless, it is evident that his brother has not even undergone the trials, and now he is at home suffering greatly. Li Xiaofei is nearly bursting with laughter. Indeed, what kind of temperament his brother possesses is well known to them both. They are acutely aware that their elder sibling has not faced even the basic level of martial spirit trials, and now he is at home enduring a beating, yet still harbors thoughts of revenge against Yinling. It is inevitable that the dual martial spirits would leave him utterly defeated. As Yinling observes the two brothers bickering as they walk, he cannot help but chuckle. It is truly comical. The three brothers of the Li family are clearly at odds. Yinling cannot contain his own thoughts, reflecting on how unexpected it is that the Li brothers have developed such a profound rift in their fraternal bond. Such peculiar behavior is indeed quite disconcerting. Consider this. The two brothers are now embroiled in a serious crisis, and should others witness this, they might conclude that such discord arises from internal strife within a prominent family. Stop trying to sow discord, Li Yunfei admonishes. The Li family as well, albeit with one troublesome element. His expression is grim, surprised by Yinling's propensity to exacerbate the situation. What concern is it of his, as the two brothers argue? Why create unnecessary chaos? Indeed, while he has emerged victorious today, it cannot be said that he has truly converted this perfect victory into a display of courage. Although Li Yunfei faced defeat, his spirit remains fiercely unyielding, determined to consolidate the chaos into his own hands. Hearing Li Yunfei's remarks, Yinling responds without hesitation. I have no interest in your quarrel, but do refrain from fighting over trivial matters. We have already determined a victor. Do not let minor squabbles lead to further disgrace. Yinling is at a loss for words, having merely jested. Who would have thought these two would react so passionately? If this continues, will they truly believe he possesses no temper whatsoever? When words fail to align, silence prevails. The reality stands as it is, and there is little more to be said regarding this peculiar situation. Regardless, Yinling perceives himself as victorious, and from this vantage point, he ought to crush his adversaries beneath his feet. As for other matters, he sees no need to delve into the chaotic intricacies of irrelevant facts. Those circumstances no longer concern him. He only sees the dawn of victory, oblivious to any notions of failure. Enough said. With the contest having clearly determined a victor, there is no necessity to engage in further disarray, understood? At this moment, Shrek stepped forward, observing the three individuals on the verge of escalating their commotion once more. Chapter 75. Indeed, as a teacher, he felt compelled to intervene, for the purpose was straightforward. To uphold the dignity of a mentor, maintaining order is paramount, while all else is but mere trifles. Yes, teacher, you are correct, I understand. Li Yunfei's expression was grim, yet he found himself powerless. He could not strike at Yinling in front of Shrek, and moreover, he was incapable of besting him, forced instead to retreat in a silent, dejected manner. Nevertheless, the bitterness in his heart lingered, unrelenting. As the tumult finally subsided, Bibi Dong descended from the rooftop with remarkable agility, seemingly defying gravity as he landed effortlessly on the ground below, unscathed and commendably agile, a testament to his formidable prowess. Who would have thought, Yinling, that you possess such remarkable strength, your martial spirit being a blue dragon? This truly fills me with immense pride as your mentor. Bibi Dong was astonished, for he beheld Yinling's martial spirit, a dragon, which indeed left him speechless, a grand dragon, capable of weaving through the currents of this world. In contrast, Bibi Dong's own martial spirit was merely a phoenix, and the juxtaposition of Yinling's dragon and the phoenix was striking, for they are not a pair of fated celestial beings. Should they become adversaries, it could potentially yield indelible consequences. Thus, Bibi Dong felt a profound sense of satisfaction regarding his apprentice. He believed he had not made a misguided choice in taking Yinling under his wing. Should Yinling truly soar, he would undoubtedly bring glory upon his mentor. However, at this juncture, Shrek's countenance shifted as he regarded Bibi Dong's words with skepticism. Indeed, he held little significant impression of this individual, merely aware of his existence. Shrek could not fathom why Bibi Dong would choose to take Yinling as his disciple. What, then, is the nature of their relationship? At this moment, Bibi Dong finds herself somewhat perplexed. Why is Yinling so formidable, given that others possess both strong backgrounds and significant power? This talent is indeed impressive. Yet this individual seems to have nothing at all. Nevertheless, he is able to demonstrate such extraordinary abilities and prominence. If that is the case, Bibi Dong truly questions why Yinling has suddenly materialized in this world. However, when Bibi Dong mentions the term master, Shrek is undeniably flooded with a multitude of inquiries from within his heart. He casts a bewildered gaze at Bibi Dong and remarks, "Master." Very well. Shrek's implication is clear. He did not expect that Bibi Dong might genuinely have an inclination to gravitate toward Yinling. If one were to express it in such a manner, this matter indeed becomes quite intriguing. Yinling is undeniably a remarkable individual. Yet he has always been an enigma to me, as if he materialized from thin air. Nonetheless, such a character has managed to ascend to great heights, even securing the favor of Bibi Dong. Shrek finds this development increasingly fascinating. It is all the same, indeed. Bibi Dong's countenance darkens. He is acutely aware. Shrek's four-character remark serves as a subtle jest, insinuating that he is merely a person who thrives on the advantages of others. Indeed, it is astonishing that such a formidable student as Yinling has now been preemptively taken under the wing of Bibi Dong. Had he arrived just a moment later, he would undoubtedly have found himself ensnared by Shrek, becoming one of the illustrious Shrek 7. In truth, Shrek and Bibi Dong do not belong to the same faction. They merely traverse the same path, which has given rise to a plethora of eccentricities and chaotic entanglements. Otherwise, such extensive connections would never have materialized. Yinling is acutely aware that in the forthcoming world, Shrek will lead his team in opposition to Bibi Dong's forces. The only reason they can engage in calm discourse at present is that neither has yet uncovered the means to decisively undermine the other. However, in the future, he is certain that he will meticulously orchestrate these matters. Yinling harbors a profound understanding of his own capacities, rendering him utterly disinterested in the trivial squabbles of these factions. The very notion of their strife repulses him, as he observes the impending clash between Shrek and Bibi Dong. Yinling hastily intervenes, determined to prevent their confrontation. He harbors no desire to witness these two esteemed teachers embroiled in conflict over trivialities, especially after recently resolving matters with Li Xiaofei. In that case, within the entire academy, he has indeed become a pariah. I have finally discerned the reason behind my sudden surge in prowess. Could it be that this teacher has been covertly aiding me? Yinling swiftly shifted the conversation, attributing all the accolades to himself. A teacher, a mentor. Without these two figures, perhaps I would not possess such formidable abilities. Otherwise, how could Li Xiaofei, ranked a level above me, be subdued to the point where his power does not manifest even in the slightest? In that case, one must admit that this individual is indeed quite formidable. However, initially, Bibi Dong intended to assist Yinling. Yet, in order to avoid giving the impression of personal bias, he refrained from employing any spells to offer aid. Shrek, adhering to a principle of fairness, also chose not to intervene. Li Xiaofei is his student, as is Yinling. Although Li Xiaofei is no longer under his tutelage, he does not wish to show favoritism towards his current student. Thus, Shrek remained passive, both parties exchanging glances as they watched Yinling systematically overpower Li Xiaofei. However, upon hearing such statements, Shrek felt his composure nearly shatter. The audacity of Yinling was truly astonishing. Not only did he involve Bibi Dong, but he also implicated himself. How could a teacher of such repute allow himself to be dragged into a situation instigated by a mere minor character? Such remarks must not be made lightly. After all, the recent encounter with Li Xiaofei was a fair contest. If word were to spread that Bibi Dong was showing favoritism towards his student, it would tarnish his reputation considerably. Shrek's tone grew increasingly agitated. While it might be acceptable for Bibi Dong to favor his own disciple, he was merely a teacher whose primary responsibility was to educate. Should it be suggested that he aided Yin Ling at the expense of Li Xiaofei, the repercussions could be dire. His esteemed position within the academy could be irrevocably jeopardized, leading to an unfortunate downfall. Shrek, his face pale with concern, reacted with alarm. He had not anticipated that his casual remark would evoke such a vigorous response. It was as if he had stirred a hornet's nest, leaving him intrigued yet apprehensive. Fortunately, Yin Ling deftly shifted the conversation to another topic, sensing that Shrek's agitation might provoke a severe backlash. To maintain his own safety, he resolved to consider himself as possessing exceptional abilities and let the matter rest. Yin Ling, having uttered these words, fell into silence, instead observing Bibi Dong and Shrek with an air of cautious scrutiny. It was evident that these two were truly extraordinary, exuding an aura of dominion over the world simply by their presence. The profound resonance of their essence, the twists and turns of fate, rendered mere words insufficient to encapsulate their might. The truth lay vividly between their gazes, and every breath they took, showcasing their unparalleled prowess. Such formidable power could only be possessed by individuals of their caliber. Ordinary souls, despite a lifetime of cultivation, could scarcely reach their heights. Indeed, Bibi Dong and Shrek hailed from esteemed lineages, their very bloodlines imbued with greatness. This inherent advantage allowed them to cultivate their abilities to astounding levels, achieving remarkable stature at such a tender age, ultimately bearing immense responsibilities. Presently, Bibi Dong stood as the Grand Pope, embodying the hopes of the entire Douluo continent, while Shrek served as a teacher within the academy, nurturing students who would become invaluable pillars of society. Their accomplishments were nothing short of formidable. In a tangible reality, these two would undoubtedly take on significant endeavors, establishing their own legacies, akin to embodiments of educators. Bibi Dong, raising her hand, firmly patted Yin Ling's shoulder, exclaiming, "In the realm of the strong, there are always those who surpass. Each generation surpasses the last, young man. Well done. Perhaps, in the future, I might even relinquish my position to you." At that moment, tears welled in Bibi Dong's eyes as she gazed at Yin Ling, nearly overwhelmed with emotion. Indeed, this young man was no ordinary individual. His succinct expressions were unmatched by others. Bibi Dong reflected on her long tenure in her position, feeling a sense of restlessness. She pondered the possibility of ascending to an even greater height in the future. It is indeed certain that one can effortlessly navigate through these twists and turns, allowing everything to descend gracefully. Yes, a position such as that of the Pope undoubtedly requires a worthy successor. If one were to speak 3 words, it would be as if 2 of them are precariously perched on the edge of controversy. It can only be said that this is the lament of the entire Douluo continent. The esteemed position of the Supreme Pontiff is left without a worthy successor, an existence that is indeed a source of considerable distress. Upon hearing this news, Yin Ling felt as if struck by a thunderbolt on a clear day. Indeed, the role of the Supreme Pontiff is far from facile. While one might think that an ordinary individual could bear the weight of hope, they might just as easily find themselves shattered into countless pieces. Only those nurtured from a young age are capable of ascending to such lofty heights, and at present, Yin Ling is certainly not one of them. Thus, he has no desire to shoulder this so-called responsibility. "Enough," he declared, gesturing emphatically. "I believe your position is far too elevated. I cannot possibly bear such grave responsibilities." In contrast, he felt that the position held by Tang San was far more suited to him. Indeed, in this current world, Tang San has soared into the cosmos, seated upon the throne of the Grand Ruler. In the future, I am confident that I will be capable of achieving such remarkable feats while simultaneously dismantling the chaos around me and integrating it into my own mastery. Yin Ling harbors his own ideals and aspirations, showing little regard for others. It is abundantly clear that the position of the Pope is far too elevated to accommodate their modest domain. The Pope within the Douluo continent is not a role that just anyone can assume. It demands a saintly caliber, akin to that of Bibi Dong. To exist in solitude throughout one's life is a torment for Yin Ling, for he is a person of flesh and blood, unlike Bibi Dong, who possesses a heart of stone. Of course, Bibi Dong once had her share of emotional depth, but she later committed acts that defied reason, resulting in a catastrophic blow to her character, leaving her in a lamentable state. In this world, the Pope is akin to a priest in our reality, wielding absolute authority and sanctity, with an image that must remain unblemished. Should any blemish arise, it could lead to execution. This illustrates the terror of this world, where harsh truths are ever present. Indeed, the cruelty is palpable, and the law bears little weight in this society. Thus, Yinling has come to a resolution. He decides that even if he attains a high position in the future, it is not imperative to consolidate all this chaos under his control. Living peacefully through his 3 lifetimes is already a substantial blessing. One might say he is overly modest. What is the Pope, after all? Merely a title, hardly worthy of mention. Shrek watched with satisfaction as Yinling declined the Pope's position. Yes, this young man disregards even the title of Pope, which signifies his ambition to stand shoulder to shoulder with Tang San as a pillar of strength. In this context, Yinling could draw closer to him. Considering that Shrek possesses formidable techniques of diabolical training that are well known throughout the old world, these facts can be succinctly articulated. His prowess is vividly demonstrated, transforming even the most inconspicuous of individuals into exceptional talents under his guidance. Such remarkable standards are sought after by many who yearn to integrate these skills into their own repertoire and seek to be disciples of Shrek. However, at this moment, upon hearing Yinling's words, Bibi Dong felt a sense of rejection. This signifies that there is indeed a chance for oneself, and Shrek finds joy in this realization. Furthermore, the position of Pope held by Bibi Dong may not hold much significance. If Yinling does not regard it highly, then it is merely trivial matters, not worthy of concern, allowing others to manipulate or belittle them. The title of Pope pales in comparison to being one of the 8 monsters or 9 monsters under Shrek's tutelage. Receiving praise from someone like Bibi Dong and being acknowledged by Shrek caused Yinling's demeanor to falter. Indeed, he was merely an ordinary individual, and to be esteemed by such distinguished figures left him feeling somewhat overwhelmed. He believed it prudent to maintain a low profile, lest further trivial matters arise. Alas, it is uncertain whether life itself may soon reach its conclusion. All right, dear teacher, please refrain from further elevating my burdens, since the crisis has now been averted. Let us ponder how to navigate the path ahead. Yinling is truly disinterested in the flattery of these 2 old men. Indeed, despite their outwardly youthful appearance, they are, in fact, several millennia old, while Yinling is merely a fledgling, just in his early 20s, a graceful youth. Under the cunning of these ancient foxes, it is utterly impossible for him to maneuver effectively. Thus, Yinling desires nothing more than to seize control of the so-called facts, yearning for fate to cease its jest at his expense. He wishes to be the master of his own destiny, rather than a pawn in another's game. Should he choose to tread the path laid out by Bibi Dong or Shrek, it would be an entirely different matter. This can only indicate that his fate is no longer in his own hands, but rather manipulated by others, which is truly intolerable for some. Upon hearing Yinling's words, Bibi Dong nearly burst into laughter, as she had not anticipated that a young man of such remarkable prowess could be so easily placed upon such a lofty pedestal by mere words. If we were to put it this way, one must be cautious in navigating the waters of life, adopting a humble demeanor. For as long as one can remember, these principles have guided the ascent of humble individuals into the realm of greatness. Remarkably, this initial victory does not evoke pride. Rather, it prompts reflections on the future, truly indicative of a worthy disciple. Bibi Dong gazes at Yinling with a gaze filled with unspoken emotions, recognizing that this young man is indeed impressive. Despite his tender age and considerable prowess, he possesses the wisdom to temper his brilliance with humility. If we were to put it this way, it certainly is quite a sight to behold. There truly are successors, indeed. Bibi Dong was on the verge of tears from excitement. Of course, if we were to speak of genuine tears, Bibi Dong may not be one to shed tears easily, for he is a figure of supreme authority, akin to a grand pope. How could he allow himself to weep over mere sentiments? If that were the case, his emotional depths would indeed be shallow. Yet, he found himself genuinely moved by the emergence of such a low-profile yet formidable talent as Yinling. It illuminated the notion that fate often diverges from one's desires in a most unexpected manner, both a source of joy and a cause for lamentation. You are far too flattering, for I am merely an ordinary individual, Yinling replied, feeling somewhat speechless. He had not anticipated that Bibi Dong would exhibit such adulation, rivaling even Shrek in his sycophantic praise. As a mere supporting character, he found himself elevated to an undeserved pedestal, caught in a whirlwind of conflicting compliments that left him feeling quite embarrassed. He was not truly exceptional, and there was no need to adorn him with such lavish praise. Turning to survey the scene, Yinling noticed that the majority of the crowd on the school playground was fixated upon him. Indeed, it was a conspicuous sight. with both Bibi Dong and Shrek observing him with solemn gazes. Surrounding them were throngs of other students, yet it was Yinling who occupied the pivotal position. A touch of social anxiety crept in, as Yinling felt the weight of attention pressing upon him. He was no runway model, after all, and did not possess the flair to command such a spotlight. However, Shrek continued, if you are an ordinary person, then you are undoubtedly the pinnacle among the ordinary. Your ability to remain humble at such a level is indicative of a future pillar of society. Rest assured, I will support you. Shrek was a connoisseur of talent. And now, with Yinling being such an extraordinary individual, he found himself captivated. Yet, a tinge of regret lingered in his heart. As this talent had already been claimed as Bibi Dong's disciple, it pained Shrek to think that this once masterless apprentice had now become a legitimate student of Bibi Dong. If Shrek were to mentor him, it would be as a secondary instructor, not a member of a formal lineage. Should Yinling achieve greatness in the future, the implications of this arrangement would be complex indeed. In the future, when others mention his master, they will undoubtedly refer to Bibi Dong, while Shrek will merely be regarded as his teacher. Reflecting upon this, Shrek felt a pang of sorrow. Yet, the desire to nurture talent is a sentiment shared by all. Faced with such a stark reality, Shrek was unwilling to let any opportunity slip away. He resolved to staunchly support Yinling, despite possibly not acknowledging him as his so-called second master. Yet, in the annals of history across the continent, his name is destined to be etched indelibly. Shrek, too, will leave a significant mark within this narrative. Their aspirations are indeed lofty. The desire to inscribe one's name in the chronicles of history is no trivial endeavor. Few can attain such heights, and even if Yinling were to reach that esteemed position, it remains uncertain whether he could be drawn into a reality as picturesque as envisioned. For the harshness of reality is unforgiving, far too complex to be distilled into mere words. Listening to Shrek's effusive praise, Bibi Dong was on the verge of tears. Thinking to herself, do you not have any disciples of your own? At this moment, Yinling quietly rejoiced within. Shrek had lost much of his former prowess. Having taught 7 disciples, he was nearly on the verge of starving his master. This sentiment captures the essence of the situation, though it may not convey the entirety of the truth. Perhaps one could even become the 8th wonder of Shrek. Nonetheless, Shrek remained unconvinced. He believed that with Yinling's qualifications and abilities, he could undoubtedly ascend to become the 8th legendary figure of Shrek. Perhaps, following his guidance, an even more formidable individual might emerge. Alas, the factions to which they belonged were fundamentally disparate. He aligned with Bibi Dong's Douluo faction, while the other belonged to Shrek's camp. Though historically, the two factions have not been mortal enemies, they are certainly not to be underestimated. In the past, they had endured a tumultuous era marked by irreconcilable differences. However, the adversities manifesting before them now have laid bare the challenges that lie ahead. It remains to be seen how Yinling will choose to navigate his future. Should he succeed, all will be well. Yet, if he finds himself beset by insurmountable difficulties, it would all be mere folly. At this moment, Yinling, taken aback by Shrek's overwhelming regard, almost laughed. He had not anticipated that the chaotic circumstances would be so challenging to manage alone. Confronted by these events, he found himself grappling with difficult choices. Indeed, the structure within the Douluo faction is not to be underestimated. However, in the face of such turmoil, he realized he appeared utterly insignificant beside these towering figures, rendering him almost invisible. Deciding to cultivate himself into a titled Douluo, he resolved not to follow the path of Shrek's development. Yinling spoke candidly, for he had no ties with the Shrek faction. Moreover, based on his recollections, he knew that the Shrek camp would soon face total annihilation. This was, of course, due to the abilities on the Douluo side reaching a pinnacle, which would give rise to a chaotic series of circumstances detrimental to their interests. Thus, at this moment, Yinling found himself with his own objectives and creative aspirations. It is essential to strive to master all that one currently possesses. If one chooses to pursue the path of Douluo, it is imperative to remain steadfast and unwavering. In truth, the Shrek faction is not particularly weak, however. Due to the significant differences in the systems between Douluo and Shrek, Yinzhong, as a human, is reluctant to impose excessive demands. The rationale is quite simple. Those who do not share the same journey need not become entangled in a myriad of trivial matters. Not every individual is suited to the environments of Shrek and Douluo, leading to a series of chaotic behaviors. Well then, since your intentions are resolute, I see no need to engage further. The outcome is already quite evident. Given the current state of disarray, introducing more peculiarities would not serve our interests well. Shrek nodded in agreement, recognizing the validity of these observations. Indeed, from the outset, Yinjing had not chosen this faction, and to pursue it halfway would signify a betrayal of one's own teachings. Yinzhang is not the type to act in contradiction to human morals or to abandon all principles. Meanwhile, Bibi Dong was exceedingly pleased, having not anticipated Yinjing's steadfastness. If he truly intends to walk this path with her, then there is no need for the introduction of further eccentricities. Do you see? Shrek. This is the disciple I have nurtured. His words are impressively articulated, reflecting the decisions made within this faction. Let us not burden him further, as it would be a favor to me. Bibi Dong was practically dancing with joy, eager to exert control over the chaotic actions of Shrek. Indeed, there is no mistake. The antics presented before him still failed to satisfy his appetite. The discomfort he experienced with Shrek today renders any additional antics unnecessary. It is clear that Yinjing has resolved to grow stronger along the path of Douluo, which undoubtedly indicates that the position of the Grand Pope will have successors. Even if Yinjing does not desire this role, he will inevitably make choices that will pave the way for the entire Douluo continent. Shrek was incensed, his brows furrowed, as if on the verge of unleashing the fury that brewed within him. It is true that he and Bibi Dong have never seen eye to eye, and now she had found an excuse to target him. If we were to speak in such terms, it is no wonder that Shrek is filled with ire. In this moment, he appears as a figure of considerable aggression. Should he unleash the pin-up fury within his chest, he would undoubtedly grasp that individual firmly in his hands. Bibi Dong, do not speak so boastfully. My disciples from Shrek are not in the least inferior to your spirit masters. Shrek, in utter exasperation, cannot help but feel angered. His own apprentices are each stronger than the last, far surpassing those spirit masters. Yet, unexpectedly, they have become the subject of derision. Thus, Shrek's current stance is to defend the dignity of his disciples, ensuring that the chaotic circumstances are firmly within his control. He may reprimand and chastise his own as he pleases, but no outsider shall utter a single word against them. Observing Shrek's flustered demeanor, Bibi Dong can hardly contain her amusement. She had not anticipated that this elder before her would possess such a fiery temperament. Indeed, their ages are nearly comparable. One nearing several millennia, the other also approaching the same, and in this vast world, despite appearances suggesting they are merely in their 20s, they are both quintessentially cunning old foxes, regarding Yinling as hardly worthy of mention. Chapter 80, The Seven Monsters of Shrek. Ha 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 as it stands. Yinling is both your student and my apprentice. Let us see whose strength prevails, the spirit masters or your Shrek, or perhaps he shall master both. Bibi Dong in high spirits gestures animatedly towards Shrek, believing that since Yinling has allied himself with her, they are now on the same front. There is no need to complicate matters further. If one cannot even manage the situation at hand, then what hope is there? That is indeed an incongruous reality. Yinling is a quintessential talent whose potential remains unutilized. However, the current promising material is solely in his own hands, which can only imply that should Yinling truly embark on a journey in the future, it would be a significant development. This can only be attributed to the pursuit of one's own reputation. Such an exceptionally harsh demeanor is evident to all. Even Bibi Dong is on the verge of laughter. At this moment, Shrek, upon hearing those words, is nearly grinding his teeth in frustration. He had never anticipated that a disciple he had painstakingly chosen would now fall into the hands of Bibi Dong. Very well. If it is true that even these circumstances cannot serve as a lesson, there is no need to amalgamate a multitude of disarray. The outcome is already quite evident. There is no further need to exert oneself. Well, if you are to express it in such a manner, I find myself quite content. It remains to be seen in which direction Yinling will evolve. Shrek, with a dismissive flourish of his sleeve, has chosen to disregard Yinling's trivialities. Indeed, he can no longer concern himself with such matters, for Yinling has, in essence, distanced himself from him entirely. There is no further need for excessive actions. Bibi Dong indeed possesses formidable abilities within the realm of Douluo. If one were to envision them standing on the same battlefield, engaged in a fusion of their strengths, it would serve as a compelling illustration of their capabilities. All these complexities are perceived through the eyes of those who can articulate them effectively. In the past, Tang San, the title Douluo of Douluo continent, shared a brief yet significant connection with Bibi Dong. However, the duration of their association was not extensive, and eventually, Shrek opted for a path of compromise, thereby preventing Tang San from being confined by rigid and unyielding regulations. Had Shrek chosen to deliver a devastating blow back then, Tang San might have been extinguished in his infancy. Thus, the entire history of Douluo continent is destined to be rewritten, and extraordinary talents like Yanling shall emerge, illuminating the intricate workings of the world. The fate of all resides firmly in the hands of individuals, and should a truly formidable force desire to overturn the status quo, it would be an effortless endeavor. Observing the subtle rivalry between the two instructors, Yanling found himself at a loss for words. He pondered why he, an unremarkable individual, was the target of such nonsensical remarks. In a moment of urgency, he intervened to diffuse the tension between the two, stating, "Oh, dear teachers, your care for me is greatly appreciated, and there is no need for further discourse. I am confident I shall master all your skills in due time." Shrek, with a hint of exasperation, made a hasty remark before attempting to leave, burdened by his numerous responsibilities. As a teacher, he bore the weight of guiding thousands of students, and could not afford to focus solely on Yanling. Consequently, he resolved to dispel the chaos surrounding him. With Bibi Dong having taken Yanling as her disciple, there was no longer a need for him to linger in this tumultuous affair. "Well then, I have matters to attend to," he declared. "Let today's events be merely a fleeting tempest." With that, Shrek turned to depart, throwing a fierce glare at Bibi Dong, fully aware that he had witnessed a remarkable talent now under her tutelage. Such a perplexing reality weighed heavily on his heart, evoking feelings of discomfort and trepidation. At the same time, Shrek harbored a fervent hope of encountering an individual even more extraordinary than Yanling, lest the unalterable truths of the present allow Yanling to soar to greater heights. In the future, should he become another Tang San, it could prove to be a devastating blow to the Shrek clan. Therefore, in order to eliminate potential future threats, Shrek must recruit and consolidate its own forces. It is imperative to establish a significant faction within the academy, otherwise, the chaotic truths will manifest before them. The already fragmented situation has become unmanageable, and for the sake of long-term stability, Shrek has no choice but to endure and bide its time. Meanwhile, the situation at the Li family has descended into chaos. Due to Li Dafei's failure to achieve a high level in his martial soul trial, he returned home only to be met with a brutal beating. On the other hand, Li Yunfei, having failed in his quest for revenge, has retreated into his home, brooding and reluctant to venture outside, primarily out of fear of embarrassment. In contrast, although Li Xiaofei faced defeat in battle, he emerged with invaluable lessons learned. Thus, it became evident what it truly means to say that there are always greater talents beyond one's own, and that the world holds vast mysteries. At this moment, Li Xiaofei hurried to his father's study, eager to share every detail of the situation. He revealed to his father that there existed a remarkable individual within the entire Douluo continent, someone akin to Tang San. Li Feihu is the biological father of the three brothers of the Li family. However, he is not the eldest son. Above him lies an elder brother, which means that Li Feihu is merely the second son of the family. Unlike the three brothers of Li Yunfei, Li Feihu has only one elder brother and no younger siblings, but he does have two younger sisters. Therefore, among the sons of the Li family, he ranks as the second son. Nevertheless, despite being the second son, the patriarch of the Li family has not neglected Li Feihu. On the contrary, he holds him in considerable esteem, offering him a degree of protection within the family. While Li Feihu's name carries an imposing connotation, he himself harbors a complexity that eludes simple explanation. He is indeed a quintessential intellectual, much like his elder brother, both of whom are remarkably accomplished returnees with doctoral degrees. However, it is unexpected that the three sons of Li Feihu are anything but meek. In Chapter 81, Family Matters, apart from the second son, Li Xiaofei, the eldest and youngest sons epitomize the stereotypical wealthy second-generation individuals. Day in and day out, they are solely focused on earning and spending money, lacking any other pursuits. They either bully others or are on the path to doing so. This situation causes Li Feihu considerable distress, leading him to feel the profound sorrow of fatherhood. If he cannot even manage his own sons, how can he hope to thrive in this world? Standing in his study, Li Feihu was deep in thought, while Li Xiaofei stood beside him, both wearied by furrowed brows. After a prolonged silence, Li Feihu finally articulated his thoughts. "I never anticipated that even you could not surpass Yanling. Who, pray tell, is this fellow? It seems I have never heard of him." Li Feihu found the name Yanling quite unfamiliar. All he knew was that in the past, Tang San had emerged rather suddenly. Yet he was a quintessential underachiever. Gradually, he developed his skills, but this Yanling, upon his debut, possessed dual martial souls. Moreover, in the mere initial stage, He utterly defeated Li Feihu's second son, Li Xiaofei, who was at an intermediate level, leaving him in utter disarray. If he were truly to grow, then in the future, the achievements of Yinling might very well rival those of Tang San. The emergence of a Tang San in the Douluo continent is already quite a source of concern. Yet, unexpectedly, a second one is poised to soar. Li Feihu is, in fact, someone who appreciates talent. When he first heard the name Yinling, he felt a sense of joy within. However, he was somewhat dismayed to learn that his second son had engaged in sparring with Yinling. Though he did not emerge victorious, it nonetheless led to a rather serious enmity. The revelation of this matter indeed brings forth an overwhelming sense of trouble. Truly, I am at a loss as to its origins. It appears that an individual has emerged from nowhere, leaving me utterly unprepared and perplexed. Li Xiaofei also wore a frown, as he had initially hoped to redeem the situation today. However, upon arriving at the scene, he nearly faced a dire fate, and should this incident come to light, it would be utterly embarrassing. Among the three brothers of the Li family, two are utterly inept, and now the second son has also succumbed to this fate. If outsiders were to discover that all three are devoid of any remarkable talent, it would undoubtedly lead to the conclusion that the Li family has lost its formidable lineage. Such a grave situation only serves to indicate that the Li family is on the brink of decline. Faced with this harsh reality, Li Xiaofei, in consideration of the family's legacy, finds himself compelled to navigate these chaotic circumstances. At this moment, Li Feihu also felt a throbbing headache. His son, Li Xiaofei, is generally of a mild temperament, yet he now finds himself engulfed in a tumult of familial issues that leave him perplexed and distressed. Indeed, the weight of this situation is quite burdensome. With a furrowed brow, Li Feihu lamented, "The eldest is now a mere shadow of his former self, and the youngest is disappointingly unambitious. At present, the family's hopes rest solely upon you. You cannot allow petty grievances to cloud your judgment against Yinling." Thus, Li Feihu endeavored to counsel Li Xiaofei towards magnanimity. Given the current circumstances, it is evident that Yinling is destined for greatness. Should he ascend to the pinnacle of power, the implications would be profound. Thus, the Li family undoubtedly finds itself in a perilous situation. In light of such a formidable adversary, it is prudent to avoid any semblance of opposition to him, lest they incur his wrath. Should he choose to settle scores in the future, the Li family may not stand a chance against him. Consequently, in the face of this predicament, Li Feihu's sole recourse is to counsel his son, Li Xiaofei, urging him to temper his emotions and to refrain from repeating past mistakes. It is imperative that the flames of vengeance do not consume him. A simple smile can suffice to let bygones be bygones. Some grievances should not be too overtly expressed. The adage "an eye for an eye leaves the whole world blind" holds true, particularly when directed towards individuals and circumstances, as it fosters clarity and understanding. Li Xiaofei was momentarily taken aback. He had initially assumed that, given his father's temperament, the affront to his most cherished son would necessitate a response. However, he was surprised to see Li Feihu advocating for restraint and magnanimity. The presence of Yinling, who appears to intimidate even his father, is bewildering in its severity. Li Xiaofei acquiesced to his father's wisdom, stating that he comprehends the situation and intends to avoid enmity with Yinling. It is plausible that Yinling may, in the future, offer him valuable opportunities. Deep down, Li Xiaofei harbors profound respect for his father's insights. His father had instilled in him the importance of seeking victory through composure and cautioned against undertaking uncertain ventures. Yet, now that the situation has unfolded before them, Li Xiaofei perceives his father's capitulation, leaving him with little to add. The gravity of the situation is undeniably apparent, and there is no need to exacerbate matters with unnecessary complications. The formidable nature of Yinling has instilled in Li Xiaofei an inexplicable fear. Indeed, this fear has taken root in his heart, and he dreads the prospect of it blossoming into something uncontrollable in the future. The chaotic behavior that such a serious predicament could entail is not lost on Li Xiaofei. He recognizes that he may never attain the exceptional capabilities that Yinling possesses, and thus, it is wiser to bow his head in humility. "I must concur, your perspective resonates with me." Li Feihu nodded solemnly. Feeling a sense of reassurance regarding his second son, he understood that his second son possessed a gentle disposition, unlike his other two sons. If he were to employ a harsh approach with him, it would undoubtedly result in a cold reception, as he was the quintessential example of one who responds better to kindness than to force. In contrast, his second son would gracefully retreat if provoked, embodying the principle of a true gentleman who knows when to yield. Thus, Li Feihu found a certain solace in his relationship with Li Xiaofei. At present, Li Feihu was determined to disregard all distractions. He recognized that if he could consolidate the various fragmented circumstances at hand, it might be possible for his second son to inherit the Li family's legacy in the future. However, he was also mindful of his elder brother, who had several sons of his own. The multitude of Li family assets intertwined presented a complex challenge for division. Consequently, Li Feihu focused all his attention on Li Xiaofei, acknowledging that his eldest son had proven to be utterly inept, while the youngest was merely a minor disappointment. As long as these two ineffectual sons did not lead Li Xiaofei astray, there remained hope for the future. Faced with his father's concession, Li Xiaofei had little to say. He could only silently acknowledge that his father had reached a point of resignation, leaving him, as the younger generation, with no further arguments to make. One must refrain from speaking recklessly. The current circumstances are exceedingly clear. To linger in confusion would likely yield unfavorable outcomes for all involved. It is essential to adopt a broader perspective, for there remains a considerable expanse of time ahead. Their involvement is crucial for navigating these complexities with finesse. Mere simplistic explanations will not suffice to clarify the convoluted matters at hand. Very well, if there are no pressing issues, I shall return to the academy. Let the third one remain at home for now. Yanling is in the same class as him, and should he choose not to resolve this matter, it will undoubtedly prove challenging to address. Li Xiaofei finds himself at a loss for words in the presence of his father, as Li Feihu has elucidated the situation with remarkable clarity. The outcome is undeniably a fact that cannot be altered. It would be wise to relinquish the burdens of hatred that weigh upon one's heart, let it be, and simply go with the flow. Li Xiaofei is acutely aware that Li Yunfei shares the same class as Yanling. Hence he hopes that Li Yunfei will refrain from attending classes for the next few days. Otherwise, should the animosity between him and Yanling reignite, a violent clash may ensue, potentially leading to Li's third son being erased from the family's lineage. Li Feihu nodded solemnly, expressing his agreement with Li Xiaofei's sentiments. Indeed, I comprehend the gravity of the situation. Let it be as you say. As he watched his second son depart, Li Feihu was filled with trepidation. He had not anticipated that two of his three sons would exhibit troubling signs. If this trend continues, when the time comes for the patriarch to rest in peace, will the entire Li family's legacy fall solely to the sons of the eldest? The thought of this caused Li Feihu considerable anguish. Indeed, he was not a man of boundless compassion. He harbored desires for a fair division of the family wealth. With three sons under his care, he could not bear the thought of them suffering from destitution in their later years. Helplessly, Li Feihu shook his head and sighed, lamenting, alas, the Li family has produced three disappointments. While Xiaofei may appear gentle and refined, he lacks any remarkable capabilities. Is it truly the case that the Li family is devoid of successors? Li Feihu felt utterly powerless. He discerned that despite Li Xiaofei's genteel demeanor, his resources and abilities were far from formidable. Entrusting the family business to him would likely result in a gentler approach, incapable of achieving significant accomplishments. For now, it seems prudent to regard him as a secondary concern, nurturing him slowly in hopes of instilling a tougher disposition, lest he become a mere soft-hearted individual. This predicament has undoubtedly led the esteemed Li Xiaofei to descend into the depths of disgrace, becoming a mere captive. It is, in truth, quite ludicrous. Within the Grand Li family, the relentless struggle between the younger and elder generations unfolds incessantly, a fierce battle for survival. This turmoil arises primarily from the inequitable distribution of interests, which has catalyzed a series of deplorable actions. Were financial resources sufficiently abundant and equitably shared, such absurdities would surely be absent. At this juncture, having listened to Li Feihu's grievances, the venerable elder Li, leaning on his cane, ambled over with a leisurely demeanor. His countenance bore a grim expression, his eyes filled with deep resentment as he regarded Li Feihu, feeling that this impudent fellow was utterly unreasonable. "Oh, you wretched boy with your ill-fated words, must you spout such nonsense? I find your younger brother quite commendable. His understanding of when to relent rather than engage in futile confrontations with adversaries indicates there is still hope." As the elder spoke, he manifested unwavering confidence in Li Xiaofei. However, he maintained a balanced perspective, aware that his eldest son had several offspring yet to reveal themselves. Despite their current absence, the Li family's enterprise remains viable. Conversely, the two sons of his second son, Li Feihu, have proven to be rather disappointing. Then only Li Xiaofei remains, and there is no longer any hope to be placed upon him. It is regrettable that the lineage of the second son may not endure in this world. Old Master Li is unwilling to witness the decline of his second son's bloodline, which could lead to a cascade of chaotic events. In an instant, Li Feihu's expression soured. He had not anticipated his father's sudden appearance before him. As if that were not enough, his father had the audacity to voice some rather harsh words, implying that he lacked virtue and loyalty towards his second son. Li Feihu, with a stern countenance, retorted, "Father, you cannot shield your grandson in such a manner. He is merely an inexperienced youth. How can you treat him this way?" Li Feihu was utterly dismissive of his father's words, for he understood that the elder was a man of impulsive temperament. While he currently regarded Li Xiaofei as a decent individual, he recognized the precariousness of the situation. Should Li Xiaofei commit a significant error, he would undoubtedly be stripped of his high status, perhaps even cast out from the Li family entirely. Old Master Li scoffed, paying little heed to Li Feihu's unreasonable arguments. He was well aware that his second son was quite obstinate, yet Li Xiaofei held potential that could be nurtured into greatness. In a world rife with human sentiments, the notions of wise rulers and emperors were often obscured, leaving one perplexed about the true nature of the circumstances. After a deep sigh and a cough, Old Master Li began to share his insights with a meaningful tone directed at Li Feihu. "You are aging, and I have reached the venerable age of 60. Soon you will find yourself at my stage of life. If you do not entrust your 3 sons with responsibility, you will find there are no grandchildren to carry on the legacy." The elder's intentions were straightforward. He merely wished for Li Feihu to invest more in Li Xiaofei. Li Dafei and Li Yunfei had already proven to be stagnant and unprogressive. If Li Feihu did not pass the mantle to Li Yunfei, it would only indicate that the bloodline of the second son of the Li family might truly fade from existence. The Li family could not simply relinquish everything to the eldest son. Old Master Li's current desire was for Li Feihu to leave his own mark on the shared lineage. "For now, this matter shall be set aside, as I have my own plans in mind. You need not concern yourself with me." Faced with the vehement onslaught from the venerable Master Li, Li Feihu found himself at a loss for words. He believed that given the circumstances, there was no need to further express himself. Since he could not alter these shattered realities, it seemed wisest to relinquish any attachment to them. Thus, Li Feihu refrained from discussing the merits or demerits of the situation. He chose to cast aside all concerns, dismissing them from his mind as he resolved to abandon the matter altogether. No longer wishing to endure his father's incessant chatter, he turned and walked away. The facts were glaringly evident. He had no desire to entangle himself any further, regardless of the outcome. At this juncture, his plans held no promise of improvement. Master Li observed his second son, Li Feihu, exhibiting signs of rebellion. He felt as though he had aged considerably, for he was now well past his 60s. Li Feihu, too, had reached middle age, and both men found themselves advancing into their twilight years. The gravity of their situation laid bare before them, rendered any sense of warmth or hope utterly elusive. Master Li felt a profound sorrow, having never contemplated what enduring legacy he might leave behind. Yet, he had sacrificed all his own benefits for the sake of his descendants, only to confront the undeniable truth that his efforts bore no fruit in the hearts of others. Meanwhile, Morong Yunxue and Yanling returned to their classroom. Finding it deserted as school had already dismissed for the day, they proceeded to their dormitory together. As they walked, Yanling was plagued by a sense of perplexity. He turned to Morong Yunxue and queried, "Why do I feel that Li Yunfei is intent on ensuring that one of us must perish for his satisfaction? Just look at his brother's pleading demeanor. Yet Li Yunfei continues to bare his teeth at us. We harbor no profound enmity towards him, do we?" Yanling struggled to comprehend Li Yunfei's relentless hostility, which seemed to escalate rather than wane, despite his own attempts at conciliation. At that moment, Morong Yunxue couldn't help but chuckle. Others might not grasp Li Yunfei's mindset, but she understood it all too well, for they were both offspring of prominent families. "You see, that fellow has been spoiled by arrogance since childhood. When you strike his pride, he is bound to seek retribution." Morong Yunxue found her own words quite amusing. Indeed, it was ironic that, coming from a prominent family herself, she was now casting doubt and ridicule upon Li Yunfei, a fellow scion of a distinguished lineage. This was akin to casting one's own visage to the ground only to retrieve it and affix it back to one's face. Such absurdity would be deemed a grave faux pas in anyone's eyes, bordering on sheer folly. Upon hearing Morong Yunshue's remarks, Yanling could only shake his head in resignation. Recognizing that those from esteemed families truly possessed their own capabilities and integrity. In mere moments, they conveyed the essence of their spirit for all to see. Was this the legendary literary elegance? Yet, Li Yunfei's persistent and relentless approach seemed far removed from such refinement. Very well, for now. He would see if there were any classes at the academy. If there were indeed lessons to be had, it would spare them from languishing in idleness. After expressing his thoughts, Yanling turned to leave, convinced that his purpose in the academy was to enrich his knowledge, rather than engaging in a battle of wits with individuals like Li Yunfei. Furthermore, he did not consider himself a top-tier heir. He lacked wealth, influence, and any formidable backing. Given such limitations, it was best not to overthink the situation. Yanling firmly believed that if he could not grasp even the most fundamental knowledge within the academy, it would be a sign that he had no place in this world. Having traversed into this realm, he need not aspire to greatness, but at the very least, he should safeguard his modest domain. Presently, he found himself devoid of any leverage to contend with Li Yunfei, who possessed the formidable resources to sever ties. If Yanling wished to make any significant advancement, he could only beseech his mentor, Bibi Dong, to impart upon him a skill or two. In the grand tapestry of Douluo Continent's academies, the institution where Yanling currently resided could only be deemed a rudimentary stage. The more advanced institutions were situated in the Sky City, and thus, Yanling harbored his own aspirations. This signifies a departure from the entire academy, aspiring to ascend towards the Sky City and pursue further studies at a more prestigious institution. In this realm, there exists an unwavering law of nature, the survival of the fittest. Only the strong can stand atop the mountain, surveying the wreckage below, omnipotent and invincible. Chapter 84. A Struggle for Survival. Chapter 85. An unexpected turn. Naturally, Yanling is no stranger to such occurrences, having arrived in this world under rather unfortunate circumstances. He has learned to accept the unfavorable situations that unfold before him. Suddenly, outside, a cacophony of voices erupted, accompanied by frantic cries. "Oh no! Oh no! The Golden Holy Dragon has crashed into our academy's building. It seems it intends to launch a fierce assault on us." In an instant, Morong Yinxue and Yanling sprang to their feet, rushing to the window. To their astonishment, they beheld a creature resembling a dragon resting on the playground of the teaching building. This sight startled Yanling, who possessed some knowledge of such beings. If his conjecture held true, it was indeed the Golden Holy Dragon. Yet, within the entirety of this world, such a creature ought not to manifest in reality. The fact that it was now vividly before him led Yanling to ponder whether this heralded a tumultuous upheaval in the world. Upon witnessing the Golden Holy Dragon, Morong Yinxue felt no tremor within her heart. Instead, her curiosity was piqued regarding Yanling's expression. As she turned, she noticed that his demeanor exhibited no hint of disturbance. Given the circumstances, it seemed rather fortuitous. Could it be that the arrival of the Golden Holy Dragon was somehow linked to the time of rebirth that Yanling had spoken of in relation to his own crossing? If one were to speak in this manner, the matter would indeed become rather challenging to address. At this moment, Yanling gazed at the Golden Sacred Dragon outside for quite some time before leisurely articulating, "The Golden Sacred Dragon has actually emerged from the academy." Does this not render it an unmistakable target? Unlike others who felt trepidation, Yanling instead perceived that should the Golden Sacred Dragon descend upon this world, it was as if an invisible corporeal entity floated through the air, inviting the entire student body of the academy to unleash their attacks upon it. Should others awaken their latent abilities, it would not be surprising if this Golden Sacred Dragon proved to be a most advantageous asset. In such a moment, it was only natural for Yanling to feel a flicker of excitement. After all, no one had anticipated that this decayed reality would be laid bare before them. It was a palpable feeling of capability, one that could not merely be articulated but was manifested through formidable strength. Morong Yinxue observed Yanling's calm demeanor and felt a stir of confusion within her. While other students panicked, fleeing in terror or hiding away, Yanling appeared unfazed, as if he were hearing this news for the first time, completely unperturbed. Noticing the quizzical expression on Morong Yinxue's face, Yanling couldn't help but chuckle softly, leisurely remarking, "This world is indeed peculiar. I never imagined that even a Golden Sacred Dragon could fall so easily within it. Shouldn't it belong to another realm?" Indeed, the Golden Sacred Dragon was traditionally a creature of a high-caliber world, one that should never manifest in this ordinary reality. Yet, why had it appeared before them today? Could it possibly be related to him? As these thoughts crossed his mind, a cold sweat began to beat upon his forehead. Despite the absence of any immediate threat, he now found himself facing an unsettling predicament. The reality before him was one that others could hardly comprehend, leaving them to wonder how such a phenomenon could occur. In the realm of high martial prowess, creatures like the Golden Sacred Dragon were exceedingly commonplace. Yet, Yanling pondered whether he had traversed dimensions. inadvertently triggering a series of temporal disruptions that allowed a being native to that high martial world to descend upon this mundane one. If we were to speak in such terms, would it not render oneself a sinner? In light of such perspectives, Yinling understood that one should not harbor excessive grievances. For ultimately, it is said that saving a life is more meritorious than building a 7-story pagoda. Yet, Yinling pondered, how could one merely save a life and expect to extricate oneself from these burdens? It seemed implausible. Morong Yunxue chuckled lightly and nonchalantly remarked, why concern ourselves with such matters? It is said that defeating the golden sacred dragon yields treasures. I wonder if there are any formidable weapons that could be obtained from its demise. From Yinling's previous calm demeanor, Morong Yunxue discerned that this individual might not be as formidable as he appeared. However, it seemed plausible for him to gain control over these treasures. Therefore, amidst such challenges, certain situations are not easily revealed. Regardless, Morong Yunxue felt that since Yinling was unafraid, she too should harbor no trepidation. It was rumored that the golden sacred dragon possessed exceptionally powerful gear, and perhaps in the next moment, it could elevate his abilities to a new echelon. Oh, so you intend to engage in this endeavor of upgrading equipment through combat? How intriguing. Let us proceed and take a closer look. Observing Morong Yunshue's composure, Yinling felt even less inclined to be anxious. The outcome was evidently clear. Since the narrative could not be altered, there was no point in fretting over it. Perhaps it is better to relinquish the grievances one holds and to magnify all that one ought to possess. In the world of Douluo continent, dangers abound. If one could truly shatter this golden sacred dragon, it would be remarkable. In the next moment, equipped with formidable defensive gear, one could traverse this treacherous society without incurring any harm. Here, Yinling expressed a keen interest in this remarkable item, resolving to wield his power to thwart any opposition. For Yinling, who had traversed into this realm, the world of Douluo represented an elevation of reality. As long as he could articulate this series of thoughts with finesse, everything would become strikingly evident. The true fear lay in the inability to harness one's own capabilities, which led to a profound despair. The age-old adage persists, a wolf journeys far to devour meat, while a dog travels the same distance only to consume refuse. This principle has stood the test of time. Should these norms fail to bring about a collapse of circumstances, then all discussions are moot. That which captivates the eye is undeniably comprehensible to others. However, if one cannot even convey these basic truths, it can only be said that within the entire Douluo realm, such individuals exist as mere shadows of worthlessness. Yinling and Morong Yunxue were far from idle, rushing toward the crowd not far ahead. Chapter 86. The Descent of the Sacred Artifact. This world mirrors the reality we know, filled with many eager to witness the spectacle. In no time, the area was enveloped by throngs of people, encircling the towering edifice. At the center lay the golden sacred dragon, suggesting that this time, a battle may not even be necessary. As the golden sacred dragon plummeted from the heavens, it was on the verge of a catastrophic demise, teetering on the brink of life. Yinling glanced forward and was struck by the dragon's overwhelming magnificence and might. The essence revealed between its whiskers could scarcely be articulated in mere words. Its whiskers, eyebrows, and eyes glimmered in a resplendent gold, drifting gracefully across the sky. Clearly, the creatures of this virtual realm possess an inherent grandeur essential for their existence. The current state of the golden sacred dragon exemplifies this, as the radiance emanating from it formed an expansive net-like aura, creating a semi-enclosing barrier that seamlessly stitched together the entire area, akin to a protective shield surrounding the dragon. This extraordinary phenomenon is attributed to the divine maintenance bestowed upon such sacred beings since time immemorial. Their ability to traverse the realms, unfettered by any spiritual energies, is a result of the celestial forces that facilitate their passage. This year has indeed been rife with peculiar occurrences. Even a creature as formidable as the golden sacred dragon could descend within the confines of an academy. Could it be that a rift in the fabric of time and space has emerged? Observing the fallen golden sacred dragon, Yinling noted its once vibrant aura had diminished significantly. Such a being, once a paragon of strength, now appeared to be on the verge of losing its very existence. Faced with such a grave reality, engaging in trivial discourse seemed utterly absurd. A troubling thought crossed Yinling's mind. Had his very arrival in this realm inadvertently severed the continuum of time, resulting in these fractures? Contemplating this, a cold sweat began to trickle down his brow. He had not anticipated this harrowing truth. The thought of the golden sacred dragon crashing down upon innocent bystanders was indeed a terrifying prospect. It is certain that there will be considerable damage. However, judging by today's circumstances, The golden sacred dragon appears to be well preserved, with its energy shield intact. It has not sustained any significant harm, and the surrounding crowd remains largely unscathed. From this, Yanling can discern that the situation is currently quite optimistic. Though there is a lingering fear of a subsequent series of chaotic events, it is indeed quite troubling. After all, the golden sacred dragon is a divine artifact, not belonging to the realm of malevolent forces. Yanling is now apprehensive about the potential for these dark powers to launch an assault on the ordinary world. Murong Yinxue, shaking her head in resignation, remarked, "It is difficult to ascertain. I sense that some misalignment must have occurred. Otherwise, how could such bizarre events unfold within the academy? Moreover, its descent has turned it into a living target for the students. What a valuable asset for the trials." From the outset, Yanling spoke of a grand purification for the entire world, and thus, the golden sacred dragon is destined to become a living target. Murong Yinxue is convinced that whatever Yanling deems valuable must indeed be of exceptional worth. Therefore, a succinct and pressing dilemma now lies before us. The intention is to disperse the golden sacred dragon entirely, reclaiming it for oneself, perhaps even uncovering some potent equipment in the process. Murong Yinxue, however, exhibits a rather selfish disposition, solely preoccupied with his own interests, never considering the welfare of others. This world cannot be elucidated with mere words. The golden sacred dragon, originally a divine entity, has now descended into a chaotic state, obscured by clouds of misunderstanding. Nevertheless, Murong Yinxue, being a scion of a prominent family, is well versed in the art of deception and political intrigue, having participated in such machinations far too often. Thus, he has resolved to cultivate his own small patch of land, focusing solely on his personal affairs, dismissing the chaos that surrounds him as inconsequential. The tales of the insignificant differ vastly from those of the eminent, each showcasing their unique grandeur. If one cannot even grasp the trivialities of the situation, then fate lies firmly in the hands of others, and one must not act against that reality. He has determined to tend to his own modest domain, regarding everything else as mere trifles unworthy of his attention. However, the expression on Yanling's face reveals his growing unease. Initially, he had misjudged the situation, treating the golden sacred dragon as a mere target. Yet now, it is no longer appropriate to view it as such, for the outcome is evident. The golden sacred dragon lies in a state of near demise. It is said that saving a life is more meritorious than constructing a 7-story pagoda. How much more so for a dragon? In a future world, rescuing a dragon could lead to its transformation into a true dragon emperor. However, the current realm is different. Saving this dragon might enhance one's formidable cultivation. This is not merely a matter of perceiving it as a target. The real question is whether we can bear the responsibility if this golden sacred dragon were to harm our peers. Where's the principal? It is imperative for the principal to emerge promptly. Yanling is eager to locate his superior, the principal, as chaos has already begun to unfold. Without teachers or classmates to restore order amidst the turmoil, the students, captivated by the presence of the golden sacred dragon, are rendered both awestruck and bewildered. This indeed is a spectacle that draws attention, yet the reality before them reveals that the situation is far more complex than it appears. It is often said that situations and facts laid bare can illuminate the unspoken truths. However, Yanling has come to understand the true nature of his own small domain. His foremost desire at present is to safeguard the lives and safety of his fellow students. Although he holds no official position, the future does not preclude such a possibility. In an instant, Murong Yinxue was taken aback. He had not anticipated that Yanling's prowess was so formidable, effortlessly unveiling the principal with just a few words. If that is the case, it seems he is not an ordinary individual at all. The principal? Let us not forget that there is currently no principal at the Shrek Academy. The esteemed Dean Flander is absent, leaving only Vice Dean Zhao Wujie present. Only by summoning him can one hope to quell the chaos. In Chapter 87, Zhao Wujie, Murong Yinxue remains unaware of the internal dynamics of the academy. Yet he understands that it is the responsibility of a specific individual to restore order. Dean Flander is nowhere to be found, as he is currently engaged in seclusion. However, should one wish to summon him, it is certain he would not be pleased. It is common knowledge that Vice Dean Zhao possesses an eccentric temperament. Zhao Wujie could have advanced to the position of principal among the students, but the encroachment of external forces compelled Flander to assume that role, which has been the source of their ongoing struggles. The enmity between Zhao Wujie and Flander has resulted in a significant accumulation of energy, presenting a formidable sight that others cannot easily overlook. Yet, Oblivious to the underlying circumstances, Yanling earnestly advises Murong Yunxue to summon this individual. With a tone of stern urgency, he implores, "What are you waiting for? Hurry and bring Zhao Wujie forth." Yanling is truly taken aback by the absurdity of the situation, never having anticipated that such disarray would unfold before him. If we were to put it this way, the matter indeed becomes rather difficult to handle. Yanling, at present, is oblivious to everything, solely intent on summoning Zhao Wujie, nothing more than that. As for other considerations, he dismisses them entirely. Upon hearing Yanling's words, Murong Yunshue's eyes nearly bulged in disbelief. However, she could not have anticipated that Yanling would prove to be just as he is. He remains utterly ignorant of the fundamental reasons behind this situation, yet now he wishes to take command here. The moment this thought crossed her mind, Murong Yunxue felt an overwhelming sense of helplessness. "Do you believe I do not wish to bring him out? That young man is presently in seclusion, immersed in his cultivation, and has expressly forbidden us from disturbing him. What are we to do about this? Currently, the two highest-ranking individuals here are merely the two of us." Murong Yunxue felt truly exasperated, never imagining that in just a few words, Yanling could leave her in such an awkward predicament, akin to a duck being roasted on a spit. If this matter were to be deemed acceptable, it would utterly baffle those who bear witness to the situation. At present, he and Yanling occupy the highest echelon within their realm, while the others are entirely inconsequential. Thus, this conundrum now lies before the two of them, to either rescue the individual in peril or to obliterate the golden sacred dragon. However, Yanling's current stance is one of forgiveness, advocating for restraint wherever possible. There is no time to linger here. They must hasten to ascertain whether any innocents have been harmed. Observing that Murong Yunxue has yet to articulate the full circumstances, he realizes there is no need to prolong their delay. Therefore, he swiftly advances to the forefront, taking control of the chaotic situation at hand. As long as he possesses the information, all other circumstances become trivial. What weighs most heavily on Yanling's mind is the potential for any mutations to arise from the external conditions. Other matters, which are indeed chaotic, should not warrant undue concern. Ensuring safety in all respects is paramount. The remainder can be disregarded. This predicament currently resembles a military campaign, and as long as the landing is stable, everything else can be resolved amicably. After all, as long as he integrates reason into his actions, the rest fades into insignificance. Murong Yunshue's unease compels Yanling to maintain his composure. One of them must remain steady to articulate the unspoken complexities of their situation. As for trivial matters like instant noodles and condiments, they need not occupy their thoughts. The golden sacred dragon is currently on the brink of demise. Whether or not it detonates its equipment is of little consequence. The true concern lies in the possibility that if the equipment fails to activate, it may lead to a disregard for the more serious issues at hand, which would be utterly unacceptable. Yanling jogs a few steps forward, reaching the golden sacred dragon, and upon crouching down, he realizes its pulse is notably weak. It is evident that it has sustained grievous injuries. If this is the case, the golden sacred dragon should ideally exist within an alternate realm. Yet, why has it manifested in this world? This perplexity eludes Yanling. Could it truly be, as he suggested, that its appearance has caused the very fabric of the space-time continuum to rupture? Is this truly the golden sacred dragon? Why does it appear so feeble? As Yanling spoke, a profound sense of regret washed over him, for the golden holy dragon was indeed a being of sanctity. Yet, upon closer inspection, it appeared to be as feeble as a pig upon a steel slab, a quintessential representation of one destined for slaughter. Hearing Yanling's lament, Murong Yunxue couldn't help but laugh. It was simply unavoidable. The golden holy dragon was far from a divine entity. Should it unleash its fury, it could upheave the very fabric of the Douluo world. One must not underestimate this creature. Even the Queen Medusa had failed to subdue it, and now it had inexplicably descended into their academy. Surely, this was the result of significant energy fluctuations from the higher echelons, causing its fall. Murong Yunxue had no desire to extend any kindness towards Yanling, deeming him rather naive. He often sought to employ his benevolence to influence the situation without considering that the golden holy dragon had once managed to escape and reach a stalemate with the Queen Medusa. The notion that they could create an array of formidable barriers against such a being seemed utterly ludicrous. Thus, Murong Yunxue found himself wishing to counsel Yanling, urging him to maintain composure and strive for victory. He fervently hoped that no significant blunders would occur, for even the slightest misstep could lead to dire consequences. The outcome is undoubtedly dire, and it is quite disheartening to ponder. Yinling's prowess, combined with his innate abilities, is indeed formidable. However, Morong Yunxue continues to counsel him to seek victory through caution. For should any unforeseen circumstances arise, the consequences would be utterly unimaginable. One might soon witness the fall of a once promising genius from grace. With a deliberate motion, Yinling rose and calmly asserted, "Rest assured, I am well aware of the situation. I possess my own insights and capabilities in dealing with this individual, yet I sense he will be quite the challenge." Morong Yunshue's caution instilled a sense of prudence in Yinling. He recognized that the reality at hand was far from simple to navigate or resolve. Chapter 88. In adversity together, now that the situation lay before him, it was imperative to discern the ultimate objective. The outcome would surely be unsightly. But Yinling felt that since he bore the weight of this life's skills, there was no need to squander his vitality. Thus, at this moment, his demeanor was one of maintaining his composure to the best of his ability. Morong Yunxue finally exhaled with relief, realizing that Yinling was not as reckless as he initially seemed. Since he understood the necessity of retreat in the face of difficulty, it provided her with a satisfactory explanation. After all, witnessing a genius perish before one's eyes would indeed be a heart-wrenching experience. As such, the exchanges between Morong Yunxue and Yinling aligned seamlessly. Given the challenging circumstances, it was wiser not to press forward recklessly. Observing their peers retreating, Morong Yunxue urged Yinling to hasten their withdrawal, hoping he would safeguard his own interests. The situation had become untenable. Any further delay might draw unwanted attention. Speculations arose among the onlookers regarding the nature of Morong Yunxue and Yinling's relationship. Despite her esteemed lineage, she had to maintain appearances, for she hailed from the illustrious Morong family, while Yinling was merely an inconspicuous individual without influence or power, relying solely on his mentor, Bibi Dong, who could not elevate his status. Yinling felt a sense of helplessness but adhered to Morong Yunshue's directives as they retreated. "Very well, we shall withdraw. However, let us see if I can conjure a protective barrier to ensure the safety of our fellow students." At present, many teachers within the academy had yet to emerge, and neither Shrek nor Bibidong seemed to be anywhere in sight. Bearing the weight of responsibility in this chaotic world, Yinling endeavored to consolidate the tumultuous circumstances at hand. The stark reality laid bare before him was not one to be taken lightly, as he grappled with the complexities of rewriting the narrative of this tumultuous existence. Morong Yunxue, upon hearing Yinling's words, could hardly contain her laughter. She never anticipated that Yinling's benevolence would transcend the imagination of others. If one were to put it this way, it indeed becomes rather difficult for others to grasp the full comprehension of this matter. The facts presented before us are not so easily discernible. The situation is fundamentally more complex than it appears. Morong Yunxue harbors not the slightest favorable impression of these classmates, for he vividly recalls a time during the bitter winter months when he was nearly frozen to death, and not a single soul stood by to offer him assistance. Yet now, Yinling, having received no favors from his peers, seeks to elevate the modest possessions he holds. If one were to speak in such a manner, could it be that Yinling is indeed a person of considerable benevolence? It seems unlikely. Morong Yunxue pondered that when an individual's abilities are extraordinary, they are often unable to navigate the world with ease. The so-called genius is perhaps truly cursed by the heavens. Those chosen by fate are capable of elevating their circumstances precisely because their initial intentions remain unaltered. When one cannot grasp the situation at hand, chaos ensues. Otherwise, to have others witness such a spectacle would indeed be laughable. This fellow possesses a heart of compassion, still thinking of his classmates. It is no wonder that Bai Dong holds him in such regard. Morong Yunxue pursed her lips, revealing all these unspoken truths. Yes, she felt a twinge of anger towards Yinling. Moreover, this anger was tinged with a sense of satisfaction, as she believed the fates of her classmates were of no concern to him. He was here to study, not to endure grievances. Since the outcome had already manifested in this manner, there was no need to further entangle oneself in the ensuing chaos. The facts lay bare before her. What more could she do? If Yinling insisted on saving others, he could take on the role of a monk or a sage, and she need not involve herself any further. The world operates in such a fashion, everyone can survive independently. There was no need to create a situation that would ultimately lead to embarrassment. The bonds with her classmates were not akin to that of blood relatives. What was the significance? Thus, Yinling's actions, in Morong Yunshue's eyes, appeared utterly distasteful. Could this be the legendary saintly figure? She turned her gaze to the golden sacred dragon beside her, contemplating the absurdity of a saint and a dragon as a singular entity. In response to Morong Yunshue's scornful jabs, Yanling did not take them to heart. Instead, he offered a cold smile and remarked, "I am not thinking of my classmates out of altruism, but rather because I perceive the surrounding individuals as innocent bystanders. Harming them serves no one, and moreover, we must prevent the golden sacred dragon from wreaking havoc. The academy belongs to us all, does it not?" Yanling believed he was not endowed with saintly qualities. He merely aimed to safeguard his own small domain. Yet, to his surprise, Morong Yunxue saw him as someone quite authoritative. If we were to articulate it this way, could one truly consider themselves a paragon of virtue? It is utterly implausible. Yanling believes that the academy belongs to everyone. Since you are afforded the opportunity to study here, so too can others. Yet, why must one monopolize these resources, squandering the lives of others in the process? The golden holy dragon was originally a creature that fell from another realm into this mundane world. Our current objective should be to unite against external adversities. Engaging in petty intrigues and manipulative schemes is not the path we should tread. Yanling, embodying the grace of a distinguished individual, endeavors to safeguard his own modest domain while remaining cognizant of the safety of others, aspiring to avoid any collateral harm. However, Morong Yunxue remains unconvinced, asserting that he is here to pursue his education, not to engage in philanthropy. His parents have already instilled in him the importance of self-preservation. The well-being of others is of little consequence to him. Hence, a divergence in their perspectives ensues, elucidating why he resorts to sarcasm, as Yanling's stance becomes increasingly evident. The two sit across from one another, articulating their respective viewpoints, each unwavering in their convictions. The exchange is vibrant and eloquent, revealing a contest of rhetoric to determine whose argument is more robust and compelling. Chapter 89. Military Council. Upon hearing Yanling's words, Morong Yunxue nearly burst into laughter, astonished to discover that within Yanling dwells a spirit reminiscent of Confucius. Could it be that he is indeed a reincarnation of a remarkable figure? In truth, Morong Yunxue, driven by self-interest, perceives others as overly equitable. Such a person, existing in this world, poses a significant threat to its fabric. Not only does he fail to contribute to the welfare of society, but he also seeks to repeatedly engage in a struggle for power and dominion over it. In this world, there truly exist tyrants who wreak havoc upon their surroundings, and it is hardly surprising. Many individuals today opt for self-preservation rather than compromising their principles further. The stark reality is laid bare before us, yet it does not necessarily enlighten others about the situation at hand. My goodness, who would have expected that within you resides such a sacred and pure disposition? What kind of extraordinary being are you, to embody such a saintly demeanor? Morong Yunxue cast a thumbs up towards Yanling, realizing that he is indeed a remarkable figure of considerable stature. Those few statements convey this fact in such a way that others overlook it. If one were to say that this is indeed a person of exceptional caliber who possesses profound insights across various domains, Morong Yunxue believed that following him could potentially lead to a meteoric rise, though the outcome remained uncertain. Enough of your flattering words. I have no intention of engaging in any nonsensical antics. Yanling now found himself somewhat intimidated by Morong Yunxue, beginning to question whether this individual was truly of sound mind. Day after day, instead of merely offering compliments, he seemed to be preoccupied with a plethora of chaotic thoughts. Here I am, simply a person devoted to my practice, unable to manage such trivialities, yet he aspires to concoct some so-called extraordinary truths, which, to onlookers, is quite amusing. Yanling presently lacked the inclination to bicker with Morong Yunxue, wishing instead for some distance. The reality was glaringly apparent, yet if these circumstances remained unaddressed, the situation could become untenable. There is no need to delve into other matters, as the tasks at hand remain unfulfilled. There stands a person behind, incessantly uttering nonsensical chatter, which indeed evokes a sense of amusement. Morong Yunxue's expression darkened in response to the rebuke, yet he dared not directly offend Yanling. Thus, he swallowed his indignation and, with a somewhat vacant demeanor, remarked, "Very well, let us address the root of the issue directly and refrain from further waste." Morong Yunxue pondered that if the fundamental problem could not be resolved, then all discussions were futile. What constitutes the root issue? It is the necessity to either subdue or decisively eliminate the golden sacred dragon, which demands a series of resolute actions. Currently, such decisions rest solely in the hands of the upper echelon, for the golden sacred dragon is deemed a sacred relic, far beyond the reach of ordinary individuals. Yet, it now lay before him, manifest and undeniable. There is no need to squander our peculiar achievements, this so-called reality. It truly prevents others from comprehending how such matters can circulate and manifest before them. It further obscures the understanding of who can unravel these so-called oddities. The question of whether the golden holy dragon before us is alive or deceased is indeed a grave concern, one that Murong Yunxue is incapable of deciding. Similarly, Yin Ling seems to lack the authority to make such a determination, despite his formidable abilities. However, since his superior is still alive, Yin Ling inherently lacks the decisive power to act. At this juncture, both Bibidong and Shrek, upon hearing the news, hastily rushed over. After all, they are currently the two most significant individuals present, while the others are merely novices. Thus, as a teacher and the head of education, Shrek wore a troubled expression and began to confer with Bibidong regarding strategies to address this predicament, fully aware of its complexity. Is this the golden holy dragon? It indeed appears majestic and formidable, yet its capabilities remain uncertain. Shrek approached the golden holy dragon, crouched down, and quietly observed its breath. To his relief, he detected a faint warmth, indicating that the golden holy dragon had not perished completely upon its descent from the heavens. With this dilemma laid before him, Shrek understood that the matter at hand was one of life and death. It is imperative to rescue him at all costs. If it comes to sacrificing his life, a swift execution will suffice. The question now is which course of action will yield the desired outcome, as Bibidong stands firmly behind him. Shrek has no authority to make a decisive judgment. The two can only deliberate together. Bibidong nodded gravely at Shrek's observations, remarking, "He appears to be on the brink of death, as if he has fallen from the sky and is about to perish." Bibidong's brow furrowed deeply, for he is the Grand Pope of the entire Douluo continent, bearing the weight of people's faith. Yet, the holy artifact has plummeted from the heavens, suggesting a fracture in the very beliefs that people hold dear. Otherwise, how could such a sacred object descend from its lofty position? This only indicates disturbances at the upper echelons, causing repeated separations from the lower realms. In light of these facts, who has the power to intervene? Bibidong is currently beset by a profound headache, as such artifacts typically do not fall from the sky, yet now they descend with alarming regularity. Such circumstances undoubtedly induce a profound sense of headache for him, as he is, after all, merely human. He is not a true overlord, akin to figures like Tang San, with whom he has lost all contact. Bibidong finds herself devoid of opportunities to engage with the chaotic matters at hand, compelled instead to bow her head and dismiss them as inconsequential. Observing Bibidong, Shrek seems rather unperturbed, finally exhaling a sigh of relief. As long as the pontiff remains silent, there is no urgent need for him to initiate a vigorous crackdown. In truth, if one were to compare the hierarchies between Shrek and Bibidong, the disparity is not trivial. The pontiff is revered by thousands, while Shrek is merely a teacher and director within the confines of a school. Should he venture beyond its walls, he would certainly not attain the status of a formidable figure. Yet, in this current predicament, Shrek stands as a local authority, where even the mightiest dragon cannot suppress the indigenous snake. No matter how formidable Bibidong may be, she cannot unilaterally dictate matters within the academy. As Shrek gazes at Bibidong, he begins to articulate his perspective, stating, setting aside whether he may perish or not. If we are faced with something that poses no threat to us, I believe there is no need to resort to extreme measures. Perhaps we could consider this golden sacred dragon as a pet to nurture. Shylek revealed a charmingly wicked smile, perceiving the golden sacred dragon as a genuine sacred artifact. Having it by his side would greatly benefit his cultivation and training. Shylek indeed harbored his own ulterior motives, seeking to elevate his abilities to a higher echelon. It was as if he cared little for his own life. For a mere mortal to sustain a sacred being, there will undoubtedly be a price to pay. One that may cost lives, even though Shrek surpasses mortals in strength to a remarkable degree. However, he may not possess the ability to manifest this sacred relic fully, allowing it to flourish effortlessly. The energy produced by the relic has the power to overshadow a myriad of life forms, enveloping them within its embrace. It is akin to ice, capable of melting into a mere puddle. Such immense power is beyond the grasp of most, yet Shrek is an exception. His mind seems to harbor thoughts that weave together chaotic circumstances under his own dominion. Upon hearing this revelation, Bibidong was utterly astounded. He had never anticipated that Shrek would utter such nonsensical words. He is but a mere mortal, not a deity. Why would he engage in such reckless endeavors? Should he truly provoke the heavens, divine retribution would surely follow. With a tone tinged with indignation, Bibidong questioned Shrek. Are you truly mad or merely pretending? This is the golden sacred dragon, a relic. How do you intend to nurture it? Moreover, do you possess a cage large enough, and can the academy accommodate it? After Bibi Dong directed her words towards Shrek, she realized that Yanling and Murong Yunshui were standing nearby, both wearing expressions of utter bewilderment. Indeed, Bibi Dong was not typically one to lose her temper, yet the gravity of her words had ignited a fury within her that threatened to erupt. Fortunately, she managed to restrain her anger. Otherwise, a chaotic series of events might have ensued. Yanling, finally releasing a long sigh, felt a sense of calm upon Bibi Dong's arrival. With the Pope present, the appearance or absence of Zhao Wujin seemed inconsequential. Conversely, Murong Yunshui dismissed the matter entirely, believing he had everything under control. He felt that he was in a realm unattainable by others, and thus chose to acquiesce silently. As long as Yanling remained silent, he would content himself with the role of a subordinate. As Bibi Dong prepared to adopt the golden sacred dragon, her refusal was met with Shrek's irritation. He believed Bibi Dong was unnecessarily meddling in affairs that were his own. This academy was his domain, and he was the local authority. Bibi Dong, hailing from elsewhere, dared to act with such arrogance. It was laughable, really, that she did not reflect on her own character. Observing the golden sacred dragon in a feeble state, Shrek felt no obligation to intervene. Thus, he articulated his thoughts candidly, that's not the way to speak. We should first attend to his wounds. Shrek reasoned that if he could not shelter the golden sacred dragon, it would be a lamentable waste. Such a sacred entity was among the most formidable existences in the world. Failing to grasp this reality would render one's existence utterly trivial. Shrek resolved to save the golden sacred dragon's life, intending to claim it as his cherished companion thereafter. All of this is firmly within his grasp. As for everything else, he has no desire to concern himself with such matters. As long as it brings any advantage to his side, Shrek is willing to act, even if it entails risking his life. The once renowned Shrek 7 monsters have been under Shrek's control for nearly several decades. However, they have now diverged onto separate paths, resulting in no significant progress in their endeavors. Yet, he is destined to be different this time, for certain circumstances have now fallen into the hands of others' fates. Ultimately, Shrek aspires to become a true sovereign, and he resolves to embark on this path with unwavering determination. He chooses not to engage in the so-called absurdities, striving instead to magnify the power at his disposal, regardless of the moral implications. This explains why Yanling does not align himself with Shrek's camp. This individual is exceedingly selfish. For the sake of his own chaotic circumstances, he chooses to forsake everything else, which is utterly ludicrous. At this moment, Bibi Dong is nearly taken aback. She did not anticipate that Shrek would become increasingly outrageous. Initially, she thought he was merely overstepping his bounds, but it seems he has only grown more excessive, even attempting to use human medicine to rescue the golden sacred dragon. How can one assume that their perspective is entirely virtuous? While the Pope's role is to uphold societal stability and a unified ideology, leading to the emergence of chaotic elements. Yet now, we witness the arrival of a Shrek-like figure, who dares to challenge human beliefs in an attempt to rescue a so-called sacred relic. Given its current state, this relic is barely clinging to life. This is akin to a whale stranded on a beach, serving no purpose at all, and ultimately losing its life. Such a creature can only be returned to the ocean, left to fend for itself. Yet, unexpectedly, a human steps forward, intent on using medicine to save it. No matter how potent the medication, it cannot possibly yield any beneficial effects for the whales. This undeniable truth is precisely why Bibi Dong harbors little interest in Yanling. Chapter 91. To save or not to save. Bibi Dong sternly rebuked Shrek, exclaiming, "I truly believe you have lost your mind. Humanity's desire to consume medication is rather minimal. If the golden sacred dragon were to consume pharmaceuticals, the dosage required would undoubtedly be 100-fold that of an ordinary individual. Is such a substantial amount even feasible? Furthermore, would the Academy allocate such funds?" Although Bibi Dong holds the esteemed title of Pope, she also occupies a certain position within the entirety of the Douluo Academy. Even if it is merely a nominal role, it would not warrant risking one's life in such a manner. Reflecting upon it, human pharmaceuticals are akin to a lifeline. If all were to be administered to the golden sacred dragon, what would become of humanity? That would undoubtedly be an affront to others. Prioritizing the rescue of an animal over the salvation of a human being. Should this come to the attention of others, it would indeed be laughable. Therefore, Bibi Dong's perspective is to disregard the entirety of this situation. She believes that humanity is the truly valuable entity capable of elevating this world. In her view, The golden relics and sacred dragons are mere figments, non-existent in reality. It is conceivable that in the next moment of chaotic void, these creatures may vanish from existence entirely. Indeed, within the realm of Douluo, the tearing of space-time has already triggered a series of consequences. When such an indomitable bubble presents itself, many are left bewildered, unable to comprehend the unfolding events. This is because they were never meant to inhabit this world and will ultimately depart. Much like a terminally ill elder who must eventually leave, even if sustained momentarily by the elixir of life. This is merely a fleeting respite before the inevitable end. In the span of these few tens of thousands of days, no significant traces of their activities remain in history. It is simply as it is. Observing Bibidong's resolute demeanor, Shrek's whimsical disposition felt no desire to elaborate further. Indeed, he possesses a certain foundational character. He is not inherently serious. Yet his chaotic antics have led to a perception that he has everything under control. Bibidong's rank, after all, surpasses Shrek's by a considerable margin, even as a local tyrant. Shrek would not dare to act recklessly, and thus he chose to acquiesce, letting the matter rest. It seems this issue can only be approached with careful deliberation. With a deep sigh, Shrek opted to withdraw. Indeed, there was no other choice but to retreat. Surely, another fierce battle with Bibidong is imminent. As the tempers of the two are equally unyielding, it remains to be seen whose backing is more formidable. Shrek is supported by its advanced technology, while Bibidong is aided by formidable tidal Douluos, representing two opposing forces in a fractious struggle. The inability to manage these chaotic circumstances is nothing short of absurd. At this moment, it is unclear who, in their folly, divulged all the information to Zhao Wujie, who is currently in seclusion for cultivation. This individual has been deeply troubled by his failure to break through a certain threshold. Now, he feels on the verge of tears, as Zhao Wujie nearly lost his composure upon hearing the news. What? A golden sacred dragon has reportedly descended upon the academy? That creature seems to bear no relation to us. Why has it appeared in our realm? Zhao Wujie is truly exasperated. He had hoped that through his cultivation, he could attain a higher level of mastery. Yet, the potential for advancement remains stagnant, and now, to be outmaneuvered by others in such a manner is utterly laughable. Zhao Wujie is on the brink of breaking into a new stage, entering a fresh level of Douluo, but the issues at hand remain unresolved, all seemingly under his control. If we are to speak in such terms, it is indeed true that Zhao Wujie finds himself in a perplexing and intriguing predicament, helpless and devoid of alternatives. He can only seek assistance from Flanders. Yet, it appears that the latter does not regard him with the seriousness he deserves, opting instead for a dismissive compromise. Observing the old principal's stance, Zhao Wujie, as the deputy, is at a loss for how to proceed. He never anticipated that the unfolding realities before him would be so challenging to navigate. The current situation lacks clarity, and discerning the underlying truths is no simple task. Who among them can truly comprehend the matter at hand? In that fleeting moment, Zhao Wujie resorts to his mental prowess to summon Bibidong to his side. It is a necessity. Communication must occur with someone of equal standing. As for Shrek, he is merely a director, while Zhao Wujie holds the title of vice principal. The two do not occupy the same echelon. A higher rank commands greater authority, a principle that has long prevailed in the world. Thus, Shrek cannot be considered on par with Zhao Wujie and Bibidong. Upon being summoned, Bibidong feels an overwhelming sense of despair. The situation is not of his making. He merely happened to be passing through and does not belong to their Douluo Academy. Yet, unexpectedly, Zhao Wujie has placed the blame squarely upon him, a truly vexing circumstance. As a pope, Bibidong has numerous matters demanding his attention, and now he finds himself ensnared in this predicament, unable to extricate himself, which is indeed quite awkward. Meanwhile, the faculty beneath Bibidong has yet to uncover any genuinely useful information. Over there, everything was being meticulously managed, yet these so-called trivial matters truly caused him considerable distress. In response to Zhao Wujie's inquiry, Bibidong could only speak candidly. Who knows? Could it be that the other world is already on the brink of disintegration? If that is the case, then this dilemma would indeed be challenging to confront with our usual methods of dominion over fear. Bibidong felt she had almost deciphered the situation with a high degree of accuracy. Thus, the situation has already been firmly grasped in his hands, rendering any further discussion unnecessary. Since it is impossible to alter these chaotic and peculiar behaviors, it would be far better to relinquish a multitude of concerns. Chapter 92. Fractured time and space, the disintegration of another world, and the emergence of cracks within the entire continuum of time and space hold no relevance to him. And indeed, he harbors no interest in them, leading to a significant divergence in perspectives. This is precisely why Bibidong prefers to manage her own affairs rather than engage excessively with Zhao Wujie. After all, they are not of the same ilk. Zhao Wujie serves as the vice principal of a school, while Bibidong, with a more distinguished identity, is tasked with upholding her beliefs. Therefore, it is unnecessary for the two of them to converge. Under the overwhelming impact of their differing ideologies, their personalities have diverged considerably. The facts are unmistakable. If these original intentions cannot be altered, any attempt to do so would only evoke laughter. With Bibidong seemingly lacking viable solutions, Zhao Wujie finds himself at a loss. On the verge of tears, he remarked casually, "I believe it would be prudent for us to investigate further. As of now, the old principal, Flanders, seems to have vanished into some foreign land. How can we not take on this significant burden?" Zhao Wujie now truly harbors a deep-seated resentment towards Flanders, wishing he had foreseen that this individual would be incapable of bearing such responsibility. The position of the principal ought to be assumed by oneself. Whenever Zhao Wujie reflects upon that fellow Flander, he is beset by an overwhelming sense of perplexity and frustration. The principal's role has not borne the responsibility that accompanies the head of the school. It has indeed strayed far beyond the realm of reason. This matter should not be presented as a mere fact to others, as it is far from the truth. Had Zhao Wujie initially occupied the principal's position, Flander would have had no part in it. However, the outcome is glaringly apparent, leaving one troubled and unable to dismiss it. The fundamental cause is not as formidable as it seems. The situation does not unfold in accordance with the expectations of the populace. At times, when confronted with these shattered realities, one ultimately comes to realize that the circumstances are firmly within one's grasp. If one cannot even manage these situations, then it is mere folly to speak. Furthermore, Flander is the quintessential foreigner, while Zhao Wujie embodies the archetypal local. This stark contrast accounts for their fundamentally divergent educational philosophies. The reason they find themselves on the same path is due to the initial uneven distribution of roles. The foreigner has been appointed as the principal, while Zhao Wujie, a native, has been relegated to the position of vice principal, which he internally deems profoundly unjust. Bibidong observes Zhao Wujie but refrains from voicing any concerns regarding the matter. He truly feels a considerable headache. Very well, since it is thus, I am willing to witness the situation firsthand. Let us proceed. Withdraw and do not regard this situation as significant. That in itself is sufficient. The outcome is already exceedingly clear, and what Zhao Wujie must do is to diligently safeguard his own territory. As for everything else, he has no desire to engage with the myriad of trivialities. Zhao Wujie can only let it be. Otherwise, should that fellow truly unleash his wrath, there will be consequences to reckon with. He felt that he might not be able to suppress him, so in light of this reality, Zhao Wujie understood that he should allow Bibidong to handle certain situations on his own. With a sudden, resounding whoosh, Zhao Wujie followed closely behind Bibidong as they charged into the throng. Indeed, the golden sacred dragon was plummeting onto the playground. It seemed that the best course of action would be to bring it down. Teachers are coming. Clear the way. Everyone step aside so the teacher can see what is happening. The students hurriedly made way, allowing Zhao Wujie to ascertain the situation. Previously, Zhao Wujie had served as a teacher before being promoted to vice principal, so most students retain memories of him solely as their former teacher. Thus, upon seeing him, they instinctively regarded him as such. Moreover, Zhao Wujie frequently engaged in seclusion for cultivation, often for a year or two, leading most students to have little recollection of him. Those who did recognize him merely identified him as a teacher, unaware that he had now been reborn as the vice principal. As Zhao Wujie approached and beheld the colossal entity before him, he was indeed taken aback. He nearly exclaimed, "Is it truly the golden sacred dragon? Why would such a sacred being fall within our academy?" Indeed, Zhao Wujie could hardly fathom why such a divine creature would materialize among the students. The golden sacred dragon, after all, was associated with energy fluctuations from another world, yet now it seemed to bear the memories of others. If we were to put it this way, this individual indeed possesses quite an impressive background. Zhao Wujie couldn't help but feel a bead of cold sweat trickle down his forehead, for he understood that the reality before him made it clear that this was not merely an eccentricity that could be easily integrated. Since he could not grasp it within his control, it might be prudent to relinquish the abundance one possesses. One may lose their head or shed blood. As long as the situation remains within one's grasp, there exists the opportunity for transformation and adaptation. Bibiong stood silently nearby, while at that moment, Shrek seemed to have appeared from nowhere, suddenly rushing forth to Zhao Wujia's side, speaking incessantly as if to ingratiate himself. This matter is undoubtedly linked to Yinling, he proclaimed. Shrek pondered how this young man had emerged seemingly from thin air. Furthermore, Bibidong had taken him as a disciple, as if he were an entity not of this world, materializing inexplicably in their midst. Such a statement indeed renders the situation perplexing and difficult to comprehend. Consequently, the grievances that Shrek harbored, stemming from previous conflicts with Bibidong, were indiscriminately directed towards Yinling. Furthermore, he believed that since Yinling was absent, what harm could arise from uttering a few disparaging remarks? Shrek epitomizes jealousy, convinced that if he cannot possess something, it is best destroyed. Yet, one must ponder, would Bibidong truly consent to the annihilation of what he values? Thus, Shrek emerges as a rather simplistic brute, lacking the intellectual depth that would befit his stature. Among the Shrek 7, few possessed genuine utility. The eventual decision to part ways with him was largely due to his reckless disregard for thoughtful action, an egregious flaw. Upon hearing Shrek's derogatory remarks about his apprentice, Bibidong found himself unable to remain composed. As a mentor, he stood firm while Shrek audaciously insulted his own disciple. Did you truly believe yourself to be devoid of temper? At this thought, Bibidong found herself overwhelmed with indignation. Chapter 93, The Protector of the Young. Chapter 94, Why bother with entanglements? Faced with Yinling as formidable assault, she chose to yield, acutely aware that such a person was beyond her capacity to confront. Opting to lower her head was, in her view, preferable to any alternative. When confronted with the specter of life and death, Shrek ultimately chose to embrace life, recognizing its intrinsic value. To exist without the essence of life would render one's existence in this world profoundly burdensome. Shrek's act of submission astonished all present. They were taken aback to witness a formidable teacher and director bowing before an ordinary elementary student. Thus, it can be said that this seemingly obscure young man is indeed not to be trifled with. Why would such a formidable individual choose to engage in conflict? Would it not be wiser to retreat? The unfolding events undoubtedly left all present in a state of shock. However, as reality dictates that one is already on this path, there is no need to conjure up unnecessary chaos. The so-called eccentricity cannot alter the original intent. It may be wiser to set aside such matters for a more eloquent expression. I understand you may find my actions peculiar, yet I must caution you against harboring any ill intentions toward me. Acknowledging that Bibidong is my mentor is already a considerable honor. Should you persist in your antagonism, do not expect my response to be courteous. Yinling, at this juncture, found himself at a loss for words, taken aback by the audacity of these individuals. He did not enter this world to be subjected to humiliation. Why should he endure such harsh treatment? Thus, faced with this predicament, Yinling could only silently rebuff all such overtures. He would harness all his abilities to safeguard his boundaries, amalgamating every wavelength of light within him, for that would render everything much easier to articulate. Yinling has become acutely aware that those around him are far from courteous, should they desire his demise. Their intentions are unmistakably clear. In a matter of moments, he would surely resolve the situation. Thus, for the sake of self-preservation, Yinling reluctantly uttered some harsh words. Naturally, these unkind remarks would establish considerable boundaries, effectively obstructing external forces. Bibidong was taken aback. He had not anticipated the extent of Yinling's temper. Observing his disciple on the verge of unleashing his full potential, he hastily interjected, "Enough, Yinling. Do not let your anger overwhelm you. We have our own destinies. This golden saint dragon is not your concern, and you should not become overly entangled." Bibidong was acutely aware of Yinling's temperament, and knew he could express himself in colorful language. However, he could not allow for accusations to be unjustly leveled, as they were both human beings. Why, then, should one face such a severe judgment? This was indeed a profoundly challenging predicament. Life and death hung in the balance, and reputation was paramount. At present, Yinling was someone who esteemed his honor greatly. He believed that after the destruction of a series of reputations and coincidences, there was no further discussion to be had, which explained his fury. Having embarked on this path, being sidelined was incomprehensible. If he could not tread upon this shattered pavement, perhaps it would be best to relinquish everything. Yinling now wished to avoid even a single word with Bibidong, for he understood that his master currently held no real power within the academy and could offer him no protection. All he could do was to seize the moment and act accordingly. After what felt like an eternity, Yinling finally managed to articulate some previously unspoken thoughts. I truly cannot fathom your reasoning. What connection could this spatial rift possibly have with me? Do you think me an easy target? Indeed, the outcome is evidently clear. What relevance does the spatial rift have to my situation? I did not come to this world to be bullied, so why must I endure such insults and treatment? Across the vast Douluo continent, there exists a myriad of individuals from various realms. Why must I be subjected to a series of baseless accusations? Why must I be made to feel so humiliated? What is the root cause of this? If one cannot even manage such trivial matters, it indeed causes considerable distress to many. Yinling is not a person easily dealt with. He possesses a fierce temperament and a formidable ability to defend his territory. The Douluo continent is a widely recognized realm where one can flourish and thrive. Besides Tang San, who has already transcended the universe, the remaining individuals are rather unimpressive. These minor characters yield results that are unattainable to others, and it is best for them to remain unnoticed. Yinling believes that his presence in this world is not merely to endure hardships. He feels that maintaining his small domain is already his utmost limit, and he need not concern himself with others' affairs. Shrek is taken aback, as he did not anticipate Yinling's temper to be so volatile. His few remarks rendered him quite embarrassed, creating a rather awkward situation for him. Thus, Shrek could only lower his head in submission, meekly stating, "No, we have not harbored any doubts about you. It was merely a casual remark. I truly regret that you overheard those words." Shrek is genuinely distressed, for he did not foresee that his words would lead Yinling to harbor resentment against him. Many understand that speaking ill of others behind their backs is unforgivable when it comes to light. Therefore, one should refrain from disparaging others, as it is a fundamental form of respect. Seeing Shrek concede, Yinling felt somewhat appeased. After all, he is a teacher. He could not allow himself to be rendered excessively uncomfortable. Thus, he nodded gravely at Shrek and, with a nonchalant tone, remarked, "Teacher, you and your companions ought not to gossip behind others' backs." In truth, Yinling desires a simple life, merely wishing to tend to his own little plot of land each day. He has no inclination to concern himself with the myriad of trivial gossip, as he lacks the time to engage in such frivolities. Chapter 95. Lamentation. The most sorrowful truth in this world is that one may be utterly oblivious to the circumstances at hand while simultaneously being defamed elsewhere. Thus, the words of men, fickle as they are, can shape one's reputation entirely. Now, a few words from Shrek have thrust Yinling into such a precarious position. Were it anyone else, they would undoubtedly choose to bow their heads in silent submission. Indeed, no one can rival Shrek. However, the very reason Yinling dares to confront him head-on is precisely because he is not easily intimidated. Enough of this idle chatter, out of respect for the teacher present. You must afford him some dignity. The students are all watching, and to place the teacher in such an embarrassing predicament raises the question of how he can continue to look out for you, does it not? Zhao Wuji's expression darkens. Indeed, he is aware of his role as vice principal. Yet, in the presence of the vice principal, Yinling shows him not a shred of respect or consideration. It seems inappropriate for someone in his position to indulge a so-called Yinling. He can only lay bare the myriad chaotic situations at hand, revealing that even this small matter has been deftly manipulated. Zhao Wuji cannot help but feel that as vice principal, he is truly in over his head, unable to manage even these trivial facts. It is truly laughable for others to witness, as one cannot fathom the intricate flow of these facts. Surviving in this world indeed presents a considerable headache. Zhao Wuji never anticipated that Yinling would show him such utter disregard. Both of them exist in this realm, navigating the complexities of emotions and relationships. What was once a fluid exchange within this world now seems far more intricate than he initially perceived. The fact that he could be so easily manipulated appears to be a cruel jest, and Yinling finds this situation laughably absurd. Vice Principal Zhao Wuji seeks to exert his influence over Yinling with all his authority. Regrettably, these attempts yield little assistance and instead fall into the hands of others. Such grave behavior has not been taken lightly. Rather, it has caused others to distance themselves. Zhao Wuji is not easily intimidated, and neither is Yinling. Both possess formidable tempers. It remains to be seen who can elucidate this so-called truth more effectively. Yinling refrains from idle chatter, while Zhao Wuji merely turns his head away silently, astonished by Lin Ming's formidable temperament. He had long heard of Yinling's reputation within the academy, yet he never expected to witness such a blatant disregard for his authority. If this is the case, it is clear that this individual is no ordinary person. Previously, during his seclusion for cultivation, Zhao Wuji had heard of a figure named Yin Ling within the academy. However, upon seeing him today, he is taken aback by the striking appearance of this young man, who now seems to be in a precarious situation. It is improbable for someone who is both emotionally invested and exceptionally handsome to exist simultaneously in a single individual. Should such a person exist, one must question their integrity. The gravity of this situation, laid bare before others, cannot be overlooked. Given that the outcome is so evidently clear, there is no need to further complicate matters. Zhao Wuji gazes into Yin Ling's eyes, as if he can glimpse the vast abyss within them. Indeed, this potent impact ripples through Zhao Wuji's heart like a wave. If Tang San is the individual who has astounded him profoundly, then he stands on the precipice of yet another revelation. Before him stood Yin Ling, a prodigious talent that ignited a fervor within his heart, ready to blaze forth. The presence of such an extraordinary individual among his students could only signify that the academy was indeed flourishing with promising successors. What of Flander, or the principal? If Yin Ling truly attains such a position, in the future, the position of principal shall undoubtedly be entrusted to him, which is quite commendable. As this thought crossed his mind, Zhao Wuji could not help but smile, for he was on the verge of ascending to the pinnacle of the vice principal's role. Should he successfully bring Yin Ling into his fold, the prospects for the entire academy would undoubtedly be secure, ensuring a promising succession. Lost in such fervent thoughts, Zhao Wuji genuinely smiled. Despite his profound admiration for Yin Ling, this extraordinary talent, his expression remained inscrutable. Instead, he spoke to Yin Ling with a tone laced with disdain, remarking, "I never imagined you truly are a prodigy, managing to place me in such an awkward position with just a few words. It is rather uncomfortable." Zhao Wuji now found himself in a state of discontent. He had not anticipated that his role as vice principal would lead to such embarrassment at the hands of Yin Ling. If we were to consider it from this perspective, it appears that the two individuals cannot truly possess absolute authority, one being the vice principal and the other a student. Their capabilities are indeed remarkable. However, their demeanor scarcely reflects such prowess. In response to Zhao Wuji's accusations, Yin Ling chose to remain silent, directing his gaze toward the distant golden Saint Dragon. He pondered that the descent of such a sacred entity from the heavens must signify something profound. The sky itself seemed to be manifesting a considerable division. And under these circumstances, Yin Ling began to grasp the situation. It is likely that this incident is a result of a series of unspeakable occurrences within the upper echelons of society, leading to this chaotic upheaval. Observing Yin Ling's evident disinterest in engaging with him, Zhao Wuji felt his frustration mounting. He glared and exclaimed, "Yin Ling, do not embarrass me further. Grant me a chance." Here he was, a vice principal, now reduced to seeking respect from a student. If he were to be denied such recognition, to subject oneself to such humiliation is truly infuriating, and thus Zhao Wuji issued a final ultimatum to Yin Ling. If he were to continue disregarding the need for cordiality, expelling him from the academy would be a matter of mere moments. Yin Ling found himself at a loss for words, offering a resigned smile. "Very well. Let us turn the page on this matter, allowing the clouds to disperse and distance ourselves from the outcome for the time being." Yin Ling was indeed exasperated. Zhao Wuji had made the facts abundantly clear. What more could he possibly do? Surely, he could not unearth his own secrets for all to see. Chapter 96. To act casually after all, he was but a mere mortal, not some exalted deity. Why must such absurdities be concocted, rendering him a spectacle of ridicule in the eyes of others? What manner of person is Zhao Wuji? Yin Ling had discerned his character with striking clarity. If this individual were to be classified within the realm of Douluo, he would merely rank as average, perhaps a tier 3 at best. After all, he was merely the vice principal of the academy, with the principal, Flinder, absent, thus relegating him to play the role of the ostentatious second in command. Having regained a semblance of dignity, Zhao Wuji finally exhaled with relief and promptly declared, "The Golden Saint Dragon is evidently injured. Who has brought it down?" Logically, conflicts among extraordinary beasts should not manifest in our mundane world. As a vice principal, Zhao Wuji spoke with authority. He understood that a creature as formidable as the Golden Saint Dragon descending from the heavens must be indicative of circumstances that cannot be disclosed lightly. If Zhao Wuji's assumptions were correct, a clash among extraordinary beasts must have transpired in the higher realms. Otherwise, it begs the question, why would a being not meant to inhabit this world appear in such an ordinary realm? The implications were undeniably clear. It remained to be seen how many would dare to step forward and grasp these truths. Ultimately, the upper echelons of the Douluo continent were not devoid of divine beings. Should one indeed plummet from the skies, the ramifications would be profound. As the fall occurs, it undoubtedly creates a considerable pit within the entirety of Douluo continent. However, the golden sacred dragon seems to have reigned in some of its potential upon its descent to the ground, suppressing all these so-called phenomena. If this is the case, it truly perplexes one to discern the nature of the matter. Zhao Wujie can only rely on his conjecture to grasp these so-called circumstances. Otherwise, he remains bewildered by the underlying reasons. Creatures like the golden sacred dragon are typically believed to exist solely within the realms of myth. Hidden dragons do not emerge unless absolutely necessary. Thus, such a being would not manifest in this world without dire need. Yet, its appearance has left others utterly confused about the situation. Should onlookers witness this, they might find it utterly incomprehensible, as if the individual were caught in a web of fate, teetering between life and death. The force of impact certainly has the potential to navigate the complexities of this world with ease. However, these chaotic circumstances can no longer be formally grasped. Consequently, the situation remains rather perplexing, leaving one to wonder why such a one-sided occurrence has transpired. Upon hearing Zhao Wujie's analysis, Yinling nodded solemnly. He thought that if the situation were indeed as described, it would indeed be quite baffling to ascertain the reasons behind it. Yinling glanced into the distance before lowering his head. At this moment, he began to comprehend the underlying truth. The outcome presented before him was far from the apparent narrative. Rather, it exuded an enigmatic quality that eluded understanding. Extraordinary occurrences often herald the presence of the extraordinary. He pondered, could it be that a schism had arisen within the chaotic universe of Tangsan? Yinling furrowed his brow. Indeed, he felt a genuine concern. If chaos were to erupt within this world, would the reality he once knew have already crumbled into disarray? Consider this. It is indeed rather amusing that Yinling, originally an ordinary individual in reality, suddenly finds himself thrust into this alternate realm, nearly forgetting his mundane existence. The weight of such profound memories, now situated within the confines of a comic world, induces considerable bewilderment. At heart, Yinling is a remarkably kind soul, not a beast as some might suggest. Yet, he is taken aback by the myriad of bizarre occurrences and behaviors that have emerged, leaving him perplexed about their origins and implications. Should chaos truly manifest in the real world, one can only surmise the absurdities that might arise in the animated universe he inhabits. Regardless, Yinling possesses a certain elevated perspective and is not oblivious to the trivialities that surround him. Thus, when confronted with these circumstances, he has resolutely concluded that if any fault lies with him, he would willingly withdraw and retreat. At this juncture, Bibidong boldly articulated his views to Yinling, asserting, "Why concern ourselves with such matters? They bear no relation to us. It suffices to tend to our own affairs, remaining indifferent to the troubles of others." Bibidong's conviction lies in the desire to elevate his own situation without the burden of others' fates, as he believes he is under no obligation to oversee such chaos. He is merely a man, not a beast, and why should he shoulder the weight of absurdities in a world where survival is already fraught with difficulty? Living under such relentless hardship while seeking to maintain control is, indeed, a laughable notion. As Yinling's own disciple, Bibidong muses about the ridiculousness of these daily tribulations, questioning why they seem to perpetually befall him. He wishes for fewer of these nonsensical occurrences, as they only serve to diminish the dignity of others. Under such intense scrutiny, the absurdity witnessed can lead one to question the very essence of life itself. This time, Shrek truly found amusement in the chaos. Tears of laughter nearly escaped him as he incredulously remarked, "What else can be done? Let it be. And let us see if we can remedy this golden saint dragon once more. If that is feasible, then all will be well." Shrek's underlying desire is to secure this entity for his own purposes. Everything is merely nonsensical chatter. It is difficult to articulate. And thus there is no necessity to amalgamate the myriad of chaotic oddities. If the power in hand has not been maximally utilized, then all discussions are rendered moot. As for external circumstances, he has no desire to be tainted by the so-called disorder. Chapter 97, Final Decision. Chapter 98, Definitive Statements. These facts, which are worthy of celebration, have already manifested in such an evident and disadvantageous manner that it is best not to harbor them too closely. Since one has chosen to afford others a semblance of dignity, Why not also present a more comprehensible truth to those around? Even these unfavorable circumstances should not be allowed to take root in the hearts of others. The situation is utterly beyond the control of others, dictated by an unwavering authority. Yet, the reality remains cruel and heartless. Unable to accept such an obvious fate, one is left with no choice but to yield and submit. Zhao Wuji possesses decisive power in this matter, while Yin Ling, wishing to avoid a severe confrontation, can only gradually opt for compromise. At this moment, Zhao Wuji finally beams with delight, comprehending why the outcome is so glaringly evident. With a teasing tone, he remarks, "Do not flatter me. I am not that formidable. I am merely an exceedingly ordinary individual." In truth, Zhao Wuji's heart is already brimming with joy, as though he might burst into laughter at any moment. However, he reluctantly suppresses this glee, fearing that succumbing to such emotions might disrupt his original intentions, preventing him from fully realizing his potential. Observing Zhao Wuji's newfound happiness, Yin Ling can only manage a wry smile, fully aware that this fellow is undoubtedly a rogue. With a wave of his hand, Yin Ling calls to those nearby, urging, "Quickly remove this fellow. If the stench wafts over here, it will engulf the entire academy in a noxious cloud." So close, Yin Ling can already discern the overpowering sin of blood lingering around the golden sacred dragon. Fortunately, his composure is resolute. Otherwise, he might truly retch at the sight. The outcome is painfully clear. Should the golden sacred dragon be saved, it would signify a life preserved. If not, all discussions become moot. Bloodshed is inevitable. Such is the nature of power, new ruler, new subjects. Currently, Zhao Wuji is the one issuing commands, while Yin Ling is but a loyal subject. And since there is no room for idle chatter among the subjects, they remain silent. He therefore finds himself increasingly disinclined to address some peculiar and self-evident truths, the outcomes of which are glaringly apparent. One can only observe how many individuals are capable of weaving the so-called circumstances into the hands of others. This golden holy dragon must be removed, otherwise it truly risks perishing here. The scent emanating from the corpse must be so pungent that it could be detected within several miles. Zhao Wuji swiftly extended his hand to summon a few students, whose arms were as robust as those of young calves. Clearly, their strength was formidable. Zhao Wuji commanded them to carry the golden sacred dragon to the nearby medical facility, specifically a larger infirmary designated for its treatment. Zhao Wuji was neither a villain nor a paragon of virtue. He merely navigated a nuanced spectrum of moral ambiguity with ease, embodying a peculiar blend of the two. Meanwhile, Murong Yunxue furrowed his brow, glancing at Yin Ling with the suspicion that this individual harbored untold stories he was reluctant to share. With incredulity in his eyes, Murong Yunxue questioned, "Are you truly indifferent to the fate of the golden sacred dragon? Do you not perceive the sanctity of that creature? Would it not be more beneficial for us if it could provide some form of assistance?" As of now, Murong Yunxue's stance still leaned towards hunting the golden sacred dragon. If he could seize all of its equipment, he might significantly enhance his own prowess, thereby securing a prominent position within the academy and earning respect for the Murong family. Perhaps the elder would even offer him encouragement and support for his commendable performance. Murong Yunxue's selfish aspirations were indeed excessive. He incessantly yearned to grasp that which did not rightfully belong to him. Yet the reality remained. What is rightfully his is truly his, and what is not is entirely irrelevant. The situation had become abundantly clear. To continue discussing it would only yield superfluous chatter. Yin Ling fundamentally disagreed with Murong Yunxue's perspective and firmly replied, "What does that have to do with me? I am not particularly interested in acquiring equipment. I am merely an ordinary person." Indeed, Yin Ling was not a so-called prodigy. He sought only to cultivate his modest patch of land, focusing on his own affairs. As for anything beyond that, he had no desire to engage. However, the unfolding events before him had made it evident that when circumstances lay in the hands of others, it was no longer within his purview to dictate how to respond. Faced with such an intense dilemma, Yin Ling found himself unwilling to compromise, resolutely choosing to reject the situation. Observing Murong Yunxue's unwavering affection, Yin Ling could hardly suppress a chuckle. He had not anticipated that this individual would persistently pursue him here, engaging in a series of trivial conversations that seemed utterly absurd. Consequently, the sight of Murong Yunxue had become quite irksome, to the extent that he wished to refrain from uttering another word. Yin Ling waved his hand dismissively and remarked nonchalantly, "Enough. I find myself quite vexed at present. Allow me a moment of solitude. Should a rift in time and space indeed manifest, we would undoubtedly be subjected to considerable turmoil. A perilous predicament indeed. The notion of remaining vigilant in the face of potential calamity was presently Yinling's foremost desire, as well as the situation he most ardently hoped to attain. The outcome was patently clear and increasingly evident. This golden sacred dragon, having plummeted from another realm, might herald the emergence of even more absurd and chaotic phenomena. Thus, Yinling yearned for a moment of quiet contemplation, wishing to eschew any further pointless discourse. Certain matters were manageable and should be addressed. Any further waste of time would be unwarranted. It can only be said that these facts are no longer within their control. Given the circumstances, it is even more imperative that others remain oblivious to the reasons behind such so-called situations. There are always formidable individuals among the strong. Each dynasty is shaped by the fate and characteristics of its own people. It is no longer the concern of others to manage or resolve these matters. With things as they are, there is even less need for any change. Chapter 99. The People in the Arena Chapter 100. The Mysterious Chapter 101. The Inner Drama Chapter 102. The Healing if placed in the hearts of others. They would undoubtedly find it quite amusing. In this light, it truly reveals a sense of vulnerability. It is akin to committing an utterly embarrassing act in full view of the public. Bibi Dong turned her head away, speaking in a remarkably composed tone. All right. The golden sacred dragon before us is the priority to address. Let us not dwell on the rest for the time being. At this moment, Bibidong's thoughts were solely focused on resolving the matter of the golden sacred dragon. As for everything else, she was determined not to let it weigh on her mind any longer, for those matters could no longer be handled according to her previous notions, especially if they failed to manifest before her. Therefore, all discussions are rendered moot, as the truth has already been articulated within the depths of his own heart. One should refrain from creating so-called peculiarities, merely relying on the notion of how others might dare to express their thoughts on the matter. Ultimately, one cannot predict the subsequent actions of others, nor can one claim the ability to dictate the course they will take. Thus, it is precisely this that Bebe Dong hopes Zhao Wujia will approach with impartiality. Although the golden holy dragon is a sacred artifact, it must be handled with a sense of equilibrium. Should a misstep occur, it could result in eternal regret, potentially leading one into an abyss from which there is no return. Zhao Wujia felt a profound awkwardness, for as the decision-maker, he now faced the dilemma of whether to rescue or to eliminate the golden holy dragon. He had yet to reach a conclusion, instead becoming preoccupied with discussions regarding Bebe Dong and Yinling, which seemed to veer off course. After a considerable pause, Zhao Wujia, adopting a more seasoned tone, began to articulate the bureaucratic rhetoric. I believe we should first attend to his injuries, ensuring he recovers fully before proceeding with further biochemical analysis and dissection. If he survives, we shall send him back to that otherworldly realm. If not, then all of this becomes moot. In his heart, Zhao Wujia possessed a clear understanding. If this entity could indeed sustain life, it would be of great significance. Thus, everything can be succinctly summarized. However, it may be said that not all matters are so easily articulated. All of this is beyond discussion, for the circumstances have become decidedly unremarkable. It is best not to regard the situation with undue importance, as the outcome is already quite evident, since the decision has been made. There is no room for further deliberation. Perhaps it is wiser to relinquish a series of possibilities that are abundantly available, as it brings a greater sense of reassurance. Zhao Wuji chose to prioritize the rescue of the golden sacred dragon, ensuring his survival. As for other matters, they hold lesser significance for the time being, particularly if we consider the subsequent step of biological decomposition. If this noble creature can endure, then it can certainly be deemed fortunate and resilient. Henceforth, he shall be allowed to recuperate properly. Subsequently, he will be escorted to his rightful realm. It is important to clarify that the notion of biochemistry and decomposition mentioned here does not imply the dismemberment of this entity. Rather, it is a complex situation that is not easily resolved. It is known that this pertains to Zhao Wuji's own unique magical prowess, reminiscent of the ancient scriptures of yore. Such extraordinary skills, akin to the art of resurrection, are beyond the grasp of the ordinary individual. However, those who attain such abilities are destined for immortality. And therein lies the explanation. Zhao Wujia, a man of limited lifespan, has remarkably ascended to such elevated ranks in a brief period. After hearing Zhao Wujia's perspective, Bibi Dong nodded in profound agreement. Indeed, if this matter were to be resolved in accordance with Zhao Wujie's approach. Therefore, the integration must be executed in this most exquisite manner. As for alternative methods, they are merely considered unconventional approaches, yielding various perspectives derived from tangential reasoning. Everything is vividly presented here. It is essential to skillfully harness what is at hand. Everything is indeed easy to articulate, while other matters should scarcely warrant attention. To save a life is to construct a pagoda of immeasurable merit. However, to witness that life squandered in vain is another matter entirely. Surely, one cannot survive in this world, for there are individuals who ultimately comprehend the singularity of life. However, to suggest that living beings should be subjected to disintegration is but an act of utter disregard for human life, ordinarily. A person devoid of a heart of stone would be incapable of committing such an atrocity. Yet, Bibi Dong harbors the belief that should Zhao Wujie truly be provoked, he would indeed possess the capacity to do so. Given that he has chosen to pursue a path of healing, let him take the reins of this decision. For now, let us adopt his perspective for the sake of integration. I shall refrain from further involvement, as this matter does not pique my interest, and I hope to avoid any further chaos or peculiarities. Having spoken, Bibi Dong chose to depart, akin to the earlier actions of Shrek. This territory now falls entirely under Zhao Wujie's jurisdiction, while she remains merely an outsider. Shrek, after all, serves as the educational overseer, akin to a teacher. Yet Bibi Dong is undeniably a foreign entity. To depart from this place would be necessary to reach her domain and extend the courtesies of a host. However, Zhao Wujie has not even extended the courtesy of inviting Bibi Dong for tea. Bibi Dong felt that she should not stand here for others to observe and laugh at her, as she watched the departure of Bibi Dong's choice. Zhao Wujie's expression remained utterly unperturbed. This was because he was inherently a rather cold-blooded and unfeeling individual, and the events had unfolded right before him. There is no need for him to grasp the chaotic intricacies of the world. He merely fulfills his obligations, and it is best that he refrains from entangling himself in matters beyond his concern. This world is never devoid of capable individuals, and should these esteemed talents embark upon this so-called path of return, it would indeed be fortuitous. Bibi Dong does not belong in this realm, and Zhao Wujie need not extend any hospitality. It is not a matter of parsimony, nor is it that he refuses to offer Bibi Dong a cup of tea. Rather, it stems from the hierarchical dynamic that existed when Shrek stood there. Bibi Dong's lingering presence suggests an inclination to overshadow others, which, despite Zhao Wujie's outward composure, fills him with discontent. Meanwhile, Yanling and Murong Yunxue strolled back to the teaching building, their camaraderie evident, following their recent triumph. Having garnered the respect of luminaries such as Bibi Dong, Shrek, and Zhao Wujie, Yanling had ascended to celebrity status among his peers. Consequently, many students found his presence amusing and sought to engage with him, yet Yanling's demeanor conveyed that he was not the most approachable individual. Thus, despite their intentions to befriend him, they gradually maintained their distance. After all, none would stoop to ingratiate themselves with someone they deemed superior. As Yanling approached the teaching building, he spotted a figure strikingly similar to Li Yunfei, which bewildered him. Could it be that the Li family had embedded numerous spies throughout the premises? This thought sent a chill down his spine. To his astonishment, the persistent shadow of Li Yunfei, who had merely bested him in combat, now seemed to orchestrate a network of surveillance against him. It was evident that this doppelganger was likely a relative. Puzzled, Yanling turned to Murong Yunxue and inquired, "Who is that person? He seems oddly familiar to me." At this moment, Murong Yunxue was lost in thought, idly toying with her phone. The latest notifications were overwhelmingly filled with negative news about their academy. Particularly, the incident of the golden sacred dragon plummeting from the heavens had erupted into sensational headlines, stirring a considerable uproar. The keywords flooding her phone were all related to this distant turmoil. Bystanders paused in astonishment, their eyes wide in disbelief, as if they might pop out from their sockets. Murong Yunxue found herself similarly transfixed by her screen, unable to fathom the extent of the coverage surrounding their academy. Following Yanling's words, she lifted her gaze and was startled to discover a remarkably familiar figure standing before her. It took her aback, for this person bore an uncanny resemblance to Li Yunfei. However, being worldly wise, Murong Yunxue understood that after Li Yunfei had been beaten, he would likely avoid public appearances and was probably hiding away in some temple. Thus, without hesitation, she concluded that this individual was simply an insufferable fool who had appeared from who knows where. Nonchalantly, She remarked. Oh, you mean that one? He is a distant relative of Li Yunfei. However, his temperament differs greatly from Li Yunfei's, so he poses no threat to us. As Murong Yunxue pondered, she recalled that this fellow was called Li Feilong. Though the name sounded rather imposing, it seemed he was nothing of significance. A rather lowly character, since he was not a direct descendant of the Li family. In fact, he was a distant relative, severed by more than 5 generations. It was quite absurd that such individuals would aspire to elevate their status in this manner. If that were the case, could it be that the Li family truly wielded such immense influence over the entire academy? With this thought, Yinling shook his head in resignation. Damn it! Another member of the Li family, how utterly laughable. Yinling observed that Li Feilong indeed possessed an unusual appearance, as if a scar had been etched across his face. At first glance, one might mistake it for a tattoo, leaving one baffled as to its origin. In confusion, Yinling turned to Murong Yunxue and asked, "That guy's face is quite unsettling. How did he acquire that scar?" According to Yinling's philosophy, the members of the Li family ought not to possess such lackluster appearances. Furthermore, it is inconceivable that one would tattoo their face, an act that only serves to mar their countenance. This suggests that this individual may not have a significant connection to the Li family. To put it bluntly, he might be a distant relative or an outsider altogether. It is rather amusing that someone of his ilk would aspire to integrate their character. Upon hearing Yinling's remarks, Murong Yunxue felt a deep sense of astonishment. She had not anticipated that such a high-energy individual would resort to superficial judgments based on appearance. If that were the case, could it be that this fellow truly emerged from some obscure temple in the mountains? Reflecting on her memories, Murong Yunxue deemed it prudent to clarify this reality. It would be unwise to mention such matters, as they touch upon personal sensitivities that ought not to be exposed. If her recollections serve her right, Li Feilong had once engaged in a significant battle in another realm, contending with various monstrous entities for a so-called power, ultimately meeting a dismal fate. Had he succeeded, he would now be among the closest to Tang San. Alas, he has since fallen from grace, reduced to a shattered remnant upon his descent from the heavens. The origins of such an obscure envoy remain perplexing. Observing that Murong Yunxue, typically a person of utmost seriousness, had begun to play coy, Yinling found the situation rather humorous. Pondering why this individual would choose to withhold information when he could simply speak freely. If one were to entertain such a notion, one might genuinely believe that the employer, in disbursing wages, is akin to the biological parent of the employee. Money, in this context, is akin to a clandestine secret. One may choose to sell it or not. Without obligation, let us refrain from such trivial banter, lest we invite trouble upon ourselves. At this moment, Yinling began to speak rather curtly. Do enlighten me. What is the reason behind this? How did that scar on your face come to be? Is it truly so difficult for you to share a mere story? Why the superfluous words? Yinling found himself exasperated. Murong Yunxue, this individual, refrained from divulging pertinent details, opting instead to shroud the matter in mystery. What nonsense fills your mind? Do you fancy yourself an expert in some supernatural phenomenon, or perhaps a mere internet streamer? Ultimately, dangling the narrative before the audience merely to sell the ticket is an affront to him. Yinling harbored a profound disdain for those who spoke only halfway, unable to manage their own affairs. The absurdity of their attempts to present matters with such meticulousness is indeed a source of amusement to onlookers. Murong Yunxue, confronted by Yinling's sharp retort, wore a rather unattractive expression, akin to encountering an exceptionally steadfast adversary. In this moment, he could only muster a resigned smile. Very well. His tale is rather straightforward. It simply recounts the time he vanquished the Titan ape and was struck across the face by a single claw, leaving behind this prominent scar. Chapter 104. Through the ages, as he reminisced about the ancient scenes of yore, Murong Yunxue found himself on the verge of tears. If his memory served him correctly, his father had nearly perished during that fierce battle. Fortunately, a celestial beast from that otherworldly realm spared one life, allowing his father to survive. However, the toll of time and hardship has since taken its toll on Murong Yunxue's father, leaving him in a state of severe physical decline. This explains why the Murong family has struggled to compete with the formidable Li Yunfei. The paramount concern of the Murong clan has always been to elevate their status. Yet, now they find themselves suppressed rather than uplifted, which is indeed a source of ridicule for others. In truth, Murong Yunxue had not intended to divulge this matter. It is, after all, a painful chapter and a source of shame in the annals of the Murong family. However, with the story of Li Feilong, there was no longer any necessity for concealment. Thus, Murong Yunxue refrained from recounting his father's narrative, instead opting to articulate his own circumstances to convey the facts. Yanling, upon hearing this, widened his eyes in disbelief, struggling to accept the reality laid before him. Who could have anticipated that such a revelation would manifest? If this tale holds any truth, it leaves one perplexed as to the underlying reasons. Yanling, astonished, gazed at Murong Yunxue with incredulity, never having imagined that Li Feilong possessed such an indomitable story. If this is indeed the case, then for Yanling, the fall of the golden sacred dragon from the heavens no longer seems like an extraordinary event. The Titan ape could effortlessly allow Li Feilong to draw near to its own form. Such a statement can only imply that, at that moment, this individual had attained a saintly demeanor. Yet, it is perplexing to witness the emergence of such unwavering resolve, tinged with an inexplicable sorrow. Yanling has distinctly perceived that Li Feilong, though no longer the youthful lad he once was, does not embody the maliciousness of a villain. If one were to assert this, could it be that this person is indeed a hero? Quite impressive. Yanling finds himself trembling, revealing the thoughts that dwell within his heart. He holds a profound admiration for those akin to heroes. Now, this hero-like figure stands before him, akin to the sovereign of the realm. Consider the Titan ape, a ferocious divine beast, in a confrontation with the golden sacred dragon. The two would surely match each other in prowess. Yet, it seems that neither can bear the weight of the consequences, and all are rendered incapable of approaching any existence. Yanling genuinely admires such a hero from the depths of his being. Indeed, if this individual possesses strength that surpasses his own capabilities, Yanling has also decided that it would be more prudent to formally hand these matters over to the authorities. Murong Yunshue's expression darkens. He had not anticipated that Yanling would indeed seek to justify himself. If one looks down upon others, so be it. But to conduct oneself in such a lamentable manner is simply intolerable. Li Feilong a hero? Absolutely not. Furthermore, it is crucial to note that Li Feilong is merely a contemporary of Li Feihu, despite the striking similarity in their names. The two share no actual blood relation. They are merely of the same generation. Li Feihu is the second-generation head of the Li family, and now, with the old patriarch's impending demise, the situation will inevitably change. Li Feihu, as the second son of the Li family, may very well divide the family estate among his three sons, Li Dafei, Li Xiaofei, and Li Yunfei. The names of Li Feihu and Li Feilong bear a striking resemblance, yet their fates diverge profoundly. Li Feihu epitomizes a successful individual, while Li Feilong languishes as a prisoner of circumstance. Had he truly vanquished the Titan great ape back in the day, he might have ascended to a prestigious position, perhaps even to the heights occupied by Li Feihu, where he could have dealt him a substantial lesson. However, they are family, and there is no need for excessive discourse. Despite the existence of insurmountable conflicts, they should not be mired in trivialities. Li Feihu possesses his own life philosophy, just as Li Feilong has his own circumstances and rationale. They are not ordinary individuals, particularly given that Li Feilong is still in his early 20s, while Li Feihu has already reached middle age. One exists in the heavens, the other in the depths. They share the same generational rank, yet are distantly related. Murong Yunxue observed the amusing expression on Yanling's face, almost unable to contain her laughter. All right, enough of that. How could he possibly be a hero? His face is already scarred, and the Titan great ape is still alive, lurking who knows where, perhaps even concealed within our academy. Reflecting on past events, Yanling often found them both intriguing and exasperating. Notably, his father had narrowly escaped death in that fateful battle, yet Yanling persistently reopened that wound. If one were to entertain such notions, it would suggest that Yanling was not the hero he envisioned, but rather a mere spectator of folly. The Titan great ape still hides within the academy, while Li Feilong, who failed to slay it, has seen his status plummet. Once positioned as the head of education, he has now been reduced to a janitor in the hallways, relegated to menial tasks. Murong Yunxue held little interest in Li Feilong's identity. Her curiosity lay elsewhere. The emergence of the divine beast, the Titan great ape, in the real world suggested fluctuations in higher energy levels, especially in light of the arrival of the golden sacred dragon today. This situation is indeed perplexing. Yanling experiences a slight headache, feeling utterly bewildered by Murong Yunshue's intentions. He senses that she is subtly coaxing him into speaking, and the reason is rather simple. Although he has said nothing, her gaze resembles that of a vengeful widow. However, This is not entirely the case. The outcome is not as evident as it seems, for everyone harbors their own stories. Presently, Murong Yunxue cannot possibly disclose to Yanling the news of her father's previous failures. With a puzzled expression, Yanling inquires of Murong Yunxue if the Titan ape can appear within the academy, and the Golden Saint Dragon can also manifest here. The fluctuations from this otherworldly realm truly baffle me. It is rather amusing, isn't it? Chapter 105. Internal dissonance at this moment. Yanling finds it increasingly difficult to believe Murong Yunshue's words. After all, it is well known that the real world does not entertain such bizarre occurrences. Yet, since they have materialized, the origin and implications of these events become all the more challenging to navigate. What astonishes Yanling the most is that the Titan ape is currently concealed within the academy. If this is the case, he might well find himself in peril at any moment. Faced with such circumstances, Yanling chooses to remain silently vigilant. Indeed, for now, the only course is to patiently await the unfolding of events, hoping to harness these forces collectively. Upon concluding her remarks, Murong Yunxue notices that Yanling's eyes are growing increasingly bright. If one were to articulate it in such a manner, the matter indeed becomes quite intriguing. Could it be that Yanling harbors his own intentions, aiming to unearth and vanquish the Titan ape? Should this be the case, Yanling would undeniably be quite formidable. At this moment, Murong Yunxue gazes at Yanling, genuinely perplexed. Primarily, she cannot fathom why this individual engages in so many passive actions. Most are aware of the Titan's concealment within the academy, recognizing that it is rife with peril. Thus, they dare not speak recklessly, fearing that the injured Titan ape might restore its bodily integrity and suddenly emerge to extinguish them in their infancy, a sight indeed hard to bear. Murong Yunxue perceives Yanling's current prowess as merely the nascent stage of a dual martial soul. If one were to assess true strength and valor, it surely does not seem overwhelmingly potent. At this juncture, observing the fervent glimmer in Yanling's eyes, Murong Yunxue cannot help but chuckle. Why concern ourselves with such matters? We are merely ordinary students, striving to cultivate our own small domains within this academy, which is more than sufficient. As for other affairs, we ought not to involve ourselves. Moreover, each individual possesses but one life. Murong Yunxue adopts an attitude of detached indifference, since it bears no relevance to her. There is no necessity to entangle herself too deeply. Should she become too enmeshed, it would only lead others to perceive her as meddlesome. The Murong family has yet to reach a stature where it can establish its authority through such trivialities. Therefore, her demeanor towards Yanling is one of respectful distance. If he truly wishes to confront the Titan ape, let him undertake that endeavor alone. As for Murong Yunxue, her aspiration is solely to safeguard her own small sphere, nothing more. Observing Murong Yunxue retreating from the fray, Yanling can only smile in resignation. He had not anticipated that the bonds of brotherhood and familial solidarity would be so conspicuously evident here. Yet, now this fellow has begun to waver. Initially, when they stood united against Li Yunfei, pursuing him relentlessly, why did such complications not arise? The outcome is evidently clear. Murong Yunxue possesses the ability to confront adversaries. Yet should he face monstrous foes, he would only precipitate his own decline. He embodies the quintessential coward, incapable of bearing substantial responsibilities. Yanling, too, feels a growing aversion towards Murong Yunxue, recognizing that distancing oneself from such individuals is undoubtedly the wisest course of action. Although Yanling feels helpless, he dares not directly offend Murong Yunxue, opting instead for a resigned smile. Indeed, you are correct. Every life is singular and precious, and the outcome is already quite apparent, necessitating no further discussion. Since this fellow is unwilling to partake, let us instead elevate these matters on the formal battlefield. Why indulge in such trivialities? Individuals like this, who are overly cautious and fearful of death, may potentially drag themselves down in the future. At this juncture, Yanling has come to realize that maintaining a respectful distance is more than sufficient, a sentiment echoed in Murong Yunshue's heart as well. He has resolved to refrain from getting too close to anyone, for each person traverses a singular path in this world. You have your journey, I have mine, and we shall not converge nor diverge on the same road. The situation is abundantly clear. You are not my father, nor am I your mother. Our connection is merely a fleeting encounter at a traffic light, perhaps forged through 3 to 5 years of camaraderie or friendship. Ultimately, when we part ways, there is no need to entangle ourselves further, for such actions would only breed distaste among others. In truth, no one in this world is as steadfast in loyalty. Save for one's biological parents and offspring, many individuals simply do not hold that level of significance. The underlying discord between Yanling and Murong Yunxue has begun to surface, marking the onset of a rift between them. However, should Li Yunfei return, they might find themselves united once more. For it is only when interests align that adversaries become allies, paving the way for reconciliation. Soon, their conversation descended into an awkward silence, each casting sidelong glances at the other, rendered speechless in that moment. Murong Yunxue sensed that this uncomfortable atmosphere required some alleviation to avoid becoming too unpleasant. If there were any lingering animosity between them, it would indeed complicate matters, prompting him to force a smile. With an insincere yet polite suggestion, he inquired, "How about the stir-fried noodles with vegetables and the seaweed egg soup at the cafeteria for lunch? The dish is quite splendid, or perhaps seafood would be preferable." In the world of Douluo, such delicacies as seaweed egg soup are exceedingly rare, reserved for the realm of humanity. Although the Douluo world bears resemblance to the human realm, certain culinary delights evoke the flavors of anime, which simply do not exist here. This is why Yanling has always found little interest in the gastronomy of this world. Today, however, he noticed that when Murong Yunxue mentioned the seaweed egg soup, his eyes sparkled with enthusiasm, akin to a famished wolf. Such a predicament would be utterly laughable in the human world. To have never sampled seaweed egg soup is quite the irony. Observing Murong Yunshue's growing excitement, Yanling felt no inclination to dampen his spirits. He acquiesced to his words, responding, "Indeed, it sounds delightful." Chapter 106. Uncommon at this moment. Yanling felt a deep sense of annoyance within. He regarded the dish merely as a simple seaweed and egg soup. What could possibly be so delightful about it? Indeed, Murong Yunxue seemed to belong to an entirely different realm. Such a trivial fare was exceedingly commonplace in the human world. One might even disregard it when feeding dogs. Yet, to his surprise, in the world of Douluo, it evoked a profound sense of intrigue. Very well, since you are so inclined to drink, then indulge yourself. After all, it is merely a bowl of seaweed and egg soup, nothing of great significance. Even if there were tomato and egg soup or zucchini and egg soup, or even loofah and egg soup, Yanling would remain unfazed and indifferent. He possesses no interest in such dishes, for he has sampled them before and found them lacking in flavor. Yet, if Yanling were to find himself in a state of hunger, he might perceive this as a culinary delight of the highest order. Fortune favors the bold, while the timid may perish. The well-fed cannot comprehend the plight of the starving. This distinction is particularly evident in the contrast between Yanling and Murong Yunxue. The latter, having not encountered much of the world, views things differently. There are simply certain elements absent from his realm, akin to the existence of insects. Some regions harbor them, while others do not. The reason is straightforward. In some locales, insects are deemed inedible, while in others, they are considered a delicacy. Dressed with cumin and chili powder, they can be savored as if roasted grasshoppers, creating a delightful crunch. The silence between the two is tolerable, yet when Murong Yunxue engages Yanling in conversation, their clashing ideologies become starkly apparent. Yanling's primary desire is simply to survive in this world, whereas Murong Yunxue aspires to elevate his esteemed family to glory and prosperity. Observing Yanling's apparent lack of enthusiasm, Murong Yunxue is compelled to voice his numerous inquiries. He remarks, "Your expression suggests a lack of interest. Have you frequently consumed such fare elsewhere? By the way, from whence do you hail? I cannot recall you ever mentioning your state or city." In truth, there is no need for speculation. Murong Yunxue has already pieced together the puzzle. Yanling has made it explicitly clear from the outset that he does not belong to this world. If he is indeed not a denizen of this realm, where, indeed, did he originate? Thus, Murong Yunxue found herself perplexed. In what year and month did Yanling fall? What connection does the decline of the golden sacred dragon have with him? Could it be that the fracture of time and space has unveiled two shattered realities? This query from Murong Yunxue not only left Yanling in a state of bewilderment, but also caused a short circuit in his mind. Indeed, it seemed that Yanling no longer possessed the memories he once had. However, he distinctly recalled that his previous world was an exceedingly tangible one, populated by all manner of strange beings. Yet, why was it that upon arriving in the world of Douluo, such memories appeared to have been erased, albeit not entirely? Only a fragment of that memory remained, a sliver that provided Yanling with a glimmer of hope for survival. nothing more. In Yinling's recollections, he had a father, a mother, a grandfather, a grandmother, a second aunt, a third aunt, a fourth aunt, a fifth aunt, a third uncle, a fourth uncle, and a fifth uncle. Such an abundance of relatives, all bound by blood ties, allowed him to remember so vividly. This is precisely why Yinling harbored a tinge of nostalgia for the once tangible world, unlike others who, upon sudden reincarnation or traversal, found themselves as orphans bereft of parents. Rather, he had been compelled to traverse this realm in a fit of rage, a necessity rather than a choice. Today, Yinling discerned that Murong Yunxue might indeed never walk the same path as him again, given her confrontational demeanor in their dialogue. He could only wonder what further discord might arise in the future. Consequently, Yinling resolved to withhold cordiality from Murong Yunxue. Instead, he spoke rather brusquely. Why bother with such trivialities? Which province, which city? These forms have become so varied that clarity is lost. Yinling truly wished to cease entanglement with Murong Yunxue, aware that she would undoubtedly remain skeptical of his words. There is no need for one to display various justifications to him. Given the circumstances, what more is there to say? After all, I lead a blissful life in reality, surrounded by numerous relatives and a prosperous family estate. My arrival in this world of Douluo may well be a twist of fate or a result of temporal chaos. However, one thing is certain, Yinling did not genuinely wish to traverse into this realm. He was compelled to do so. Such a straightforward matter leaves others perplexed regarding the situation. Murong Yunxue listened in astonishment, as Yinling's words seemed utterly vacuous, akin to saying nothing at all. In an instant, her expression soured, as if she had ingested a copious amount of refuse, turning a shade of deep green. She had never anticipated that Yinling would treat her in such a manner. Initially, they stood as comrades on the same front. Yet this once steadfast ally had failed to circulate the facts, leading to an absurdly comedic predicament. If one were to say it this way, the situation is rather intolerable. What on earth is happening? Helplessly, Murong Yunxue could only shift the topic and, with resignation, remarked, "All right, I shan't inquire further, as I believe asking more would be futile." As she spoke, she made her way towards the cafeteria, waving her hand towards Yinling, the meaning unmistakable. It was a clear invitation. Whether or not to join me for a meal at the cafeteria, it is mealtime, and our stomachs are grumbling. We must eat. Yinling nodded gravely, acknowledging Murong Yunshue's kind gesture. However, he had initially been reluctant to go, yet at this moment, he felt that not dining would be unwise. In this world, 2 days have passed without a morsel of food or a sip of water. He found himself at an impasse, akin to a weary Iron Man, ultimately compelled to compromise and venture to the dining hall. Yet, even as he made his way there, Yinling did not hesitate to caution Murong Yunxue, advising him not to take himself too seriously. He remarked, "Since you are aware of the trivialities, it suffices to tend to your own affairs. There is no need to involve yourself in matters beyond that, as it would only squander your time." Chapter 107. Stir-fried dragon meat in an instant. Murong Yunxue felt as though struck by a thunderbolt. He had not anticipated that Yinling, usually so affable in his speech, would now adopt such an impolite tone. If one were to say it this way, the matter indeed becomes quite intolerable. Since it is already an open secret, there is no need for further discourse. Each individual possesses their own temperament. Yinling's disposition fundamentally clashes with that of Murong Yunxue. One hails from an illustrious family, while the other is a quintessential self-made individual, albeit one of formidable capability. As a descendant of the rare and powerful twin martial souls, Murong Yunxue finds herself compelled to concede. Otherwise, she would be subjected to the same bullying as Li Yunfei. This world is perpetually governed by the law of the jungle, a constant across any realm or time. The strong prey upon the weak prey upon the weaker, and the weakest are victimized by those who can hardly resist, such as innocent creatures. This is emblematic of a deeply troubled group of individuals. If this continues, the world will remain in a state of decay, with mental afflictions proliferating. Yet, at present, Yinling is unconcerned with such matters. He is merely a person of modest demeanor. Were he able to defy fate, he might achieve remarkable feats. However, he is not of that age, nor does he possess such elevated stature. He merely wishes to safeguard his own small domain. Their very existence is a stroke of fortune. They need not engage in such repugnant affairs. The two companions proceeded to the school cafeteria, and upon glancing down, Yinling was taken aback. Despite the world being one of Douluo, the dishes prepared were remarkably fresh. It is said that dragon meat reigns in the heavens while donkey meat lies below, yet here, dragon meat appeared in this realm. How could the golden sacred dragon fall from the skies, reduced to a pitiful state? If it were truly deceased, it might soon find itself butchered into pieces, transformed into dumplings or stir-fried dragon meat. Yinling could not suppress his applause, exclaiming in wonder, "Is this the cafeteria of the academy?" Indeed, it was grand in scale, and to his astonishment, there was even stir-fried dragon meat, a rather novel offering. While the Douluo world may seem unimpressive, the events unfolding are refreshingly unprecedented. In such circumstances, it becomes evident to others how dismal the outcome truly is, leaving one to ponder how others might comprehend it. Murong Yunxue was genuinely amused. In this world, dragon meat is commonplace, nearly equivalent to pork in the real world. Yet, it was amusing to discover that Yinling had never even tasted dragon meat. This revelation elicited hearty laughter, leaving her unable to discern what was genuine and what was fabricated in Yinling's words. Why engage in such insincerity? It is rather absurd. Murong Yunxue gazed at Yinling with an expression of incredulity, questioning whether he truly belonged to this world, given that he had never even tasted dragon meat. A flicker of doubt crossed his mind about Yinling's authenticity. He couldn't help but suspect that this fellow was merely jesting, spinning a web of absurdities. In the world of Douluo, there existed 3 tiers of existence, with dragon meat being the most commonplace of delicacies, akin to the ubiquitous pork in our reality. The populace had grown increasingly indifferent to dragon meat, while the so-called elite indulged in rare microorganisms sourced from the celestial cosmos, an echelon unattainable by the likes of Yinling. Ascending further, one encountered the consumption of earth or refuse, as the cycle of life and death dictated that from the decay of one, myriad forms of life emerged. This phenomenon was vividly manifested in their world. Foundational ingredients such as soil were scarcely found among the upper echelons. The hierarchy of the Douluo world was thus delineated into upper, middle, and lower tiers, where the upper class dined on soil, while the lower class feasted on dragon meat. This inversion of reality stood in stark contrast to the human world, rendering the absurdity of it all rather amusing. Yinling felt a twinge of embarrassment. As Murong Yunshua's implication was clear, his failure to sample dragon meat indicated a lack of ambition or experience. The suggestion that he had never even tasted pork was akin to asserting he had never partaken of a meal in this realm. Consequently, Yinling's countenance grew somewhat awkward. Yet, he felt compelled to address the matter directly. "All right, let us refrain from this topic. My consumption of dragon meat bears no relevance to you. Who would have known that dragon meat was so mundane?" Yinling found the situation rather humorous. After all, he was not even from this world. Why engage in such trivial banter? The myriad of so-called deplorable situations, each one more absurd than the last, truly elicits a sense of amusement. Given the circumstances upon returning home, there is no necessity to fabricate any precarious scenarios. The state of affairs is already established. To voice further concerns would only evoke the sentiment of why should we meet if we are merely strangers? What perplexes Yinling even further is the cruel reality of this world, where even the sacred dragon, a creature of divinity, can find itself as a meal for the inhabitants of Douluo. This stark truth underscores the notion that this realm is vastly different from the one that once existed. In Douluo, society is stratified by rank, whereas the world we inhabit is divided by power. These two classifications have irrevocably severed ties, creating a distinct boundary across the entire landscape. Such occurrences are not to be blamed on any individual. Rather, they are akin to ephemeral stars, fleeting and insubstantial. Yinling now comprehends that his experience may not merely be a traversal, but perhaps a rebirth. Douluo is not a mere replica of the human world he once knew. In response to Yinling's observations on cruelty, Murong Yunxue could only wearily begin to clarify, "You are mistaken. The dragon meat consists entirely of those that died from illness or old age, not the so-called vigorous dragons that have been slain." Such a scenario is scarcely different from the slaughtering of swine, for dragons are indeed sacred beings. It is true that Yinling remains oblivious to the truths of this realm, yet Murong Yunxue possesses a profound understanding. After all, he is a native of this world, and he recognizes that the reality has become strikingly evident. In truth, Murong Yunxue is reluctant to elaborate further, as he harbors the suspicion that Yinling is merely feigning ignorance. Chapter 108. Different Worlds, Different Realms. Despite being a denizen of this world, he consistently pretends to be an outsider. Perhaps this act is an attempt to elicit Murong Yunqiue's sympathy. However, Yanling has no genuine need to adopt such pretenses. He is not originally from this world, having traversed through time and space to arrive here. Yanling nodded emphatically, and in the face of Murong Yunqiue's reasoning, he comprehended. Since matters are thus, the explanations become considerably simpler. He remarked, indeed, the people of your world exhibit quite a sense of conscience, refraining from unnecessary killings and only consuming the remains of those animals that have perished or succumbed to illness. In that case, will what you consume truly provide nourishment? And will it protect you from peculiar ailments? Yanling has finally come to realize a truth that the world is articulating. This is what one might refer to as fairness. In the interest of equity, dragon meat is not akin to pork in our reality, which can be effortlessly sliced away in its entirety and presented on a cutting board for anyone to butcher. If we consider this perspective, the matter becomes decidedly more complex. Reflect upon the implications of consuming dragon meat from beasts that have succumbed to illness or disease. Should such tainted flesh find its way into the human stomach, it would undoubtedly trigger a cascade of panic and illness. Furthermore, if an epidemic were to ensue, it could lead to a desolate landscape filled with casualties. A grave situation indeed. Yet, before the inhabitants of the Douluo world, they still choose to ingest this dragon meat. How utterly disgraceful and insatiably greedy they must be to engage in such outrageous behavior. At this very moment, consuming the dragon meat could lead to illness or even death, perhaps due to poisoning. Do the people here not harbor any fear? Yanling's most pressing question now is how the flesh of a deceased dragon could possibly find its way into a human stomach. If one were to suggest that one could thrive within the confines of a human stomach, it would undoubtedly be an endeavor beyond the capabilities of the human realm. It is common knowledge that the remains of animals that have succumbed to illness or any other circumstance are inedible. Yet, the inhabitants of the Douluo continent seem to relish such fare, consuming it with gusto. Faced with such inquiries, Murong Yunqiue found herself at a loss for words. After all, this realm is not bound by the constraints of reality. What is there to fear? Let us not forget that in the Douluo world, every individual possesses formidable magical abilities. With mastery over the 5 elements, metal, wood, water, fire, and earth, these powers encompass not only damage and healing but also support, defense, and offense. Such an array of potent skills renders the possibility of illness, even for a denizen of the Douluo realm, quite intriguing. He, too, could undoubtedly be cured. Much like the illustrious Bibi Dong, who stands as a grand pope, his every ability revolves around healing and defense, while his dual spirit not only encompasses offensive skills, but also defensive ones. This harmonious blend of attack and defense is akin to that of a tank, capable of both striking and shielding, as well as concealing itself. This is precisely why the formidable nature of the dual spirit left all present in utter astonishment, their jaws nearly dropping in disbelief. They yearned to possess this dual spirit, yet ultimately remained as mere soul ranks. At this moment, the cafeteria was teeming with people, a long queue forming for meals. Murong Yunqiue initially had no desire to elaborate on trivial matters to Yanling, yet seeing the throngs of individuals, he realized it would take considerable time to procure food. Thus, he hastened to explain the reasons to Yanling. Do not forget, this is the world of Douluo continent. It is not merely a realm of dubious arts, but also one where certain righteous techniques prevail. He possesses the ability to transform the decayed flesh of deceased animals into wholesome meat. Have you forgotten? Upon hearing these words, Yanling nodded, realizing that this fantastical world truly was extraordinarily mystical. The phenomena and events that others could not achieve were vividly manifested in his presence. No wonder the cultivators indeed enjoyed the advantages of their craft. Even if they consumed something highly toxic, they remained unscathed. One can similarly extract toxins from the body, ultimately emerging unscathed. It appears that the realm of the divine possesses its own advantages. At this thought, Yanling found himself somewhat envious of this celestial world. It seemed remarkably exquisite. Even if one were to consume something as vile as toxic excrement, they would still be able to detoxify. However, Yanling was not one to indulge in such grotesque appetites. He merely recalled an unspeakable matter. He was not genuinely ill, nor did he feel compelled to embark on further perilous adventures. After all, he believed that the suffering would solely be his own. Should he force himself to consume such bizarre substances, he could not bear the weight of these so-called truths. Yanling nodded quietly, reflecting, "Oh, I see. So even wood can transform into something edible, correct? Consuming it one tea lead to an upset stomach?" Indeed, If what Morong Yunxue stated holds true, then anything in this world can be harmonized. Even if one were to consume the most toxic substances, they would eventually transform into something harmless. However, if this state persists over time, it could lead to considerable discomfort. Therefore, at this moment, Yinling wishes to inquire of Morong Yunxue whether, should would be ingested, it might metamorphose into dragon flesh. Is it not said that there are many individuals in this world who possess magical abilities? Let us ponder whether it is possible to transform inedible items into something consumable. Morong Yunxue chuckled, taken aback that such a lowly query could escape Yinling's lips. If that were the case, one might wonder what exactly this situation entails. With a tone laced with irony, Morong Yunxue remarked, "You truly possess an overabundance of imagination. Surely, we have what you refer to as an antidote. Are you feigning madness, or have you traversed through time? How is it that someone not of this world is becoming increasingly incomprehensible?" Morong Yunxue found Yinling's antics rather amusing. He had merely chided him a couple of times. To his astonishment, Yinling had the audacity to overstep, forgetting his own position. He was merely a scion of a prominent family, yet here stood another of such lineage, speaking amicably, only to be met with a barrage of nonsensical ramblings. The so-called eccentricity truly made Morong Yunxue perceive Yinling as a quintessential performer of formidable talent. Suddenly, Yinling's expression soured considerably. He had not anticipated that Morong Yunxue would show him no semblance of respect. In the bustling cafeteria, how dared anyone speak to him in such a manner? How utterly presumptuous! Fortunately, Yinling possessed his own principles and temper, thus he chose to disregard the affront. Instead, he casually suggested, "All right, let us hasten to procure our meals. Lingering will not benefit anyone. See if there are any fried rice noodles left. I would appreciate a bowl." Upon glancing down, Morong Yunxue realized that this place seemed devoid of any sustenance. Before him lay only empty plates, clearly indicating that the previous diners had left nothing behind. Consequently, Yinling's dilemma emerged: what to do in the absence of food. As he observed the long queue ahead, he noted that many behind him had already been deprived of their meals. Yinling, with a resigned shrug, thought to himself how the culinary offerings at the academy were rather subpar. Even the quantity was lacking, yet he found himself entangled in such trivial discourse. It seemed the cafeteria was bereft of food. What were they to do today, eat or not? With nothing remaining inside, he pondered whether he should offer to buy takeout instead. Morong Yunxue approached the cafeteria's serving counter, only to discover that all the food had been completely devoured. One could only wonder which famished soul had such an insatiable appetite. Perhaps it was the foolish heir of a wealthy family, now indulging in a chaotic feast. At this point, the cafeteria lady was shaking her head repeatedly, her smile betraying an unmistakable joy. Today, she would finally be able to leave early. Morong Yunxue couldn't help but purse her lips, thinking how unfortunate it was. She had hoped to savor a bowl of seaweed and egg soup. Yet, upon this realization, she found that not only was the soup unavailable, but even the mere seaweed was nowhere to be found. Consequently, while she could disregard many things, she could not overlook Yinling's feelings. She quickly turned to him, inquiring about their current situation and whether they should order takeout instead. Indeed, in the world of Douluo, life bore no distinction from that of the human realm. Takeout delivery, ride-hailing, security personnel, and waitstaff all existed here as well. The only difference lay in the fact that they possessed certain magical abilities, such as the so-called delivery personnel. They are quintessentially swift as the wind, while the security personnel embody the steadfastness of an indomitable shield, akin to the diligent waitstaff who meticulously wipe plates and sweep the floors. The formidable skill manifests with an overwhelming force, rendering its presence distinctly evident. Without it, efficiency would be utterly unattainable. Within the vast realm of Douluo, individuals engaged in ordinary occupations stand little chance of amassing even a modest fortune, let alone substantial wealth. The Douluo world bears striking similarities to the mundane world. Some may gradually strive to ascend to the rank of titled Douluo, while others, despite a lifetime of effort, remain ensnared in the confines of an exceptionally ordinary profession. The outcome is glaringly apparent. One must ponder who possesses the integrity to acknowledge their limitations with honesty. Yinling shook his head, expressing disinterest as he remarked, "I would rather forego takeout. I have always believed it to be quite unhealthy. After a previous experience where takeout nearly exacerbated my gastroenteritis, how could I ever indulge in it again?" Whenever Yinling thinks of takeout, a wave of frustration washes over him. Back in the human world, he rarely ventured outside his door. More often than not, he either ordered takeout or consumed instant noodles within the confines of his home. Consequently, he has developed a profound aversion to takeout. He now harbors doubts about the inexpensiveness of such meals, suspecting that it may be due to the questionable ingredients used. Yinling firmly resolves that he would not dare order any appetizing takeout. He even suspects that vendors might add unsavory elements, such as phlegm or nasal discharge, into his food, which sends a wave of nausea through him. Compounding this issue is his already delicate stomach, which often rebels with acid reflux. On one occasion, after consuming takeout, he nearly vomited blood. Fortunately, with the aid of anti-neuritis medication, he managed to avoid severe repercussions and upheld his limits. However, since then, he has sworn off what he deems so-called takeout. He has come to understand that it is wise to limit his consumption of such food. Uncertain of the vendor's potential malice, he fears that they might even include small plastic shards in his meal, and under such circumstances, not even the most resilient individual would escape the need for a stomach wash. Despite his robust constitution, Yinling is not willing to take unnecessary risks. This does not imply that he condemns all takeout, but rather that he wishes to tread carefully and avoid needless complications. Morong Yunxue is taken aback. She initially assumed that Yinling possessed a hearty appetite. However, upon observing his refusal to indulge in takeout, she realizes that he might not be the type to seek out cheap thrills. Given this revelation, she understands that if he is so cautious about his own well-being, she should likewise be mindful of her own. She decides to visit the convenience store downstairs to procure a couple of packs of instant noodles and present them to Yinling. With palpable enthusiasm, Morong Yunxue exclaims, "Well then, since you feel that way, I agree it should be simpler to handle this matter. Let us purchase some instant noodles from the store and return to the dormitory to prepare them." In truth, Morong Yunxue is subtly probing Yinling's intentions. It is evident that he finds Yinling to be particularly amusing, especially since he chooses to forego a perfectly good takeout meal in favor of instant noodles, which conveys a sense of indulging in junk food. However, since Yinling has expressed his desire, Morong Yunxue feels there is little to contest. If he wishes to eat that, then he shall partake as well. At this moment, Morong Yunxue perceives Yinling as his so-called elder brother. Yet, he does not overtly display this sentiment, for he is, after all, a person who values his pride. It is inconceivable for a scion of a prestigious family to bow to someone of humble origins. Thus, despite Morong Yunxue's outward bravado, internally, he harbors a different perspective. He understands how the realities of their situation manifest and recognizes his own worth. He is not someone who would frivolously engage in nonsensical disputes. Initially, Morong Yunxue held a certain disdain for Yinling, as he was aware that this individual seemed to have emerged from obscurity, now attempting to carve out a share of his domain. It was already a significant concession for him to regard Yinling with any measure of respect, yet he finds himself repeatedly confronted by Yinling's audacity. Since Yinling lacks propriety, he cannot blame others for their lack of righteousness. This situation has become increasingly evident to those around them, leaving one to wonder how many can truly grasp the nuances at play. The complexities of life and circumstance are often challenging to navigate. In response to Morong Yunxue's invitation, Yinling merely nodded. He understood that the situation had grown rather indifferent. If he were to refuse Morong Yunxue's request, he would likely find himself hungry. In truth, Yinling is not one to seek petty advantages. However, he realizes that in this context, he must rely on Morong Yunxue's modest strength. Otherwise, should any unfortunate events transpire, the consequences could be dire, and he cannot afford to offend the esteemed Morong family. If this disarray were to be laid bare for all to see, it would surely be a source of great ridicule. Thus, if you insist, I am more than willing to indulge in this so-called instant noodles. Yinling responded with a light and carefree demeanor, harboring no desire to elaborate further. He understood that any additional words might arouse suspicion in Morong Yunxue. He thought to himself, I kindly bought you instant noodles to enjoy, yet you seem utterly ungrateful. If I were to hurt Morong Yunxue's feelings, it would indeed be quite unfortunate. However, as soon as the words escaped his lips, Morong Yunxue nearly burst into laughter, his mouth stretching as if it might reach the back of his head. Indeed, Morong Yunxue had never intended to buy instant noodles for Yinling. As a typical scion of a prestigious family, he felt no sense of gratitude towards Yinling. His remarks were merely a formality, yet to his surprise, Yinling took them to heart. Morong Yunxue was on the verge of laughter, almost losing his composure entirely. He coldly remarked, Do you not realize that I am jesting with you? Is this amusing to you? In truth, It was rather comical. How could Morong Yunxue ever owe Yin Ling a debt of gratitude? He was a quintessential playboy, and the only reason he had suppressed his temper over the years was because of the numerous elder relatives and family members above him, while he himself was merely a collateral descendant. To think that such a trivial matter could lead to significant accomplishments in the eyes of others was nothing short of absurd. Deep down, Morong Yunxue possessed a scale of self-awareness. He knew that even in his current state of decline, he would never tread the same path as Yin Ling, whom he regarded with disdain due to his humble origins. Nevertheless, it was undeniable that Yin Ling's capabilities surpassed his own, instilling a sense of admiration in him. Otherwise, why could Yin Ling stand up to the likes of Li Yunfei, while Morong Yunxue chose to retreat like a turtle? Yin Ling truly found amusement in the situation. Observing Morong Yunshue's half-serious demeanor and thinking, this rascal seems to oscillate between deception and being deceived. Surely, he must be mentally unbalanced. Yet at that moment, he felt no need to escalate the tension with Morong Yunxue. Instead, he simply chuckled with resignation and remarked, "I have always believed you were jesting, and I too have been playing along. Our understanding is merely a product of this playful banter." Morong Yunxue was momentarily taken aback. He couldn't help but be stunned, for he could clearly sense a hint of annoyance in Yin Ling's tone. Indeed, he had toyed with Yin Ling to some extent today, a fact that was straightforward enough to grasp. After all, he had initially intended to treat Yin Ling to takeout at the cafeteria, but when Yin Ling declined, he had now found himself seeking out instant noodles instead. Is that even possible? Such a notion is utterly unfounded. One abstains from takeout, yet still yearns for instant noodles. How absurd. Morong Yunxue chuckled softly, shaking his head in resignation, for he understood that the outcome was all too evident. Unable to bear the weight of such truths, perhaps it would be wiser to simply let go. The winds howl, and the waters of the Yishui are frigid. Once a valiant warrior departs, he does not return. In this world, there exists no genuine affection, only the self-serving machinations of human nature. In the past, mere sustenance brought immense joy to individuals, culminating in a plethora of materialistic pursuits. This has resulted in a plethora of peculiarities, rendering one trapped in an inescapable cycle. Yet, Morong Yunxue felt detached from it all. His alliance with Yin Ling was merely a matter of convenience, nothing more. Thus, at this moment, he could only smile coldly and say, "Ah, very well then. Since this is the outcome, there is no need to complicate matters unnecessarily. Let it be as it is." At this moment, the conversation between Yin Ling and Morong Yunxue was overheard by two individuals lingering behind them. These two were Poseidon, the god of the sea, and Hades, the god of the underworld. They had been observing Yin Ling and his companion for quite some time. However, they were still at a rudimentary level, not elevated to a higher status, as they were acutely aware of their own limitations. In the realm of Douluo, their powers had been significantly diminished, rendering them less formidable compared to the human society. In this world, the title Douluo stood as the pinnacle of strength, while deities akin to them, originating from Greek mythology, had lost much of their potency, even showing signs of decline, especially since this territory belonged to the Dragon Kingdom. The absence of the war god Sun Wukong in their midst only highlighted the stark reality they faced. With such immense divine power, they dismissed the likes of Poseidon and Hades with disdain. At that moment, Poseidon, holding a food tray, wore a troubled expression as he watched Yin Ling and Morong Yunxue depart. Despite the absence of any physical altercation, the tension between them had escalated to a palpable confrontation. Poseidon resolved that, given the cafeteria had no food, they might as well resort to takeout or instant noodles, as long as their hunger was satiated. He felt a profound sense of injustice. In the past, in the Western world, they would have easily feasted on delicacies. Today, however, they found themselves deprived, their circumstances so dire that it felt as though they had been uprooted. For Poseidon, not being able to enjoy a proper meal was akin to enduring the most torturous of fates. Hades chuckled wryly, surprised by Poseidon's lack of decorum. Given their esteemed status, how could they possibly resort to instant noodles or takeout? Such notions were beyond their reach. With a resigned smile, Hades remarked, "Let it be. I have a preference for seafood. I shall see if there is anything available at the seafood market." Meanwhile, having walked barely 2 miles, Yin Ling could no longer contain his curiosity and turned to Morong Yunxue, demanding, "What exactly is your attitude? Ever since Li Yunfei departed, I sense a hint of hostility from you. Do you harbor some disdain for me?" Moments ago in the cafeteria, Murong Yunshue's intentions were unmistakably clear. She sought to place herself in an exceedingly awkward position. As Yinling pondered this matter, a growing sense of frustration enveloped him. What was Murong Yunshu implying? Did she truly believe he was devoid of temper? He had approached her with good intentions, only to be met with such obstruction and demands in return. Such absurdity is truly laughable. Murong Yunshu felt utterly perplexed, unable to comprehend Yinling's words. He found himself increasingly bewildered by the situation. Just moments ago in the cafeteria, there was clearly no food. How could he be blamed for that? At this moment, he felt an overwhelming sense of confusion. He nonchalantly remarked, "No. The reason I didn't give you face in front of everyone just now was that I didn't wish to escalate the matter into something embarrassing. Do you understand?" Murong Yunshu was a person who valued the greater picture. He was acutely aware of his own worth. He realized that since Yinling's dignity had already been thoroughly compromised, it was even more inappropriate to engage in any bizarre or reckless behavior. Otherwise, if one could not even navigate such trivial matters, what further nonsense could be entertained? Individuals like Murong and his circle were constantly contemplating how to wield their influence and strategic acumen, exerting pressure on those around them for a straightforward reason. They were adept manipulators, fully aware of the treachery inherent in human nature. When dealing with lesser individuals, one must always maintain the posture of a greater figure. Otherwise, should these lesser individuals rise to prominence, they would undoubtedly seek retribution. Yinling, with a resigned smile, responded, "All right, I understand your meaning. You simply believe that I possess something you desire, don't you? In truth, I have nothing to offer. Do not waste your efforts." At this moment, Yinling mused that Murong Yunshue's persistent closeness and excessive attentiveness might harbor ulterior motives. If that were the case, this fellow indeed possessed some cleverness. However, Yinling felt no necessity to fall for his tricks. They were clearly not of the same ilk. Why engage in such trivial banter? They were merely waiting at the same starting line for a traffic light, and in the end, they would part ways, reaching a conclusion that was irretrievable. What more was there to discuss? It is akin to those who attend the same university. In the end, you enter your father's company. I join my mother's enterprise. And he finds himself in his father's business collecting scraps. We are not cut from the same cloth, so why engage in idle chatter? Murong Yunshu was momentarily taken aback, genuinely surprised. He had not anticipated that his trump card would be discerned by Yinling. Indeed, the reason Murong Yunshu approached Yinling was to ascertain the true value he could extract from him. He was merely assessing Yinling's potential utility, should there be any. Murong Yunshu would seize the opportunity to dominate Yinling and suppress him fiercely. No, you misunderstand. Our unfamiliarity with the situation leads to this confusion, he explained, striving to maintain his composure despite the rising turmoil within. Everyone within the academy knows of me, Murong Yunshu. Yet they may not be aware of the tensions between you and Li Yunfei. Hence, I am here to support you. Are you not aware? Despite the panic brewing inside, Murong Yunshu maintained an impassive exterior, fully cognizant that should his true intentions be unveiled, Yinling's prowess could easily dismantle him. What sort of temperament does Yinling possess? Others may not know, but after spending considerable time with him, Murong Yunshu was well aware. A single ill-chosen word could provoke a swift and painful retaliation. Therefore, at this juncture, it was best for Murong Yunshu to avoid provoking Yinling. Any misstep could lead to an irretrievable downfall, leaving him shattered beyond repair. In this moment, it was evident from Murong Yunshue's demeanor that he was not inclined to deceive. Yinling, reflecting on the situation, recalled certain unfavorable circumstances. After a lengthy contemplation, he finally spoke. If we put it that way, it was you who saved my life at the outset. Otherwise, I might have become an easy target for that individual in the crowd, facing a brutal beating, wouldn't I? Yinling remembered vividly his initial encounter with Li Yunfei, where he had nearly suffered a severe thrashing due to a confrontation, had it not been for Murong Yunshue's timely intervention. Perhaps, just a couple of days ago, it was not he who struck Li Yunfei, but rather Li Yunfei who had inflicted harm upon him. If this were the case, Yinling felt a sense of gratitude towards Murong Yunshu. Without his involvement, it would be quite challenging to elucidate the so-called peculiar circumstances. As long as you comprehend this, there remains a possibility for negotiation on our end, and proceeding further would be quite manageable. Chapter 113, Subtle Strategies and Great Wisdom. Murong Yunshu exhaled deeply, believing he had finally managed to conceal the matter. As long as nothing is exposed, everything can be discussed quite favorably. provided that Yinling does not harbor significant grievances against him, nor are there any irreconcilable situations between them. Everything is indeed full of potential for change, preventing it from becoming excessively embarrassing. Yinling nodded, feeling that it was unnecessary to regard Murong Yunxue as a significant matter. This individual undoubtedly had his own motives for engaging with him, but since he insisted on being obstinate, there was no need to make him appear even more ridiculous. Given the current situation, further idle chatter seemed absurd. Reflecting momentarily, Yinling continued, "At present, it seems that there is a so-called Titan ape within the academy. After we finish our meal outside, I believe we should investigate this matter. Otherwise, if a student were to be attacked by the Titan ape one day, it could cost them their life." At this moment, Yinling was disinterested in everything except for the Titan ape lurking within the academy. He was acutely aware that if the golden sacred dragon was considered a sacred relic, then the Titan ape was, in a sense, a half-sacred entity. However, its intentions were malevolent, unlike the purity and sanctity of the golden sacred dragon. The golden sacred dragon was once one of the 4 guardian deities of the church. While the Titan ape was merely a mutated wild monkey, the comparison between the two was like heaven and earth. Murong Yunxue felt a twinge of embarrassment. Looking at Yinling with disbelief, he remarked, "I never expected someone so young to be so concerned for the nation and its people. Truly, you are an exemplar for us young ones." However, as he uttered these words, he felt a wave of disgust. He had no genuine intention to curry favor with Yinling. Rather, he feared that remaining silent might lead Yinling to suspect his ulterior motives. In truth, he was indeed harboring ulterior motives, filled with nonsense in his mind. Yinling was taken aback, surprised that Murong Yunxue would speak of him in such a manner, and found it quite amusing. He mused to himself, did Murong Yunxue's ancestors serve as traitors to the country? Otherwise, how could he speak so insincerely? One might think he is a professional flatterer. With a hint of sarcasm, Yinling remarked, "What exemplar are you speaking of? I am merely an ordinary person. Since I bear such a mission, I should strive to uphold it rather than evade it. Don't you agree?" Yinling candidly expressed that his purpose in this world is to formally integrate and elevate what he possesses, rather than to forget the series of shining points that ought not to be overlooked. He is, after all, human, with his own moral maxims. Given that this Titan ape poses a threat to the lives of students within the academy, Yinling believes he possesses the capability to eliminate this menace and is determined to do so, ensuring that no innocent bystanders are harmed. On the other hand, Murong Yunxue could hardly suppress his laughter, as he found Yinling increasingly hypocritical. He pondered how Yinling rambled on about justice, seemingly oblivious to the reality of the situation, and questioned whether he truly considered himself a savior. It was utterly ridiculous, he thought. Yet, Murong Yunxue refrained from articulating his disdain. Instead, he responded with a hint of sarcasm, saying, "Indeed, your lofty principles are beyond our comprehension. Thank you, most sincerely." At this juncture, Murong Yunxue paused. Collecting his thoughts before continuing, however, while gratitude is warranted, I must caution you. The Titan ape is not a foe easily understood or vanquished. Once, the formidable Li Feilong, a god-tier warrior, was grievously injured by that very beast, rendering him a cripple. Do you not perceive the magnitude of its power? His initial remarks merely narrated the situation, but the second served as a stark warning. The implication was clear. Yinling should act within his limits and refrain from creating unnecessary chaos. Otherwise, should calamity ensue, the consequences would be dire. Life is precious, and without it, what is the worth of any discourse? Yinling shot Murong Yunxue a disdainful glance, thinking how the latter had just exalted him only to now belittle him. Was this a jest? With a sharp gaze, Yinling commanded, "Why indulge in such trivialities? Simply follow my directives. While we may be unable to slay the Golden Saint Dragon, the Titan ape is a malevolent entity. If we defeat it, the spoils may enhance my prowess. The Golden Sacred Dragon, being a sacred relic, cannot be slain. However, the Titan Great Ape is a different matter altogether. This creature poses a significant threat to the very safety of the Douluo Academy, and since it currently lurks within its confines, whether cloaked in invisibility, hidden beneath the ground, or even floating invisibly above, it must be contained. To save a life is more meritorious than constructing a 7-tiered pagoda. Eliminating a menace may even prolong one's lifespan." In truth, Yinling has conducted thorough research and discovered that the Titan Great Ape is not particularly formidable. In bygone days, its emergence in this world was merely the result of 2 choices. Unlike the legendary son Wukong, who was born from an extraordinary stone. The Titan great ape was stifled within, becoming akin to a stagnant turtle. Over time, this creature transformed into a peculiar entity, as immutable as stone. It bears witness to an undeniable truth, laid bare before others, yet in such a formidable predicament, no circumstances can alter its fate. Thus, after enduring a millennium of suffering and torment, the Titan great ape has finally emerged. Chapter 114. The Great Luo Golden Immortal. Chapter 115. Indigenous and Non-Indigenous. If we were to put it this way, the situation indeed leaves one perplexed as to how to resolve it. Are there any deities in our dragon nation? Yanling was taken aback to discover that, within the realm of Douluo continent, deities from other nations had emerged. If we were to consider this perspective, could it be construed as an invasion of Western culture, accompanied by a blockade against the entire continent? Contemplating this notion, Yanling found it particularly amusing, as if fate had orchestrated it all. That which ought not to exist in this world has, inexplicably, manifested within it, leaving everyone bewildered as to how this came to be. Yanling believed that since deities from other nations had manifested here, the divine beings of his own country must not be confined within a cage. Cultural invasion had already spread extensively throughout the continent. Yanling felt compelled to thwart this encroachment, not for any other reason than to officially promote and elevate the treasures of his homeland. This powerful ideology surged through his mind in an endless cycle. He aspired to become the sovereign of this world. Concurrently, he yearned for his country's culture to flourish universally. Otherwise, chaos and disorder would undoubtedly ensue. The outcomes of such handling are indeed rather unfortunate. Upon reflection, it is rather amusing to consider. Years down the line, every culture from various nations is celebrated in a singular locale, while some inconsequential elements yield no tangible benefits whatsoever. Surely, it would evoke laughter if others were to perceive it in such a manner. It is utterly absurd that everyone is incapable of grasping even a modicum of truth while indulging in cultural invasion. Consequently, what weighs heavily on Yanling's mind is whether there exist deities from his homeland within this realm. Figures such as the so-called Sun Wukong, Zhu Beiji, Sha Sung, and Tang Sung, particularly the illustrious Tai Jinren, are of paramount importance. Should such divine beings reside in this land, it could potentially precipitate remarkable phenomena for humanity. Murong Yunxue found himself completely at a loss in response to Yanling's inquiry, feeling a profound headache wash over him. At that moment, it seemed as if a spark of illumination erupted within his cerebral waves. Murong Yunxue epitomizes a mind besieged by Western cultural ideologies. Although he is regarded as an intellectual, he perceives his indigenous culture as utterly worthless, lacking the advanced qualities of Western civilization. This explains his utter disinterest in Yanling's question, and it appeared that he was on the verge of disdainfully dismissing his thoughts. He was acutely aware of how he had approached the acquisition of knowledge during his years of study in the West, where he had developed a considerable aversion to his homeland's deities and their associated matters, which he found exceedingly distasteful. In essence, Murong Yunxue is a quintessential sycophant of foreign cultures. Though his true sentiments remain concealed, it is clear that if Yanling were to discern his true nature, he would certainly refrain from pursuing a friendship with him, and might even cultivate feelings of profound disdain. The adage different paths do not make for allies holds eternal truth. The bond of friendship between two individuals may stem from mutual interests or shared ideals, yet the attainment of true kinship is a formidable challenge. At present, the dynamic between Murong Yunxue and Yanling is one of mutual exploitation. Murong seeks to leverage Yanling's influence and capabilities. Their interactions are merely a series of exchanges marked by conflict and competition. However, should these avenues of utility evaporate, the ensuing predicament will be starkly evident. Without means of mutual benefit, neither will emerge unscathed. Nevertheless, Murong Yunxue is reluctant to unveil the entirety of his inner thoughts. Instead, he resorts to deception, telling Yanling, "You are being overly concerned. Our national deities have yet to manifest in this world, for we currently inhabit a realm dominated by cultivators. Perhaps in the next moment, Tang San will emerge as the so-called kitchen god." Murong Yunxue is merely fabricating lies with open eyes, taking advantage of Yanling's ignorance. However, this is far from the truth. Although it is often said that there are no so-called native deities in this world, it does not imply that these so-called Douluos will ultimately ascend to divinity after their apotheosis. Such an assertion, originally deemed unbelievable by anyone, found no rebuttal from Yinling, who instead seemed to find humor in the situation. He realized that Murong Yunxue possessed a remarkable eloquence. The Douluo not only had the potential to ascend to the status of Douluo, but could also, after numerous advancements, transform into the so-called Great Luo Golden Immortal. If such was the case, the formidable Tang San, renowned throughout the realm, would ultimately be reduced to the status of a mere local deity in the celestial hierarchy. Contemplating this, Yinling could not help but burst into hearty laughter, realizing that the Douluo world could indeed intertwine with the realm of cultivation. If we were to discuss this matter, I would say I have grasped the general idea. In truth, Yinling possesses a profound ignorance of this world, having seemingly appeared out of thin air. Initially, he believed that the numerous shattered realities were merely the result of the conflicts between the Douluo. However, upon further reflection, it appears that the situation is far more complex than that. Fortunately, Yinling can disregard everything else for now, but he cannot afford to overlook the safety of everyone present, as well as the hidden Titan Great Ape lurking within the academy, this so-called living bastard. If that fellow were to eliminate him, it is conceivable that an extraordinary power might emerge in the next moment. However, upon hearing Murong Yunxue's words, Yinling pondered whether this Titan giant ape could indeed be the precursor to the Monkey King, Sun Wukong, potentially transforming into the genuine figure of the legendary hero after several millennia. The tale spun by Murong Yunxue was so compelling that Yinling found it hard to dismiss. In the entire world of Douluo, a powerful monkey-like entity had yet to manifest, yet in the years to come. If the day were to arrive when the Douluo would deify and worship, and if this Titan giant ape were indeed the progenitor of Sun Wukong, Yinling believed that eliminating it now within its confines would be a grave error, leaving him bewildered by the unforeseen consequences. At that moment, Yinling was beset by a considerable headache. Chapter 116. Alliance. The dilemma he faced was stark: to become an eternal villain or to rise as a formidable figure in the future. Should Yinling choose to eradicate this Titan giant ape now, or allow its development to continue, possibly leading to its transformation into the fabled Sun Wukong? In truth, Yinling felt as if he were gambling, contemplating that if fortune favored him. Thus, the Titan ape is destined to meet its demise at his hands, and in the future, it will undoubtedly be perceived as a service to the populace. However, should he falter, the consequences would be dire, leading to a fate most tragic. Centuries hence, should anyone hear of a figure named Yinling, who had the audacity to preemptively extinguish the local deity, the Monkey King Sun Wukong, thus preventing his resurgence, it would surely leave an indelible stain upon the annals of history. Yinling's silence perplexed Murong Yunxue, who found it difficult to fathom his thoughts at this moment. She sensed that Yinling was indeed an enigma. Earlier, he had spoken with such eloquence, yet now he obscured the truth and chose not to speak further. What was his intention? In truth, Murong Yunxue was overly influenced by factors beyond her family's sphere. She felt that the internal machinations among such masters were overly complex, while Yinling's sole contemplation was merely how to vanquish the Titan ape. Nevertheless, Murong Yunxue could not shake the feeling that perhaps she had misspoken, provoking displeasure in Yinling. His demeanor bore the hallmark of a sovereign, making her presence akin to walking with a tiger. Presently, Murong Yunxue was in deep distress, envisioning Yinling as a future emperor. She even began to suspect that he might be somewhat unhinged. To dissipate the tension, Murong Yunxue could only muster a few words from her lips. How shall we extract this Titan ape from the academy? If calamity were to strike, who would bear the consequences? We might inadvertently harm the innocent, and it is uncertain whether we could rectify the situation. Indeed, this is the truth. Murong Yunxue possesses a remarkable self-awareness. The Titan ape has not yet dedicated itself within the confines of this academy, leaving one to ponder how to extract it. The outcome remains uncertain, yet Yinling has prematurely drawn a definitive conclusion. He aims to orchestrate everything to perfection, even declaring his intention to summon Poseidon, the god of the sea, and Hades, the lord of the underworld, to seek assistance in delivering a crushing blow to the Titan ape. However, the foremost prerequisite for undertaking such endeavors is to first locate the Titan ape. All else is trivial and unnecessary to provoke unwarranted situations. Confronted by Murong Yunxue's inquiries, Yinling found himself momentarily at a loss for words. Yet, recognizing that Murong Yunxue had posed a question, he felt compelled to articulate a coherent concept. He feared that if he merely offered vague notions, Murong Yunxue might perceive him as a typical dilettante, unworthy of serious consideration. Thus, Yinling resolved to present earnest remarks. With righteous conviction, he asserted, Rest assured, those who rid the populace of harm shall inevitably occupy a commendable position and earn the people's forgiveness. The outcome is evident. Those who alleviate suffering will undoubtedly bear the weight of all culpability. Upon hearing these words, Morong Yunxue felt as though his head might explode. He had not anticipated that Yin Ling's brief statements would shine a moral spotlight solely upon him. Was this not reminiscent of the significance of the rallying cry during times of turmoil, expel the Tartars and restore China? Morong Yunxue found himself increasingly bewildered by Yin Ling's intentions. Why did his words evoke such fervor, stirring the heart and igniting passion, as if one were about to be invigorated to a frenzy? In truth, it was not difficult to comprehend Yin Ling's impassioned rhetoric. He himself currently lacked a definitive objective. The Titan ape remained concealed within the academy, eluding even formidable individuals like Li Feilong. Thus, Yin Ling felt it prudent to temper his words with fervor, seeking to quell Morong Yunxue's spirit. Should the day arise when he truly needed to rise to prominence, perhaps Morong Yunxue would unleash tenfold the strength he initially possessed, rather than merely threefold. Sure enough, Morong Yunxue was exhilarated, resembling a monkey that had consumed a copious amount of poison, leaping about in excitement. With fervent enthusiasm, he exclaimed, "Isn't the ideal within your heart, and your words somewhat inscrutable? What on earth are you trying to convey? Why do you consistently utter such uplifting sentiments?" Morong Yunxue could not comprehend why Yin Ling would utter such grave words. What could possibly be his true thoughts? Did he genuinely believe himself to be a person of exceptional talent and capability? If in the future Yin Ling were to attain a significant position, it is indeed perplexing to discern the true nature of one's intentions. Upon reflection, it should be comprehensible to many. Throughout history, the emergence of remarkable individuals has invariably been accompanied by formidable trials. Perhaps, in the next moment, the torment of the spirit has already imbued them with profound insights. Presently, Yin Ling has taken the first step toward this illuminating point. Morong Yunxue believes it is best to follow in his footsteps. Observing Morong Yunshue's gaze, akin to that of an adoring fan, Yin Ling can only shake his head in resignation. He muses, could it be that I am truly exceptional? After merely voicing a few impassioned words, why such excitement? Thus, in an effort to prevent Morong Yunxue from indulging in her infatuation, Yin Ling calmly states, "It is because my heart is aligned with the light that I am unafraid. Do you understand?" Yin Ling's demeanor is one of disingenuous bravado, as he is uncertain of how formidable the Titan ape may prove to be. If it turns out to be manageable, then all would be well. However, the fear lies in the possibility that the Titan ape may be exceedingly difficult to confront. Chapter 117. The cycle of life. The chaos and trivial matters that have arisen on his side are utterly exasperating, leaving him with an overwhelming sense of frustration. At this juncture, Yin Ling's state of mind is rather uncertain. He can only strive to find some semblance of tranquility within himself, uttering words that are both impassioned and spirited, and engaging in actions that exude positive energy. Beyond that, he holds little interest in anything else. Morong Yunxue, having not received the answers she sought, found herself helplessly shaking her head. In agreement with Yin Ling, she remarked, "It seems I have grasped the essence of your words. If you put it that way, thus, I too can rely on your radiant waves to create a series of rippling blossoms." At present, Yin Ling's response to Morong Yunxue is exceedingly vague. It is so ambiguous that even he cannot discern the underlying reason. The outcome, however, is remarkably evident. The stark reality that unfolds before one's eyes leaves one perplexed as to the reasoning behind it. If such a spectacle were to be presented to others, it would undoubtedly evoke a sense of absurdity, for the realm of understanding is perpetually grasped with clarity by others. Yet, even the peculiarities of these phenomena fail to evoke a sense of coherent resolution. Morong Yunxue believed it prudent to utter a few flattering words to stabilize Yin Ling's spirit. After all, this individual possessed a relatively positive mindset. Should a calamitous outcome arise, the reasons would remain enigmatic. Meanwhile, Morong Yunxue was far from idle. He promptly conveyed Yin Ling's intention to vanquish the Titan gorilla to Poseidon and Hades, urging them to prepare accordingly, with the rationale being undeniably compelling. Their agreement is a mere facade. Whether they consent or dissent, their stance remains unchanged. As long as they unite in their opposition to the Titan ape, their endeavors will be thwarted within the confines of this prison. It is certain that both Poseidon and Hades will endure considerable hardship as a consequence. Thus, upon receiving this news, Poseidon and Hades were on the verge of tears. They never anticipated that Yin Ling, a figure reminiscent of a dark sorcerer, would conjure any useful strategies for their plight. What? You say Yanling has invited us to join forces in slaying the Titan ape hidden within the academy? What is the meaning of this? Who informed you? After hearing Poseidon's words, Hades was nearly brought to tears. The legend of the Titan ape had spread like wildfire throughout the academy, engendering a sense of dread that something inexplicable might soon emerge. Death itself is not the true terror. Rather, it is the emergence of the Titan ape that instills fear. The potential for an extraordinary tale to unfold within the academy is utterly nauseating. Poseidon found himself at a loss for words, utterly unprepared for this outcome. It was no longer a matter of integrating and processing the situation as he had envisioned. He had merely aimed to cultivate his small domain to perfection. After all, they currently resided in their juvenile forms. Should they grow, gratitude towards the Douluo Academy would be unwarranted. In the grand tapestry of Western mythology, their rightful place had already been prepared. Thus, Poseidon deemed it unnecessary to entangle himself further with Yanling. His intent was simply to adorn himself with a layer of prestige before departing, yet he found himself confronted by Murong Yunshue's threats and intimidation. Resolute in her decision not to align with Yanling this time. In the future, should Yanling entertain any nefarious thoughts, it is conceivable that he might embark on a relentless pursuit of the two. In truth, Poseidon is quite eager to inquire of Murong Yunshui why, amidst the multitude within the academy, so many individuals choose to align themselves with his faction rather than others. Could it be that there is something amiss in the minds of those who gravitate towards him? Moreover, after Poseidon spoke, Harris wore a grimace akin to one who has just consumed an excess of bitter melon. Poseidon felt a growing headache, acutely aware that Harris has never been known for his temperance. The sole reason he has managed to conceal his true capabilities within the academy lies in his current inability to ascend to a position of genuine authority. Thus, he has perpetually suppressed his powers to maintain a faade. Otherwise, he would have long since unleashed his fury and overturned the very foundations of the academy. Indifferent to the presence of Tang San or the absence thereof, the entire academy is thus governed solely by the two so-called deities. Poseidon, exhibiting remarkable composure, began to elucidate the circumstances to Hades. He inquired, who else could impart such knowledge to me? Of course, it is that subordinate of his, Murong Yunshui, who has conveyed this to me. Once I hear the details, I shall assist you in analyzing the situation. We must decide whether to heed his counsel or to forge a friendship with him, or perhaps to harbor animosity and ultimately offend him. As Poseidon reflected on Murong Yunshui's earlier threats and menacing demeanor, he felt a sharp pang of discomfort in his head. This was unavoidable, given the intimidating attitude presented by Murong Yunshui. Not only had he invoked the name of the Murong family, but he had also uttered exceedingly harsh words. It was as if victory promised rewards, while defeat would render one utterly nameless and without a grave. Contemplating this, Poseidon was filled with a sense of revulsion. Each day seemed to bring forth one ordeal after another. Initially, Poseidon had aspired to elevate his academic pursuits and knowledge within the academy, aiming for a prestigious standing among the deities of the Western realm. To clarify, akin to a video game, Poseidon desired to attain a high level within this game, an ambition that was seemingly simple. Yet, unexpectedly, he found himself neither leveling up nor confronting the challenges he had anticipated. There, he has already been urged to prepare for the slaying of the formidable boss. Thus, Poseidon is utterly reluctant at heart. Upon reflection, this sentiment is entirely justifiable. Poseidon has yet to mature, yet he is tasked with confronting the Titan gorilla, a creature as fearsome as a demon. Subsequently, the four of them unite to vanquish this beast, should they indeed succeed in their endeavor. If that were the case, it would be manageable. However, if it proves indomitable, then certainly there would be no hope of escape from a fate worse than death. In truth, at the outset, Poseidon harbored a rather noble aspiration deep within his heart. Chapter 118. All have their reasons. If one were to vanquish the Titan giant ape, the spoils of such a victory would not only facilitate an upgrade, but could indeed elevate one's rank with ease. However, the current circumstances are markedly different. Yanling's prowess is not particularly formidable, and his dual martial souls have yet to attain even an intermediate level, remaining at a mere beginner stage. To entertain the notion of slaying the Titan giant ape is fundamentally implausible. Furthermore, his abilities, alongside those of Harris and Murong Yunshui, are not exceptionally powerful. The situation has escalated to a chaotic and dire extent. Observing Poseidon's distressed expression without articulating the underlying reasons only intensified Hades' profound anger. He no longer cared for Poseidon's feelings and began to vociferously chastise him. Are you out of your mind? What manner of creature do you believe the Titan ape to be? Do you lack any understanding of the circumstances? In the past, even the esteemed elders of the academy could not vanquish him, and yet you remain oblivious to the ensuing chaos? While Poseidon still harbors some semblance of optimism, Hades possesses a stark awareness of his own limitations. He recognizes that he is merely at a nascent stage, were he to truly attain a higher level of power. Therefore, there will be no opportunity for Poseidon, nor will he ever align himself with him, for he is the lord of the underworld. While Poseidon reigns over the seas, they exist in entirely disparate realms. In the future, Hades will return to his own domain, reclaiming his position among the celestial deities. Meanwhile, Poseidon, in the end, will also retreat to the depths of the ocean. The reason these two find themselves together at present is merely a fleeting alliance for warmth. However, this truth is glaringly evident, yet Poseidon continues to perceive himself as a comrade standing on the same front line. When Hades contemplates this, he finds it utterly incomprehensible. Is Poseidon truly a being of profound loyalty and attachment? Yet, Hades feels he has not exhibited any such traits. Hades is a pragmatic individual. He understands precisely what he aims to accomplish in this place, and is acutely aware of the dire circumstances that will inevitably unfold, which are starkly laid before him. Others remain oblivious to the cyclical nature of these outcomes. The situations that can be comprehended are not so apparent, and the challenges that require resolution are not easily managed. Since they currently walk the same path, it only signifies that they are destined to part ways in the future. Hades' stance is unmistakable. He has no intention of joining Poseidon in the pursuit of the so-called Titan apes. He believes it is best to distance himself from such matters. To put it plainly, Hades is merely gilding himself through the Douluo Academy. Once this layer of gilding is complete, they will depart without contributing to any meaningful development in this world. After all, Douluo Academy does not belong to their nation, and Hades has no desire to elevate his learning or any knowledge acquired here for the advancement of this land. He is also disinterested in any rewards that may come from slaying the Titan apes. In fact, he finds the people and affairs of this land somewhat repugnant. Poseidon, taken aback by Hades' retorts, seems as if he might bleed from indignation at any moment. Initially, when Murong Yunqiwei sought him out for negotiations, Poseidon harbored no real answers within. However, the rewards for vanquishing the Titan apes were undeniably enticing. Perhaps they would not need to gild themselves within the academy after all, enabling a subsequent unraveling of events and an upgrade to their capabilities. Yet, from the current perspective, it appears that such prospects are far from reality. Murong Yunqiwei merely uttered a few words, and Poseidon took them at face value. This elucidates why Hades has consistently scoffed at Poseidon, with his disdain evident. Such matters need not be reiterated, for if you speak too much, it is indeed exasperating, and as long as you are aware of the situation, that suffices. I must contemplate this matter carefully. I cannot recklessly eliminate this entity. Furthermore, regarding the extraction of the Titan ape, was it you or I who orchestrated that? Lin Yin would undoubtedly refrain from jeopardizing his own interests by opting to deploy this creature. Harris, with piercing clarity, unveiled the very essence of the issue at hand. At this moment, Poseidon found himself at a loss for words. Indeed, if we were to truly summon this Titan ape, who could possibly use the Titan ape as bait and take the lead in such a perilous endeavor? Following the group into battle is not inherently frightening. Rather, it is the unfortunate fate of the leader who invariably meets an early demise. Only when this individual sacrifices themselves can the others surge forward with unwavering resolve. This explains why Harris is reluctant to stand alongside Lin Yin and his companions. He is unwilling to assume the mantle of the so-called leader, knowing that the one who steps forward first is destined to perish. Indeed, the issue you raise is quite severe, yet what recourse do I have? It was Lin Yin and his team who sought me out for negotiations. I merely suggested that you take your time to grasp the situation and devise a sound strategy. I never insisted that you charge headlong into danger. That notion seems to stem from your own overzealous imagination. Poseidon finds the scenario rather amusing. He understands perfectly why Lin Yin chose to have him explain matters to Harris directly, rather than elucidating the essence of the problem in front of everyone. It is because he recognizes the complexity of the situation. In the face of both overt and covert strategies, the former is always more advantageous. Overt strategies are resolute, while covert ones operate beyond defined boundaries and yield little impact. Now that the true nature of the problem has been unveiled, it remains to be seen how Poseidon will persuade Harris. If the discussion goes well, there may be a turning point. If not, They could plunge into an abyss from which there is no return. One might even find themselves shattered in an instant. Thus, we must observe whether Harris can muster all his strength to provide assistance. However, at this moment, it appears he lacks such intentions. The crux of the matter lies in our collective alliance today. I have heard that Yin is no ordinary adversary. If he truly intends to assault us, I believe we could draw out the Titan ape. Do you not wish to test this theory? Poseidon continues to assert his stance, convinced that he is in the right, while it is Harris who falters. Even now, he fails to comprehend the importance of unity in the face of Yinling's machinations. In an era where mutual trust is paramount, failing to grasp these dynamics renders all further discussion futile. Since Yinling has so earnestly elucidated his thoughts, Poseidon believes that having more friends opens up multiple pathways, while having fewer enemies reduces obstacles. In light of such circumstances, Yinling has genuinely become Poseidon's first true friend from outside in this academy. After all, Poseidon and his companions, being foreigners from the West, find themselves rather unappreciated in this institution. It is as if they are on the brink of tears, overwhelmed by the monotony of each day. They often experience a sense of confusion and frustration, struggling to comprehend the underlying reasons for their discontent. When it comes to the notions of foreign admiration and exclusion, Poseidon and his cohort are particularly sensitive. They had hoped that coming to this so-called dragon nation for their education would yield a warmer reception. Yet they found themselves met with disdain not only from the world of Douluo but also from the locals. The unkind words and actions directed at them are perplexing and difficult to endure. Consequently, a sense of resentment has begun to brew within them towards this world, as they yearn for fair treatment. However, the absence of such fairness has become painfully evident, leaving them feeling helpless and resigned to accept these unwelcome realities. Today, Yinling, possessing a favored status within the academy, has extended an olive branch to Poseidon. Recognizing the importance of prudence, Poseidon understands that he must accept circumstances that do not belong to him with humility and grace. He is determined to maintain a demeanor that is neither subservient nor arrogant, ensuring that Yinling does not perceive them as unapproachable. This is why Poseidon has consistently advised Harris, urging him to remain composed and to acquiesce to Yinling's requests. Observing Poseidon's sincere earnestness, Harris nods in agreement, acknowledging the complexity of the situation. In truth, Poseidon's status is far from insignificant. He occupies a position of great power. Yet he possesses the remarkable ability to navigate both high-stakes environments and more mundane settings with ease. This is precisely why Harris holds Poseidon in such high regard, viewing him as a leader, a sentiment that is quite evident in their interactions. Harris weighed the pros and cons, meticulously organizing his thoughts. He believed the matter could be managed. Yet, it was equally challenging to articulate precisely why it was difficult. Thus, with a mindset of cautious experimentation, Harris calmly addressed Poseidon, saying, "Very well, since you put it that way. I can only find temporary solace, for I remain uncertain whether the Titan ape's strength has indeed increased. Should any unforeseen circumstance arise, it is inevitable that all present would face grievous consequences." Harris is well acquainted with the tale of the Titan ape. Upon his arrival at this academy, he thoroughly discerned its intricacies. However, he did not anticipate that Yinling, a mere junior, would attempt to summon the venerable Titan ape for pursuit. Regardless of the outcome of such an endeavor, the audacity displayed by Yinling is unmatched by ordinary individuals. Harris elucidates the situation with remarkable clarity, recognizing that these matters are not easily resolved. The question now is who shall mediate the Titan ape's emergence. It is akin to fishing, requiring bait, a rod, and line to draw out the chaotic elements. Attempting to confront the Titan ape without substantiation would be utterly futile. Thus, contemplating this, Harris has undertaken a significant analysis of the issue, understanding how to proceed. Primarily, Harris seeks to navigate this predicament without seeking the limelight. His desire is to support his comrades in their battles, to serve as an auxiliary force, which is his foremost aspiration at this juncture. The most crucial reason for this is that the Titan ape has concealed itself within the academy for many years. Should its power indeed escalate, even the combined efforts of the four present may not suffice against the Titan ape. Thus, as the one bearing the identity of the underworld king, Harris, who oversees the fates of many within the Western realm, holds a profound respect for life. He comprehends that if these circumstances cannot be amicably resolved, the implications are dire. It is indeed quite challenging to comprehend how to elucidate the facts clearly. If we consider that the Titan ape has concealed itself for nearly millennia, bringing it forth would be no simple task. Even if the four of them were to join forces, it is unlikely they could vanquish such a formidable creature, especially if innocent individuals within the academy were to be harmed in the process. Thus, the four of them must bear the principal responsibility. Yanling and Murong Yunxue may choose to distance themselves from the school due to certain penalties. However, Poseidon and Hades cannot afford such a luxury. Their purpose for excelling in the academy is merely to embellish their own reputations. Yet, arriving at this gilded institution without achieving their aspirations is one matter. But jeopardizing their futures here is quite another. The thought of others witnessing this failure is enough to evoke tears. Indeed, as the sea god Poseidon and the lord of the underworld Hades both harbor their own burdens. Chapter 120. Merely a trial. The gilding must be executed well. Upon returning to their domains, it is fundamentally a matter of face. Moreover, the stakes are exceedingly high, should they falter midway. Observers would deem them utterly ignorant of the weight of their circumstances. In the future, not only might they lose their titles of Lord of the Underworld and Sea God, but their very reputations could be stripped away. Thus, at this moment, the typically cautious Hades can only hope to dissuade Poseidon, urging him to maintain his composure. He must not act impulsively. The Titan Great Ape is a divine artifact within the Douluo world. Although it has been dispersed, its essence still lingers within this academy. Should they attempt to summon this soul, success would be fortuitous, but failure would render them as transgressors in the Douluo world. Upon hearing Hades' explanation, Poseidon appeared unfazed. He seemed resolute, coldly remarking, "Why concern ourselves with such trivialities? The Titan Great Ape, as long as it falls before us, everything presents us with a remarkable opportunity. Do you not wish to behold the exquisite equipment that may manifest from him, enhancing our powers immensely? This should indeed be a matter of great honor." Poseidon smiled radiantly, his expression almost bursting with joy, and his intentions were abundantly clear. Once this equipment materializes, all will be exceedingly favorable. Perhaps in the very next moment, a potent soul ring will emerge, sending ripples throughout the entire Douluo world. Moreover, it is conceivable that he will not only ascend to the status of the sea god Poseidon, but will also be bestowed with the prestigious title of a powerful title Douluo, a supreme honor. Poseidon believes that if he could attain this unparalleled distinction, it is indeed a stroke of extraordinary fortune, one that evokes dreams and laughter at every fleeting moment. Harris nodded solemnly, aware that Poseidon's spirit remained unyielding. It was evident that he had no intentions of relinquishing anything. Since these two deities from the Western realms had yet to engage in any substantial amalgamation within this so-called Douluo world, failing to create any notable impact, Harris surmised that if Poseidon desired to act, it was prudent to seize the moment. He was willing to follow in his footsteps and embark on a series of ventures with deftness and grace, not for any ulterior motive, but rather to share both joy and adversity, united in purpose. In the depths of his heart, Harris planted a seed of conviction that their fates were intertwined, flourishing together or suffering together. If fortune favored them, it was certain that they would ascend to greatness in mere moments. Conversely, should misfortune beset them, they could just as swiftly be shattered to pieces. Despite being deities of the Western realms, these two figures had yet to achieve any formidable deeds, only to find themselves being led by the nose. Yanling, initially a mere inconsequential pawn, now revealed a formidable power akin to a cannonball, impacting these two Western deities profoundly. From this, it is evident that in the future, Yanling's prestige and reputation will undoubtedly be formidable. Perhaps in the next moment, he will ascend to great heights, while characters like the so-called Murong Yunxue will merely play the role of minions. It is certain that they will be able to follow in Yanling's footsteps, engaging in a series of extraordinary feats. Since you are in agreement, I am also willing to undertake a thorough disassembly of this equipment. Do not forget, when the time comes to defeat the Titan giant ape, ensure I receive my share, so that I may fully comprehend the remarkable attributes of the equipment it possesses. Horace smiled, this time genuinely from the heart. He would ultimately come to realize that confronting reality can be quite harsh. However, this outcome is merely driven by a singular motive, the pursuit of profit. The rationale behind defeating the Titan giant ape is simple. Only by vanquishing it can they achieve upgrades in equipment and explosive energy. Horace is acutely aware that in the world of Douluo, if they can continue to develop along this trajectory, it remains comprehensible and manageable. However, the primary concern lies in the potential exponential increase in the Titan ape's formidable power. It may be that none of those present will attain a favorable outcome, for the implications of this situation are starkly evident. The formidable power displayed by the Titan ape is not something that can be easily comprehended by a mere handful of individuals. Observing Harris's swift acquiescence, Poseidon could only nod in resignation. He had not anticipated that this fellow was indeed a self-serving individual, having just vehemently declined prior. Yet now, he has chosen to yield. Quite impressive indeed. However, Poseidon was left with a pressing question. I knew you were scheming, but weren't you just off to indulge in seafood? How is it that so many peculiarities have suddenly emerged? Is this some sort of jest? Poseidon found it perplexing that Harris had previously professed an intention to dine, only to seemingly vanish, casting doubt on whether his earlier words were merely a display of bravado. Although Poseidon is the god of the sea, Harris's insistence on seeking seafood clearly suggested he was baiting him. In the exchange of words, it is evident that he seeks to assert a formidable authority over Poseidon. Yet, Poseidon is no fool. He can discern the unspoken implications underlying the dialogue. With a smile, Poseidon acknowledges the situation, while Harris can only shake his head in resignation. Given the established facts, there is little more to say. Harris, disinterested in indulging in seafood, since it was not presented before him, merely wished to navigate through these undeniable truths before relinquishing them. He promptly redirected the conversation, stating, "Well, the outcome is now laid bare before us. How will you choose to accept and address it, rather than merely asserting our positions?" Harris fully concurred, albeit reluctantly, as he had no choice but to acquiesce. Poseidon had already laid bare all the realities that Harris had wished to contest. Chapter 121, Diplomatic Negotiation. Harris resigned, opted for compromise. Within the academy, only he and Poseidon maintained a relatively amicable relationship. Others scarcely regarded him, leaving him with little alternative in such circumstances. Poseidon, understanding the nature of the situation, swiftly conveyed the developments concerning Harris to Yinling. Upon hearing this news, Yinling was both astonished and elated. He had not anticipated such a prompt agreement from Harris, given that Harris, as the ruler of the underworld, wielded authority over the ledger of life and death. Yet, in a fleeting moment, he had made these so-called facts manifest with remarkable clarity. What could be the reason? Could it truly be the bond of friendship, however tenuous, that compelled such an agreement? What did you say? They actually agreed? How delightful. I find their camaraderie quite intriguing. Upon receiving the delightful news from Morong Yunshua, Yinling felt an overwhelming surge of joy. He had not anticipated that this truth would reveal itself so evidently before him. Initially, Yinling had not regarded the notion of placing himself in the eyes of Hades as a matter of significance. The reason was straightforward. The power of the Lord of the Underworld was extraordinarily formidable, rivaling that of Poseidon. To Yinling's astonishment, this individual truly heeded his words, manifesting the so-called truths before him. At first, Yinling had not derived the utmost satisfaction from his interactions with Hades and Poseidon, for he was acutely aware of their formidable backgrounds and strengths. Although they had yet to display their full might, Yinling recognized that Hades alone could potentially govern the fate of all souls in the world. Meanwhile, Poseidon, the god of the seas, wielded the power to command the tumultuous ocean waves. These two were indeed exceptionally formidable figures. In Yinling's eyes, they were akin to legendary deities. Yet he found himself puzzled by the presence of such individuals within the Douluo Academy. Was it possible that they shared some unspeakable connection with his master, Bibidong? Indeed, it was a perplexing outcome. Bibidong's name suggested a Western origin, while Poseidon and Hades epitomized quintessential Western figures. Under such circumstances, Yinling understood that Poseidon and Hades' willingness to heed his commands might very well be influenced by their respect for Bibidong. At this moment, Yinling wished for nothing more than to grasp these facts firmly in his hands, believing that his verbal exchanges had led to a tacit agreement. Given the circumstances, Yinling was well aware of how to approach and manage the situation. He expressed his desire to engage in negotiations around the round table. Morong Yunshua nodded in agreement. Acknowledging that Yinling's thoughts were indeed quite considerate, he remarked, "Certainly, I believe it would be more beneficial for us to discuss this together, as it is not an easy matter to handle." Morong Yunshua chose to compromise, recognizing that whatever Yinling wished to pursue, he would pursue. As long as Yinling made the final decision, Morong Yunshua resolved to handle matters with greater ease himself. He wished to avoid any complications that could arise and lead to blame being placed upon him, which would make it difficult to convey the situation accurately. Yinling nodded earnestly and began to speak again. "As long as you are aware, I certainly understand my own limitations. Otherwise, this could end poorly. He had already resolved that. Since an agreement had been reached, they should observe whether they could work together effectively. As long as the outcome was not too unfavorable, everything would be manageable. The greatest fear was making verbal agreements that, in the end, lacked written confirmation, leading to a series of chaotic complications with no clear resolution. Reflecting on this, Yinling felt a wave of disgust, recalling how he had been stood up countless times in the real world due to such circumstances. Frankly, he was quite the unfortunate individual. This was why, despite having received verbal assurances from Poseidon and Hades, Yinling still desired to sit at the same table for a more intricate and fluid negotiation. If they could meet on common ground, even the most challenging issues could be dismantled and resolved. As long as the matter could be discussed, everything would be open to negotiation like children at play. The greatest challenge they faced was the so-called Titan Great Ape. If they could eliminate this old devil in its infancy, the path ahead would be much clearer. Morong Yunxue retrieved a cigar from his backpack and expertly clipped the end with scissors. He then ignited it with a lighter, taking a deep drag and exhaling a thick plume of smoke. Witnessing this, Yinling furrowed his brow, pondering when this young man had taken up smoking. Previously, he had presented himself as a model youth, so why now reveal such a flaw? What could possibly have led to this change? In truth, Morong Yunxue believed there was no longer any need for him to feign the demeanor of a so-called good-natured person. He was acutely aware of his own peculiar circumstances and idiosyncrasies, and he found it increasingly perplexing to navigate the complexities of his situation. He understood that if matters were taken too far into the realm of embarrassment, it would indeed be quite unreasonable to expect anyone to comprehend or control the dynamics that lay in the hands of others. Given that, at present, Yinling had already reached a certain accord with Poseidon Harris, the situation had shifted significantly. Let us observe how Morong Yunxue will lavish her resources to establish this situation and subsequently proceed with the next steps of development. Presently, Yinling has discerned that Morong Yunxue is indeed his financial benefactor. Primarily, Yinling finds himself devoid of funds. Thus, moving forward, whether it be indulging in tea, engaging in conversation, or savoring wine and selecting dishes, he must rely entirely on Morong Yunxue's generosity. Otherwise, should any inconvenient matters arise, it would undoubtedly be quite disconcerting. Chapter 122. The CAF Yinling does not indulge in superfluous chatter. Since Morong Yunxue serves as his purse, it is only fitting that she utilizes her limited resources. He straightforwardly states, "Let us arrange a time to meet at the CAF within the academy to see if we can locate them. I have heard they are Westerners. Is that correct? I am curious to discover whether this group prefers tea or coffee." Yinling presents Morong Yunxue with two options, tea or coffee. Given that this is a negotiation, it is imperative to express one's sentiments. The CAF at the school is quite splendid, and it is rumored to offer exquisite tea, including the legendary Da Hong Pao. That ancient tree boasts a history spanning nearly several millennia, with a mere handful of its tea leaves fetching a remarkable price of 300,000. The leaves harvested above are exclusively reserved for the esteemed dignitaries of the nation. Yet, such an extraordinary tea is indeed available in our school SCAF. Furthermore, this tea is reputed for its longevity-enhancing properties. Given the remarkable quality of the tea, one can only imagine how exceptional the coffee must be. Hence the CAF prices their coffee at an astonishing $500 a cup. Yinling expressed this notion, intending for Morong Yunxue to gauge the situation herself. Having laid the groundwork, it was time to see how she would respond. There was no need to linger in indecision. It was time to advance boldly. Morong Yunxue paused, her eyes reflecting disbelief as she looked at Yinling. She thought to herself, wasn't he this fellow known for his integrity and disdain for petty gains? Why was he behaving today like a fool? Surely, he did not expect her to concoct some unspeakable scenario. Nevertheless, Yinling continued to observe her intently, his words conveying a clear message. Whether she acknowledged the answer or not, it was imperative to clarify the matter, for the awkwardness of the situation could not be left unaddressed. In her mind, Morong Yunxue contemplated whether Westerners preferred coffee or tea, concluding that they undoubtedly favored coffee, as they believed tea was not suited for their digestive systems. In truth, her assertion was rather unfounded. She was acutely aware that Westerners generally do not enjoy tea, having never been accustomed to it from a young age. Their preference for coffee stems from the fact that it is locally produced in their regions. While in the ancient land of Longhua, tea is known for its digestive benefits. In the Western world, coffee serves as their equivalent to tea. If each nation were to isolate itself entirely, the dynamics would surely shift. Thus, the coffee of the West would not make its way into the Dragon Kingdom, nor would the tea of the Dragon Kingdom find its way to the West. This represents a divergence of two cultures, never converging. However, such a stance is not particularly advantageous for an open policy. The world should embody a harmonious exchange, where one exists within the other, rather than a mere chaotic mishmash. The notion that one could independently produce and consume these trivial matters to bolster the national economy is fundamentally misguided. In response to Murong Yunshue's explanation, Yinling merely nodded in silent agreement. He casually remarked, "So, you seem to have quite an understanding of them, do you? Very well. Then you shall take the lead on this matter, and I shall await your actions with anticipation. That should suffice." Concerning financial matters, Yinling believed that Murong Yushue must possess her own capabilities. After all, this individual was a wealthy heir, and it was not his intention to obscure the circumstances and facts surrounding the situation. Amidst a multitude of peculiar individuals, Yinling perceived that Murong Yunshui harbored intentions of exploiting him. Therefore, it was imperative for him to demonstrate his inherent worth. Otherwise, the outcome would be utterly embarrassing, rendering the entire situation irreconcilable. Murong Yunshui's expression quickly soured, yet he refrained from displaying his fury in Yinling's presence. He understood that should he dare to unleash his wrath before Yinling, the very next moment could witness Yinling retaliating with a couple of resounding slaps to his face. After all, it was simple, leveraging his influence, feasting on his resources, and taking advantage without contributing a modicum of value was indeed revolting. Despite the reluctance etched upon his face, Murong Yunshui asserted, "Rest assured, I shall ensure they engage in a thorough negotiation on our behalf, maximizing our display of might to its fullest potential." Upon uttering these words, he made his way towards the CAF within the school. At that moment, he truly felt a pang of regret, as he had not anticipated that Yinling would turn out to be an archetypal miser, not only refusing to part with a single coin but also presenting the situation with such eloquence. It was bewildering how to navigate this unexpected conundrum. Meanwhile, the CAF within the school bustled with activity during peak hours, reminiscent of a vibrant marketplace. Vendors selling tea and coffee were inundated with patrons, creating an atmosphere akin to that of a lively bazaar. The CAF owner, witnessing this scene, felt on the verge of tears. He had not expected that his newly opened establishment would face such competition so soon. However, he was powerless to dislodge the chaos and could only silently endure it. For his superior, Yinling, was a figure of considerable importance in the future. Thus, for the sake of his family's interests, Murong Yunshui could only swallow his grievances, accepting immediate losses with the hope of future gains. A situation that undoubtedly made Yinling acutely aware of the challenges at hand. Thus, let us refrain from action, since it has already been accomplished. We must not allow this dismal reality to render us somewhat uncomfortable. Upon learning that Yinling wished to treat them to coffee, Poseidon and Harris were astounded by this revelation. They had never anticipated that Yinling, whom they initially perceived as merely an impetuous youth, would extend such a generous invitation. Chapter 123. Crowded to capacity, they were unceremoniously thrust into this situation, and now, he was kindly offering them the chance to partake in coffee. These two Westerners were nearly salivating at the thought. Indeed, it had been quite some time since they had savored their native brew since arriving at Douluo Academy. The mere recollection of the local delicacies from their homeland brought them to the brink of tears. Coffee, being a product of their country, was something they yearned to enjoy. Yet upon reaching into their pockets, they realized they possessed not even a single coin. Thus, they were compelled to suppress the desires that welled up within them. Isn't it rather amusing? In hindsight, it is indeed quite laughable, bordering on the absurd. Two individuals, filled with a longing for home, found themselves embarrassed by the emptiness of their pockets, preparing to rely on another for a cup of coffee. Ironically, the one extending this offer was Yinling, who intended to leverage their abilities for his own purposes, all while adeptly managing their capabilities. To their astonishment, Yinling proved to be a person of considerable decorum. He truly wished to treat them to coffee, as if he believed he could master the flavors with perfect balance. Poseidon was on the verge of drooling, recalling his days as the god of the sea. It was as if a vast maw could swallow the entirety of the ocean's expanse to quench its thirst. Yet, the present circumstances were starkly different. He found it exceedingly challenging to even drink a cup of clean water. Therefore, upon hearing that someone wished to treat them to coffee, a prized product of their homeland, Poseidon felt as though he might empty the very gastric juices from his belly. He envisioned consuming over 300 pounds of coffee, gurgling it down for digestion. Harris nodded emphatically. Not only was Poseidon eager, but he himself was equally impatient. The reality before him was the prospect of genuine black coffee. Should it find its way into his belly, he might just savor the taste of home in the next moment. Harris was a quintessential Westerner, steeped in the tradition of consuming coffee beans and brewing coffee since time immemorial. However, having arrived at the Douluo Academy in the Dragon Kingdom, he had yet to indulge in this ritual, leading to a profound sense of nausea at the peculiarities surrounding him. He felt his mouth watering, saliva nearly spilling forth as he exclaimed joyfully, "We must seize the moment and depart swiftly. Any further delay would not bode well for anyone. Can you not see? This place undoubtedly resembles a grand banquet, and should chaos ensue, none of us present would fare well." Harris could hardly contain his anticipation. He nearly wished to grease his feet and hasten to the school's coffee vendor to claim all the coffee for himself. It was quite a pitiable sight, two beings destined for divine power in the West now resorting to such absurd behavior simply due to a lack of coffee, leaving onlookers in awe. If only money could flourish within the confines of the Douluo Academy. Individuals like Harris find it impossible to forego even the slightest advantage. They possess a keen awareness of their own worth and an understanding of reality when they hold sway in the eyes of others. They recognize that there is no other form of authority to be claimed. Presently, Yinling has emerged as a leader, occupying a position of relative superiority. From this elevated vantage point, as they survey the multitude grappling with pressing issues, Harris contemplates the humility of bowing his head, pondering what harm could come from such an act. The enticing aroma of coffee has awakened his palate, although he has yet to savor it. Nevertheless, with each passing moment, it seems as if he can inhale the familiar scent of coffee from his homeland. This thought brings a smile to Harris's face, as he eagerly anticipates indulging in the taste of black coffee from the Western world. Poseidon shares a similar sentiment, struggling to contain his desire for coffee. He exclaims, all right, since you have already consented, I too believe it is prudent to meet with Yinling, especially as we are on the verge of an alliance. Should any perplexing circumstances arise, it would undoubtedly be quite a source of considerable frustration. Poseidon, at present, harbors a sense of trepidation, fearing that Yinling may indeed reconsider his position. The situation at their venue was undoubtedly untenable, for a simple reason. Yinling, with good intentions, had invited them for coffee, yet they had declined. Instead, they found themselves wasting time with Harris, which was indeed rather pitiable. Thus, Poseidon hastily took hold of Harris, as if spurred on by a galloping steed, and rushed towards the coffee shop. At that moment, the establishment was teeming with patrons, with every corner bustling with activity. When Murong Yinxue arrived, he was overwhelmed with frustration. He sensed that Yinling would likely become irate at any moment. The reason was straightforward. Yinling was a staunch materialist, harboring a vision of perfection in his mind. He believed that if something could not be easily grasped, it was better to cast aside all reasons and abandon any preconceived notions. Ultimately, it was best to relinquish control to others and sever ties with such matters. To put it plainly, Yinling was exceedingly dissatisfied with the present circumstances. It was evident that 4 individuals should have convened in a quieter locale. Yet they had chosen this chaotic setting. Was it reasonable to expect that he could amicably assist this individual in strategizing? Absolutely not. Yinling furrowed his brow, casting a disapproving glance at Murong Yinxue, thinking to himself that this person aspired to be his second-in-command, but could not even manage such trivial matters. What was he good for? However, upon glancing at his wristwatch, Yinling realized that time was slipping away. If there were classes at school in the afternoon, their negotiation time was limited to a mere 2 hours. They needed to act swiftly to finalize matters. Chapter 124. Assembling personnel. The Titan Great Ape had to be eliminated. Otherwise, it would wreak havoc throughout the academy. At this juncture, Yinling disregarded considerations of progress or retreat, of good or bad. Given the situation, there was nothing more to be said. He found a recently vacated table and cleared it of the remnants, promptly seating himself there, awaiting the arrival of Poseidon and Harris. Murong Yinxue, observing Yinling's irritable demeanor, felt an acute sense of frustration. He had not anticipated that his performance would be so lamentably poor, transforming into a grand farce that was utterly laughable. At this moment, Yinling and Murong Yinxue finally discerned the arrival of Poseidon, the god of the sea, and Hades, the god of the underworld. Yinling could not help but find these two figures exceedingly amusing, as he noted with great clarity that Poseidon sported blue hair, while Hades bore a complexion akin to crimson. It was as if the legendary clash of blue and red, the colors of water and fire, was vividly manifested before them. Yinling was on the verge of laughter, pondering whether the deities of the West were indeed so eccentric in their appearances. Was it that they had overindulged in some peculiar feast, or were they simply unhinged? If their oddities were so blatantly apparent, what was the purpose behind their convoluted demeanor? What bizarre antics could Poseidon, with his striking blue hair, possibly be up to? Yet, gazing at Hades, whose face resembled freshly applied red paint, Yinling understood that these foreign deities differed significantly from the gods of his homeland, Longwa. The expression on Hades' face seemed to narrate a tumultuous inner conflict, as if he were attempting to untangle a series of nonsensical whims. Yinling, unfazed by the strangeness of the situation, boldly addressed them. "You two must be Poseidon and Hades." "Correct? It is indeed an honor to finally meet such illustrious figures. Your names resonate like thunder." In truth, Yinling's remarks were but empty flattery, for he was well aware that within the entire academy, their renown was universally acknowledged. Nevertheless, his motivation for such praise lay in his desire to solidify his grasp on the situation. He recognized that their fame was not as formidable as it seemed. His ability to navigate these circumstances stemmed merely from a wish to acknowledge their status, to grant them a semblance of dignity. He aimed to project himself as a person of loyalty and honor. Otherwise, as the leader, he would risk appearing contemptuous towards them. If one were to present this matter with utmost clarity, it would undoubtedly leave others feeling utterly astounded. Confronted with such formidable realities, Yinling comprehended that he was compelled to conform to the circumstances. The decision to bow before Hades and Poseidon stemmed from a necessity to submit. Embarking on this inevitable path, the outcome was indeed remarkably credible. Failing to articulate this essence would only render one a subject of ridicule. Poseidon, the god of the sea, sat in his chair, gazing at the several empty cups before him. At that moment, he realized that these cups contained absolutely nothing. No trace of coffee whatsoever. Not even the remnants of grounds. The absence of anything substantial was glaringly apparent. The audacity to concoct such absurdities would, if witnessed by others, evoke nothing short of incredulity. It was laughably absurd, and now Poseidon furrowed his brow, feeling an overwhelming headache. He had not anticipated that this individual would indeed be a source of such comedic folly. Are we truly meant to confront that Titan gorilla? We are still unaware of its whereabouts, and yet you act with such reckless abandon? This seems quite unreasonable. Poseidon, with utmost directness, laid bare all his inquiries, indicating clearly that he was seeking clarity. The rationale behind this choice was equally straightforward. He wished to ascertain whether Yinling possessed even a modicum of integrity. However, the current circumstances suggested otherwise. This individual not only lacked any semblance of honesty, but seemed to complicate matters further when attempting to address certain issues, rendering them exceedingly difficult to manage. Such situations, though not readily articulated, were nonetheless comprehensible upon deeper reflection. It became evident that the so-called realities were not as convoluted as they appeared. Poseidon's lack of deference towards Yinling stemmed from several conspicuous reasons. Having traversed vast distances to this ancient Eastern nation, he felt he had not been accorded the respect he deserved. Instead, what lay before him was a dismal reality. Poseidon, a deity of the Western world, was taken aback by the farcical nature of the events unfolding before him. If they were to grasp the facts that could indeed be expressed, it would be nothing short of ludicrous. At this juncture, Poseidon's ire was fueled by a desire to convey to Yinling that, despite his silence, it did not imply that nothing was being done on the other side. "Do as you were told," he seemed to convey, "yet you appear utterly oblivious to the situation. Was it not suggested that he be offered coffee? Yet here he was, deprived of even that simple pleasure, bombarded instead with what could only be deemed nonsensical chatter." Hades, casting a glance at the dining table, soon realized there was not a single coffee bean in sight, nor even a drop of tea. His expression mirrored that of a bitter melon, as he found himself preoccupied with thoughts of coffee and tea, neglecting even the most basic familial ties. Thus, confronted with such challenges, Hades came to understand that Poseidon's displeasure was entirely rooted in the absence of any satisfactory sustenance. Chapter 125. Inopportune timing. Given the lack of quality provisions, it was hardly the time to elaborate on any peculiarities or facts. To admonish others under such circumstances would be an absurdly laughable decision. Indeed, we ought to exercise caution and strive for victory through steadiness. Otherwise, should an absurd situation arise, it would be far beyond our capacity to handle. The tension between Harris and Poseidon is exceedingly evident, particularly on Harris's side. Upon noticing the absence of even a single drop of tea, he felt as though he might bleed from frustration. For his benevolent presence here was merely a result of Poseidon's persuasion to join the negotiation at the table alongside Yanling. The implication is quite clear. Yanling, being a favored confidant of Bai Bai Dong, holds significant influence, and should any peculiarities arise, they would undoubtedly be a source of disarray. The situation was indeed difficult to resolve, yet the outcome had become painfully evident, laid bare before them in all its clarity. Should they fail to grasp this situation with meticulous precision, it would surely lead others to perceive it as a ludicrously absurd decision. Harris, gritting his teeth, felt as though he might shatter them, for he acutely sensed a tempest brewing around him, palpable and undeniable. The consequences were all too apparent, as the facts, whether understood or not, had enlightened them. An unspeakable circumstance mingled with bizarre revelations, creating a profound understanding that was difficult to ignore. Harris had never wished to be here. It was Poseidon who compelled his presence. Even after arriving, he had received no benefits commensurate with his efforts. Instead, he had endured a series of unspoken, yet substantial blows. In that moment, Poseidon emerged as a timeless transgressor, while Harris felt like an unwilling pawn, dragged into this debacle without any tangible gains. Frustration surged within him. Harris's gaze towards Poseidon was one of barely restrained fury, convinced that Poseidon was a complete imbecile, utterly clueless about the situation. Despite his reluctance to engage, Poseidon insisted on making it a matter of importance. It was well known that Yanling was not an easy opponent. Yet Poseidon had still chosen to involve himself with such a chaotic affair, culminating in an utterly embarrassing outcome. At that moment, Harris thought Poseidon had truly mastered the art of letting others down. He speculated whether Yanling and Poseidon had conspired together. Otherwise, how could they find themselves on the same battlefield? By all accounts, Poseidon was a deity of the West, while Yanling was merely an emerging twin martial spirit. They were not meant to be allies. The only explanation for their alliance was a clandestine collaboration, and the more Harris pondered this, the more incensed he became. Meanwhile, Poseidon's expression grew increasingly grim, as he sensed the murderous intent emanating from Harris. In response, Harris quickly lowered his head, overcome with shame. After all, it was Poseidon who had orchestrated this gathering. He had not anticipated that Yanling would fail to honor his promises, yet he had still summoned them all to this table, without even offering a cup of coffee or a glass of water. What, then, was there to negotiate? At that moment, Morong Yunxiue could hardly contain his laughter, for he discerned two prominent words etched across the faces of Poseidon and Hades: embarrassment. The situation had escalated to an extreme level of awkwardness. Yet Morong Yunxiue was not the protagonist of this tableau. He could only cast a meaningful glance towards Yanling. The implication unmistakable. You summoned these two gentlemen without even offering them a glass of water, while they had come with the intention of enjoying coffee, devoid of any money. Now, they found themselves in such an uncomfortable predicament. How on earth would you resolve this matter? Thus, Morong Yunxiue found amusement in the unfolding drama, eager to witness Yanling's subsequent actions. In truth, he had already surmised that Yanling was utterly without funds, and it was likely that Morong Yunxiue would be compelled to intervene and rectify the situation. The atmosphere in the vicinity grew increasingly peculiar, as the crowd swelled with a cacophony of voices. There were those purchasing coffee, others selling it, vendors offering steamed buns, and tea merchants plying their wares. The external clamor nearly drowned out all other sounds. At this very moment, if Yanling and his companion spoke just a tad more softly, the noise in the arena was undoubtedly not overwhelming, leading to a rather unfavorable situation for the discussion at hand. The four individuals exchanged glances, each staring blankly at the others, uncertain of how to proceed with their dialogue. This setting, originally intended for negotiation, had devolved into a scene of discomfort, with mere words exchanged already putting Yanling in a rather embarrassing position, as both parties were poised to confront him with accusations. At this moment, even if Yanling were a person of steely resolve, he would still feel a stir of turmoil within, for he was not truly an unfeeling automaton. Morong Yunxiue was nearly on the verge of laughter at Yanling's failure to fulfill the promises made to the two men, while Harris glared at Poseidon with an intensity that suggested he was ready to unleash fury. The reason for Harris's animosity was straightforward. he had been summoned by Poseidon, only to encounter such a dismal spectacle, rendering the situation absurdly laughable. Yanling quickly cleared his throat, ridding himself of the phlegm that had accumulated. Fully aware of his own capabilities, he resolved to provide these two men with a satisfactory resolution today. Failing to do so would lead to an uncertain and undesirable conclusion. This situation was of his own making, and the Titan ape was his target to vanquish. Since he had gathered them all here, it was imperative to dismantle their collective presence and offer a conclusive explanation, thereby alleviating any pangs of conscience. Thus, he sought to clarify the situation with utmost clarity. Chapter 126, Bureaucratic Deities. He stated, "Rest assured, my intention in summoning you both is to ensure that you approach matters with greater caution and deliberation." Yanling was acutely aware that Poseidon and Hades epitomized the archetype of bureaucratic deities. They would certainly not recklessly charge forward to meet their demise. Rather, they would meticulously navigate the situation, ensuring that they skillfully retained control over their resources. Their intentions were strikingly simplistic: to secure the spoils with minimal effort. Should they successfully vanquish the Titan ape, they would claim the coveted equipment and subsequently orchestrate a distribution of minor benefits to Yanling's faction. In essence, they sought to acquire the substantial gear, while Yanling would settle for a mere pittance, garnering only modest advantages. The machinations of these two were all too apparent to Yanling. Thus, it was clear why he initially hesitated to align himself with Murong Yunxue and these two individuals to engage in the hunt for the Titan ape. However, the Titan ape, being a minor overlord in its own right, posed a significant threat. If provoked, neither Murong Yunxue nor her compatriot would stand a chance against it. Confronted with such a dilemma, Yanling found himself compelled to make a choice: to join forces with Poseidon and Hades, confronting the Titan ape together. The foremost task at hand was to determine which among the four would be willing to serve as bait to lure the Titan ape out from its lair. Only by drawing the creature forth could they hope to alter the course of the encounter. This situation mirrored the dynamics of a video game, where one must form a team to confront a formidable foe, regardless of the potential rewards the creature might possess. As long as they could undermine its actions, they would be able to dispatch it, gradually dismantling it from the inside out, collecting the spoils, upgrading their gear, and repeating the cycle of combat until they reached the esteemed status of a cosmic supreme, akin to Tang's San. Admittedly, this intricate process could be quite daunting and was beyond the reach of the average individual. After Yanling finished his explanation, Murong Yunxue decided to amplify the narrative with grandiloquent praise. She raised her voice, gestured with a thumbs up towards Yanling, and enthusiastically proclaimed, "Indeed, this is our esteemed leader, Yanling, who will undoubtedly provide us with formidable support in our endeavors. Just wait and see, he will surely succeed." In truth, Murong Yunxue was on the verge of laughter, particularly since Yanling had yet to even order a cup of tea, all the while expecting Poseidon and Hades to toil on his behalf. If one were truly capable of sacrificing their life, such dire circumstances would be utterly impossible. The reasoning behind this notion lies in the fact that the outcomes are not as evidently discernible. Upon contemplating this, Murong Yunxue couldn't help but chuckle. The reality he faced was strikingly apparent. The situation before him was far from favorable, casting a shadow over the prospect of gain. Murong Yunxue, at this juncture, resembled a comedic foil in a performance, aspiring to elevate Yanling to a more prestigious position. It was quite simple. Only by promoting Yanling could he hope to flourish alongside him. Just as if Yanling were to feast, Murong Yunxue would also partake in the broth, and perhaps even savor a few morsels of meat now and then. However, upon hearing Murong Yunshue's words, neither Harris nor Poseidon displayed the slightest ripple of emotion. Their expressions remained unchanged, their gazes unwavering, for their intentions were resolute. They merely sought to master the circumstances at hand, showing no desire to orchestrate any dramatic shifts concerning Yanling. They understood that if they could grasp the intricacies of the situation with clarity, they would undoubtedly be capable of conjuring something extraordinary from what seemed like the mundane. Given the current state of affairs, they felt compelled to at least present coffee and tea as a gesture of goodwill. As deities of the West, their nostalgia for the local coffee had reached unprecedented heights. However, they found themselves confronted with a reality that was far from manageable. Thus, they could only resign themselves to fate. Observing Murong Yunshue's conclusion, Yanling noted that Poseidon and Harris remained utterly unmoved, as if they were impervious to any emotional upheaval. At that moment, Yanling was momentarily taken aback. Unable to fathom how these individuals could be so utterly nonsensical, he felt a throbbing headache, pondering the thought processes of these Western deities. What was the purpose behind their convoluted antics? Were they deranged or simply lacking in rationality? If they were indeed unwell, they ought to seek medical attention. Modern medicine is remarkably advanced, capable of treating a myriad of ailments, be it neurological disorders, mental health issues, or physical ailments. Even cancer can be effectively treated through various means such as laser therapy, electrotherapy, and chemotherapy. As Yanling gazed at him in silence, Poseidon felt a wave of palpable embarrassment wash over him. He had initially believed that Yanling was a person well-versed in the art of hospitality. However, to his astonishment, he was not even offered a drop of water, which was exasperating him to no end. Thus, Poseidon decided to be forthright and said, "Very well. Since you have all indicated this, let us continue with our tea. Come now." He refrained from revealing his true thoughts, as he understood that directly requesting coffee from Yanling would likely lead him to perceive Poseidon as rather unrefined. Therefore, to avoid making the situation overly awkward, Poseidon opted to mention tea first before addressing anything else. He had no interest in the particulars, as the outcome was already glaringly obvious. He had no desire to treat these peculiarities as anything of significance. Yet, upon encountering the situation, he realized that the expression of interest was far from what he had anticipated. Chapter 127. Let us drink coffee given the circumstances. Poseidon thought it prudent to articulate the notion of drinking tea, lest others conclude that he was merely seeking something bizarre. However, at that moment, Harris was somewhat reluctant, as he found Poseidon's words utterly intolerable. Was this not sheer nonsense? What did he mean by casually drinking tea? What a chaotic and absurd situation. Did Poseidon truly believe himself to be so easily trifled with? Harris was rapidly losing his composure, almost to the point of wanting to strangle Poseidon. He simply could not fathom what was going through Poseidon's mind. Just moments ago, Poseidon had insisted on drinking coffee. How could it be that now, in this very place, he was reduced to requesting tea? Harris felt on the verge of tears, unable to hold back, for he had not anticipated that this individual could be so utterly foolish. Was Poseidon not the god of the sea? When had he transformed into a land-dwelling fool? If that were the case, he ought not to have come at all. Day in and day out, it was always one absurdity after another. He could not comprehend the sheer ridiculousness of it all. Thus, in a voice trembling with emotion, Harris exclaimed, "Tea? Did you not just say you would treat us to coffee? In the entire Douluo world, coffee is a rarity." Harris had no intention of showing Yanling any respect. While Poseidon may have feared him, Harris was unperturbed. He possessed his own principles and understood the underlying reasons for the situation, which were quite evident. Upon entering this realm, Harris found himself adept at navigating the turbulent waters of intrigue. Initially, had it not been for Poseidon's counsel, he would have had no dealings with Yanling whatsoever. They were inherently not of the same ilk. The reason they traversed this path together was due to the complexities of their circumstances. Thus, a plethora of unfortunate and bizarre occurrences ensued. Otherwise, even if Harris had 100 times the courage, he would never entertain any beneficial notions towards Poseidon, as they were simply not aligned. His association with Poseidon was merely one of camaraderie among misfits, particularly once they reached the divine tier within the Western pantheon. Matters had grown exceedingly complicated. To put it bluntly, they were fundamentally not on the same wavelength. Their convergence on this path was merely for mutual support, yet unexpectedly, Poseidon repeatedly stood him up. Consequently, Harris had developed a deep-seated animosity towards Poseidon, especially after the incident involving coffee today, which culminated in a promise of tea but resulted in not a single drop of water. Harris had never been particularly interested in Yanling, and this incident severed any lingering regard he held. Poseidon, confronted with Harris's remarks, could hardly contain his laughter, more astonished than anything else. It was simple. Harris had voiced all that Poseidon had left unspoken. If we were to speak in such a manner, this situation indeed appears rather unsightly. Yes, indeed. One must indulge in coffee. It is imperative to partake in coffee. Poseidon could only endeavor to align his tone with that of Harris, ensuring that he did not provoke this individual's displeasure. All of this is easily articulated, for he is well aware of Harris's temperament and disposition. That is not something that an ordinary person could possess. It is solely contingent upon whether he were to become genuinely enraged. Thus, it was certain that the opponent could swiftly bring him down, an inevitability they were prepared to face. At that moment, Yanling discerned the predicament of Poseidon, the god of the sea. Consequently, he hastily summoned a nearby waiter, urging him to promptly serve the coffee. The rationale was quite simple. If the coffee was not brought forth soon, these individuals would undoubtedly incite a rebellion. The outcome was glaringly apparent. Such expressions could only lead to ridicule if exposed to others. It would be utterly absurd, as the reality was already laid bare before them. Yin Ling merely needed to elucidate these circumstances, transforming them into a coherent narrative, yet it was evident that understanding the situation was not so straightforward. It evoked a sense of amusement. The elements were displayed before them, and it wasn't something that just anyone could accomplish, especially given the current state of affairs. Yinling believed he should comprehend the nuances of writing, so he promptly ordered several servings of exceptionally strong coffee. It is so bitter that one can scarcely bear to drink it. Yinling is now eager to see whether the sea god Poseidon can manage to consume it. And what of Hades, the god of the underworld, who initially insisted on savoring the coffee? If this coffee is indeed served at the table, he better not dare to take even a single sip if he cannot endure it. I shall certainly make him aware of what it means to have the discerning eyes of a wise ruler. With good intentions, I endeavored to assist you by consuming the coffee on your behalf. Little did I anticipate that not only would you fail to grant me the courtesy I deserve, but you would also contrive to render the situation so utterly embarrassing. If we proceed in this manner, the situation indeed becomes rather challenging to manage. One must simply take action. In an instant, the fiery gaze of Harris, brimming with indignation, fell to the ground. He was as joyous as a flower in full bloom. Indeed, he could not help but feel elated, for the glimmers of opportunity presented before him were merely a handful of choices. Thus, it is expressed with such vividness that individuals find themselves at a loss for words and unable to articulate their sentiments, revealing that such truths cannot be fully conveyed by his mere existence. Meanwhile, Poseidon, the god of the sea, finally exhaled a breath of relief. He came to comprehend that Yinling was not as inconspicuous as one might have assumed. Given this revelation, he felt reassured that he had not failed to honor Hades' resolve amidst such overwhelming temptations of greed. Poseidon was greatly relieved, for he understood that should Hades push him into an overly uncomfortable predicament, the consequences would be dire. The lamentable state of affairs is truly perplexing, leaving one to ponder the origins of such boundaries. The four individuals, cradling their cups of coffee, began to savor the brew, their mouths releasing fragrant notes, driven by avarice. Chapter 128. The Trials of the Spirit. As they drank, frothy bubbles effervesced, a phenomenon easily attributed to their fervent desire to articulate their innermost thoughts. Clearly, these circumstances were not something they could easily manifest. Yet, upon attempting to do so, they found themselves utterly bewildered by the flow of reality. The bitterness of the coffee resonated deeply within them, yet the torment it stirred was far from pleasant. The situation did not lend itself to earnest expression. They resigned themselves to the notion that perhaps it was best left unspoken. Yinling, after just a couple of sips, felt a wave of nausea wash over him, primarily due to the excessive bitterness of the coffee. He even entertained the unsettling suspicion that some foul substance had been mixed into the brew. On the other hand, Murong Yunxue had yet to take even a single sip of the coffee, for he belonged to the esteemed Murong family. Should he manage to articulate his sentiments, it would only serve to highlight the fact that these matters were hardly conducive to clear expression, manifesting before him in a perplexing manner. This can only indicate that the coffee may have been unpalatable from the very beginning. Yet, the deities across the way, Poseidon and Hades, exhibited an enthusiasm for it, as if they had never tasted coffee in their lifetimes. They savored cup after cup, indulging in one after another. Fortunately, this coffee possessed a remarkably radiant quality that shone through. It appears that free refills are indeed available. Otherwise, the situation could become exceedingly awkward, as it is quite challenging to conclude matters here. Yinling cast a disdainful glance at Poseidon and Hades, perceiving them as insatiable gluttons, as if they had never tasted sustenance in their lifetimes. Their refusal to eat is one thing, but the way they consume coffee as though it were mere water is utterly absurd. Such peculiar behavior has resulted in this chaotic scene, rendering it laughably ridiculous. At this juncture, Yinling comprehended that these two individuals are the type who might perish if they do not seize every opportunity. Murong Yunxue was on the verge of laughter, astonished by the authenticity of their antics. After finishing one cup, they proceeded to refill another, as if their stomachs were boundless oceans, pouring content into their very lungs only to expel it moments later. Ultimately, The constant back and forth within their bellies is nothing short of comical, evoking a sense of profound disapproval. However, due to the assistance of Poseidon and Hades, Yenling refrained from voicing any objections. Hades also sensed the gravity of the situation, realizing that Poseidon was far from the easygoing figure he initially seemed, as the complexities of their circumstances unfolded before him. If the conversation were to continue, it would only delve into the peculiar circumstances surrounding the matter, which would hardly facilitate expression. Should these two individuals be provoked, it would not merely lead to an unfavorable conclusion, but rather result in a fragmented reality. The meeting proceeded quite smoothly, bolstered by the invigorating effects of coffee, particularly for Murong Yunxiue and Yenling. Observing Poseidon and Harris, who were now quite round in the belly from their indulgence, one might think that even if this endeavor were to falter, it could still yield a satisfactory outcome. After all, negotiations tend to flourish when the benefits align suitably. As anticipated, Poseidon and Harris readily acquiesced, to the point where one might be tempted to laugh aloud. Though they harbored no animosity towards the Titan ape, profound ripples and tremors had begun to resonate within them. They even found themselves questioning their life choices, pondering if they had indeed encountered this so-called benefactor, Yenling. The coffee served today was exceptionally delightful, leaving them quite satiated, to the extent that they began to doubt the quality of the sustenance they had previously consumed, which now seemed utterly unworthy of mention. With both parties having conceded to the agreement, Yenling felt there was little left to articulate. After all, if these two formidable adversaries had chosen to align themselves with him, what more could he say? If this were to be further discussed, it would merely serve to elucidate the matter, allowing others to witness the absurdity of the situation. Faced with such circumstances, Yenling has made a decisive choice. Now, it remains to be seen who among them can unearth the Titan ape. This Titan ape is indeed a formidable adversary, drifting through the academy like a wisp of air, hidden away in some obscure corner. The mere thought of this brings Yenling to the brink of tears. He had no intention of entangling himself with this group. However, there is no alternative, for if the Titan ape is not vanquished, Yenling's own progress will surely be impeded. Thus, in light of these circumstances, he has no choice but to reveal these truths. He can only rely on the powers of Harris and Poseidon to effect a transformation in style, and nothing more. Poseidon, at last, feels a sense of joy, for he has forged a strategic alliance with Yenling. As long as Yenling can be assured of his coffee at all times, the agreement stands. Such circumstances are indeed quite manageable. The saying with a gun in hand, "Follow me," resonates deeply. As long as one can accompany Yenling and experience a profound sense of psychological and physiological fulfillment at every moment, it becomes a source of great satisfaction. The situation here is indeed quite intriguing, and the outcome is inevitable. Meanwhile, Li Yunfei has not been seen at school these past few days. This is primarily due to his previous failures in confrontations with Yenling, resulting in a significant loss of face. At this juncture, he has chosen to retreat and engage in solitary cultivation. This explains why Li Yunfei has been absent. He has endured a severe beating from his father, Li Feihu. Similarly, Li Dafei has faced his own troubles, having stirred up trouble on campus, leading to a regrettable outcome. In contrast, Li Xiaofei's situation is somewhat better. He continues to engage in academic exchanges at the academy without having made any significant contributions. During his previous encounters with Yenling, he did not exert much effort. Chapter 129. The fearful Li Yunfei, he merely acted in accordance with the responsibilities of an elder brother, resulting in a rather straightforward conclusion. He hardly regarded these circumstances, believing that Li Yunfei was merely an arrogant and overbearing glutton, destined to associate with someone like Li Dafei, a similarly burdensome figure. Li Yunfei is quite well informed and has heard rumors of Yenling forming an alliance with Poseidon, Murong Yunxiue, and Harris, intent on relentlessly pursuing the Titan ape within the academy. This news has greatly infuriated Li Yunfei, who, despite his flaws, possesses a sense of pride. However, recent events have rendered him unable to raise his head in dignity. The Titan ape is considered the nemesis of the entire academy, with everyone eager to hunt it down. The rewards for its capture are substantial, and even the most absurd rumors surrounding it have gained credibility. The motivation behind this pursuit is exceptionally strong, particularly as most female students are drawn to formidable figures. This explains Li Yunfei's desire to seize the spotlight. Having spent several years at the academy, he has developed a fondness for a particular classmate. He has planted the seeds of a rather ambiguous affection in his heart, intending to shower her with compliments. though he is yet to act on this. Instead, he finds himself thwarted by Yanling, who may very well eliminate the Titan ape. In the future, he shall be the one capable of articulating the unvarnished truth. However, to his dismay, recent events have left Li Yunfei in a state of exasperation. It is quite simple. Not only has he lost face, forfeiting his chances of courtship within the campus, but even worse, he finds himself in a predicament where no favorable circumstances have materialized on his end, while unfavorable developments have indeed arisen. Ultimately, the situation is nowhere near what it initially seemed, leading Li Yunfei to lament his plight. It feels as though his cries for assistance go unheard, and he finds himself stripped of even the most basic rights to choose a partner within the institution. In the realm of affluent families, he feels utterly humiliated. Witnessing the offspring of other families, particularly Murong Yunxiue, who has effortlessly aligned herself with the influential Yanling, soaring to great heights with ease. Not only is she free from bullying within the academy, but she is also regarded with utmost indifference. Although Murong Yunshue's current demeanor may not exude unwavering resolve, the impression she conveys is anything but disgraceful. In contrast, Li Yunfei seems to be at a loss, stubbornly pursuing a confrontational stance against Yanling, ultimately leading to his own downfall. The peculiar circumstances that have unfolded before him have stripped him of even the slightest semblance of dignity. He finds himself bereft of any opportunity for redemption, akin to picking up a discarded facial mask and applying it in a most unflattering manner. News of the Titan Ape's imminent defeat at the hands of Yanling's group has swiftly circulated through the academy, akin to an explosive revelation. At this juncture, Yanling has truly stolen the limelight, while Li Yunfei is left on the verge of despair. It seems he is about to erupt, his eyes widening in disbelief, as if flames of frustration are about to escape his nostrils. It is perplexing. Li Yunfei is not a person of great magnanimity. His mind is constantly preoccupied with schemes to gain an advantage, yet when faced with the reality before him, he cannot comprehend the chaos that has unfolded. In the end, it becomes evident that all Yanling needs to do is raise his hand slightly, rendering Li Yunfei's efforts utterly insignificant by comparison. What? Are you suggesting that Yanling and Murong Yunxiue have allied with Poseidon and Hades? When Li Yunfei's subordinate conveyed this news to him, it was already the afternoon of the following day. Meanwhile, Yanling had gathered 3 others, preparing to launch an intense pursuit of the Titan giant ape within the academy. It was quite straightforward. Having already drawn all the attention to this so-called spectacle, it was imperative to elucidate the situation thoroughly. Otherwise, others might assume he was merely boasting. Thus, in the face of such circumstances, Yanling chose to act contrarily, bringing this matter to the forefront of the family's attention amidst the chaos of rivalry. He understood that once words were spoken, they were akin to spilled water, irrevocable, much like a daughter married off to another family. Once she belonged to someone else, reclaiming her would prove to be an arduous task. Therefore, Yanling was prepared to disregard everything else, yet he was resolute in his determination to unearth the Titan giant ape. Most importantly, he was unconcerned about others' opinions. Even if they were to insult him directly, he would remain steadfast in pursuing his convictions. He aspired to accomplish what he deemed the greatest undertaking in the world. The Titan giant ape had once rendered his mother-s Li Feilong a mere shell of his former self. Li Feilong and Li Feihu were members of the same clan. Although Li Feilong's family circumstances were rather humble, while Li Feihu was a notorious dandy. This dandy had 3 sons, who were, in fact, the 3 brothers of Li Yunfei. However, Li Feilong was merely a janitor at the academy now, despite possessing formidable strength. Yet, he was no longer capable of shouldering great responsibilities. He resembled Duan Yu from demigods and semi-devils, possessing legendary martial skills akin to the Lingbo Weibo, but when it came to launching an offensive or maximizing his potential, he was utterly ineffectual. Not only was the situation here deteriorating, but he had not even made a single move before Li Feilong met with a violent and incapacitating demise. Chapter 130. Knowing when to retreat is best. In essence, the Titan giant ape had inflicted indelible physical harm upon him, leading to significant decay within his body. To put it more clearly, the Titan giant ape had left Li Feilong with severe aftereffects. Otherwise, given this youth's abilities, he should have been able to ascend to a supreme position. Had he achieved such a lofty status, neither Tang San nor the current Bibi Dong would stand a chance against him, as the facts were glaringly evident. The outcome had completely reversed the expected trajectory. The reason Li Feilong was living incognito within the academy was merely due to his lack of options. Li Yunfei was certainly aware of Li Feilong's narrative, but regarded him merely as a distant cousin of his father, a relative by marriage, and thus held no interest. Yet now, witnessing Yanling's fervent pursuit of the so-called Titan giant ape, even a person as resolute as Li Yunfei could not remain unmoved. He too yearned for the rewards accompanying victory. He was a human being, flesh and blood, and not some mere beast. This explains why he had been precariously positioned for so many years without clarifying the facts before him. He aspired to attain a higher status, one that commanded respect. However, for years, Li Yunfei had been perceived by others as the foolish son of a landlord. Were it not for his father, Li Feihu, steadfastly supporting him, he would be utterly inconsequential. Upon hearing of Li Yunfei's intent to confront the matter, his secretary was already in a state of panic. Initially, when he relayed this information from his subordinate to Li Yunfei, the secretary had no desire to elaborate on the situation. Li Yunfei was a quintessentially petty individual. If he were to receive good news, he would likely comprehend the entirety of the situation. However, if bad news were to be conveyed, it could potentially worsen his mood. This will undoubtedly lead to capturing everything around him, irrespective of its nature or any misunderstandings, and he will certainly express his frustration through violent outbursts. To put it more plainly, this Li Yunfei is entirely akin to the foolish son of a landlord, embodying the worst traits of such a character. Aside from his habitual anger, he is perpetually on the verge of fury, ready to erupt at the slightest inconvenience. At any moment, he could potentially eliminate everyone around him without a trace. This is what is referred to as the privilege of imperial power. If someone like Li Yunfei were to ascend to a position of significant authority, the consequences could be dire. In such fleeting moments, one might not even spare a head for others. Those remaining, upon discovering the tumult of all things, will be profoundly affected. In truth, such entities ought not to exist in this world, for their very presence evokes a profound sense of revulsion. At this moment, the secretary was trembling with trepidation. For moments ago, his subordinate had fled in panic after delivering the ominous news. This subordinate was well aware of Li Yunfei's temperament. However, as the closest confidant of Li Yunfei, the secretary felt compelled to relay this information once more, hoping to quell his wrath. Thus, his speech adopted a deliberate and measured pace, as if he were on the brink of succumbing to despair. He uttered, "Indeed, I have only just been informed of this news. If those four were to unite, they would not pose a formidable threat to us, would they?" The secretary, having been nurtured by the Li family, possessed commendable abilities, a sense of responsibility, and an impressive capacity to withstand pressure. They understood that Li Yunfei was a quintessential scion of privilege. Should one treat him with kindness, he might not express gratitude, yet a mere slight could provoke his ire. He undoubtedly possesses the ability to masterfully manipulate everything at his disposal. This is quite evident, as he presents two distinct choices in his reality. The first choice reveals that Li Yunfei, buoyed by his family's affluence, harbors a significant sense of superiority. Thus, he treats his subordinates akin to mere slaves. However, should one provoke him, he will not only fail to express gratitude, but will relentlessly pursue retribution. Consequently, Li Yunfei has cycled through nearly thousands of male and female secretaries. Yet, his father, Li Feihu, repeatedly indulges this so-called third son, convinced that he sees in him the echoes of his own past brilliance. It is abundantly clear that Li Feihu dotes on his son, treating him as one would a precious infant, sheltering him with utmost care, as though afraid he might shatter, cradling him as a cherished treasure. The secretary currently by Li Yunfei's side has been devoted to him for many years. And the reason for this enduring loyalty is straightforward. Li Yunfei's infrequent returns home during his studies at the Douluo Academy. Consequently, the secretary has found favor in recent days, often remaining at home to strategize with the elder regarding various matters. This explains why the secretary has managed to retain his position for so long. Otherwise, given Li Yunfei's temperament, not only his secretary, but even his underlings would find themselves dismissed if they lingered too long in his service. Thus, he would inevitably develop a sense of annoyance, even revulsion, ultimately leading to the expulsion of this subordinate. For within him lies an immense sense of superiority that is not commonly possessed by ordinary individuals. Upon receiving this news, Li Yunfei felt as though he had been struck by a bolt from the blue. He had not anticipated that Yanling's capabilities were so formidable. Not only had he managed to rally the formidable sea god Poseidon and the lord of the underworld Hades, but he had also attracted Murong Yinshua, a scion of the prestigious Murong family, to his side. Could it be that he intended to orchestrate a siege? If that were the case, Li Yunfei would truly feel a sense of trepidation. It was impossible not to be afraid, with so many people relying on him for sustenance. Should he inadvertently incite some bizarre chaos, the consequences would be dire. He undoubtedly struggles to bear this so-called ability. In truth, what makes Li Yunfei most terrifying is his perception that life is rather intriguing. Consequently, he holds a profound appreciation for his own existence and desires to continue living. Chapter 131. It is too late to be afraid. He leads a life of considerable comfort, yet unexpectedly, he has entangled himself with Yin Ling. All the experts are launching fierce attacks against him, and even Li Yunfei, though not the brightest, comprehends the situation. His enmity with Yin Ling does not reach the depths of a vendetta for a father's murder or a husband's betrayal. However, the actions of Yin Ling baffle Li Yunfei. He cannot fathom why so many troubles have arisen, leading to such a chaotic predicament without any favorable resolution. What, then, is the root of this turmoil? Where has the error occurred? Li Yunfei has pondered extensively, but has failed to unravel this conundrum. To put it more bluntly, individuals like Li Yunfei, who rely on their affluent family background, possess no genuine expertise. Their trivial skills are utterly insignificant in the eyes of others. To articulate it even more clearly, they are akin to traditional wastrels, wholly incapable of shouldering great responsibilities. For instance, if the entire company's equity were entrusted to Li Yunfei, not only would he mismanage it, but he could very well lead the stock market to collapse. The implication is clear. Among the second-generation wealthy, there are almost none capable of achieving greatness. Most are products of a formidable first generation, while the second generation often proves to be utterly incompetent. This stems from the first generation's lack of foresight in grooming successors, culminating in the adage that wealth seldom survives beyond 3 generations. This reality is vividly illustrated here, which explains why the elder of the Li family has long favored Li Xiaofei. He perceives in Li Xiaofei a business acumen, despite his often reckless demeanor. Nonetheless, Li Xiaofei embodies the principle of if others do not provoke me, I shall not provoke them, which has always been his shining trait. In stark contrast, Li Yunfei and Li Dafei are different. If they are not bullied, they tend to provoke those who believe they are easy targets. Yet, they will never comprehend the meaning of the phrase the fearless young bull does not fear the tiger. This world is filled with complexities. Much like the existence of Yin Ling, ordinary individuals should avoid provoking someone like him, for should he become enraged and bear a grudge, the consequences could be dire. Such a revelation may indeed plunge the other party into an abyss of irretrievable despair. It is evident that when this truth is laid bare, it strikes with the force of a powerful shockwave. What is presented before us serves as an undeniable testament to the complexities of right and wrong. Yin Ling, after all, is a solitary figure, enduring considerable suffering in this world. Moreover, lacking the support of parents, he emerges from a background of hardship, contending with adversaries like Li Yunfei who are determined to engage him in a battle of wits and strength. Surely, a grim fate awaits him. Had Yin Ling not possessed a twin martial soul from the outset, he would have confronted Li Yunfei head-on, wagering his life against Li S. In such a scenario, Li Yunfei would undoubtedly lack the audacity to engage Yin Ling so directly. The disparity between them is stark. One possesses untold wealth, while the other has not. This conflict mirrors the struggle between the affluent and the impoverished, where the wealthy invariably choose to yield, as their fortunes remain unspent. Meanwhile, the destitute grapple with the very basics of survival, haunted by memories of unbearable hardship. Thus, the strife between the rich and the poor is far less overt than it appears on the surface. Deep fissures have long been established. Li Yunfei felt beads of cold sweat trickling down his forehead, utterly unprepared for the swiftness with which fear enveloped him. He had never anticipated that Yin Ling's animosity would reach such profound depths. Now, he even questioned whether Yin Ling's pursuit of the so-called Titan ape was merely a fade, with the true intent being revenge. At this moment, Li Yunfei found himself stammering. I never imagined that simply bullying Yin Ling would lead him to rally so many formidable opponents against me. Does he truly seek my life? He turned to his secretary, hoping for a satisfactory explanation. However, the secretary appeared equally perplexed, seemingly burdened by the situation. After all, he could not fathom why Li Yunfei felt compelled to provoke someone like Yin Ling, a quintessential hothead from a rough background. While Li Yunfei himself was a quintessential scion of privilege, they were not destined to traverse the same path. Why entangle oneself with an orphan who has nothing to call his own? Did he not realize that merely surviving each day was a struggle for Yinling? While he himself enjoyed a life of affluence, why provoke him at all? As the secretary grappled with confusion, Li Yunfei found himself enveloped in fear, both of them utterly oblivious to the circumstances at hand. It was perplexing how two seemingly unrelated individuals became entangled in a web of bizarre occurrences that unfolded before the eyes of many, leaving them in a state of utter bewilderment. Indeed, the outcome was glaringly evident. The secretary, being a diligent worker, was acutely aware of the intricacies of human relationships and the realities that should be displayed. In contrast, Li Yunfei was ignorant. His father, Li Feihu, had never taken the time to guide him through the complexities of right and wrong, nor had he imparted the necessary rules for navigating this world. Consequently, Li Yunfei grew up surrounded only by sycophantic friends and brothers, having expelled those who spoke harsh truths from his life. Even within the confines of the academy, he remained arrogant and presumptuous. Most concerning was Li Feihu's apprehension that his youngest son would be bullied at school, prompting him to position Li Yunfei near his elder brothers, Li Dafei and Li Xiaofei, ensuring that the youngest would receive their constant care. During mealtimes, he was served first, and when it came to drinking water, the cup was promptly presented to him, embodying the quintessential pampered child. Ultimately, Li Yunfei emerged utterly inept, his arrogance within the academy overshadowing any sense of humility or awareness of reality. His existence in this world evoked an undeniable sense of dread, as he epitomized the very essence of a bully in the schoolyard. Conversely, Yinling, the one subjected to his tyranny, possessed formidable strength, standing resilient against the storm. Chapter 132. Why engage in provocation when one can remain dignified? This chapter encapsulates the entirety of the situation in all its dazzling complexity. Yet if one were to truly forge their own destiny, it would require far more than mere pretense. He is certainly not one to indulge in trivial matters, for he is acutely aware of his own worth. If one claims there are no peculiarities at hand, it can only be deemed as foolishness. Yet anyone can fall into that category. However, Yinling is far from being inconsequential. He is, after all, the protagonist, possessing the identity of the chosen one. In contrast, Li Yunfei is merely a fleeting character, yet he audaciously attempts to prance around Yinling, oblivious to the fact that his antics are of no significance in Yinling's eyes. A mere flick of Yinling's hand could easily subdue him. Should he desire it, he could eliminate him in the confines of his prison. Yet, Yinling refrains from such drastic measures, for he understands that with his current strength, he cannot simply dispose of Li Yunfei from the Li family. He has too many adversaries, and even more await him in the future. Thus, the adage rings true: more friends mean more paths, while fewer friends result in more barriers. Faced with such circumstances, Yinling must confront the reality of his situation, swallowing his pride and concealing his true feelings deep within. However, he overlooks a crucial point. Should the Titan Great Ape truly rise to prominence, the equipment it could yield would elevate him to unparalleled heights, should he so wish. The secretary found himself momentarily speechless, as he could clearly discern the intense emotion on Li Yunfei's face, beads of cold sweat forming on his brow. It appeared that Li Yunfei was exceedingly anxious, and the secretary couldn't help but find the situation rather amusing. Instead of focusing on his studies and enjoying a stable life, he had chosen to provoke Yinling, a novice, in a world where mere survival was already a daunting task. The secretary contemplated how Li Yunfei had managed to conjure such a disarray of circumstances, and now Yinling was rallying an extraordinary group to hunt him down. Was he truly frightened? He dared to act but lacked the courage to face the consequences. As the secretary pondered this, he dismissed the gravity of the situation and regarded Li Yunfei with disdain, believing that this young man would never amount to anything significant. His life would be forever confined to the realm of these so-called minor characters, never evolving into a pivotal role. Nevertheless, despite his contempt for Li Yunfei, the secretary endeavored to maintain a semblance of professionalism, striving to conduct his work with greater organization. Consequently, he began to speak in a slow, soothing tone, attempting to allay the tension. I believe this may not be the case. There could very well be other circumstances at play. In truth, when the secretary uttered these words, a smile was nearly escaping his lips, for it was abundantly clear. Having laid these established facts before him, two distinct paths remained for him to traverse. Thus, Li Yunfei must either choose to formally submit to Yinling, acknowledging these so-called oddities and dismissing them as inconsequential, thereafter continuing along his solitary path while Yinling traverses his own open road, resulting in a complete severance of any connection between them. Alternatively, he may opt for direct confrontation with Yanling, severing all ties. In this scenario, even the mightiest presence could witness the emergence of two factions, and it remains to be seen whether Yanling possesses sufficient connections within this academy. The secretary believes that Li Yunfei's network is already quite extensive, considering that Yanling is merely a rogue with no substantial backing. Relying solely on reckless determination may not be enough to dismantle the formidable lineage and connections of the Li family. Observing the secretary's stance, no satisfactory or rational explanation was provided. Li Yunfei, on the verge of tears, had not anticipated that he would find himself in such dire straits at this moment. Yanling seeks to leverage the power of striking the Titan gorilla to cut through all obstacles. If one were to speak thus, it truly becomes quite intolerable. Entangled as it is, Li Yunfei, in his deep contemplation, found himself increasingly haunted by trepidation, even beginning to question the very essence of his existence. He could not help but revisit the most harrowing memories, pondering the reasons for his presence in this world and the purpose of his survival within it. Over the years, he had meandered through life in a daze, with elder brothers supporting him during his school days, and at home, his parents and grandparents providing a safety net. Yet, upon entering society, he discovered that no one would coddle him. He was merely a fledgling. His first encounter led him to receive a stinging slap from Yanling, leaving him battered and bruised. Upon returning home, rather than advising him to remain humble, Li Feihu instead urged him to nurture his desire for vengeance within his heart. This is a vivid illustration of a father's ineptitude, raising a foolish scion, embroiled in the absurdities crafted by a band of imbeciles. One could only wonder if Yanling had the capability to topple the formidable Li family. If so, it would undoubtedly stir the entire Douluo continent. Should the Li family be vanquished, the Murong clan, along with Murong Yunxue and their ilk, would undoubtedly rise to prominence. The reality is simple. The pie of power across the continent is already too small to share, yet none dare to instigate conflict lightly. However, now emerges Yanling, a wild card with no background or strength, yet brimming with the audacity and courage to upend the status quo. This can only suggest that the Murong family is indeed backing Yanling with full force. Once the Li family is toppled, the Murong clan would undoubtedly seize the opportunity to absorb all of the Li family's enterprises, creating a closed-loop cycle. They would enlarge their share of the pie, solidifying their territory and formally expelling the Li family. Perhaps sensing this impending dread, Li Yunfei recalled his elder brother, Li Dafei, and his younger brother, Li Xiaofei. Nearly days earlier, his younger brother had come to his aid, yet not only did he fail, but he also nearly lost his life at the hands of Yanling. Fortunately, Li Xiaofei was clever and cunning. Chapter 133, Seeking the Elder Brother. Chapter 134, All Lost. Chapter 135, Continuing the Struggle. Let us see what unfolds next. As I too harbor my own thoughts, eager to witness how this tale will conclude. Murong Yunxue's stance is exceedingly resolute, seemingly determined to persevere to the bitter end. However, the situation on his side remains unclear to Yanling, who is yet to voice his position. Among the 4 individuals involved, 2 possess absolute decision-making authority. Yet, without Yanling's declaration, Murong Yunxue's unwavering determination can only be silently acknowledged without any tangible outcome. To articulate it plainly, the facts should be presented in a manner that leaves no room for ambiguity. Nonetheless, despite their differences, Murong Yunxue finds himself aligned with Yanling, both sharing the same front, akin to grasshoppers in a field. Yet, how can such fragile beings hope to survive in this world? Logically, one would think it impossible. Therefore, at this juncture, Murong Yunxue seeks to ignite Yanling's fighting spirit, hoping to leverage his capabilities to deftly navigate through these challenges, thus reaping substantial benefits for himself. Meanwhile, Yanling need not express anything further. The mere eradication of a figure like Li Yunfei would suffice to bring him immense satisfaction. Observing Murong Yunxue's bluster and bravado, Yanling nearly bursts into laughter, as he had not anticipated this individual's utter lack of strategic thinking, whether it be a sign of madness or simply a peculiar mindset. He cannot fathom how such absurdity manifests. Since Li Yunfei insists on a relentless confrontation, they need not succumb to fear. However, engaging in battle is equally unnecessary. The reality they face is not merely a trivial fact, but rather a stark outcome that has already unfolded before them, leaving little doubt that only one scenario can emerge. Thus, one must consider whether Li Yunfei can select a map, or if perhaps we can reach a certain situation on our own. Subsequently, a series of divisions will ensue. This is inherently a tangled web of interests akin to the stock market. If either side were to concede, it would yield favorable outcomes, however. It ultimately hinges on the temperaments of both parties. Should both be exceedingly obstinate, the outcome may not be as evident as anticipated. Meanwhile, Yinling feels perplexed, as he perceives that his association with Li Yunfei bears no profound animosity. The Titan ape he wishes to vanquish has no connection to Li Yunfei. It is comparable to two individuals waiting at a traffic light. One turns left, another goes straight, while a third turns right, all strangers to one another. Why entangle in unnecessary disputes? Yinling finds himself bewildered, pondering Li Yunfei's true intentions. After much contemplation, he cannot fathom the vast disparity between himself and Li Yunfei. As a scion of a wealthy family, he finds himself disinterested in Li Yunfei, who seems repeatedly intent on orchestrating a so-called hunt against him. If this situation escalates, Yinling believes it could become rather unsightly, for there exists a significant misunderstanding between them. Li Yunfei assumes Yinling is gathering a force to pursue him, while Yinling merely seeks to assemble a team to slay the Titan ape. Yet, Li Yunfei's faction gathers forces to thwart him and pry into his affairs. This is evidently a bid to undermine his character. In light of such circumstances, even the most stoic individual would harbor their own thoughts. Hence, until this misunderstanding is resolved, Yinling is reluctant to elaborate further, as his focus is not on Li Yunfei, with whom he holds no interest. It would be prudent to keep a distance from him, for the influence of the Li family is formidable, compared to the Murong family. The two families are akin to roaring lions in their respective domains. He wishes to refrain from excessive involvement and hopes that this group will maintain their distance from him. Yinling observes Murong Yunxue, contemplating how to leverage his own stature. He is well aware of her thoughts and therefore chooses not to align with her attitude. Instead, he coldly articulates his sentiments. Are you suggesting that you intend to personally negotiate with Li Yunfei? Spare me the trouble. That individual is currently in a fit of anger. If you suggest further negotiations with him, it will only serve to make him feel insulted. Indeed, it is not merely an insult, it is an affront to his dignity, which is undeniably a rather disconcerting situation. Yinling would never stoop to negotiate with Murong Yunxue regarding Li Yunfei. It is quite simple. Yinling possesses his own principles and cannot possibly show any interest in this person. The facts of the matter have been elucidated quite clearly, given that, just a few days ago, all semblance of camaraderie was thoroughly shattered. Then why must it be rendered in such an unappealing manner today? Thus, Yinling fully expressed all of his thoughts. Li Yunfei, even if he were to lower his head in humility, would never receive forgiveness from me. I have no desire to maintain any contact with him and wish for him to distance himself from my life. However, to my astonishment, he continues to press forward, encroaching upon my boundaries repeatedly. If that is the case, even someone who disregards him entirely can still articulate the resentment brewing within, allowing others to comprehend the essence of the matter. Upon hearing Yinling's account, Murong Yunxue's eyes widened in disbelief. He never anticipated that this individual would still adopt the guise of a saint. If such is the case, the situation indeed grows increasingly intriguing. As this realization dawned upon him, a heartfelt, bitter smile escaped Murong Yunxue's lips. It was unavoidable, for he could distinctly sense that Yinling had begun to draw a line, wishing to establish a clear boundary between them. A chill coursed through Murong Yunxue as he pondered whether Yinling had discerned the ulterior motives in his heart, suspecting that he intended to exploit him. Chapter 136, The Desire to Use Another's Blade to Kill. If one were to utter such words, it would indeed render the matter a mere fleeting illusion. Murong Yunxue felt a surge of frustration, nearly on the verge of bloodshed as he gazed at Yinling. He earnestly hoped that Yinling would once again clarify his stance. At this juncture, Murong Yunxue spoke with utmost seriousness. What do you propose we do about this situation? His incessant meddling was utterly repugnant. One could hardly allow Poseidon and Hades to extinguish Li Yunfei's life, for such an act would be profoundly distasteful. Murong Yunxue explicitly conveyed this sentiment, leaving no ambiguity in his meaning. Then let us observe whether Yinling is capable of making a rather perfect decision, particularly if he chooses not to take any action against Yinling. Let us then observe who can produce these so-called astonishing outcomes. It has become exceedingly evident that if one cannot present these comprehensible circumstances, it raises significant concerns. This can only indicate that Yinling is a person who is struggling to secure his own well-being, yet still harbors ambitions to excel in the lives of others. Such aspirations are truly disconcerting to those who observe. Murong Yinxue's remarks convey a clear message. She is keen to see whether Yanling can truly manifest the reality he presents in a vivid and compelling manner. Should it be favorable? This entire situation presents a significant opportunity. If one were to speak poorly of it, it would merely be a trivial matter amidst nonsensical chatter. Poseidon and Hades are undeniably divine entities, and these two formidable deities would truly resort to wielding their powers over a mere mortal? The answer is, in fact, no. Should they choose to exercise their divine might, it would only indicate their own confusion regarding the intricacies of these circumstances. The emergence of such so-called anomalies is akin to disregarding the value of mortal existence entirely. Yanling, upon hearing Murong Yunxue's words, was momentarily taken aback. He had not anticipated that this seemingly inconspicuous Murong Yunxue could be so ruthless. Indeed, in her maliciousness, she proved to be a formidable opponent against the average person. As this realization dawned upon him, he regarded Murong Yunxue as one might view a mere jester. Finally comprehending that her proximity to him was driven by the intention to eliminate the potential threat posed by Li Yunfei. The familial rivalries among their clans had inevitably entangled him in their conflicts. At this juncture, Yanling felt an increasing sense of unease. What relevance do the interests of your high-ranking factions hold for me? It is akin to the struggles between the emperor and his ministers, where I find myself merely a spectator, a trifling pawn in your elaborate games, yet you insist on pursuing me with relentless fervor. Such a situation truly evokes a sense of utter disdain, rendering one reluctant to regard it with any seriousness. Yet unexpectedly, you persist in your relentless pursuit. Observing Murong Yunxue's expression of clenched teeth and simmering resentment, Yanling can hardly contain his laughter. He has no intention of aligning with Murong Yunxue's narrow perspective. Instead, he addresses her. Although Li Yunfei is indeed contemptible, his transgressions do not warrant death. After all, his existence holds considerable significance within the Li family. Should we provoke him unduly, it is highly likely that all present will face dire consequences. Thus, in confronting this paramount issue, we must strive for a prudent victory, lest we allow the situation to devolve into a state of utter absurdity. Indeed, Yanling contends that while Li Yunfei is undeniably deserving of disdain, it does not merit the intervention of the supreme deities Poseidon and Hades. Such an event, wherein a student is slain amidst the Western gods' academic visitation to this institution, would become an unparalleled farce throughout the Douluo continent. Thus, in light of such extraordinary capabilities, it is clear that the common man cannot possess the brilliance required to navigate this realm. Yanling's stance is resolute: to seek victory through caution and to avoid inciting unnecessary turmoil. Indeed, it is imperative to refrain from engaging in frivolous gossip that could lead to chaos. It is indeed reminiscent of a farcical amalgamation, evoking a sense of incredulity. In circumstances where abilities diverge and opportunities abound, Yanling comprehends how reality ought to unfold. He cannot possibly adhere to the notions held by Murong Yunxue regarding these so-called matters. However, he is undoubtedly capable of optimizing the modest plot of land he possesses. For in the realm of competition, one must excel to survive and thrive. Only by surpassing others can one attain excellence. The true concern lies with those who remain oblivious to the pursuit of progress. The scene over there is utterly chaotic, leaving one bewildered as to how it has come to this. It evokes a profound sense of ephemeral beauty amidst the disarray. Yanling articulated his perspective, asserting that employing the principles of negotiation is essential in navigating these complexities. He emphasized the imperative to eschew violence, for it is invariably accompanied by a gruesome aftermath. Should such brutality manifest in its most vivid form, it would undoubtedly provoke a visceral reaction from onlookers, who would find it intolerable. This underscores why Yanling could have taken a more decisive and ruthless approach. Nevertheless, he consistently opts for a strategy of measured restraint, believing that true victory lies in a balanced approach. Only through such composure can one truly comprehend and integrate that which ought not to be trivialized. Otherwise, one risks becoming ensnared in the self-serving machinations of others. If others were to witness this, they would undoubtedly perceive it as the epitome of absurdity in a chaotic world. Upon hearing these words, Murong Yunxue's eyes widened in disbelief as he cast an incredulous glance at Yanling. He soon realized that this individual had transformed into a complete stranger, appearing utterly unfamiliar. Was he still the elder brother he once revered? Why had he become so timid, fearing both wolves and tigers? What was the underlying cause of such trepidation? What exactly was he afraid of? Li Yunfei was merely the third grandson of the Li family, one among many sons and grandsons. Slaying him would hardly be a significant matter. Why dwell on these trivialities? Why the need for such convoluted entanglements? Surely, it cannot be so? Goodness, why do you regard me with such a gaze? Is there something amiss in your mind? Chapter 137. The command to negotiate. I merely expressed a viewpoint. What does that look signify? Do you truly believe this predicament is my fault? I, too, am gripped by fear, caught between trepidation and uncertainty. What recourse do I have? If I could stand upon a moral high ground and chastise Li Yunfei, compelling him to refrain from his excessive actions, would I not do so? Please, do not place me in such a difficult position. Yanling noticed that Murong Shui regarded him as if he were a curiosity, and he felt on the brink of tears. He had not anticipated that Murong Yunxue would be a quintessential opportunist. If he were to articulate the situation in accordance with Murong's wishes, he would undoubtedly grasp the nuances involved. Yet, should he deviate from this path, he would display an agony that was almost imperceptible to others. In an instant, the disdain in Murong's eyes seemed poised to unleash a barrage of criticism directed at him. Such actions rendered the situation rather comical. No. The way I perceive your gaze suggests you are a rather peculiar entity. I had not anticipated that your circumstances would reflect such a convoluted sense of self-interest. Yet you managed to present it with an air of conviction. Thus, I find you to be an exceedingly amusing character. Do you understand? Murong Yunxue now speaks with eyes wide open, uttering sheer nonsense. He seems entirely oblivious to the concepts of humility and vastness, both in the heavens and the earth. As he gazes at Yanling, it is akin to confronting a plagued deity, one whose intentions remain utterly inscrutable. Initially, he believed he could adeptly navigate these complexities. Yet they have increasingly eluded his understanding. Even before the truth has fully revealed itself, he finds himself stifled in its infancy. This is precisely why Yanling remains perplexed, grappling with a situation that is far from manageable. Under such circumstances, Murong Yunxue can merely express his perspective, hoping fervently that Yanling does not cast blame upon him, should some remarkably absurd statements arise. In that moment, it became exceedingly challenging for him to accept the established reality. Initially, Murong Yunxue had envisioned an ideal scenario, convinced that Yanling could never be likened to a timid turtle. However, to his astonishment, Yanling not only adopted the role of a timid turtle, but also positioned himself on a moral pedestal that seemed even more peculiar. It was unjust to attribute fault to him, especially when it was evident that they were no longer aligned on the same battlefield. Murong Yunxue finally relinquished any lingering hopes regarding Yanling. He reasoned that since the matter had manifested so overtly, it was best to regard it as a mere fact and not to conflate these realities. As Murong Yunxue spoke with an apparent disregard for truth, Yanling found it increasingly difficult to comprehend him. He was aware that this individual, day by day, was lost in his own thoughts, possibly plotting to exploit him or leverage his connections. Yet, Yanling was resolute in his conviction that he would not be manipulated. As adults sharing the same path, why create such absurdities? Did he truly believe he was someone easy to exploit? With that thought, Yanling made his stance abundantly clear. He gestured towards Murong Yunxue and stated, "That matter is best left to you. After all, you are also a scion of a prominent family. You and Li Yunfei share a common language, so it would be prudent for you two to discuss it together. We shall temporarily set aside these so-called circumstances. If it proves feasible, we shall accept it as such." Upon finishing his remarks, Yanling awaited to gauge Murong Yunxue's response. Should his attitude be favorable, he would entrust him with this formidable task. If not, he would reconsider. Yanling decided not to temporarily employ Murong Yunxue to entangle with Li Yunfei. At present, Li Yunfei was still in a fit of anger towards him. Should he provoke him further? It would be intriguing to witness who could adeptly navigate the tumultuous waves that ensue. The intricacies of familial rivalries and their attendant interests eluded Yanling's understanding. Yet he was unequivocally aware of one tale. The Murong family and the Li family, indeed, share a profound connection that dates back to ancient times. However, as the Li family's power gradually expanded, they ultimately forsook the Murong clan, which is hardly surprising. Why, then, does Murong Yunxue perceive Li Yunfei's demeanor to be so unyielding? Could it be that they harbor old grievances from a bygone era? If that is the case, it renders the situation all the more intriguing, as it quietly unfolds amidst these unspoken circumstances, revealing itself in a manner that evokes laughter. The spectacle is almost comical, as Murong Yunxue's eyes widen in disbelief. He never anticipated that Yanling would dare to speak so boldly. In uttering those few sentences, he positions himself upon the moral high ground, insisting that Murong Yunxue bear the weight of it all. What does he think he is? Does he truly fancy himself as a reincarnation of some mythical figure, assigning himself a role and expecting to dictate the actions of others? It is indeed absurd. In contemplating this, Murong Yunxue feels a distinct sense of helplessness. He had not expected Yanling to regard him as anything but an outsider, yet with just a few words, he has rendered Murong Yunxue utterly uncomfortable. If some peculiar statements were truly to arise, who would bear the responsibility for the reasoning and the outcomes? It is rather amusing to consider that amidst such perilous realities, one would still expect someone to piece together these so-called circumstances. Yet, since Yanling has entrusted such a significant responsibility to Murong Yunxue, she must, albeit reluctantly, swallow her pride. For she understands her own limitations, and should there be any precarious situations that are not easily resolved, the implications could be quite severe. Thus, he resolved to elucidate this matter once more, for it was hardly too late. Clearly, this concept possesses the potential to advance further in the evolution of this era. This merely indicates that the era of living in fear of both wolves and tigers has long since passed. What lies ahead must surely illuminate the path with the radiance of justice, fostering mutual development. Though Murong Yunxue was reluctant and unwilling, his lips spoke with surprising ease. All right. Since you have entrusted this formidable task to me. Chapter 138. A Visit. There is no need for me to entangle myself too much in this matter. For those with sharp minds surely would not get caught up like Li Yunfei, entangled in trivialities. Ultimately, if something truly embarrassing were to arise, it would be unwise to bring forth such frivolities, as it would create a precarious situation. After expressing these thoughts, Murong Yunxue proceeded towards the Li residence. Intending to pay a personal visit, he planned to bring some gifts and engage Li Yunfei in a serious negotiation, hoping to persuade him to spare Yanling. It was not a matter of summoning an eclectic group to confront him, but rather to challenge the Titan ape. He sincerely wished that Li Yunfei would not take this matter to heart nor leverage the connections and influence held by his elder brother. It would be unfortunate if things were to escalate to such an embarrassing extent that one could not discern east from west. Should this situation prove to be as awkward as it seems, it would indeed paint a picture of absurdity that would terrify onlookers. Those who comprehend the reality of such facts should refrain from fabricating stories. What did you say? Murong Yunxue has actually come to my house, intending to negotiate with me? Are you certain you are not exaggerating the situation? Do you think perhaps you have overindulged your mind? Upon receiving this news, Li Yunfei was on the verge of tears. He had not anticipated that Murong Yunxue, in all her scheming, would truly arrive at his doorstep. Was it possible that she intended to confront him in front of her father, perhaps even subjecting him to a beating? Thus, when he observed the secretary delivering this news, he began to question whether the secretary was perhaps misrepresenting the situation. He was aware that the secretary had served the Li family diligently over the years, and typically, he would not return from school. However, due to the numerous unfortunate events occurring at school, which had become rather embarrassing, the secretary had no choice but to accompany him constantly. Consequently, Li Yunfei was filled with profound doubts about whether something peculiar had transpired on the secretary's end. If that were the case, the secretary would indeed be deserving of severe reprimand. Yet, at that moment, the secretary felt quite wronged. For he was merely conveying the message and certainly did not intend to misrepresent the situation. He had simply stated the facts as they were, without the need for embellishments. Do you think there is something wrong with my mind, third young master? You accuse me of being delusional. Yet I wonder if it is you who has lost your senses. Why not step outside and see for yourself? Murong Yunxue is indeed standing at the entrance with something in her hands. How can you still doubt my words? I cannot fathom how you could misunderstand. I have elucidated the facts to you. You must comprehend that these circumstances are indeed quite intricate. What can I possibly do? I am merely a fugitive. I can provide information, yet I lack the capacity to bear the weight of the world upon my shoulders. Please, spare me from this plight. Upon uttering these words, the secretary exhibited an unmistakable desire to pack his belongings and depart. It was evident. The brilliance he radiated made it clear. It was not a matter to be understood through a singular lens. The secretary felt that, having shown kindness by running errands and serving tea, he had come before you, Li Yunfei, with this news, only to find you dismissive of his words. To his dismay, you seemed to imply that he was deceiving you, which is precisely why he felt a profound sense of injustice. He even contemplated turning on his heel and leaving. After all, being a secretary elsewhere was still an option. Moreover, as a distinguished graduate from a prestigious university, why should he endure such convolutions here? Very well, assist me in addressing him. I shall consult with my elder brother about our course of action. I did not anticipate that Murong Shui would dare to visit in person. Initially, I wished to avoid any engagement with him, as you are aware of the considerable animosity between us. If it came to a direct confrontation, I would not possess the courage to face him. However, I did not foresee that he would be incapable of subtlety, attempting to strike under the guise of gift-giving, aiming to sever my very neck. I prefer not to reveal this predicament, as I lack the fortitude to do so. Observing the secretary's resolute demeanor, Li Yunfei recognized that it was unnecessary to continue pressing him. After all, he was merely performing his duties in exchange for a salary, and provoking him further would be unwise. In that moment, it became evident that one might not escape an unfavorable outcome. Thus, Li Yunfei resolved to consult with his elder brother. Presently, his brother was recuperating in the eastern wing and could not emerge. He hoped to glean a few unique techniques that could help him navigate this challenging situation. Li Yunfei pondered that Murong Yunshue's visit surely held ulterior motives, for such visits rarely occurred without purpose. Perhaps the next moment would bring forth some trifling calamity. Very well, third young master, since you have expressed it thus. I have little more to add. I shall ensure he is well treated and entertained. That shall be the extent of my involvement. We shall see if your side can respond adeptly in the moment. Of course, should we face a series of life-threatening circumstances, I shall endeavor to eliminate any threats. The secretary issued a final ultimatum to the adversary, capable of stalling Murong Yunshue. However, should she intend to unleash some particularly devastating attack, the situation would demand careful consideration. Thus, he resolved that the best course of action was to retreat discreetly. It was quite straightforward. The secretary believed that his life was under his own control, not in the hands of others, who could manipulate it at will. In light of such circumstances, the secretary revealed his ultimate purpose: to stabilize the dreamlike figure of Yunshue. He would wait and see if Li Yunfei possessed a remarkable strategy to launch an effective assault. Observing the secretary's departing silhouette, Li Yunfei was on the verge of tears, for he had never anticipated that Murong Yunshue would audaciously come to visit him in person. If we were to articulate it this way, the situation indeed becomes rather complicated. The unfavorable outcome has already manifested itself before us, so let us observe how many individuals are capable of undertaking genuinely useful actions. Chapter 139. Startled from the brink of death thus, with decisive resolve, Li Yunfei dashed towards the chamber where his elder brother resided, as if propelled by an unseen force. At that moment, Li Dafei lay on his sickbed like a plump pig, lamenting in a state of near demise. Meanwhile, Li Dafei's mother, who was also Li Yunfei's mother, gazed with a furrowed brow at her son, who lay on the bed, consumed by thoughts of neither food nor drink, persistently sighing in despair. It appeared that Li Feihu had indeed dealt a grievous blow. It was akin to a whip dipped in cold water, mercilessly lashing at Li Dafei, leaving his body marred with gruesome wounds and gory scars. I lamented, "Oh, dear brother, why do you linger here in despair? Murong Yunshue has come knocking at our door. What shall we do about this predicament? Surely, I cannot face her alone, can I? Please, offer me some counsel." On the other hand, Li Yunfei felt tormented, akin to a creature destined for slaughter. He found himself perplexed, unaware of why his words seemed so utterly disjointed. Nevertheless, he realized that if he were to speak coherently today, it would be imperative. In such circumstances, one can hardly expect a favorable outcome. With everything laid out before us, it remains to be seen whether our elder brother can harness the full extent of his intellect to cultivate the residual warmth of opportunity. At present, I find myself akin to a clay idol traversing a river, unable to ensure my own safety. Even if you endeavor to challenge me, it would be of little consequence. Do you not perceive that I possess no illuminating qualities? At this moment, Li Dafei lies on his hospital bed, his face etched with worry, fully aware that he has yet to reach a stage where his aspirations can be realized, having not even endured the simplest of trials. How could he possibly flourish in this world? Thus, he found himself utterly perplexed, grappling with the reality of facing Li Yunfei's request. A profound sense of despair enveloped him, for he was, after all, a human being, not a mere beast. Every moment, he pondered how to elevate himself amidst the trials he faced. Yet, to his dismay, these circumstances eluded his notice, leaving him in a state of disarray. Yanling, despite being a formidable individual, had initially unleashed a technique of dual martial souls. However, He had not anticipated that Li Yunfei would prove to be an incessant troublemaker. Previously, some individuals, like Li Dafei, had little regard for these matters. He had never even heard of Yinling's name. It was only due to the recent gossip that he began to grasp the complexity of the situation, which was far from easily manageable. After uttering these words, Li Dafei collapsed onto his bed, lamenting in despair. Meanwhile, Li Dafei's mother, akin to Li Yunfei's mother, wore a countenance marked by worry. Her eyes were vacant, revealing a truth that spoke of her son's lack of genuine aspirations. At that moment, she gazed at her youngest, perceiving him as an eternally childlike figure. A sense of helplessness washed over her, for she sensed that this son was an enigma, a rogue whose words painted him as an unwieldy oddity. Indeed, it was evident that Li's mother harbored doubts about her three sons. Although they were all her flesh and blood, aside from her second son, Li Xiaofei, the other two appeared to her as foolish scions of a landowner. Li Feihu's upbringing seemed to have faltered, leaving her exasperated. She could not fathom how to navigate these complexities, and the years had slipped away without revealing any glimmer of brilliance from these peculiar individuals. Now, as she beheld her eldest son, battered and bruised, and glanced at Li Xiaofei, who seemed hardly competent, she was struck by the arrival of Li Yunfei, standing there like a hapless pig. Such signs are indicative of a person whose head could be shattered in an instant. Keeping such individuals close not only prevents one from becoming a true significant figure, but also alienates those around them, hindering their potential to become so-called great talents. Consequently, in this roundabout transition, Li's mother genuinely felt as though she must have committed some grave sin in her past life to have given birth to these three worthless children. Particularly today, upon witnessing Li Yunfei kneeling before her, she was overwhelmed with frustration and disappointment. Therefore, she hastily urged Li Yunfei, saying, "My dear third son, do not burden your elder brother any further. Just look at the injuries he has sustained. His body is a tapestry of wounds, completely battered. Given such a deplorable state, why must you continue to demand from him?" As she spoke, tears welled in her eyes, for a mother's heart is invariably intertwined with that of her children. After all, both her eldest and youngest sons were still her sons. Observing her eldest son, brutally beaten by his own father, with his back drenched in blood, it was impossible for her not to feel heartache. For the past few days, she had remained by his side, driven by a simple reason: her presence could offer him a sense of comfort and peace. This is why Li's mother resolved to maintain a certain distance in her relationship with this individual. She decided to manage her emotions deftly, lest the emergence of some absurd situation render her a source of amusement. In truth, Li's own background was rather tragic. Her union with Li Feihu was not one forged between noble families. Born into a humble household, she had experienced poverty from a young age, having been orphaned early on. While not an orphan in the strictest sense, her parents regarded her as a mere girl and did not prioritize her well-being, resulting in her enduring malnutrition throughout her childhood. Years passed in a haze of mediocrity and simplicity until she encountered Li Feihu, who initially seemed a suitable match. However, to her dismay, he resorted to coercive means to claim her, ultimately forcing her into the role of mother to Li Xiaofei and Li Dafei. The reality is that she had become merely a pawn in the frivolous game of Li Feihu, who had other wives besides her.